Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. May you be blessed with peace and joy. Jiang Yueyang stood among the noble ladies, her hands clasped at her chest, as she curtsied to the Empress of Great Xia. Ever since arriving in this alternate world, this was her first time leaving the house and entering the imperial palace. In her previous life, the corporate slave Jiang Yueyang died suddenly from a stroke after staying up late working overtime. On her deathbed, she was bound to a drama eating system, and then reincarnated into the historically non-existent Great Xia dynasty. She became the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Reborn into a new life, she decided to completely slack off and stop participating in the rat race. You may rise. The Empress gently raised her jade-like hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. The noble ladies curtsied and took their seats, and Jiang Yueyang also sat down at her own place. I just heard that the eldest princess invited the young ladies from various noble houses to the palace to admire the flowers. Having some free time, I decided to join the fun. Please do not feel overly constrained by my presence. Yes, Your Majesty. The noble ladies rose again and curtsied in response. Reacting a beat slower, Jiang Yueyang stood up and muttered softly, entering the palace is so exhausting. She had lost count of how many times she had curtsied. Mother, we were just about to compose poems with the peony as our theme. Since you want to join our gathering, you must offer a prize. Oh, you. The Empress affectionately tapped the eldest princess's forehead. It's just a prize, yet you insist on demanding it from your mother. The eldest princess chuckled. This flower-viewing banquet hosted under the princess's name to invite noble ladies into the palace was in truth a selection banquet for the Empress to choose a crown princess for the crown prince. Subsequently, the Empress raised her hand, pulled a phoenix hairpin from her hair, and said with a gentle smile, the one who takes first place today shall receive this phoenix hairpin from my hand. Joy appeared on the faces of the noble ladies. They all knew this was no ordinary flower-viewing banquet. Obtaining the Empress's phoenix hairpin was equivalent to securing the qualification to be selected as the crown princess. The palace maids presented writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones to the noble ladies present, and a set was also placed on Jiang Yueyang's desk. Looking at the writing materials before her and the garden full of blooming peonies, she suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although she had read many books in her previous life, she had long forgotten most of the knowledge she had learned. In this life, she was determined to slack off and had no desire to study. Jiang Yueyang glanced left and right at the noble ladies who had already begun to write and let out a despairing wail in her mind. The noble ladies' hands trembled, instantly ruining their perfectly good calligraphy. Who is screaming? The Empress suspiciously scanned the noble ladies below. Seeing them all purse their lips in silence, she suspected she had misheard. Just as she was about to pick up a bunch of grapes to eat, the voice sounded again. Little Melon, quickly help me think of an ancient poem about peonies. The system replied helplessly, host, I am a drama eating system. I don't have knowledge in that area. Upon hearing the voice, the Empress looked around for its source, and the noble ladies did the same. But no matter how they looked, they didn't see anyone opening their mouth to speak. They couldn't help but feel terrified in their hearts. Could they have contracted a strange illness that caused auditory hallucinations? This must not be known to others, otherwise they would not be able to become the crown princess. Thus, everyone present remained silent, crumpled the paper in front of them, and picked up their brushes to create once more. Jiang Yueyang sighed. Then tell me some gossip to relieve my headache, and let's see if I can recall a poem. The system chuckled. Do you see the girl directly opposite you? She is the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights. She has always presented herself as gentle, dignified, and well-educated. But in private, she's a violent shrew who often beats her maids black and blue. Jiang Yueyang looked in astonishment at Lin Wan'er, the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights opposite her. No way. So brutal. I heard my mother say that the Empress intends to choose her as the crown princess. Can someone like this be a mother to the world? Jiang Yueyang's voice echoed clearly into the ears of the Empress of Great Xia, as well as into the ears of everyone present. Some were confused while others secretly rejoiced. They now knew they were not experiencing auditory hallucinations, but were hearing the inner thoughts of the girl sitting opposite Lin Wan'er. Judging from the Empress's reaction, she must have heard it too. Lin Wan'er's excellent reputation for being gentle and virtuous was their biggest obstacle in competing for the position of crown princess. Regardless of whether the words spoken by that girl and the one called Little Melon were true or false, Lin Wan'er's good impression in the Empress's eyes was greatly discounted. It's better to believe it than to dismiss it. Lin Wan'er's face turned deathly pale, and the hand holding the writing brush trembled uncontrollably. Facing the strange gazes cast by everyone present, she almost lost her temper on the spot. Fortunately, she calmed down in time, steadied her mind, and stood up to defend herself. Your Majesty, Miss Lin looks unwell. The Empress interrupted her with a smile. I suppose you are not feeling well. Men, escort Miss Lin back to her residence to rest. Everyone present was an official's daughter, well-versed in the art of intercourt language. The Empress's words were undoubtedly declaring that Lin Wan'er's path to becoming the crown princess had come to an end. Only Jiang Yueyang, unaware that her inner thoughts were being eavesdropped on, was confused. Why was she suddenly sent back? Lin Wan'er was escorted out by the palace maids, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yueyang before leaving. Jiang Yueyang, I didn't even provoke her. Why did she glare at me? Her temper is indeed bad. Absolutely bad temper. My gossip is 100% authentic. Jiang Yueyang casually turned her head. Why are they all looking at me? Is there something on my face? Hearing this, everyone present awkwardly withdrew their gazes. The eldest princess opened her mouth to ask how she knew about Lin Wan'er secretly beating her maids, but was stopped in time by the empress. The empress cleared her throat and asked, "How are everyone's peony poems coming along? I offer my humble work, please take a look, your majesty." Except for Jiang Yueyang, all the other noble ladies held their papers with both hands above their heads and spoke in unison. As a result, Jiang Yueyang, who was the only one not moving, became very conspicuous. Jiang Yueyang, did they rehearse in private? How could their words and actions be so uniform? The noble ladies. The system, this is what it means to be a lady of a noble house. The empress couldn't hold back a laugh, and Jiang Yueyang instinctively looked over. "Which family are you from?" the empress asked. Jiang Yueyang hastily stood up and curtsied, replying, "To your majesty, I am Jiang Yueyang, the daughter of the minister of revenue." The empress thought for a moment. The minister of revenue did seem to have a daughter. It was said she was in poor health and had been recuperating at home without ever going out. Entering the palace today for the flower viewing banquet was probably because of her private verbal edict forcing Minister Jiang and his wife to let her out. However, she observed that the Jiang family's daughter had a good complexion, not looking like her health was so poor she couldn't leave the house. Could it be because she couldn't hide her inner thoughts? It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to properly ask Madame Jiang. "I heard that Miss Jiang is weak in health. Are you feeling better now? Do you need me to summon an imperial physician to take a look at you?" The words hung in the air, leaving a lingering warmth in the quiet garden. Jiang Yueyang kept her head down, unsure of how to answer the empress's unexpected concern. The noble ladies watched her quietly, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The empress smiled gently, her gaze soft and unhurried. A gentle breeze blew and the peony flowers swayed softly in the imperial garden. The flower viewing banquet continued in a strange yet harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Yueyang rose and offered a graceful bow. "Your majesty, this humble one's health has fully recovered. There is no need to summon the imperial physicians." Even so, she could never fathom why her parents had spread rumors about her frail constitution. Her body had always been as robust as an ox. "Then all is well," the empress said with a nod of satisfaction. She then turned her gaze to the other noble ladies. "I have heard much about each of your talents, and I am quite eager to witness them in person." Upon hearing this, the crown princess immediately instructed the maid beside her, "Fuling, present the poems composed by each lady at once." "Yes, your highness." Fuling bowed respectfully and gestured for the palace maids below to collect the poems written by the noble ladies. Watching the maids gather the poems like exam papers, Jiang Yueyang hastily seized her brush and racked her brains, searching through her memory for classical poems about peonies. Peony poem, Li Bai, Du Fu. Got it. Jiang Yueyang quickly began writing, but the palace maid arrived before she had finished. "Wait, just a few more characters. Almost done. Take your time, Lady Jiang," the empress said with understanding. But Jiang Yueyang dared not keep the empress waiting. She hastily finished the final strokes, blew gently on the wet ink, and handed the poem to the waiting maid. The maid placed all the peony poems upon the empress's desk, with the work of Wen Shuyan, legitimate daughter of the left chancellor, presented first. The empress read it and nodded repeatedly, a bright smile spreading across her face, clearly very pleased. The following poems also earned her approval, though her smile grew somewhat more restrained. Further along, her expression shifted between occasional frowns and faint smiles. Some pleased her, others did not. But upon reaching Jiang Yueyang's poem, she stopped reading and instead handed it to the person beside her. "Ashang, please recite this poem for everyone and determine whether it may claim today's top honor." Ashang received it with both hands, glanced at its contents, then stepped forward and recited in a clear, resonant voice, "The buttercup before the courtyard lacks grace, the lotus on the pool, too pure for feeling. Only the peony boasts true imperial beauty, its blooms stirring the entire capital city." Hearing this poem, all the noble ladies wore expressions of astonishment, especially the Grand Tutor's granddaughter, renowned for her literary talent, and Wen Shuyan, the left chancellor's legitimate daughter. They had both believed the top honor would be theirs alone, never expecting someone far more outstanding to appear. Jiang Yueyang, however, was not the least surprised, for the poem she had written was a masterpiece by the Tang Dynasty poet Liu Yuxi. But there was one drawback: such brilliance would make her stand out far too much, and the empress might very well choose her as crown princess. Yet submitting a blank page would be far more disrespectful. Only 2 poems about peonies existed in her memory, and she certainly could not write something vulgar. "Might I ask, my ladies, does this poem deserve today's top honor?" the empress inquired, sweeping her gaze across the assembly. Gu Ruo, the Grand Tutor's granddaughter, stepped forward without hesitation. "Without question." The empress nodded in satisfaction. "Your own poem, Lady Gu Ruo, is also quite excellent. You may share second place with Lady Wen Shuyan of the left chancellor's household." Wen Shuyan stepped forward. "I thank your majesty for your praise. This humble one ventures to ask, which lady composed the earlier poem?" "It was composed by Lady Jiang." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Jiang Yueyang, who remained seated. So it was her. Realizing she could not become crown princess, Jiang Yueyang gritted her teeth and knelt once more. "Please forgive this humble one, your majesty." "What are you doing, Lady Jiang? Rise and speak." Jiang Yueyang did not rise. Instead, she bowed deeply. "Your majesty, that poem was seen by this humble one in a dream, not composed by my own hand." "Seen in a dream?" The empress expressed her surprise. "How intriguing. Please rise, Lady Jiang." Only then did Jiang Yueyang stand, keeping her head lowered. Such talent, even if bestowed by a dream, is still a blessing upon the Jiang family, the empress said with a smile. Tell me, Lady Jiang, how is your education? This humble one. Jiang Yueyang stammered. I dare not deceive your majesty. The tutors hired by my father all claimed their own learning was insufficient to teach me. My father spent a fortune, yet none were willing to continue instructing me. Surely this would disqualify her from being considered as crown princess. The empress's smile stiffened. How inadequate must one be for tutors to refuse further instruction, even resorting to self-deprecation? Lady Jiang is indeed a forthright young woman. Jiang Yueyang offered a sheepish smile. I simply dared not deceive your majesty. Studying is so exhausting. I'm a noble daughter who lacks nothing, food, clothing, or money. Why would I torture myself studying? I could just eat and play all day. Right, little melon? Absolutely. Those scholars study to achieve fame and secure high office and great wealth. But host, you were born into comfort, doted on by your parents and siblings. You need not strive like they do. The empress thought to herself, this Lady Jiang appears quite unlearned. The other noble ladies nodded inwardly. Exactly, don't study at all. Let me be the crown princess instead. The empress quietly scanned the assembled ladies, forming preliminary thoughts about the future crown princess. At that moment, a hearty laugh and increasingly close footsteps echoed from nearby, accompanied by a eunuch's announcement. Soon after, the emperor of Xia appeared, leading the crown prince into view. The empress rose, and everyone followed suit. This humble one greets your majesty the empress, and your highness the crown prince. The emperor of Xia approached the empress's side before raising his hand to dismiss the bows. Rise. I happened to be passing through the imperial garden and heard from Li Fuquan that the crown princess was hosting a flower viewing banquet here. I came to join the festivities. Have I disrupted your proceedings? No. What are these two up to? Coming to help the crown prince select a bride with the same excuse. But honestly, our crown prince is incredibly handsome. The emperor, about to stealthily reach for the empress's hand, paused. Had someone just spoken? The crown prince also turned his head in confusion, having overheard mention of himself. The empress looked thoroughly embarrassed, her resentment toward the emperor deepening. She deliberately sidestepped his reaching hand and ignored him completely. System ha. The emperor is not here to help select a crown princess. Then why is he here? He's here to win back the empress's favor. Ho, sounds like quite the scandal. Tell me, how did his majesty offend the empress? The system cleared its throat, having thoroughly piqued Jiang Yueyang's appetite, and said, your emperor, although he appears to wield supreme authority and looks majestic, is actually very henpecked. Henpecked? Afraid of his wife? Jiang Yueyang's eyes sparkled. Xiaoguo, are you sure you're not joking with me? I never joke. Last night the emperor was kicked off the bed by the empress. The empress told him to roll, and he grinned, rolled once on the floor, then fetched a blanket, and slept on the floor in the empress's chambers for the entire night. Those present stealthily cast peculiar glances at the emperor. Their sovereign turned out to be so ridiculous. So shameless. Emperor Yuan swept his sharp gaze across the room. Everyone stood with heads slightly bowed, silent. Then where did those voices he heard come from? And how did that person know about the matters between him and the empress? Crown Prince, did you hear any voices? The emperor turned to ask the crown prince beside him. The crown prince hesitated, then said, Father, I heard someone say that your majesty spent last night in mother's bedchamber sleeping. Sleeping. Enough. Emperor Yuan cut him off. Just as he was about to scrutinize who was speaking, the voice sounded again. Being afraid of your wife brings fortune, it's no shame. But I'm curious, why did the emperor and empress quarrel? The empress is known for her good temper. It's quite impressive that his majesty could anger her. Emperor Yuan. He had a foreboding feeling, and quickly searched for the source of the voice, trying to stop the speaker from continuing. The empress also wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Some things are not suitable for children. Are you sure you want to hear? Not suitable for children. The 4 words echoed in the minds of the noble ladies present, and inexplicably, they felt a surge of excitement. They seemed to know what they were about to hear next. Not suitable for children. Then we must listen all the more. Jiang Yueyang giggled slyly. Your emperor complained that the elder princess was too mischievous and not cute enough, so he wanted to create another daughter with the empress. Elder princess, this involves me too. And then, the empress didn't want to have another child. Not at all. The system continued. The empress felt the elder princess was too troublesome and also wished for another daughter. The elder princess huffed at the empress, mother. The empress gave an awkward twist of her lips and opened her mouth to stop Jiang Yueyang from continuing with Xiaoguo. But unexpectedly, the elder princess grew angry, picked up a grape, and gently stuffed it into the empress's mouth. Mother, do you still find me troublesome now? Emperor Yuan heard this. You can hear it too. What is going on? The elder princess nodded, suppressing a laugh. Everyone can hear it, father. Your reputation is ruined. Meanwhile, the system continued. The couple agreed at once and worked hard for several days in a row. His Majesty is quite advanced in years. Can he still bear children? Emperor Yuan advanced in years. He was only in his 40s. Was that so old? No, that wasn't the important thing now. The important thing was that his and the empress's bedroom secrets were not to be casually discussed. I'll have her entire clan executed. Damn it, these young ladies' gazes were wrong. Their faces were flushed. They really could hear. The noble ladies' hearts were in turmoil. Having learned these secrets, would the emperor silence them? He can still produce, but his stamina is lacking. The Empress had a poor experience and kicked him off the bed. Ha ha ha. If His Majesty is already failing after just a few days, how can he possibly favor the 3,000 beauties of the harem? Jiang Yueyang's laughter pressed down on Emperor Yuan's head like a huge stone, and the words, "You're impotent," kept flashing before his eyes. Emperor Yuan's face alternated between green and red, wishing he could seize the speaker and tear them to pieces. But just then the system said again, "Your emperor is actually quite contradictory, both devoted and fickle. Though his heart loves only the empress, he has favored one woman after another. Unable to distribute his favors evenly, the result is a green grassland on his head." What? The emperor is cuckolded? Which consort is so reckless? Jiang Yueyang was shocked. Emperor Yuan, who had been ready to kill, set aside his murderous intent upon hearing he was cuckolded. He too wanted to know who dared to put a green hat on him. The noble lady's curiosity was piqued as well. Since they had already heard so many forbidden things, a few more words wouldn't matter. They were daughters of ministers. The emperor couldn't very well kill all of them. Besides, it wasn't they who had spoken those words. The system. Not only was your emperor cuckolded, but he also raised another man's child for several years. Everyone sighed in pity. That consort was in grave danger. Being cuckolded is unbearable for any man, especially for one like Emperor Yuan, who could command the realm. At this moment his face had turned extremely dark, yet he still suppressed his rising fury and continued listening. "Xiaogua, can we really eat such a big melon? If the emperor finds out, I'll be dead without a burial place." "Not going to continue. Think carefully. If you don't speak, I'll make sure you die even more miserably without a burial place." The system rolled its eyes in her mind. "Your emperor has been cuckolded for over a decade without knowing it. How could he possibly know what we say in private?" "True. Then go on. Who is that consort? And who is her lover?" "It's Consort Wanpin and Physician Liu from the Imperial Hospital." "Consort Wanpin. Prince Huan is an illegitimate child." Jiang Yueyang's eyes showed regret. "If the emperor finds out, both mother and son will die. Prince Huan is so handsome. It would be a pity if he died." "Emperor Yuan, why does your focus always fall on men's faces? Is that important?" It seemed rather important. His face was almost completely lost. "No, the 11th princess is the illegitimate child. Prince Huan is not born of Consort Wanpin, he is." "Miss Jiang," the empress suddenly spoke, interrupting the system in time. Jiang Yueyang quickly rose. "Your humble servant is here. I almost forgot. I haven't given you your prize yet." The empress smiled at her. "Ashang, please present the phoenix hairpin to Miss Jiang." "Yes, your majesty." Jiang Yueyang took the phoenix hairpin from Ashang, then curtsied to the empress. "Thank you for your gracious gift, your majesty. Wow, this phoenix hairpin is gorgeous. It looks very expensive. Too bad it can't be sold." "The empress." "Emperor Yuan found you." The flower viewing banquet hosted by the eldest princess ended prematurely due to the empress's sudden indisposition. Jiang Yueyang noticed the noble ladies casting strange glances at her, yet whenever she approached, they deliberately kept their distance. She felt puzzled, but did not dwell on it for long. In this world, the only thing that could please everyone was money. Thus, with a disdainful snort in her heart, she strode lightly toward the palace gates. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yueyang, the noble ladies who had attended the banquet were detained in a place she could not see. As soon as she stepped out of the palace gate, she spotted her family's carriage with the coachman dozing off on the shaft. Her personal maid Xiangling jumped down from the carriage the moment she saw her rushing over with a shout. "Miss, why are you out so soon?" Xiangling had assumed that attending a palace banquet would last until sunset, never expecting her mistress to emerge as early as the hour of Wei at 13 p.m. The empress was unwell, and the eldest princess had to attend to her, so it ended early. Xiangling nodded and cautiously asked, "Miss, did the eldest princess say anything to you?" "No, and I even received a phoenix hairpin from the empress." Jiang Yueyang mistakenly assumed Xiangling's concern was about her first time in the palace, fearing she might have offended the princess due to ignorance of court etiquette. Xiangling breathed a sigh of relief. At least her mistress had not eaten any forbidden melon. "Then let's return to the mansion quickly. The master and mistress are worried about you, and the eldest young master has probably returned from the Imperial Academy." Having rarely had the chance to go out, Jiang Yueyang was reluctant to go back now. Moreover, once she returned, she might not be able to come out again. So she hurried to the carriage and woke the sleeping coachman. "Me, miss." The coachman, startled to see his young mistress standing before him, said, "Go back and tell my parents I'm fine, and to set their minds at ease. I want to wander around a bit before going home." The coachman looked troubled. "Miss, the master ordered me to take you back." "I don't care. I want to play outside for a while. If you don't allow it, you can tie me up and take me back. Would you dare?" Naturally, the coachman did not dare. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yueyang walked further and further away. Xiangling chose her young mistress over the master and mistress. The two strolled along the main street of the capital. Jiang Yueyang looked around with great interest at everything. She was 14 this year, about to turn 15. Since her birth, she had been confined within the mansion, knowing little of the outside world. What she did know came from her mother and the maidservants. "Xiangling, do you know where to find good food and fun places?" Jiang Yueyang asked. "I know that Qingfeng Tower has the most delicious food. Suxiang Zhai makes the finest pastries. Linglong Pavilion has the most beautiful jewelry, and Zuixianju boasts the most famous wine. But I don't know where they are." Xiangling was a bondservant born in the Jiang family, sent to serve Jiang Yueyang at the age of 2. Because Jiang Yueyang could not leave the mansion, Xiangling had few chances to go out either. Moreover, whenever she went out with the household matrons, it was usually to the old market area. This was her first time on the capital's main street. It's fine. If we don't know, we can ask. Saying this, Jiang Yueyang walked to a stall selling round silk fans run by a woman in her 30s. She picked up a fan embroidered with a blue sparrow and asked, "Sister, how much is this fan?" Seeing Jiang Yueyang's elegant attire, the woman smiled and replied, 51. After Xiangling paid, Jiang Yueyang casually asked, "Sister, do you know the way to Qingfeng Tower?" "Qingfeng Tower? Just follow this road to the end." Jiang Yueyang gave her a gentle smile. "Thank you for telling me." Then Jiang Yueyang leisurely led Xiangling forward. Qingfeng Tower had a grand facade standing 3 stories tall. By then the ground floor hall was already filled with many patrons. Inside was a small stage where a girl of 15 or 16 sat, plucking an unfamiliar tune. It was quite pleasant to the ear. Jiang Yueyang found a secluded spot to sit, and a waiter immediately came up to serve tea. "What would you 2 young ladies like to eat? Just bring a few of your signature dishes." "Very well. Shall I serve you hibiscus chicken, jade hairpin, shrimp, emerald soup, and pearl meatballs?" Jiang Yueyang nodded. "I've heard that the wine at Zuixianju is the most renowned. Could you fetch a jug for me?" "Of course. Which wine would you like, miss?" "I'm not familiar with Zuixianju's offerings or their prices. Could you tell me about them?" "The most famous wine at Zuixianju is Sengluo wine, priced at 100 taels per jug, and not everyone can buy it. Following that are Hongqin, Nyang Xiangxi, In Bai Wazue Songjian, Lu Mingyue, Chou Qingfeng, In Huajinjiu." The waiter recited a long list of elegant and poetic names. Jiang Yueyang thought that the person who named these wines must have been exceptionally talented. "How much is the Songjian Lu?" 20 taels a jug." Jiang Yueyang glanced at Xiangling, who promptly placed 2 10-tael silver ingots and a piece of loose silver on the table. "Thank you for your trouble." The waiter's eyes lit up. He grabbed the silver and said cheerfully, "You flatter me, miss. I'll fetch the wine for you right away." He dashed into the back kitchen, then ran out again in a flash. Xiangling frowned and said, "Miss, you can't drink." Jiang Yueyang thought, "Then why did you pull out the money so readily?" "I'm not drinking it. It's for my father and brother." Xiangling, having grown up with her, knew exactly what she was up to. "Miss, 1 jug might not be enough." Jiang Yueyang waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. We'll buy some pastries later. Too much wine is not good." Meanwhile, the girl on stage had finished her performance, and a small elderly man with a goatee, dressed in a long gown and holding a folding fan, took the stage. The crowd below immediately buzzed with excitement at his appearance as diners eagerly asked what story he would tell today. Jiang Yueyang realized that this old man was the legendary storyteller. The old man cleared his throat and tapped his fan against his palm. "Today I shall tell you about our great Xia's war god, the young General Lu Yunting." At these words, a collective gasp of shock rippled through the audience, as if they had heard something utterly outrageous. "Master Tao, are you tired of living? How dare you make up stories about General Lu? I heard that General Lu has won a great victory and will soon return to the capital. Don't worry, General Lu's thunderous methods are reserved for his enemies. Master Tao, if you tell a good story today, there will be plenty of tips." The speaker unbuckled the money pouch from his waist and tossed it onto the table, the silver and copper coins clinking together with a crisp, pleasing sound. Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but wonder who this formidable young general was. How was it that her parents had never mentioned him? It is said that Lu Yunting, born into a military family, began practicing martial arts as a child. By the age of 6, his future prowess on the battlefield was already evident, marking him as extraordinarily gifted and the center of attention. Yet fate played a cruel trick. When he was 7, his father fell in battle, sacrificing his life for the nation, and his mother soon followed in death, unable to bear the loss. In a single night, the 7-year-old Lu Yunting became an orphan, plummeting from the pinnacle of glory into the abyss of despair. On one side, those with ulterior motives coveted the military command of the Lu family army that he held. On the other, enemies launched relentless assassination attempts day and night. From a tender age, Lu Yunting was forced to live in darkness, gradually fostering a cold and aloof demeanor. Under the protection of the Lu family army, Lu Yunting slowly emerged from the pain of losing his parents and formally took command of the Lu family forces. From then on, he immersed himself in military texts and honed his martial skills. By the age of 10, he could already best a Lu family general who could single-handedly fend off 100 enemies. With these words, the storyteller picked up his teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. He took a leisurely sip to moisten his throat, but the audience below could wait no longer. "You old rascal, pulling this trick again. I don't want to hear the phrase 'to be continued' today. Finish it now. Indeed, if you dawdle like before, I'll make you regret it." Actually, this storyteller was fairly considerate, having spoken a long passage before pausing for a drink. The ones I've encountered before would take a sip after every sentence or ramble on about irrelevant topics, which was utterly infuriating. Jiang Yueyang complained to Xiaohua. Since the hall was crowded with people, including many young ladies, no one bothered to seek out the source of the voice. The impatient young masters who had been shouting earlier calmed down a bit, realizing that was indeed the case. Compared to other storytellers, this Mr. Tao was quite generous. At least he finished a story in 2 days, unlike others who dragged it out for 5 or 6 days, leaving the audience itching with curiosity. The system said, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. If you have money, you can even make the storyteller finish the entire tale in one go. They rely on this to earn a living. If you want to hear the story, you have to show some appreciation. Hearing this, the young master, who had been most vocal, immediately tossed a money pouch to the storyteller. There's 10 taels in it. It's yours. Others also produced silver and gave tips. The old man, seeing the gleaming silver, could barely suppress his grin. Now can you finish the story in one go? Of course. The storyteller tossed his teacup to the floor. I was only taking a sip to moisten my throat, nothing more. Jiang Yueyang curled her lips. Who's he kidding? Only a fool would believe that. The storyteller thought, whose young lady is speaking like this? Can't she give me some face? Just then the shop assistant returned with the pine, due wine Jiang Yueyang had ordered. Missed the wine you requested. Jiang Yueyang nodded slightly. Thank you. Seeing that even a noble lady like her was polite to a commoner like him, the shop assistant stole a few more glances. Which family does this girl belong to? She's so beautiful, why have I never seen her before? A girl so courteous and lovely should be known to everyone. If Jiang Yueyang knew what the shop assistant was thinking, she would have proudly said, it's all thanks to my motherland, which taught me to be polite and a model student since childhood. But she didn't know that her polite words of thanks had drawn the attention of someone lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, the storyteller resumed his tale of the young General Lu Yunting. At 10, Lu Yunting made a name for himself, reappearing before the world, causing many to feel wary. Moreover, the Lu family army was resourceful, valiant, and fiercely loyal to the Lu family. How could the emperor not fear the growing power of the Lu family? An innocent man may suffer from harboring a precious gem. Lu Yunting, so outstanding at such a young age and commanding such a formidable army. The storyteller shifted his tone. At 10, Lu Yunting volunteered to go to the battlefield and guard the border to protect the Lu family army. Those who wanted to divide the Lu family army, failing at one scheme, devised another. They sent the Lu family army into every battle, hoping Lu Yunting would die on the battlefield like his father. But things turned out contrary to their wishes. Lu Yunting led the Lu family army to victory after victory, his reputation soaring, his military achievements piling up. He was no longer a 10-year-old child to be trifled with. 7 years passed in a blink. Lu Yunting had grown into the image of his father in his prime. He commanded the deep respect of his soldiers, struck terror into the hearts of enemies, and won the admiration of the young maidens of the great Xia dynasty. Who could resist the allure of an 18-year-old young general? Tisk, what's with this storyteller? He was just talking about matters of state, and now he's suddenly turned to romance. Thumbs down. The storyteller was speechless. I don't want to hear that. Tell us about the battlefield. You may not want to, but we do. Mister, how does General Lu look like? Is he as handsome as our crown prince? Everyone, don't rush. Let me explain in detail. The storyteller stood up from his stool and scanned the crowd. Lu Yunting has now reached the age of marriage. Such an outstanding man. Who wouldn't want to marry him? Moreover, he commands the Lu family army. The sinister forces are once again stirring. To that end, some ministers advised the emperor, claiming that since Lu Yunting is the last of the Lu family, he should marry early and have children to ensure the continuation of the Lu line. That is the reason our General Lu is returning to the capital shortly. As for his appearance, I have never seen him, but I have heard he is a handsome young man. True or false, you can go and see for yourselves when General Lu returns to the capital. Well, that concludes the story of Lu Yunting. Thank you all for your patronage today. We'll see you tomorrow. Old man, don't leave. I'm not satisfied yet. Keep going. How did the general fight on the battlefield? The storyteller replied calmly, forgive me, young master, but I have told all I know. Besides, the battlefield is not a place I can visit. How disappointing. The young master said, displeased, but didn't press the storyteller further since he would be back to listen tomorrow. After the storyteller withdrew, a father and daughter took the stage. One played the eru, the other the pipa, performing a vigorous and stirring melody together. The sound was majestic, sweeping across mountains and rivers like war drums on a battlefield, urging the soldiers to charge forward bravely. It resembled a general's command directing thousands of troops to storm the enemy lines. Every note was like a sharp sword, piercing the void and shaking the soul. It carried a tragic air, as if it were the cries of soldiers on the brink of death, the resolute determination of a warrior cutting off his own arm. For a moment, Jiang Yueyang felt as if she could see the smoke of ancient battlefields, the clash of metal and horse-broken spears buried in the sand. She was deeply immersed, unable to extricate herself, especially after hearing Lu Yunting's story. When the piece ended, the audience was lost in reverie for a long time. After what seemed an eternity, a single clap broke the spell, followed by thunderous applause and cheers. Bravo! That was brilliantly played. I felt as if I were on the battlefield. I could almost see the glint of blades and the bodies wrapped in horsehide. Everyone expressed their awe, and without forgetting to offer tips, Jiang Yueyang generously gave 5 taels of silver. The father and daughter had a fruitful day. Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but exclaim, such exquisite playing, truly masterful. I never expected a small tavern to harbor so many talents. Xiang Ling nodded in agreement. It was beautiful, but miss, shouldn't we hurry back? The young master might be coming to look for us by now. She was right. Elder brother Jiang Sun, upon hearing the coachman's report that Jiang Yueyang intended to linger outside, set out immediately to find her. He feared his sister might get into trouble. Alright, I'll go back after eating. She also planned to discuss with her family the matter of going out in the future, so she must not provoke them now. Thus the two enjoyed their meal amidst the diner's heated discussions about the music and the man named Lu Yunting. Then inadvertently, they overheard someone nearby whispering about the death of old General Liu. Hey, don't you think there's something odd about what happened back then? What do you mean? Old General Liu's death. What's so strange about that? Wasn't it said that enemy soldiers infiltrated the city, catching the Liu family army off guard? Old General Liu refused to abandon the townspeople to save himself, fought to the bitter end, and died in battle. Isn't that strange? Think about it. The Liu family army was no ordinary force, though every man was brave and resourceful. How could the enemy have slipped into the city so easily? Unless there was someone on the inside. That's just speculation. No matter how formidable the Liu family army was, they were still human. Even the best can have a moment of oversight. Even if they were careless enough to let the enemy in, how could there be no survivors? Remember, there were 10,000 soldiers and 5 outstanding generals inside the city. And old General Liu was not an arrogant man. He would never have failed to send someone for reinforcements. Wasn't the city besieged? Are you daft? Border towns usually have hidden tunnels for emergencies, precisely to call for help in such situations. Then, could the massacre back then really have been a cover-up? I think there's a huge conspiracy at play. 10,000 soldiers plus the entire city. All dead, not even a trace of their remains. It's said that the Great Fire back then turned the entire sky crimson, turning night into day. Alas, what really happened that year is beyond investigation now. Besides, such matters are not for commoners like us to discuss. We'd better keep our mouths shut. I was just influenced by that piece of music. Enough. Let's eat. Jiang Yueyang was just getting interested. How could they stop? She hated people who only spoke half the story. Just as she was sulking silently, Xiang Ling suddenly spoke up. Miss, let's go. Jiang Yueyang looked down and realized they had finished their meal, and Xiang Ling had already settled the bill. Left with no choice, she rose and left the Qingfeng Tower. On the way back, Jiang Yueyang replayed the conversation in her mind, and the more she thought, the more something felt off. If even ordinary people could see the issues, why hadn't His Majesty and the Liu family army officers realized them? There was only one reason: the inconsistencies had been rationalized. But this speculation was based on the premise that old General Liu's death was suspicious. What if it wasn't? The more Jiang Yueyang thought, the more her head ached. Finally, she asked silently in her mind, Xiaohua, was old General Liu's death a conspiracy? Yes, he was deliberately murdered. Just as she thought. Who plotted his death? What really happened back then? Jiang Yueyang pressed on, eagerly unaware that the person following her suddenly halted upon hearing that old General Liu had been murdered. Before leading the campaign, old General Liu discovered that someone had colluded with the enemy, but he hadn't identified the culprit. He planned to continue the investigation after the war. Unfortunately, the news leaked. The traitor, knowing he might be exposed, decided to eliminate the witness. But killing a general with hundreds of thousands of troops was no easy task. Moreover, he had to do it without leaving a trace. After careful calculation, he decided to. I'll hear the details later. Tell me first, who is the murderer? Jiang Yueyang interrupted him impatiently. That person's fate is special. I can't see his face. Host, your brother is storming toward you. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang instinctively looked ahead and saw her elder brother striding toward her, his lips pressed into a thin line that perfectly mirrored his mood. Miss, you're on your own. Xiang Ling shoved the wine jug into her hands and stepped back. Jiang Yueyang twitched her lips. Xiang Ling, you traitor. Xiang Ling lowered her head and whispered, the young master dotes on you the most. Just act coy and his anger will fade. You what? By then Jiang Sun had already arrived before her with a dark expression. Jiang Yueyang immediately said, I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I should have gone straight home after leaving the palace, not wandered around. What did we tell you before you entered the palace? Jiang Yueyang nervously twiddled her fingers. Don't look too much, don't talk too much, don't overthink, and come straight home after leaving the palace. He raised his hand as if to knock her head. Jiang Yueyang instinctively dodged. The expected blow never came, but a voice reached her ears. What did you do in the palace? Jiang Yueyang looked up in confusion. I didn't do anything. I just wrote a poem about peonies. What happened? Father and mother have been summoned to the palace by His Majesty. He had just stepped out to find Jiang Yueyang when a eunuch from the palace arrived with an imperial decree. Why would His Majesty summon me so suddenly? Did the eunuch who delivered the message say anything? Jiang Sun shook his head. No, he merely said that His Majesty had matters to discuss. Could it be because of that poem? No, if the Empress were displeased with me, she wouldn't have bestowed the phoenix hairpin. Then what is the reason? Xiao, what do you know? Let me venture a guess. Perhaps they summoned your parents to discuss your betrothal to the crown prince. Jiang Yueyang's eyes widened. No way. I have absolutely no desire to be the crown princess. The crown prince will one day inherit the throne, and I refuse to share a man with a gaggle of women. Father, mother, you must not agree. Jiang Sun glanced at his sister, whose face was etched with deep distress, and sighed. Go home first. I'll find someone to make inquiries. Jiang Yueyang nodded. That was the only course for now. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the Jiang couple stood in the main hall of Ning'an Palace. Seated above them were Emperor Yuan and the Empress. The Empress had dismissed the attendants upon their arrival, leaving only the 4 of them in the hall. After performing the formal bows, the couple was not offered seats, a sign that boded ill and most likely concerning their daughter. Emperor Yuan spoke first. Minister Jiang, do you know why I have summoned you at this hour? Minister Jiang clasped his hands. In answer to your Majesty, might it be about my daughter? Indeed. I called you here today to ask, are you aware of the peculiarities surrounding your daughter? Minister Jiang dared not lie. Your Majesty, this subject knows. From the moment that child Yueyang was born, we knew she was different from others. That is why I have always kept her from going out. And the thoughts in her mind, are they all true? Hearing this, Minister Jiang couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, may I ask what my daughter was thinking? Emperor Yuan pressed his lips together, his face turning ashen. Could he possibly tell his own minister that he had been cuckolded? No, absolutely not. You need not know. Just tell me, are the things she thinks true? Minister Jiang had not risen to his position without acumen. His discernment was sharp. Looking at His Majesty's expression, he realized his daughter had once again stumbled upon indecorous gossip, this time involving the emperor himself, a secret not meant for outsiders. Over the years they had grown accustomed to dismissing such incidents as eating melons, their family's private term for uncovering scandalous truths. In answer to Your Majesty, after I discovered my daughter's peculiarity, I privately verified it. Everything she thought was true. Damnation! Emperor Yuan erupted in fury. The couple instinctively knelt. Your Majesty, please forgive her. If she erred unknowingly, we beseech you to show mercy. The Empress, who had remained silent until now, quickly interjected. Minister Jiang, Lady Jiang, do not be alarmed. His Majesty is not referring to your daughter. Hearing this, the couple looked up at the Empress. Seeing her nod with a smile, they breathed half a sigh of relief. The Empress said, It seems Jiang Yueyang is unaware that others can hear her thoughts. Minister Jiang, why have you not told her? Well, Minister Jiang hesitated. At first I dismissed it. But later, when I realized that everything she and that Xiaohua said was true, since when did you become a stutterer? Emperor Yuan's voice was cold, his gaze icy. I thought to use her ability for certain purposes, and so I never told her. The Empress subtly tugged at Emperor Yuan's sleeve. Before summoning the Jiang couple, they had entertained the very same idea. If Consort 1 truly had an illicit affair with Imperial Physician Lu, then they could guide Jiang Yueyang to unearth more hidden secrets. For instance, whether any courtiers harbored improper ambitions. Minister Jiang continued, Later we discovered that whenever we tried to inform her about her thoughts being audible, we were seized by a sensation of enveloping death, agonizing, and we could not speak. How could that be? Asked the Empress. Minister Jiang shook his head. I do not know, Your Majesty. Then Minister Jiang, have you gained anything by using Jiang Yueyang's ability? Not long ago, the matter of Minister Lu's nephew harming young maidens. I learned of it from my daughter, and then alerted the Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Half a month ago, the capital had been shaken by several cases of young women being assaulted and killed. The Judicial Review had long failed to find the culprit, and the city was gripped by fear. Fearing his daughter might sneak out and fall victim, Minister Jiang had his wife deliberately mention the cases in front of her. Then they heard Xiaohua tell her that the murderer was Minister Lu's nephew. To prevent further harm, Minister Jiang sought out the Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, who was handling the case, and asked him to investigate Minister Lu's nephew. The Deputy Minister, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, secretly tailed the nephew and caught him red-handed. Is that true? If Your Highness doubts it, you may summon the Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicial Review to inquire. Emperor Yuan and the Empress exchanged a glance, weighing the matter in their minds. Then the Empress changed the subject. Minister Jiang, would you be willing to become in-laws with His Majesty and me? Off. Minister Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Lady Jiang tugged at his robe, and he recovered his wits. In answer to Your Majesty and Your Highness, my daughter is unlearned, skilled in neither lute, chess, calligraphy, nor painting. Utterly unworthy of the Crown Prince. Emperor Yuan agreed that she was unworthy. The girl spoke too boldly. How could she blurt out such intimate details about his and the Empress's marital life? She had no shame, but he still had his dignity. Minister Jiang, you are too modest. Your daughter's peony poem today outshone all others. She did not write it. Minister Jiang blurted out the truth. He knew well how much literary talent his daughter possessed. The Empress's smile faltered slightly, but Emperor Yuan was secretly delighted. A refusal was exactly what he wanted. If that girl married into the palace, he would have no secrets left, and he would be humiliated. No doubt the Crown Prince would feel the same. But the Empress was not ready to give up. Minister Jiang, do you refuse? I refuse. My daughter is innocent and carefree, though I would not have her trapped within these high palace walls. Minister Jiang dared to speak thus because the Empress was benevolent and His Majesty was not one to force others. Moreover, there had been precedents of declining imperial marriage proposals. A prominent family had once refused and His Majesty had not taken offense. In that case, I shall not force the matter. But there is no hurry. The children are still young. Perhaps in time, they will grow fond of each other. When that day comes, Minister Jiang must not stand in the way. Naturally, Minister Jiang agreed readily. Before entering the palace today, his daughter had secretly told Xiaohua that she did not wish to be the crown princess. She would either remain unmarried or seek a union of one man and one woman for life. The crown prince could evidently not offer her that. Enough, rise. Emperor Yuan waved his hand. Given Jiang Yueyang's uniqueness, and to prevent her from revealing something that might get her killed, I will assign guards to protect her at all times. After Minister Jiang and his wife left the palace, the Empress led Aunt Shang to the side hall of Ning'an Palace. All the noble ladies who had entered the palace today, except Jiang Yueyang, were gathered here. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. The Empress raised her hand to dismiss their formalities. You ladies will be staying in the palace for a few days. Once everything is settled, I shall let you return home. Yes. The noble ladies dared not object. Having learned so many forbidden secrets, they were fortunate that the Emperor and Empress did not pursue the matter. Keeping them in the palace was likely to verify whether concubine Wan truly had an illicit affair with the imperial physician. This measure was to prevent any leaks. The Empress, usually amiable, now spoke with a stern expression. You ladies should understand that royal secrets are not to be discussed by outsiders. What happened today must remain buried in your hearts. The wrath of the Son of Heaven is not something everyone can bear. Hearing this, the noble ladies trembled and replied yes. Furthermore, regarding Miss Zhang's peculiarity, you must pretend not to know. I do not wish to hear a single word about her inner thoughts. We will keep it strictly confidential. In the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Yuan Yi lowered his gaze, recalling the events in the Imperial Garden. Why had they all heard the thoughts of the Jiang family's daughter? Were the things Miss Jiang spoke of actually true? Judging by his father's expression, it seemed so. Concubine Wan, the 11th princess. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried in. Hearing the sound, Yuan Yi looked up and asked, have father and mother made any moves? Your Highness the Empress has kept all the noble ladies who attended the banquet in the palace. Ashang also went to the Imperial Medical Bureau to review all records of physicians summoned by the concubines. To cover up the royal scandal, Emperor Yuan had intended to kill all the palace maids and eunuchs present today. But the Empress, being benevolent and recognizing that they were not at fault, decided to spare their lives. She only warned them not to leak the matter or their 9 clans would be executed. Fortunately, the palace maids and eunuchs present were all trusted by the Grand Princess. The Empress was quite open-minded. Even if it leaked, it would only embarrass the Emperor. Concubine Wan and Yuan Yi did not finish, but the young eunuch understood. I discreetly asked a medical assistant at the Imperial Medical Bureau. Concubine Wan summons physician Liu for a routine pulse check on the 1st and 15th of each month. On the 1st and 15th, the Emperor would always stay at the Empress's chambers. She certainly knew how to choose her days. Today was the 15th. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Minister Jiang and his wife led a young woman dressed in black martial attire through the door. The couple went straight to their daughter's courtyard, Wanyu Pavilion. Jiang Yueyang had already been informed by a maid when her parents entered the estate, and she was now standing outside waiting for them. Shortly after the couple arrived at Lanyu Pavilion. Father, mother, Jiang Yueyang ran forward. Are you alright? Why did the Emperor and Empress summon you? Jiang Yueyang linked arms with her mother and walked into the outer room, dutifully pouring tea for them. Let your father tell you. Madame Jiang took a sip of tea. Jiang Yueyang looked at her father. The Empress said she wishes to arrange a marriage between her family and ours. Jiang Yueyang felt as if struck by lightning. So little Melon had been right. Father, you didn't agree, did you? Minister Jiang glanced at his pitiful daughter and deliberately said, you don't want to. He is the crown prince. Perhaps one day you could become empress. I don't want it at all. The crown prince may be handsome, but he will surely have many women in the future. I refuse to share a man with others. I'd catch a disease. Minister Jiang and his wife were speechless. What had gone wrong? Their daughter had not yet come of age, had she? She had never even left the house, had she? Why did she know so much about marital affairs? Host, having multiple wives and concubines is normal here. Even if you don't marry the crown prince, you might still have to share a husband with others. Then I won't marry at all. My brother said he would support me for life. Or I'll set terms before marriage: no concubines, no visiting brothels. Minister Jiang coughed lightly. Jiang Yueyang snapped back to attention. Father, I don't agree. I know my limits. I cannot be empress. At that moment, Jiang Sun rushed in, having heard Jiang Yueyang's words. Father, my sister cannot enter the palace. She is not suited for marriage. I can support her. Minister Jiang instinctively wanted to say that every girl should marry, but on second thought, given his daughter's peculiar situation, it was indeed better to keep her at home. As long as he lived long enough and Huaiji Jiang Sun's courtesy name entered the court, he could ensure her safety for life. Seeing Minister Jiang silent, the siblings called out together, Father. All right, I didn't agree. Father, you deliberately scared me. Jiang Yueyang pretended to be angry. I didn't. Minister Jiang defended himself. The Empress said that you were still young and you could get to know each other. Perhaps in the future you might fall in love, and we as parents should not hinder. That's unlikely unless the crown prince only wants me alone. And what if he truly only wants you? Minister Jiang said. Impossible. Even if the crown prince agreed, the civil and military officials would never consent. Royal offspring are of utmost importance. I cannot bear a whole brood. Madame Jiang couldn't help but tap her head. Shameless. It's true. I'm not a pig. Having so many children would shorten my life. The couple shook their heads, hopeless. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang giggled. Father, mother, you said that once I come of age I can go out whenever I want. Could you make it earlier? Seeing no reaction, she quickly added, I know nothing about manners. I'll make a fool of myself at the coming of age ceremony. You can go out, but... Minister Jiang gestured for the girl brought from the palace to step forward. You must take her with you. She knows martial arts can protect you and keep you out of trouble. Jiang Yueyang turned to look at the woman in black martial attire, asking, puzzled, Father, where did you find a girl skilled in martial arts? That's not your concern. Do you agree or not? If not, there's no discussion. I agree. Jiang Yueyang feared her father might change his mind. Having someone to protect me is a win-win. Host, this girl is the Emperor's secret guard. Everyone present was speechless. The Emperor's secret guard? Jiang Yueyang was shocked. Why would His Majesty assign his secret guard to follow me? Perhaps to protect the future crown princess. What is your name? The woman in black immediately knelt on one knee. Please grant me a name, young lady. In the Lanhua pavilion, only the three of the mistress and servants remained. Minister Jiang and his wife along with Jiang Sun had all returned to their respective courtyards. You have no name? No. I was previously ranked 15th, so I was always called 15. Jiang Yueyang thought for a moment. This 15 was probably her rank among the Emperor's shadow guards. There is something I need to confirm. Jiang Yueyang's gaze was indifferent as she looked at 15 kneeling on the ground. Will you still obey your former master? Host, isn't that a redundant question? She is the Emperor's shadow guard, and I don't want her. System. You can refuse the Emperor's shadow guard. Why not? His Majesty did not explicitly give me a shadow guard. On the surface, she is just a maidservant my father found for me. If I don't want her, I simply don't. Upon hearing this, 15 immediately said, rest assured, young lady. From today onward, I will obey only you. When Emperor Yuan gave the shadow guard to Minister Jiang, he had said that once the guard was given to the Jiang family, she belonged to the Jiangs. He would no longer issue any orders to the shadow guard, but the guard was required to report to him about Jiang Yueyang's situation. In other words, Emperor Yuan was no longer 15's master. Shadow guards were all professionally trained. Since Emperor Yuan was no longer their master, they would no longer obey his commands. That's for the best. Please grant me a name, young lady. From now on you shall be called Qingji. In the blink of an eye, night fell. A black-clad figure appeared on the roof of the Jiang residence, and one by one palace lanterns were lit within the imperial palace. In the Yaohua Palace, Lady Wan Pin wore a thin red gauze robe. She had removed all her jeweled hairpins, her long black hair carelessly tied with a single red ribbon. She lay half reclining on a fragrant couch behind the blue curtains. Has His Majesty gone to the Ning'an Palace? Reporting to your ladyship, the reply from there is that His Majesty went to the Ning'an Palace half an hour ago and called for water a quarter of an hour ago. Hearing this, Lady Wan Pin rubbed her temples. I suddenly feel dizzy. Summon Dr. Lu. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, Dr. Lu arrived at the Yaohua Palace carrying his medicine box. He sat outside the curtain and said respectfully, please extend your hand, your ladyship. I need to take your pulse. A jade-like hand stained with red henna reached out from behind the curtain. Dr. Lu placed the diagnosis cloth over the wrist and laid his hand on it to take the pulse. At that moment, the head maid dismissed the other palace maids and eunuchs and closed the door. Besides the dizziness, do you have any other discomfort, your ladyship? The jade hand slowly curled around the fingers on the diagnosis cloth, and a voice seductive and enchanting said, I feel my heart fluttering and my mouth parched. Dr. Lu, do you know how to cure this? Your ladyship, this is an imbalance of yin energy requiring qi replenishment and regulation. The curtain fluttered gently, revealing the figure lying within, half hidden. A pair of fox-like eyes stirred a turmoil of emotions. Dr. Lu's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, his eyes filled with hunger and desire. Then Dr. Lu, please prescribe a remedy for me. Lady Wan Pin gave a gentle tug, and Dr. Lu was pulled into the curtain, his hands bracing on either side of the fragrant couch. A restless hand began to wander over the rapidly heaving chest, slowly parting the official robe to reveal the white undergarment. As the breathing quickened, reason vanished, and Dr. Lu pressed himself down. The light gauze slipped off, revealing delicate, smooth shoulders. A coquettish moan escaped Lady Wan Pin's lips, and the temperature around them seemed to rise instantly. Lady Wan Pin pushed the man on top of her, then rose and pulled Dr. Lu into the inner chamber. Inside, red curtains swayed, lamps flickered, and a peculiar fragrance filled the entire chamber, creating a dreamlike, illusory atmosphere. Two entwined figures locked in a kiss, their tongues intertwining. Garments fell one by one to the floor, their bodies pressed tightly together as if fused into one. Breathless sounds enough to flush one's cheeks were barely restrained. Lady Wan Pin bit Dr. Lu's shoulder, desperately swallowing the cries that threatened to escape her throat. The entwined figures finally fell onto the bed, producing creaking sounds as the bed curtains swayed incessantly. Just as they were lost in passion, a loud bang announced the opening of the hall door, and the entire hall was instantly ablaze with light. The two on the bed instantly sobered, scrambling to grab their clothes from the floor to put them on. But it was too late. Emperor Yuan and the Empress, accompanied by their respective personal eunuch and maid, entered the inner chamber and saw the two sitting naked on the bed. Lady Wan Pin pulled the blanket to cover her exposed flesh, while Dr. Lu knelt on the bed in terror, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. Emperor Yuan looked at Dr. Lu as if he were already dead. Drag him away. Two eunuchs immediately stepped forward and dragged Dr. Lu out. The Empress turned aside to avoid seeing the sordid sight. A moment later, Lady Wan Pin, now fully dressed, knelt before the two. Emperor Yuan's face darkened. Wan Pin, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Your subject deserves death. I only beg your Majesty and Her Majesty to punish me alone and not involve the innocent. Innocent. When one rises, all rise. When one falls, all fall. Wan Pin, what do you think this palace is? What do you think I am? Your Majesty, all of this is my fault alone. I beg your Majesty for the sake of past affections, not to implicate others. Lady Wanpin crawled on her knees toward the Empress, hoping she would intercede for her, but before she could reach the Empress's feet, Emperor Yuan kicked her flying. Emperor Yuan was skilled in martial arts, and this kick made Lady Wanpin spit blood. Don't touch the Empress with your filthy hands. Lady Wanpin laughed. Your Majesty, you love the Empress so deeply, but do you remember that I am the one who grew up by your side since childhood? Oi. When he was a prince, she was his personal maid. When he was the crown prince, she was his consort. But when he became emperor, she became a dispensable woman in his harem. A woman he came to vent his frustrations on after being humiliated by the Empress. How pitiful she was. The Empress looked at Lady Wanpin kneeling on the ground. Oh, as a woman herself, she could somewhat understand her feelings at this moment. But no matter how the emperor behaved, a consort of the harem must not commit acts of adultery within the palace. Moreover, now the royal bloodline had been confounded. Her crime deserved death, but those innocently implicated could be shown leniency. Your Majesty, may I handle this matter? The Empress asked. Empress, this matter. Emperor Yuan met the look in her eyes. Never mind, do as you wish. The Empress gave him a faint smile, then turned to Lady Wanpin and said in a deep voice, Wanpin, tonight you offended His Majesty. From this day forth you are to be confined to the cold palace. The 11th princess is too young to be away from her mother. Tomorrow she will be sent back to the Qian family and not allowed into the palace without summons. All servants of the Yaohua palace are to be beaten to death. As for Dr. Lu, his medical skill was insufficient and he harmed me. He is to be stripped of his post as imperial physician and given 50 strokes of a cane. After speaking, the Empress took one last look at Lady Wanpin and said coldly, for the sake of the royal family's dignity, I must handle it this way. But you and Dr. Lu cannot live. Your subject thanks Her Majesty for her leniency. Storm clouds gathered over the imperial palace, and the Jiang residence was no exception. The figure in black lifted the roof tiles of the moon-embracing pavilion. Amidst swirling mist, Jiang Yueyang stood barefoot below, untying her sash and slipping off her outer robe to reveal shoulders as fair as congealed snow. The figure in black's pupils quivered, and he abruptly averted his gaze, his ear tips burning crimson. The steady drip of water echoed through the night, accompanied by the girl's soft humming. The figure in black gazed up at the silver moon overhead, letting the gentle breeze cool the heat from his face. Over a minute later, Jiang Yueyang emerged from her bath. The figure in black heard the sound of bare feet on the ground, water droplets falling with a soft patter. Then came the rustle of clothing being put on. Who's there? Qingji, now dressed in women's attire, happened to glance upward and spotted the figure in black on the roof. She immediately drew the flexible sword at her waist and used lightness skill to leap onto the rooftop. Jiang Yueyang was startled, quickly dressed, and rushed out. Xiangling, waiting outside, hurriedly draped a cloak over her shoulders. Qingji and the figure in black were already engaged in combat on the roof tiles shattering and scattering everywhere. The household servants heard the commotion and came running, but could only watch helplessly from below. They had no knowledge of lightness skill. Jiang Yueyang frowned, glancing at the figure in black. Had her father made enemies recently? Qingji cast a glance at the unsheathed sword at the figure's waist and grew frustrated, her attacks growing increasingly fierce. Having watched countless martial arts dramas, Jiang Yueyang could tell from the figure's relaxed demeanor that Qingji was no match. Moreover, the figure in black was solely on the defensive, seeking every opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Qingji pursued relentlessly, preventing him from breaking free. After a while, Jiang Sun also arrived upon hearing the disturbance. He first checked on Jiang Yueyang, and seeing she was unharmed, he soared onto the roof to join Qingji against the figure in black. Brother, Jiang Yueyang called out worriedly as he flew up. Due to Jiang Yueyang's special circumstances, Minister Jiang had hired a martial arts master to train Jiang Sun since childhood. Jiang Sun had studied diligently and was now quite skilled. With his addition, the figure in black found it even harder to escape. Then Jiang Yueyang noticed the figure's eyes shift, and he began to fight Qingji and Jiang Sun with genuine intent. Soon both of them fell into a disadvantageous position. The figure in black struck Qingji's right shoulder with a palm, sending her crashing down from the rooftop. Qingji. Jiang Yueyang instinctively stepped forward to check her injuries. Miss, don't come closer. Before he could finish, Qingji had already pushed off the ground and leaped back into the fight. Meanwhile, after exchanging 2 moves with Jiang Sun, the figure in black aimed the hilt of his unsheathed sword straight at Jiang Sun's chest. However, just as the blow was about to land, the figure in black restrained his strength, glanced at Jiang Yueyang, and quickly vanished into the night. Qingji wanted to give chase, but both Jiang Sun and Jiang Yueyang called her to stop. They were no match for the figure in black, and couldn't catch him even if they tried. Besides, the figure in black didn't seem to have come to harm them. Jiang Sun descended from the roof, and Jiang Yueyang asked worriedly, Brother, are you hurt? No, he didn't intend to injure me. Qingji, how are you? Jiang Yueyang asked, looking past Jiang Sun. This subordinate is fine. That said, Qingji's face was pale, and her right arm seemed unusable. Don't pretend. Jiang Yueyang turned to the servants. Go fetch the physician. Yes. A servant responded and ran off. At that moment, Minister Jiang and his wife rushed over in disheveled state, their hair undone and clothes improperly fastened. Yueyang, Yueyang. The couple called out her name as they crossed the corridor. Father, mother, I'm fine. Take your time. How could they slow down? They wished they could fly. Only when they saw their daughter standing unharmed did the couple finally exhale in relief. Minister Jiang asked, why was there a figure in black? Was he targeting Yueyang? Jiang Sun shook his head. I don't know, but from the exchange he didn't seem to want to harm anyone. How so? The figure in black is highly skilled. Even combined Qingji and I couldn't match him. Minister Jiang frowned. You mean he could have easily killed you? Though reluctant to admit it, both Qingji and Jiang Sun hesitantly nodded. Such a formidable person. Why would he suddenly target our family? Could it be that? Minister Jiang raised his hand to interrupt. No, it can't be. What had happened in the palace today, aside from matters concerning the emperor, Yueyang had only exposed the temper of the Minister of Right's granddaughter. That shouldn't warrant such consequences. The old man from the Ministry of Rights wasn't foolish. Then why had the figure in black come to their home? Could he have come to the wrong place? Jiang Yueyang's brows twitched, and she summoned the system. Xiaogua, do you know who that figure in black was? Everyone present quietly perked up their ears. Figure in black. What figure in black? In shielded mode, I cannot access relevant data. Everyone was visibly disappointed. Minister Jiang said, Yueyang father will arrange more guards for you. Xiangling Qingji stay alert recently. Yes. The scene shifted elsewhere. After leaving the Jiang residence, the figure in black leaped across rooftops along the street until reaching a grand mansion. A man emerged from the darkness and knelt on one knee before the figure in black. Young master, how many more days until they arrive? Approximately 10 days. The figure in black stepped into the mansion and the man rose to follow. Investigate the Minister of Revenue's family in secret, especially that Miss Jiang. Why was the Emperor's secret guard following her? The man didn't ask and respectfully replied yes. The figure in black pushed open a door and entered a room. Hanging on the wall was a painting of a man and a woman gazing at each other with eyes full of deep affection. Beside the portrait rested a blood-stained armor. The figure in black reached out and brushed his hand over the congealed blood, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Young master, how should we arrange Qingga and the others moving forward? Proceed according to the plan. The figure in black paused. Arrange for someone to enter the Jiang residence and report on Miss Jiang's movements at all times. Who should we send? Ling Feng. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Emperor Yuan ordered concubine Wan to be imprisoned in the cold palace. Imperial physician Lu was flogged 50 times and expelled from the palace for prescribing incorrect medicine, which worsened the empress's condition. No one knew that after returning home, imperial physician Lu was secretly executed by the emperor's secret guards. The darkness of night would eventually yield to dawn. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the carved window lattice, casting golden patterns on the bluestone path in the courtyard. The autumn dawn carried a hint of chill, with the air fragrant with the faint scent of flowers and damp earth. Because of the man in black, Jiang Yueyang had not slept soundly the night before, so even though she woke at the hour of C9 to 11 a.m., she still looked thoroughly exhausted. Jiang Yueyang sat with her eyes closed before the bronze mirror, letting Xiangling do her makeup. A cup of tea later, Xiangling pinned a plum blossom tassel hairpin into her hair and said with admiration, Miss, you are the most beautiful lady I have ever seen. Jiang Yueyang wore a moon-white long dress, its hem rippling like water, light and flowing. Her brows were like distant mountains, their gentle curve resembling a crescent moon. Beneath her brows were bright, large eyes, clear as autumn waters, sparkling with every glance as though they could speak. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, giving her an air of delicate charm that was impossible to resist. Jiang Yueyang looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror and agreed she was quite beautiful. She might not quite rival the legendary beauties of old, but she was undoubtedly a vision of grace. In her past life, she had also been pretty, but never this stunning. Xiangling, you have excellent taste. Keep it up, and when you find a handsome husband, I will prepare a generous dowry for you. Xiangling was not a shy girl, but whenever marriage was mentioned, she would blush. Covering her face, she pouted, Miss, you are teasing me again. This is so embarrassing. Not embarrassing at all, I am being serious. Jiang Yueyang looked earnest. An handsome husband may not fill your stomach, but an ugly one will make you lose your appetite. Xiangling's eyes filled with confusion. Miss, my mother says a husband should be reliable and hardworking. Looks do not matter. Jiang Yueyang chuckled softly. Your mother is not wrong, but would it not be better to have both? Xiangling nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, breakfast was brought from the kitchen. After a light meal, Jiang Yueyang led Xiangling and Qingji out in a carriage. Yesterday, they had visited Qingfeng Tower and Suxiang Hall, but Linglong Pavilion remained unexplored. With the driver guiding the way, the three of them soon arrived at the largest silver shop in the capital, Linglong Pavilion. Linglong Pavilion differed from ordinary silver shops. Here, in addition to gold and silver jewelry, there were also ornaments of gemstones, jade, and agate. Moreover, the storefront was remarkably spacious. The first floor was straightforward, with a main hall and individual counters, plus a corner reserved as a rest area, offering simple tea and snacks. The second floor consisted of private rooms available for a fee, typically serving wealthy patrons and children of officials with dedicated one-on-one service. The third floor was reserved for imperial supply, inaccessible even to the wealthy. Jiang Yueyang glanced around the layout of Linglong Pavilion and asked curiously, Xiangling, do you know who the owner behind Linglong Pavilion is? Xiangling shook her head. She did not know. Qingji, noticing this, spoke up. It is the merchant family of Bai. Currently, the eldest young master of the main branch manages the shop. As a former secret guard of the Yuan Emperor Qingji had some knowledge of the families in the capital. The eldest young master of the Bai family is quite shrewd in business. It had a modern marketing feel. In business, service comes first. Only when customers feel sincerity and care will they part with their money. And shopping is about happiness and comfort. Linglong Pavilion has created a very comfortable shopping environment, which is done excellently. Jiang Yueyang commented, as if no one else were around, unaware that her words had been overheard. Just then a woman in elegant cyan robes approached with a smile. Is this your first time at Linglong Pavilion, miss? Jiang Yueyang studied the woman before her and nodded, puzzled. And you are? The woman curtsied and introduced herself. I am Manager Zhang, in charge of Linglong Pavilion. The main hall is quite crowded, miss. Would you like to move to the second floor? Indeed, the first floor was bustling with many men about. Jiang Yueyang did not hesitate and agreed. Manager Zhang led them to the second private room on the east side. The interior was similar to a tea house room except for an additional bronze mirror. As soon as they entered, an attendant promptly brought tea and snacks. Manager Zhang smiled and asked, would the miss like to browse some jewelry? Of course. I trouble you to select some pieces for me to choose from. Please wait, I will prepare them at once. Just then 4 young women walked past their room and stopped. Jiang Yueyang turned at the sound. Among the 4 women was a familiar face. Lin Wan'er, the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights whom she had met just the day before. Miss Lin, what do you want? All because of you. If not for you, I would have been. Wan'er. Lin Wan'er's words were cut off by the girl in yellow beside her. Jiang Yueyang was utterly bewildered. Had she not had any quarrel with Lin Wan'er? The girl in yellow smiled. Miss Jiang, would you mind if we came in and sat? Jiang Yueyang was unwilling inside, for she was not acquainted with them. But one could not turn away a smiling face, so she reluctantly said, please come in. The 4 entered, and the girl in yellow introduced herself. I am Lin Wan'er's elder sister. These 2 are Miss Li from the family of the Vice Minister of Works and Miss Chao from the family of the Vice Minister of Rights. Since Lin was already engaged, she was no longer a candidate for crown princess. Jiang Yueyang nodded to them, a simple acknowledgement of acquaintance. Xiao Guo, why do I feel like they come with ill intentions? Lin Susu's eyes flickered with surprise. She could truly hear inner thoughts. She had originally thought her sister Wan'er had lost her mind, but it was real. Host, do not be afraid. I have the gossip on them. If they bully you, grab their shortcomings. What gossip? Tell me quickly. Jiang Yueyang, you. Lin Wan'er shouted her name loudly, but the words that followed caught in her throat, unable to come out. Jiang Yueyang frowned. In all her years, she had never been shouted at by anyone in such a blunt manner. Miss Lin, that is very impolite. Stop playing dumb with me, we can. Her voice cut off abruptly. Lin Wan'er's face turned pale as a suffocating sensation swept over her entire body. What about us? Jiang Yueyang asked, suppressing her temper. Lin Wan'er could not produce any sound, which in Jiang Yueyang's eyes was an unfounded accusation and deliberate provocation. Baffling. Xiao Guo, host, anger harms the body. Come follow my breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Jiang Yueyang. Are you giving birth? I want gossip, not breathing exercises. Xiao Guo laughed awkwardly. Host, let me tell you, the Lin before you is carrying a child. Has a child? Does she mean what I think she means? You're talking nonsense. Lin immediately denied it, but then she remembered that her period hadn't arrived this month. It can't be, it can't be. Being yelled at inexplicably twice in a row, Jiang Yueyang's normally good temper finally snapped, and her expression instantly darkened. She pressed the small teacup in her hand firmly onto the tabletop, spilling tea everywhere. If you 2 sisters have issues with your brains, go see a doctor. Don't scream at me here. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You're defaming my reputation and accusing me of bullying you. You're the one filing false charges. When did I defame? Jiang Yueyang suddenly paused mid-sentence. Xiao Guo, can she hear my inner thoughts? Impossible. I communicate with the host through consciousness. No one other than you can hear, and I guarantee this under my system authority. Lin wanted to speak up, insisting she could hear, but no sound would come out. She felt as though she couldn't breathe, as if she were dying. Xiao Li and the other 2 ladies tried to speak as well, but the result was the same as the Lin sisters. They felt as though they were suffocating. Only when they abandoned that thought did the discomfort subside. Even though Xiao Guo was so emphatic, doubts still lingered in Jiang Yueyang's heart. Then why would she coincidentally mention that I defamed her reputation? That's her usual trick. She's definitely trying to smear you. Host, listen to me, Lin she. Wait, let me get rid of these eyesores first. They're ruining my enjoyment of the drama. With those words, Jiang Yueyang looked at Qingji. Qingji, show them out. Yes. Qingji gestured for the 4 of them to leave a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Ladies, please. Lady Li and Lady Chao hurried to their feet, but the Lin sisters remained seated. Qingji didn't waste words, drawing a portion of her sword. A silver glint flashed. Seeing the killing intent in those eyes, Lin Wan'er immediately pulled Lin up from the stool. Qingji escorted the 4 out and closed the private room door behind them. After walking a short distance, she stopped and flashed a token at the 4. By order of your majesty, no one is permitted to leak the matter of Miss Zhang's inner thoughts. Violators will be beheaded. The 4 wanted to speak, but even if they wanted to, they couldn't get a word out. Inside the private room, Jiang Yueyang continued enjoying the drama. Xiao Guo, host, do you know how Lin Susu's engagement came about? How did it come about? By underhanded means. Lin Susu's current fiancé is Qin Shi, the vice minister of the Dali Temple. But Qin Shi was originally already engaged. It all started when Lin Susu happened to encounter Qin Shi. Finding him handsome, well-positioned, and of good character, she set her sights on marrying him. So at a wedding banquet, she deliberately pretended to stumble and fall into the water on Qin Shi's usual path. Without a second thought, Qin Shi jumped in to rescue her. After pulling her ashore, someone happened to see Lin Susu disheveled and unconscious in Qin Shi's arms. Though the great Xia was relatively open-minded, it wasn't open-minded to that extent. In the eyes of society, Lin Susu had effectively lost her purity. If Qin Shi refused to marry her, she would be completely ruined. Afterwards, Qin Shi grew suspicious, but the rumors only intensified. At that time, Lin Susu played the part of the understanding woman, telling him it didn't matter, that she could always become a nun, and that he shouldn't burden himself with guilt. Qin Shi believed her. A man as upright as he would never shirk responsibility. He asked his original fiancé's family to dissolve the engagement, and publicly declared that the breakup was entirely his fault. But Qin Shi had no idea that those rumors had been deliberately spread by Lin Susu herself, all to apply pressure on him. By then Qin Shi had returned. Jiang Yueyang instinctively glanced up, then returned her gaze to continue gossiping with Xiaoguo. He's the legendary vice minister of the Dali Temple, renowned for his sharp judgment. How could he be so blind to such a clumsy scheme? In the adjacent private room, Qin Shi and Cui Yuan, the temple vice minister, who had just sat down. They had come here to select a birthday gift for the minister of the Dali Temple's wife, never expecting to overhear such explosive gossip. System, perhaps it's because those closest to the situation are the hardest to see clearly. Then what about the child in Lin Susu's belly? Could it be the vice minister's? His mind thundered. Temple Vice Minister Cui Yuan shot Qin Shi a peculiar glance. Their minister. Of course not. Qin Shi is the type of man who would never cross the line before marriage. The child belongs to Lin Susu's cousin Zhao Quan. Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but get excited. Oh my, another cousin appeared. What's the deal with this Zhao Quan? Lin Susu was willing to abandon the vice minister of the Dali Temple for him. Hearing this, the system replied with disdain, he's nobody of note, just a wealthy, idle, rich kid. But he's got a decent face and knows how to sweet talk. After Lin Susu became engaged to Qin Shi, she found him lacking in tenderness, unable to say pleasing words, and never bringing her gifts. Moreover, he would often embarrass her unintentionally in front of others. 2 months ago, Zhao Quan had arrived early with his parents to wish the Lady Lin a happy birthday. Zhao Quan set his sights on Lin Susu and wanted to win her over. He showered her with sweet words, gifts, and attentions, and the two gradually sparked something between them. Shortly after, at Lady Lin's birthday banquet, the two gave in to their passions and consummated their relationship. At first, Lin Susu wished she could kill Zhao Quan, but within 2 days, she had started replaying that night in her mind. Zhao Quan was a seasoned player in matters of the heart. He saw right through her, and with a little more temptation, the two fell into each other's arms once again. Once they tasted pleasure, they couldn't stop, and they began a secret affair. And so the child arrived unexpectedly. By the way, Lin Susu and Qin Shi's wedding is scheduled for the 6th day of the first lunar month next year. If she doesn't terminate the pregnancy, she'll likely find an excuse to advance the wedding date. So the vice minister of the Dali Temple is going to be the sucker. How pitiful. The system asked host, aren't you going to warn Qin Shi? Never mind. I'm not close with the vice minister. Besides, even if I spoke up, no one would believe me. I might even get bitten in return. If someone asked how I knew, I wouldn't even know how to explain. Also, I'm an unmarried young lady. I can't possibly involve myself in such matters. Vice minister. I'm sorry, I truly wish I could help, but I can't. Knock, knock, knock. Manager Zhang, who had been standing outside for quite some time, raised her hand and knocked. She wasn't deliberately eavesdropping. She simply couldn't resist. Manager Zhang placed the tray in her hands on the table and asked with a smile, Miss, do you find any of these jewelry pieces to your liking? All of them were carefully crafted by our finest artisans at Linglong Pavilion. Each piece is unique. Jiang Yueyang's eyes immediately fell upon a pearl jewelry set on the tray. Delicate and exquisite, perfectly suited for a young lady of her age. Pearls from this era were completely natural. Source: a certain novel platform infringement will be deleted. After finishing the gossip about Lin Susu, Jiang Yueyang seriously began selecting her favorite jewelry. Little did she know that the people in the private rooms on both sides were unsettled, especially Qin Shi and his group. Cui Yuan secretly observed his master's expression, seeing him expressionless and wondering what he was thinking. The atmosphere around them was heavy and oppressive. Qin Shi was wondering who the person next door was and why they knew these things. Were what she said true? After a while, Cui Yuan tentatively asked, Sir, are you alright? Qin Shi snapped back to attention and said, Go find out who is using the private room next door. Cui Yuan did not move and asked, Sir, is this what matters now? What matters now is to find out whether your betrothed is really having an affair with someone else. Just go and do as I say. Qin Shi's tone turned stern. Yes, I'll go inquire right away. Cui Yuan rose, opened the door, and stepped out. Just then a waiter was approaching, so he beckoned to him. The waiter saw him and hurried over. What can I do for you, young master? Cui Yuan took a silver coin from his waist and tossed it to the waiter, then pointed to Jiang Yueyang's private room and whispered, Which family's young lady is in there? The waiter glanced at the room and whispered back, I saw Miss Lin from the rights minister's family calling the guest inside, Miss Jiang. She seems to be from Minister Zhang's household. Miss Jiang. Shui Yuan turned and re-entered the room. You heard that right. Qin Shi lowered his gaze in thought. Recently Minister Jiang had inexplicably invited him for tea and deliberately steered him to investigate the nephew of Minister Liu. After the court session today, the emperor had kept him behind to ask about the earlier case of the violated young girl. When he mentioned that Minister Jiang had provided the clue, the emperor let him go. Could it be that all of this was uncovered by Miss Jiang? But where did she learn those things? Was his betrothed truly having an affair with someone else? Seeing Qin Shi's silent, Shui Yuan spoke again. Sir, say something. Should I go investigate your betrothed and her cousin? What do you think? Shui Yuan scratched his head. Sir, please give me a clear order. I'm afraid I might misunderstand. I have no hobby of raising another man's child. Understood. I'll find out everything clearly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Susu and her sister along with Miss Chow and Miss Li left the Linglong pavilion and boarded their respective carriages to go home. On the way, Miss Chow and Miss Li couldn't help wondering, was Lin Susu really pregnant? Whose child was it? Second young Master Qin didn't seem like the type to break rules. The thought made them uneasy. Could Lin Susu have secretly hooked up with another man behind young Master Qin's back? Then they couldn't help feeling schadenfreude. Lin Susu always considered herself superior, looking down on them in various ways. If anyone learned of her shameful deed, she would surely become the laughingstock of the capital. As for Lin Susu, Lin Wan'er immediately pressed her on whether she was pregnant. Lin Susu flatly denied it, but after returning home, Lin Wan'er told their mother about it. At that time, Madame Lin, the wife of the eldest son, was walking anxiously toward Lin Susu's courtyard. After returning, Lin Susu paced back and forth in her room, mentally counting the days since her last period. She murmured to herself, it's only 3 days late. No, it can't be. Her maidservant Nanny Wang, seeing her restless, asked worriedly, Young miss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Susu suddenly snapped back to reality and said with a trembling voice, Nanny, I feel anxious and uneasy. Please go fetch Dr. Wen to examine me. Dr. Wen was a physician from Baichao Hall and the Lin family's personal doctor. If something were wrong, he wouldn't leak it. All right, I'll send someone to fetch him right away. No, you must go yourself. I don't want my parents to worry. She couldn't trust anyone else. Fine, I'll go personally. Nanny Wang turned around only to find Madame Lin and Lin Wan'er standing not far behind her. Madame Lin steadied herself and said calmly, Nanny Wang, I'm feeling unwell. Go fetch Dr. Wen to examine me. Leave through the back door and don't let anyone see you. Hearing this, Nanny Wang, who had seen much of inner house affairs, vaguely guessed something from the young Mrs. behavior. She glanced back at Lin Susu, then hurried out. Poor girl. Mother. Lin Susu called out weakly. Madame Lin walked up to Lin Susu and slapped her across the face. Lin Susu staggered from the blow, her cheek swelling, immediately showing the force of the slap. How did I give birth to such a shameless thing? If this gets out, you'll disgrace the entire Lin family. Mother, I didn't. It was cousin who forced me. Madame Lin looked at Lin Susu's personal maid, who knelt with a thud, trembling. He forced you? Madame Lin sneered. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? If you hadn't given him the chance, he wouldn't dare force you, even with 10 times the courage. Lin Susu knelt down. Mother, I was wrong. This must not be known. Grandfather would beat me to death. Now you're scared. Why didn't you think about the consequences before doing such a shameless thing? Mother, I'm sorry, please help me. Tears streamed down Lin Susu's face. Madame Lin's eyes also reddened. After all, she had carried her for 10 months. How could she bear to see her die? Get up. Let me think how to handle this. After more than a quarter of an hour, Nanny Wang brought Dr. Wen in through the back gate of the Lin residence and headed toward Lin Susu's courtyard. Dr. Wen was familiar with the Lin mansion and knew this wasn't the way to Madame Lin's courtyard, but he didn't ask. In grand households, one should see, hear, and speak less. Soon they arrived at Lin Susu's room, where she lay on the bed. Dr. Wen, my Susu says she feels unwell. Please examine her to see if she's ill. Dr. Wen stepped forward, took out a pulse pillow from his medical box, and felt her pulse. He listened carefully, then raised an eyebrow slightly. The young miss is fine, just lack of sleep. I'll prescribe a sedative. She'll be fine after 2 days. That's good. Thank you, Dr. Wen. I'll see you out. Dr. Wen didn't decline, and they walked out together to a secluded corner. Speak. The young miss is 1 month pregnant. Even with prior preparation, Madame Lin, the eldest young master's wife, swayed unsteadily and nearly fainted, but fortunately her trusted maid Nurse Chen caught her in time. This matter, I beg you, Dr. Wen, keep strictly confidential. I shall keep my lips sealed, madam. Madame Lin cast a glance at Nurse Chen, who promptly produced a rather heavy pouch of money and pressed it into Dr. Wen's hands. Dr. Wen accepted it without much thought. Refusing would have made them uneasy. See Dr. Wen out. Yes, madam. After Dr. Wen departed, Madame Lin returned to Lin Susu's room, where Nurse Wang was seated by the bedside, soothing her agitated spirits. Come to my quarters tonight and take the medicine. The Lin residence had its own pharmacy and naturally possessed prescriptions for inducing abortion. In another courtyard, concubine's son gazed toward Lin Susu's quarters, gently fanning herself with a round silk fan. Xinger, go and find out what illness the first miss has fallen upon and why a doctor was summoned so suddenly. Xinger immediately replied, Concubine's son, it is not the first miss who is unwell, but the madam. Then why did she go to the first miss's courtyard? She said the madam went to visit the first miss, and after sitting for only a short while she grew unwell. Concubine's son frowned, pondering for a moment, then said, keep a close watch over that side. When Jiang Yueyang emerged from Linglong Pavilion, several carriages passed before her eyes. A gentle breeze lifted the carriage curtains, revealing the dignified figures seated within, those noble ladies who had entered the palace earlier for the eldest princess's flower-viewing banquet. Each carriage was accompanied by a palace maid, which struck Jiang Yueyang as rather unusual. At that moment, the last carriage suddenly came to a halt. Gu Ruo, granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, poked her head out from the carriage and waved at Jiang Yueyang. "Miss Jiang, might I ask you to come over for a moment?" Jiang Yueyang approached with quiet curiosity. "I am Gu Ruo. I wish to be friends with you." The young lady smiled sweetly. Jiang Yueyang grew even more puzzled. "Miss Gu, why do you wish to be friends with me?" "Because you are both beautiful and remarkable. I enjoy making friends with extraordinary people. Let me share a secret with you. We have just come from the Imperial Palace." Jiang Yueyang raised her brows slightly, about to ask why they had come from the palace. But the palace maid standing beside the carriage spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Miss Gu, it is time we return." Gu Ruo shot a glance at the maid and hurriedly added, "Miss Jiang, I will send you an invitation. Shall we play together sometime?" Jiang Yueyang offered a polite smile in response. Gu Ruo did not seem to mind, and waved cheerfully before tucking her head back into the carriage. The carriages gradually disappeared into the distance. This time, accompanying the noble ladies back from the palace, besides several items bestowed by the empress, was an extra palace maid. Aside from the noble ladies left in the palace and the emperor and empress themselves, no one knew the true purpose of that maid. After returning home, the noble ladies merely told their families not to provoke Minister Zhang's daughter, and best to keep a wide berth should they happen to spot her. Furthermore, they secretly inquired whether their families had ever done anything improper. If so, they were advised to cease such behavior immediately or submit a memorial of apology to the throne. And so certain noble ladies received a stern scolding. Meanwhile, across the city, Cui Yuan, vice director of the Court of Judicature and Revision, after extensive inquiries, finally located the Lin family's cousin on a pleasure boat. After several rounds of drinks, the two had become sworn drinking buddies. "Brother Cui, your drinking capacity is impressive. I can't go on." With that, Zhao Quan collapsed forward, drunk beyond consciousness. Cui Yuan gave Zhao Quan a shake. "Brother Zhao, can you hear me? Where do you live? I shall see you home." Zhao Quan did not respond. Unwilling to give up, Cui Yuan glanced around and lowered his voice. "Brother Zhao, is there any improper relationship between you and Lin Susu?" Zhao Quan grunted twice, but remained unresponsive. Cui Yuan, whose plan had been to get him drunk to extract information, could not resist tapping him on the head. "TSK, this fellow is utterly useless." Cui Yuan rose to leave, but after a few steps, frustration got the better of him, and he turned back to kick Zhao Quan once more. Before long, the sun dipped toward the western horizon, and Jiang Yueyang, thoroughly satisfied, boarded her carriage home. Cui Yuan, equally exhausted, sat down at a roadside noodle stall. After all his efforts, he had found nothing. "Boss, a bowl of noodles for me. Right away." Soon the noodles were ready. Cui Yuan picked up his chopsticks, but from behind came a rustling whisper. "Hey, have you heard? Minister Lin's eldest granddaughter is with child." "When did this happen? Who told you?" "Just today. Wu Posey from Plum Blossom Lane told me." "And how does Wu Posey know?" "How should I know? She claims she heard it from someone else." "That must be false. I have seen Minister Lin's eldest granddaughter. She does not appear to be the type of girl who would behave so recklessly. Rumors do not arise without cause. Besides, I saw servants from the Lin residence go to Baichao Hall to summon a doctor today. Summoning a doctor proves nothing. Who does not get a headache or a fever once in a while? Believe what you will. Regardless, the story is being whispered on every street and corner now. Come on, let us go and see if it is true." The several women hurried off, and Cui Yuan quickly finished his noodles before continuing his investigation. The Lin residence. Xing'er, concubine's son's maid, dashed into the courtyard, panting heavily. "Concubine's son, my mother just came to ask me whether the first miss is." She paused mid-sentence, then leaned close to concubine's son and whispered. "She asked if the first miss is pregnant, and said that rumors are already spreading that the first miss has been unfaithful." Concubine's son's eyes widened in shock, then visibly brightened with excitement. "So that is how it is. I wondered why a doctor was summoned so suddenly. Who would have thought the first miss, who always appears so pure and virtuous, is actually—" "Haha." Concubine's son laughed until her shoulders trembled. As day gave way to night, the streets grew nearly deserted, and the entire capital was wrapped in a deep tranquility. The vermilion-red gates stood firmly shut, the gold lacquer on the door rings gleaming faintly under the moonlight. Yet just beyond that wall, in the inner courtyard, the surface appeared calm, while underneath dark currents surged. Nurse Chun arrived at the Lin residence's pharmacy, which was managed by one steward and two young servants with some knowledge of herbal medicine. The three rose to greet Nurse Chun upon her arrival. Nurse Chun said, "The madam is unwell. I am here to prepare some medicine." "Which herbs does Nurse Chun need?" "I will have the two of them prepare them for you." "No need. You go about your business. I can manage myself." Hearing this, the steward immediately understood they were not to listen, ask, or look. "Then carry on." The steward offered an ingratiating smile and turned to the two servants. "You two go and bring in the medicinal herbs drying outside." There were no herbs drying outside. This was merely the steward's excuse to send them away. The two servants, being sharp enough, nodded and left without hesitation. After all three had exited, Nurse Chun was about to begin preparing the medicine when concubine's son's voice came from outside the door. Why are you all standing outside? Concubine's son said. This is a prescription the doctor gave me to nourish my body. Fetch the herbs for me. Ignoring the steward's deliberate or accidental obstruction, she walked into the pharmacy. Old Mammy-chan, why are you here? Concubine's son feigned surprise. Currently favored Concubine's son caused old Mammy-chan to curl her lips and reply, the eldest young madam is unwell. I came to fetch some herbs. During the day I heard that sister was indisposed. I intended to visit, but unfortunately the master came. Now that I have free time I will accompany you back to see our sister. Old Mammy-chan thought, could this woman have learned something? Concubine's son smiled with curved brows and eyes. Old Mammy-chan, aren't you going to fetch the herbs? Why haven't you done so? Sister is still waiting to drink them. With Concubine's son staring intently from the side, old Mammy-chan could not procure the abortion medicine in her presence. Concubine's son, having come from the pleasure quarters, would certainly recognize an abortifacient. So old Mammy-chan casually grabbed some blood-nourishing herbs and returned. Concubine's son naturally followed and instructed her other maidservant Lier, take the herbs back and decoct them. I will drink them when I return. One must play the act thoroughly to avoid exposure. Concubine's son, accompanied by her maidservant Xinger, followed old Mammy-chan to the eldest young madam's courtyard, Autumn Water's residence. As soon as Concubine's son arrived at the threshold, the eldest young madam saw her, and also realized that the night's plan could not proceed smoothly. Your humble sister pays respects to our sister. After curtsying, Concubine's son looked at Lin Susu, who stood beside the eldest young madam. Is the eldest young lady here as well? Lin Susu ignored her, as usual, refusing to give her a pleasant expression. What are you doing here? Return to your own courtyard. I heard that sister is unwell, so I came specially to visit. Concubine's son disregarded the eldest young madam's scowl and dismissal. Why is the eldest young lady's complexion so pale? Are you ill? Lin Susu's heart tightened, and her palms turned cold with sweat. She forced herself to remain composed, and said, I am perfectly fine. You need not pretend to be nice here. Concubine's son feigned hurt. How can the eldest young lady say that? I only care about you and our sister. Since both of you dislike me, I will not linger here to be unwelcome. She bowed to the two of them. Whether you believe it or not, I sincerely wish for both our sister and the eldest young lady to be well. Then her sincerity manifested as telling the eldest young master that the eldest young madam was unwell, convincing him to stay with her for the next few days. The eldest young master found her gesture extremely considerate and rewarded her generously. The eldest young madam, who had originally planned to secretly abort Lin Susu's child in the dead of night, cursed Concubine's son as a bitch upon hearing that the eldest young master would be staying at Autumn Water's residence. The plan to abort Lin Susu's child was temporarily foiled. They did not yet know what the next day would bring. The following morning, just after the eldest young madam had seen the eldest young master off to court, old Mammy Chun hurried back from outside. What is the urgency? Have you bought the herbs? Concubine's son's behavior the previous night had likely aroused suspicion, making it unsafe to procure herbs from the family pharmacy. So early in the morning, she had instructed old Mammy Chun to buy herbs from outside pharmacies, one type from each shop, to avoid detection. Eldest young madam, it's bad. The eldest young madam's heart skipped a beat, and she sensed a foreboding. What has happened? Old Mammy Chun lowered her voice. The news is spreading that the eldest young lady is pregnant. The eldest young madam shot to her feet, accidentally striking the corner of the table and knocking over the teacups on it. This morning, as soon as old Mammy Chun stepped out, she had not gone far before hearing people gossiping about their young lady. At first, she did not hear clearly until she heard children in the street singing that their young lady was shameless, had illicit relations with an outsider, and was pregnant before marriage. Only then did she understand. Without even buying the herbs, she rushed back. Bitch! I will flay her skin. The eldest young madam instinctively believed that Concubine's son had spread the rumors. Eldest young madam, Concubine's son can be dealt with later. The urgent matter is to protect the eldest young lady's reputation. Hearing this, the eldest young madam immediately calmed down. Yes. Think of a way. But she did not know that it was already too late. The matter had been fermenting since the previous evening and had spread from mouth to mouth throughout the capital's streets and alleys. Even the emperor and empress in the palace had learned of it. Emperor Yuan looked at Minister Lin and his son, who had come to court as usual, and after some hesitation, said, Minister Lin. Minister Lin and his son together raised their heads. I thought you and the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review would both ask for leave today. Minister Lin was puzzled. Your Majesty, why would I ask for leave? I am perfectly fine. You do not know. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Emperor Yuan looked troubled. It is not easy for me to say. As a seasoned official, Minister Lin sensed that something was amiss. He had felt uneasy when entering the palace. Colleagues were casting strange glances at the father and son and whispering behind their backs. Recently, he had impeached quite a few people, so resentment from some was normal. He had not taken it to heart. But the emperor's words now indicated that the situation was different. Minister Lin stepped forward and again implored, please speak plainly, Your Majesty. Emperor Yuan still refused to say. He waved his hand. I grant you both a few days off. Go outside and listen. You will understand. Seeing that the emperor would not tell them, the father and son exchanged a glance and bowed together. Your servants take their leave. The father and son quickly walked out of the great hall and soon left the palace gate. They did not take a carriage, but walked through the streets. The commoners also cast strange glances at them. Out of fear of their power, the commoners did not dare to discuss Lin Susu's pregnancy in front of them. But the children did not think so much. Minister Lin gave them a few copper coins, and they blurted out everything. Minister Lin fainted on the spot. When he came to the eldest young master, had already clarified the matter. Zhao Quan had also been tied up. At that moment, Zhao Quan's parents were outside, begging the eldest young master to spare Zhao Quan, even saying that since things had come to this, why not marry the families? Minister Lin leaned against the headboard, seeming to have aged many years in an instant. Ignoring the noise outside, he stared gloomily at Lin Susu, who knelt before his bed. Even now, he could not believe that his granddaughter, always so observant of propriety, could have committed such a shameless act. He closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Listen to me. No matter what, this matter must be covered up. The Lin family cannot have such a scandal." Lin Susu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her grandfather was willing to protect her. She was saved. At that moment, a servant reported that the Qin family had arrived. The delegation from the Qin family consisted of Madame Qin and young Master Qin. Minister Lin ordered Zhao Quan's family to be taken away, warning them that they would bear full responsibility should they dare to cause trouble. Zhao Quan's family was indeed afraid of Minister Lin. Moreover, they believed that Zhao Quan and Lin Susu's affair had already reached the point of no return. Lin Susu could only marry into their Zhao family. In the main hall of the Lin residence, Minister Lin sat in the seat of honor. Madame Qin and elder Master Lin's wife sat opposite him, while young Master Qin stood behind his mother. Coming without prior notice is most presumptuous. I hope the esteemed minister will not hold it against us. Madame Qin spoke, first a faint smile upon her face. The moment she spoke, the Lin family could sense something was amiss. Ever since the two families had agreed upon the marriage, Madame Qin had always addressed them as dear-in-laws. What kind of words are these, dear-in-law? Our two families are now bound by marriage. Such empty formalities are unnecessary. Minister Lin forced a smile. Madame Qin's expression grew even colder. Esteemed minister, if I may be so bold, I lost my husband in my youth and raised two children on my own. I ask for nothing else but their safety as they grow up, and that in the future they marry virtuous and proper wives, spending their lives side by side. That goes without saying. Our Susu is a fine girl who will surely become a devoted wife, caring for her grandchildren and ensuring they have no worries. Upon hearing these words, the smile completely vanished from Madame Qin's face. Esteemed minister, I shall not mince words. My son and I have come today to address the rumors spreading like wildfire outside. Elder Master Lin's wife hurriedly explained, those are baseless fabrications. Everyone in the capital knows what kind of person our Susu is. Someone clearly cannot bear to see our Susu well and is deliberately slandering her. Dear-in-law, please do not believe these rumors. Rumors do not arise from nothing. Although our Qin family cannot compare to your Lin family, we are still a household of clear reputation. We would never marry a woman of loose conduct. Now everyone says it was my son who offended Susu. But I know what kind of person he is. As his mother, I can assure you he would never have done such an improper thing. Minister Lin slammed his hand upon the table and rose. What are you implying? You have not even investigated the matter yet you already assume my granddaughter is involved with someone inappropriately. Young Master Qin spoke coldly. Esteemed minister serves in the same court as I. You must understand the importance of reputation. If the Qin family truly believed Miss Lin had been unfaithful, we would not be here today. We would have come with divorce papers. Though young Master Qin had not entered officialdom, his noble birth gave him an air of authority in both speech and manner. Minister Lin studied him carefully, and the two men's presence matched in intensity. I know what kind of person our Susu is. I am her mother. Elder Master Lin's wife said, suppressing her conscience to defend her daughter's honor. Then let us ask a physician to examine her pulse. Madame Qin, who had raised two children alone, was far from a weak and easily manipulated woman. Absolutely not. Elder Master Lin's wife reacted strongly. You demand our Susu prove her innocence based on mere groundless rumors. If this spreads, how will she ever face people in the future? Your Qin family is bullying us too far. Minister Lin thundered. Bullying the Lin family. Madame Qin rose with a mocking smile. The rumors currently circulating all stem from your household. The Qin family is the one being implicated. If you refuse to call a physician, then let us end this engagement. Silence fell. We can end the engagement. Minister Lin knew that at this point there was no possibility of preserving the marriage between the two families. His granddaughter could not prove her innocence, and the Qin family would never accept her under such clouded circumstances. Rather than letting things deteriorate further, it would be better to salvage what remained. Father, we cannot end the engagement. If we do, people will think our Susu truly. Elder Master Lin's wife disagreed with the divorce. Minister Lin cast a sharp glance at her, then turned back to Madame Qin. We can end the engagement, but not at this critical juncture. My granddaughter is innocent. We cannot let this destroy her reputation. If you do not believe us, then produce evidence. Otherwise, the marriage stands. Our two families have completed the 3 letters and 6 rights, the 3 documents, and 6 proposals. By all accounts, Susu is already your Qin family's daughter-in-law. Very well. We shall deliver the divorce papers to your residence in 1 month. Please return my son's birth certificate. Madame Qin was about to speak, but seeing her eldest son agree to delay the divorce, she swallowed her words. How can it be your family initiating the divorce? If anyone is ending this, it should be the Lin family. Elder Master Lin's wife felt that if the Qin family initiated the divorce, their child would still face gossip and damage to their reputation. Be quiet, Minister Lin barked. Elder Master Lin's wife trembled and lowered her head, daring not to speak further. 1 month is too short. Let us set it at 3 months from now for the divorce. No, Madame Qin refused. 3 months later will be close to the wedding date. Who knows what complications may arise? Then 2 months. As the esteemed minister decides. Young Master Qin struck the final blow. Mother, let us return. Young Master Qin supported Madame Qin, and ignoring the Lin family, walked out on his own. Only after settling into the Qin family carriage did Madame Qin speak. Chair, why did you agree to delay the divorce by 2 months? We should have ended it on the spot. Mother, I currently serve in officialdom and am in the same court as the Lin family. There is no benefit in burning bridges with them. Minister Lin is not a magnanimous man. As a minister of a department, he could make my life difficult with a single word. Madame Qin sighed helplessly. Very well. I can only hope we can smoothly end the engagement, then without any further complications. Do not worry, Mother. Your son is no pushover, nor is my younger brother. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, after discussing state affairs, Emperor Yuan casually brought up the flower-viewing banquet from 2 days prior. He praised each noble lady's learning one by one, finally steering the conversation toward Jiang Yueyang. Minister Jiang, you have raised a fine daughter. Minister Jiang hesitated, unsure whether the emperor meant these words literally or sarcastically. The empress spoke highly of her, telling this emperor that if women were permitted to take the imperial examinations, Miss Jiang would certainly excel. Minister Jiang, does your majesty speak of his own daughter? Therefore I thought, why not have her come to this hall of supreme harmony, so this emperor may see for himself whether she truly possesses such talent. Minister Jiang finally understood. The emperor intended to use his daughter to scrutinize the officials. But would his colleagues agree? As expected, the right chancellor frowned and stepped forward, cupping his hands. What does your majesty mean by this? Do you intend to grant her an official title? Correct. I wish to appoint her as a 5th-rank compiler responsible for the restoration and compilation of texts in the imperial library. Your majesty, please reconsider. Since the founding of our great Xia dynasty, no one has ever bypassed the imperial examinations to enter officialdom, let alone a woman. Emperor Yuan grew displeased. Right Chancellor, are you discriminating against women? Your servant does not mean that, the Right Chancellor denied. There is no precedent for this matter. I implore your majesty to reconsider. We implore your majesty to reconsider. In the hall, aside from the crown prince, Minister Jiang the Grand Tutor, and a few civil and military officials, all other ministers stepped forward to beg Emperor Yuan to reconsider. Emperor Yuan, seeing this, initially wanted to be arbitrary, but recalling the words the empress had spoken to him the previous night, he swallowed his forceful retort. Instead, he took a step back and asked, what is the reason for all my beloved minister's vehement opposition? Is it because she did not pass the imperial examinations? Then why not open a special imperial examination for women on another day? Impossible. The Right Chancellor again voiced his opposition. Emperor Yuan's face darkened. Right Chancellor, if you persist in this, will you still claim that you are not discriminating against women? Your majesty, there is no precedent for this. Emperor Yuan slammed the dragon table and roared, then I shall create this precedent. At that moment, the words the empress had earnestly impressed upon him were completely forgotten. The dragon's wrath was immense, and all the civil and military officials in the hall knelt in a row. Minister Jiang found himself in a dilemma. Neither kneeling nor standing seemed appropriate. After a moment of thought, he stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I believe this matter has come suddenly, and it is understandable that everyone finds it difficult to accept at once. Why not let my daughter attend court with me for a few days first, so that everyone can understand her learning before making a judgment? What does the Right Chancellor think? Emperor Yuan asked coldly. The Right Chancellor still did not want to agree, but he knew it was not the time to further provoke Emperor Yuan. Thus he spoke, let it be as Minister Jiang says. I also wish to witness Lady Jiang's talents. Emperor Yuan snorted inwardly. Does any of you have anything else to memorialize? Grand Counselor Qian, brother of Consort One, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Consort One may have offended your Majesty, but her crime does not warrant being cast into the cold palace. I beg your Majesty to show leniency. We beg your Majesty to show leniency. 2 other ministers followed suit, stepping forward to plead for mercy. Grand Counselor Qian, regarding Consort One, I had intended to inform you privately. Consort One, she. Hearing Emperor Yuan's tone, Grand Counselor Qian involuntarily held his breath, a sense of unease stirring in his heart. Consort One hanged herself in the cold palace last night. In accordance with her last wishes, I have kept her death secret, and will send her remains back to her hometown for burial in due time. Grand Counselor Qian collapsed to the ground with a thud, shaking his head incessantly. No. Impossible. How could elder sister take her own life? Emperor Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Grand Counselor, what do you mean by that? Grand Counselor Qian's heart skipped a beat. He hastily kowtowed and said, Your servant, upon hearing of elder sister's sudden demise, spoke rashly. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Enough, this is only human nature. Emperor Yuan glanced at Li Fuquan, who understood the signal, and announced in a loud voice, If there are memorials, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. After waiting a moment, and seeing no one step forward, Emperor Yuan rose and departed. Grand Counselor Qian with a dazed expression staggered out of the great hall. His colleagues consoled him to grieve with restraint. But he did not know that while he was at court the empress had summoned his wife to the palace. Not long after Madame Qian brought the 11th princess back to the Qian residence. When he returned home, he was bewildered to see the 11th princess. Madame Qian relayed to him what the empress had said, and only then did Grand Counselor Qian learn the true cause of his elder sister's death. Elder sister was so foolish. Minister Jiang descended from the carriage utterly exhausted. In all his years as an official, he had never felt so weary. After the court session, he was summoned by His Majesty to the study. His Majesty ordered him to do everything possible to guide his daughter into gossiping about the court ministers so that his colleagues would agree to let her attend court and discuss state affairs. It was said to be discussing state affairs, but in truth, she was to be the emperor's blade. A blade to scrutinize all officials. Sigh. Who should be the first target tomorrow? Father, you're back. Mother is waiting for you inside. Jiang Yueyang casually greeted him and headed out. Minister Jiang reached out, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled her back. Where are you going again? Just now His Majesty had told him that the matter of the eldest Miss Lin's illicit affair had been uncovered through her gossip. I'm not going anywhere, just taking a stroll on the street. Today you are not to go anywhere. I have something to tell you. Minister Jiang released her collar and walked straight into the mansion. Jiang Yueyang glanced at the outside, then at her father's retreating figure, and finally drooped her head and went back. In Minister Jiang's study. Yueyang, tomorrow you will accompany me to court. Jiang Yueyang was bewildered by her father's words. Father, what are you saying? I said tomorrow you will accompany me to court. Why, oi? Jiang Yueyang exclaimed. Minister Jiang was startled by the outburst, then composed himself and said, the Empress says you are highly learned, comparable to the top scholar in the imperial examinations. Thus His Majesty intends to appoint you as a 5th-rank compiler responsible for restoring the books in the library. Is the Empress being threatened? Minister Jiang was speechless. Jiang Yueyang understood her father's silence. Otherwise, why would the Empress say, I am highly learned? I clearly told her that poem was not written by me. I don't know. Father, why didn't you explain for me? Jiang Yueyang complained. By the way, this violates propriety. How could the civil and military officials ever agree? They don't agree. For now, no official position will be granted. First, you will attend court with me for a few days to see how things go, and then a decision will be made. Jiang Yueyang looked utterly miserable. I don't want to work. Father, go tell His Majesty that I am not up to the task, and ask him to choose another worthy minister. I won't go. His Majesty has already said that tomorrow he will see you whether you are alive or dead. Emperor Yuan, I never said that. Don't slander me, or I shall sue you for defamation. Holy crap. Has the emperor gone mad? Whoa. Little Melon, I don't want to work. Minister Jiang was speechless. The system, from what I just heard your father say, it seems you have a trial period of a few days. If you pass, you'll be appointed. If not, there will be no appointment. If the host doesn't want to work, just perform poorly tomorrow. How do I perform poorly? Doze off at court. Claim ignorance to every question. I suggest the host just be yourself. That way it won't look too fake. Jiang Yueyang. Little Melon, I feel like you're insulting me. Minister Jiang suppressed a smile. The system said in a serious tone, host, I am not. I am making an objective analysis. Think about it. You know nothing of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and you haven't studied the 4 books and 5 classics at all. To ruin the trial period being yourself is the best choice. Fine. I really can't figure out what's gotten into His Majesty's head. First he assigned a secret guard to me, and now he suddenly wants me to attend court. The ancients were not wrong. Emperors are fickle. Minister Jiang coughed heavily. Enough. Stay home today and don't go anywhere. Go to bed early tonight, and tomorrow at the hour of Mao 3/4 you will go to court with me. The hour of Mao. What time is it? Holy crap, 5 in the morning. The next day at the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m. the silver moon still hung in the sky. Jiang Yueyang was still deep in slumber when Xiangling pushed the door open with a yawn. Ever since she had been assigned to Jiang Yueyang at the age of 2, she had never woken up this early. Just moments ago, she had been roused by Qingji. Last night Minister Jiang had specifically instructed Qingji to wake Jiang Yueyang. He knew his daughter all too well. She would definitely not get up on her own. Xiangling reached out and gently shook Jiang Yueyang on the bed. Miss, it's time to get up. Jiang Yueyang frowned and instinctively turned over, showing no sign of waking. Miss, if you don't get up now, you'll be late for the morning court. Xiangling yawned again after speaking. Both mistress and maid were very sleepy. The words morning court seemed to trigger some mechanism, and Jiang Yueyang suddenly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while, then let out a hopeless wail. What is all this? In my previous life, I never had to get up this early even for work. Xiangling patted her own cheeks to wake herself up a bit. Miss, please get up. Let me help you wash and change. I won't get up. I'll just be late. Jiang Yueyang closed her eyes willfully. I don't want to be an official and attend court anyway. Host, your father probably won't allow that to happen, said the system. The system spoke up to remind her. Jiang Yueyang. She silently opened her eyes and sat up, dazed for a moment before getting out of bed with resignation. Since she had no official robe, Jiang Yueyang wore her own clothes. Today she did not dress up especially, she was just as usual. Just as she finished tidying herself, Minister Jiang arrived carrying breakfast. When he saw Jiang Yueyang's drowsy appearance, he shook his head, unable to bear looking at her. Didn't I tell you to rest early yesterday? Jiang Yueyang replied with eyes still closed, "Father going to bed early doesn't guarantee waking up early." Minister Jiang. Because the morning court in the Great Xia dynasty started early, Minister Jiang usually had his breakfast in the carriage. Sure enough, as soon as the father and daughter got into the carriage, Minister Jiang took out a plate of meat pies, a plate of meat buns, and 2 bamboo tubes of rice porridge from the food box. The father and daughter ate their breakfast in silence, fully adhering to the principle of not speaking while eating or sleeping. Only after both were full did Minister Jiang wipe his mouth with a handkerchief and say, "When we enter later, just follow me. Don't look around, it's best to keep your head down and watch your feet. After entering the main hall, if His Majesty asks you a question, step forward and answer. If not, keep your mouth shut. It would be best to shut your heart as well." But that was impossible. His daughter loved to chat with that Xiaoguo whenever she had nothing to do. Until now he still didn't know what Xiaoguo was. "I understand." Jiang Yueyang responded listlessly. "I wonder how long the morning court will last. Standing all the time is so tiring. System based on your father's usual time of returning home from court, most cases are about 3 to 5 hours. Jiang Yueyang instantly turned into a bitter, gourd face. "So long. I wonder if we can take breaks, go to the restroom, or eat something." "Ask your father." "Minister Jiang, don't ask me." He didn't want to answer those questions. Jiang Yueyang turned to look at her father, but Minister Jiang subtly averted his gaze. "Forget it. If I ask my father, he'll definitely pull my ears." And so before they knew it, the carriage stopped, and they had arrived at the palace gate. At this moment, many carriages were already parked here, and the officials were being inspected by the guards. Only after confirming they carried no contraband were they allowed to pass. As soon as the Jiang family carriage appeared, many people took notice. They were all curious about Jiang Yueyang. Curious what made her so special that His Majesty insisted on granting her an official position despite the court officials' opposition. Jiang Yueyang was the first to step down from the carriage, and then dutifully helped her father down as well. Amidst the uniform official robes, a young girl in a skirt was impossible to ignore. Those who hadn't noticed earlier now saw her too. An official who was on good terms with Minister Jiang approached and greeted, "Good morning, Minister Jiang. Is this your daughter?" Minister Jiang nodded slightly. "This is my daughter Yueyang." "Yueyang, this is Lord Wang, left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue." Yueyang pays respects to Lord Wang. Lord Wang smiled and nodded. "I heard from Minister Jiang that you have been frail since childhood. Are you feeling better now?" Jiang Yueyang looked at her father upon hearing this. Minister Jiang awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth. "It's getting late. We should go in now." Without waiting for Lord Wang's reaction, Minister Jiang grabbed his daughter and hurried toward the palace gate. After smoothly passing through the gate, they headed straight for the Taya Hall, where the court was held. Along the way, many people greeted Minister Jiang, and many silently scrutinized Jiang Yueyang at his side. After finally arriving at the Taya Hall, they could not enter immediately. They had to wait for Emperor Yuan to arrive, and then enter in order of official rank. However, they did not have to wait long, because Emperor Yuan was also eager to see Jiang Yueyang. A eunuch came out to announce that the officials could enter the hall, and Jiang Yueyang followed closely behind her father. In the great hall, Emperor Yuan was already seated on the dragon, throwing his gaze following Jiang Yueyang's steps. After the civil and military officials took their positions, Emperor Yuan spoke. "Minister Lin, I heard you fainted yesterday. If you are unwell, you may rest at home. Don't force yourself to come to court. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My health is of no great concern." "That's good." Emperor Yuan shifted his gaze and saw the chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review. "Qin Aiqing, weren't you granted 2 days of leave? Why are you here today?" Qin Shi replied, "Your subject has finished handling family matters, so I have come to court." That was what he said, but the real reason he came to court was that he had heard Jiang Yueyang would be attending with Minister Jiang. He wanted to resolve the doubts in his heart. Emperor Yuan did not ask further. After scanning the ministers below, he added, "I noticed that there are more people attending court today than usual. That is truly rare. Indeed, there were many more people today. Even the martial officials who usually rarely attended court had come." At this moment, the Right Chancellor stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the governor of Shizhou has reported that the counties under his jurisdiction have experienced continuous rain for over a month, causing severe flooding. The crops are likely to yield nothing, and he requests a 1-year tax exemption." Emperor Yuan, "It can be granted once the situation is confirmed to be true." The Right Chancellor glanced at Jiang Yueyang, who had been keeping her head down behind Minister Jiang, and continued, "I have heard that Minister Jiang's daughter is exceptionally learned. May I ask, in the face of such sudden natural disasters, how can we better reduce the losses of the people and avoid casualties?" With these words, everyone turned to look at Jiang Yueyang. But Jiang Yueyang, who was secretly dozing with her eyes closed, had no reaction at all. After a while, when she still showed no response, the ministers exchanged bewildered glances. Minister Jiang was extremely anxious and stealthily stepped back to stomp on her foot. Jiang Yueyang cried out in pain, "Ouch! Which bastard stepped on me?" Jiang Yueyang's scream startled everyone. Even Emperor Yuan on the dragon throne was jolted. Minister Jiang at that moment wished he could shove her back into her mother's womb to be reborn. His wife was clearly gentle and virtuous, and he himself was not a hot-tempered man, so how did their daughter turn out like this? She had the appearance of a young lady, but none of the proper demeanor. After shouting, Jiang Yueyang snapped back to reality and realized how mortifying her behavior had been. She awkwardly twitched the corner of her mouth. Sorry." Everyone recovered from the mild shock. Emperor Yuan coughed twice and said, "The Right Chancellor asks you in the face of a sudden natural disaster, how can we better reduce the people's losses and avoid casualties?" Jiang Yueyang didn't realize Emperor Yuan was speaking to her until Minister Wang behind her poked her back, making her aware she was being addressed. Jiang Yueyang, who had no desire to pass the probation period, answered without thinking, "Your Majesty, this subject's daughter does not know." The Right Chancellor snorted with an "I knew it" expression. "I thought Miss Jiang's knowledge was vast and profound, but it seems it's nothing special. If you can't even answer such a simple question, how can you stand among us in this court? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Jiang Yueyang turned her head to look at the Right Chancellor, who had spoken, pursing her lips with a slight smile. "All right, you're absolutely right. I'm not worthy to stand in this court. Please let me go home." At this moment, the person arranged by Emperor Yuan said, "Right Chancellor, your action is too harsh. The question of how to deal with natural disasters has been a difficult problem since ancient times. None of those present have given a perfect answer, but surely you can come up with one or two countermeasures." The Right Chancellor said, "If Miss Jiang wants to enter the court, isn't it unacceptable that she knows nothing?" "I second the motion." Many officials stepped forward to agree with the Right Chancellor, saying this was unfair to them. Everyone has their own strengths. To conclude that Miss Jiang knows nothing based on just one question is too arbitrary. Don't you also know that at the Grand Princess's flower viewing banquet, Miss Jiang composed an astonishing peony poem that even the Grand Tutor's granddaughter admitted she could not match? All the court officials knew the Grand Tutor's granddaughter's erudition. She was truly a top female scholar. At this point, many officials began whispering among themselves. The person arranged by Emperor Yuan continued, "For instance, the Imperial Medical Academy staff do not understand state affairs. Does that mean they are unworthy to be officials? The imperial physicians have medical skills. What does she have? Miss Jiang has great talent in poetry. His Majesty only intends to have her oversee the restoration of books in the library. I believe Miss Jiang is capable of handling this matter." Jiang Yueyang frowned at the official who had been speaking for her. "Who is this person? Can't you stop talking? She doesn't want to work." The Right Chancellor said, "The library contains countless books of all kinds. She only excels in poetry. How is that enough? Does the Right Chancellor mean to let her be solely responsible for the entire library? There are many editors and compilers, each can handle what they are good at." "Absurd," the Right Chancellor barked. "How can the bestowal of an official post be so frivolous?" Jiang Yueyang silently nodded. Yes, it cannot be so frivolous." Someone who was on bad terms with Minister Jiang came forward to echo, "If Miss Jiang only has some talent in poetry, granting her a fifth-rank official position will hardly convince the masses and will only cause resentment. What if scholars across the land follow suit and only focus on poetry?" The person arranged by Emperor Yuan was left speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. That person continued, "Furthermore, I wish to ask, was the peony poem Miss Jiang presented at the flower viewing banquet truly her own composition?" "Minister Wu, what do you mean by that?" Emperor Yuan asked. On the day of the flower viewing banquet, Emperor Yuan arrived late and did not know that the peony poem was not written by Jiang Yueyang. The Empress was also overwhelmed with the matter of Consort Guan and forgot to mention it. "Not long ago, I hired a tutor to teach my son. As it happens, that tutor had previously taught Miss Jiang." Minister Wu paused. "I asked a casual question, but unexpectedly the tutor said Miss Jiang was a blockhead, absolutely incapable of composing such an unparalleled peony poem as the one at the banquet." After Emperor Yuan mentioned to the ministers that Jiang Yueyang had composed a fine peony poem in order to prove her genuine talent and learning, he made the poem public. It had now spread widely among the people. "So Miss Jiang, was that poem truly your composition?" Everyone turned to look at Jiang Yueyang. Minister Jiang also turned his head and gave her a meaningful look, signaling her not to admit it. Jiang Yueyang, who was determined not to work, pretended not to understand and answered truthfully, "No. Minister Jiang, I knew it would be like this." "Just as I thought." Minister Wu sneered. "Yesterday a young gentleman came to me and claimed that poem was as asking me to seek justice for him." Xiaogua, listen to this. "These people will say anything to prevent His Majesty from granting me an official post. Although that poem was not written by me, it was definitely not composed by anyone in Daxia. Isn't this exactly what you want?" Because Jiang Yueyang was standing in front of Minister Wu with her back to him, Minister Wu did not realize that was Jiang Yueyang's inner voice. But the Crown Prince and the third-rank minister standing in front of her saw it. She had not spoken just now. "What is going on? Miss Jiang, just admit it. You plagiarized that gentleman's poem." "Admit my ass. What the hell? How dare someone claim Lu Yushi's poem as his own?" The officials standing in the back were instantly baffled. Why was she cursing all of a sudden, and with such vulgar language? The officials in front vaguely understood, was this her inner voice? To protect his daughter's image, Minister Jiang quickly spoke up. "Minister Wu, please investigate thoroughly before drawing conclusions. Although the peony poem was not written by my daughter, she saw it in a dream. Even if we take a step back, it was written by her. Seen in a dream. Minister Jiang, to protect your daughter, you would say such an absurd thing." Minister Jiang's expression darkened slightly. "The day of the flower viewing banquet was my daughter's first time leaving the house. May I ask, Minister Wu, how could she have plagiarized that gentleman's poem?" "That would have to be asked of your eldest son, Minister Jiang." Jiang Yueyang suddenly turned her head and glared at Minister Wu. "Xiaogua, I didn't misunderstand, did I? This fat bastard was just saying that my brother plagiarized someone else's poem. Yes, host, you didn't misunderstand. Bastard. He can talk about me, but not my brother. Minister Wu was in a daze. He hadn't seen Jiang Yueyang's lips move yet he had heard a voice. Jiang Yueyang said with a dark face, Minister Wu, you can eat whatever you want, but you cannot speak carelessly. My brother is as pure as the bright moon. I won't allow you to slander him. The opening and closing of her mouth snapped Minister Wu back to reality. Whether it's slander you know in your hearts. Fat bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Jiang Yueyang sneered inwardly. You can't produce evidence, but I can prove that the peony poem was seen in my dream. Autumn chrysanthemums surround the cottage like Tao Yuanming's home wandering around the fence as the sun gradually sets. It is not that I favor chrysanthemums among all flowers, but once these blossoms fade there are none left. I planted 2 or 3 orchid seedlings by hand with warm days and gentle winds following heaven's order. Sitting for so long, I did not realize the fragrance filled the room. Even without anyone present it perfumes itself. Several branches of plum blossoms in the corner braving the cold and blooming alone. From afar I know it is not snow for a subtle fragrance drifts over. Jiang Yueyang fixed her gaze upon official Wu as he recited several ancient poems, each verse making cold sweat bead on his forehead. By then he already knew he had been deceived. Official Wu, these poems all came to me in dreams. Tell me, do they not rival the peony poem in timeless brilliance? Or summon that young master here, and I shall confront him face to face. Jiang Yueyang regarded him with a half-smile. Official Wu pressed his lips into a thin line, his throat too dry to utter a single sound. Though he remained silent, someone else answered for him. The poems Miss Jiang just recited are all masterpieces. If such verses had appeared before, someone would surely have known of them. The same applies to the peony poem. With those words a thud echoed as official Wu dropped to his knees. This subject was also deceived by others. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. Jiang Yueyang laughed in irritation. That fat man admits his mistake so quickly. Speaking without consequence, he can do as he pleases. Besides, shouldn't he be the one apologizing to our Jiang family? Just as Jiang Yueyang was about to speak, Emperor Yuan beat her to it. Wu Qing, those words should be directed at Miss Jiang. Official Wu had served in office for many years and had grown accustomed to arrogance. Asking him to apologize to a girl not yet of age was something he could not bring himself to do. But faced with the current situation, he had no choice. Suddenly an idea struck him. He rose and bowed to Minister Jiang. This subject was deceived and spoke carelessly. I beg your pardon, honorable minister. Easy for you to say, official Wu. Do you realize your single word could have destroyed my eldest brother's reputation and career? Miss Jiang, what exactly did I say? I never accused young Master Jiang of plagiarism. Official Wu flicked his sleeves. You fat man playing word games with me now. Xiao Gua, tell me his dark secrets. I will ruin him. Emperor Yuan, this girl is somewhat terrifying. Minister Jiang raised a hand to his forehead. His daughter's image was thoroughly ruined. It seemed she truly would never marry. Qin Shi watched Jiang Yueyang with interest. This girl. Others were wondering why the emperor insisted on granting Minister Jiang's daughter an official position, likely because of her inner voice. But even if they could hear Minister Jiang's daughter's thoughts, so what? Was it necessary to grant her an official title? Before they could figure it out, the system provided the answer. Host official Wu's examination results from years ago were fake. He bribed the examiner and swapped another candidate's paper. The crowd erupted in shock. Official Wu opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by Emperor Yuan's gaze. Someone behind him whispered a warning. The emperor wishes to listen. You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise you will not even have the chance to defend yourself. The system continued that year. The candidate who discovered his paper had been swapped filed a petition to appeal directly to the throne, but met a violent end at official Wu's hands, his eyes forever unblinking. His mother could not bear the grief of losing her son and passed away in a single night. His wife and daughter were defiled by official Wu. Deprived of their honor, both women lost their minds and soon threw themselves into the river to drown. Jiang Yueyang clenched her fists in fury. For lives taken so brutally. Is he even human? Xiao Gua, how do I bring him to justice? Those present harbored different thoughts, their gazes upon Jiang Yueyang varying greatly. The Minister of Personnel, holding a third-rank position, could not help but recall official Wu had taken the imperial examination in the 12th year of Xia. He seemed to have also served as an invigilator that year. Would he be implicated? No. Why did he instinctively feel that Minister Jiang's daughter was telling the truth? The crown prince stared at Jiang Yueyang with deep meaning. If she could pledge loyalty to him in the future, the court would shine with clarity and Xia would prosper forever. Qin Shi also lowered his eyes in deep thought. The case from earlier was indeed connected to Miss Jiang. Then, the matter of Lin Susu's affair was also true. Minister Lin finally understood why his granddaughter was so certain that the rumors outside had been spread by Minister Jiang's daughter. He exchanged glances with several colleagues in the hall. Minister Jiang's daughter could not remain in the court. Otherwise none of them would fare well. The left chancellor, who had not attended court the day before, had intended to come today and scold the emperor for granting a young girl a fifth-rank position. He had not expected this reason. He changed his mind. As for the others, some were anxious, some excited, and some pitied that candidate's family. The system replied, those who knew the truth back then have almost all died. Bringing official Wu to justice will be difficult. Jiang Yueyang caught the key word, almost, meaning someone is still alive. Wait. Why is it so quiet around here? She slowly turned her head to investigate, but Emperor Yuan spoke in time. Minister Yang Shizhou has experienced continuous rainfall. Have you determined when this rain will cease? Minister Yang, the director of the Directorate of Astronomy referred to by the Emperor, was responsible for celestial observations and weather predictions. Minister Yang paused for a moment before stepping forward. Your Majesty, this subject is inadequate. I have not yet calculated the exact date. Please grant me more time. Jiang Yueyang frowned. Where's that fat man? Is the matter of him slandering my brother just swept under the rug? Ultimately, the Emperor bears responsibility for that candidate's family. If not for his poor judgment in appointing people, how could such things happen? This Emperor is a blind fool, unaware that so many lives were taken right under his nose. Emperor Yuan. The crowd. Minister Jiang was now wondering whether his entire family would be sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, or simply death by 1,000 cuts. Emperor Yuan cleared his throat heavily. Immediately someone understood and spoke. Your Majesty, official Wu slandered young Master Jiang and should be punished. Then 30 strokes with the heavy staff and imprisonment in the Dalasai jail. Jiang Yueyang was slightly surprised and asked in confusion, Xiaoguar, the laws of Xia are really this severe? Normally it should not be so heavy. Perhaps the Emperor had long wanted to deal with him and is using this as an excuse. The Imperial Guards entered and dragged official Wu away. Struggling desperately, he cried out, Your Majesty, please hear my explanation. I did not. Ugh. Official Wu was silenced by the guards covering his mouth, followed by the sound of beating staff and his desperate screams of injustice. Jiang Yueyang curled her lip. TSK. He has the nerve to cry injustice. So many people heard him slander my brother. There is no way this could be anything but guilt. By the way, Xiaoguai, you haven't told me who else from the examination fraud case is still alive. Official Wu himself. The people present felt a flock of crows flying overhead, and in deafening silence echoed in their ears. Jiang Yueyang shared the same feeling. The system chuckled awkwardly twice. Huh. This joke doesn't seem very funny. Jiang Yueyang shot the system a death glare within her consciousness. After clearing his throat twice, the system spoke with mock seriousness. Those who participated in the imperial examination fraud in those days were all executed by Lord Wu. The host can only start from physical evidence. For instance, the examination papers from back then. To avoid arousing Jiang Yueyang's suspicion, Emperor Yuan divided his attention discussing state affairs with his ministers while simultaneously straining to catch her inner thoughts. The civil and military officials were the same, seasoned veterans of the bureaucracy who found it effortless to multitask. It did not interfere with their official duties in the slightest. The examination papers are sealed in the Ministry of Rights, right? How would I ever get access to them? Besides, so many years have passed. I don't even know if they still exist. Vice Minister of Rights. Yes. All the imperial examination archives have been preserved in perfect condition. System, host, you won't take down Lord Wu like this. If you can't access them, then figure out a way to get access. This is so annoying. Jiang Yueyang said irritably. His Majesty has already disapproved of that fat bastard and had him beaten 30 times with heavy boards. Why can't he just execute him out of sheer displeasure? That way I wouldn't need to find any evidence. Emperor Yuan. The courtiers. In that case, wouldn't he be branded a tyrant? At that moment, the sound of beating boards from outside fell silent. Jiang Yueyang fell silent for a moment, then asked uncertainly, Xiao, what do you think if I tell His Majesty that the fat bastard was too easily deceived and doesn't seem like someone who could pass the exams, and that I suspect him of cheating on the imperial examination? Would the Emperor believe me? Most people would probably assume you're slandering your own brother out of jealousy and deliberately throwing dirt. But host, you could give it a try. What if the Emperor actually believes you? Jiang Yueyang thought it was worth attempting. Even if he didn't believe her, it didn't matter. She would simply come up with another plan. She was determined to take that fat bastard down. At that moment, Emperor Yuan was discussing with his ministers the matter of tax exemptions for Shizhou and the resettlement of refugees affected by continuous heavy rains. Upon hearing Jiang Yueyang's words, he sat up straighter. Jiang Yueyang acted immediately and raised her hand. Seeing her gesture, the Emperor found himself inexplicably amused. He covered his mouth with a fist and cleared his throat. Miss Jiang, do you have something to say? The minister who had been speaking was interrupted, and a hush fell over the hall. Jiang Yueyang nodded. Your Majesty, this subject believes that Lord Wu's character is deeply flawed, and he is unfit for official office. Furthermore, in my opinion, Lord Wu is hardly intelligent. He believes anything anyone tells him at random. For someone like this to have passed the imperial examination and earned the degree of Jinshi is truly baffling. Emperor Yuan followed her line of questioning. What is Miss Jiang's meaning? This subject believes he must have cheated during the imperial examination. Emperor Yuan nodded slowly. Miss Jiang's words carry weight. He believes me already. Jiang Yueyang was quite astonished, her gaze falling upon Emperor Yuan with an expression full of meaning. Xiaoguai, it seems His Majesty isn't exactly the brightest either. I agree. Hearing her inner thoughts, Emperor Yuan broke into a violent coughing fit, choking on his own saliva. Minister Jiang, oh my little ancestor, please stop talking, or even if our whole family had 10 lives, none would be enough to lose. The officials standing below were struggling to suppress their laughter, especially Crown Prince and the younger ministers. They were about to burst from holding it in. Emperor Yuan wanted to explain that he was merely going along with the flow. Under normal circumstances, he should have asked her at once, "Do you know what punishment awaits those who falsely accuse a government official?" The chief eunuch brought a cup of tea, and only after drinking it did Emperor Yuan's coughing gradually subside. He shot Jiang Yueyang a warning glance from the corner of his eye, then turned his gaze to the Minister of Personnel. Something didn't feel right. This matter involved life and death. Handing it over to the Ministry of Personnel for investigation was not suitable. Minister Qin Shi stepped forward. "This subject is present." Among all the civil and military officials, Qin Shi was the only one surnamed Qin. Jiang Yueyang curiously turned her head to look. "Xiao Gua, is that Qin Shi?" "Yes. He's indeed handsome." No wonder Lin Susu went to such lengths to marry him. Qin Shi being called handsome blushed, an unusual occurrence. Minister Lin felt a bad premonition rising. The other ministers, however, seized upon a key phrase, "went to such lengths." That was hardly a complimentary expression, it usually implied underhanded methods. Emperor Yuan, Minister Qin, what is your view on Miss Jiang's suspicions? This subject believes an investigation would do no harm. Jiang Yueyang's inner voice chimed in among them. Rumors have already spread through every street and alley. Could Qin Shi really not know? He knows. Yesterday, Lady Qin and young Master Qin went to the Lin residence to formally cancel the engagement. Emperor Yuan listened on and said to Qin Shi, "Then this matter is entrusted to you." He was still unaware of the broken engagement between the Qin and Lin families. "Yes," Qin Shi responded. "Would Minister Lin actually agree? Doesn't this confirm that Lin Susu had an affair with someone else?" "Shut why, Minister Lin." Emperor Yuan called out in a tone that carried authority without raising his voice, a clear signal to keep his mouth shut. Jiang Yueyang was completely unaware. System, naturally he wouldn't agree. But Lady Qin is no pushover either. She threatened that if the Lin family refused to cancel the engagement, she would demand a physician examine Miss Lin to determine whether she was truly pregnant. The Lin family certainly wouldn't summon a doctor. Wouldn't that expose everything? So in the end, Minister Lin agreed to the cancellation, but requested a 2-month delay. The Qin family, considering that Qin Shi and Minister Lin would serve in the same court for many years to come, also agreed. Jiang Yueyang sighed. "I hope the Qin family can successfully cancel the engagement. By the way, who spread the rumors outside? I thought only you and I knew about Lin Susu's pregnancy." "Minister Lin, the rumors weren't spread by her." "Then who was it?" "It was Miss Chow, whom the host encountered that day." Jiang Yueyang recalled. "Oh, so it was her." Minister Lin wrung his hands in anxiety. "Miss Chow? Which Miss Chow?" All the ministers surnamed Chow in the hall tensed up. Please let it not be their child. If Minister Lin found out, they would be done for. Others, however, were thrilled. Lin Susu was indeed pregnant. Though rumors had been flying about everywhere, nobody knew for certain whether they were true or false. Now that Jiang Yueyang's inner voice had confirmed it, it must be true. His Majesty had said he would grant a position to Minister Jiang's daughter. Clearly he had verified her inner thoughts and confirmed everything before making such a decision. Wait, what if Jiang Yueyang truly remained at court? Then none of them would have any secrets left. This was dire. Should they resign? No, resigning now would look like an admission of guilt. Request medical leave. But one couldn't take leave every day. Those with clean records sat back to enjoy the spectacle, while those with something to hide desperately schemed to preserve their lives. At that moment, Lord Qin, the younger brother of concubine Wan, stepped forward and expressed his longing for his homeland, requesting a transfer to a post in his native region. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan granted the request without hesitation. An hour later, Emperor Yuan concluded his deliberations with the court ministers on state affairs and dismissed the court. During this interval, Jiang Yueyang and Xiao Gua enjoyed a few trivial melons. For instance, it was whispered that some minister wet the bed in the dead of night, another had a fondness for wearing women's clothing, and yet another kept a mistress outside his home. All of this brought muffled laughter among the courtiers, who found great amusement in it. Those ministers who had been the subject of gossip breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these were not matters of life and death, only to be ridiculed for a few days. It was nothing serious, truly nothing at all. Jiang Yueyang followed Minister Jiang out of the grand hall. Noticing sweat beading on her father's forehead, she asked with concern, "Father, why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell?" Minister Jiang raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, yet found himself at a loss for words. "I am fine. It is merely that I have been standing for too long." "Then let us rest for a while before we leave." Jiang Yueyang pointed to the stone steps outside Tia Hall. "Minister Jiang, could this truly be a place to simply sit? Moreover, what would it look like to sit upon the stone steps?" Minister Jiang waved his hand. "I will not sit. I feel much better now. Let us return home." "Truly, all right. Fine. Very well." Jiang Yueyang supported him as they continued forward. Then she noticed that the civil and military officials were all avoiding her, and her father some casting angry glances their way. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang scoffed inwardly and complained to Xiao Gua, "These ministers make their displeasure far too obvious. Did I want to be an official?" It was His Majesty who suddenly lost his mind. If they have grievances, let them glare at the emperor. Minister Jiang stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but Jiang Yueyang caught him in time. The other ministers paused in their steps, but soon resumed walking. "Father, look at you, yet you insist you are fine. Shall we sit and rest for a while?" Minister Jiang contemplated for a moment and nodded. He would wait until his colleagues had moved farther away before departing. Otherwise his daughter might say something astonishing once more. However, he firmly refused to sit on the stone steps, choosing instead to remain standing where he was. At that moment Qin who had been a few steps behind, caught up with them. Minister Jiang. Qin bowed to him. Minister Jiang returned a slight nod while Jiang Yueyang studied Qin without any pretense of discretion. Earlier in the hall she had only cast a fleeting glance, but now up close she found Qin even more handsome. Qin shifted his gaze to Jiang Yueyang, directly meeting those bright, clear eyes, and was momentarily stunned. But he quickly composed himself and asked, Miss Jiang, you suspected Minister Wu of examination fraud in the hall. May I ask for your reasoning? As I said in the hall, I simply felt he did not appear intelligent. Qin smiled faintly. Only that. I had thought Miss Jiang knew something more. At this the system chimed in, host, since he is asking, why not reveal a bit of information to him? That way we can dispose of Minister Wu more quickly. What if they investigate, but find nothing? You are right. Qin Jiang Yueyang fabricated a story. Lord Qin, I confess I happened to overhear someone mentioning Minister Wu. That person said his scholarly abilities were merely average, and even his tutor had not expected him to sit for the examination. How could someone whom even his tutor had given up on suddenly pass the exam? Perhaps Minister Wu performed beyond his usual capabilities. Jiang Yueyang shrugged. If you hold that view, it is not impossible. I have said what I know. Ugh, why is this Qin defending that fat bastard? The system remarked objectively, he is merely offering a reasonable analysis. Qin felt quite wronged. He was not defending Minister Wu. He simply wished to invite Jiang Yueyang to the Dali Temple, hoping to find an opportunity to show her those unsolved cases. Yet given the proprieties between men and women, he could not bring himself to extend the invitation directly, and his attempts to steer the conversation had come to nothing. Minister Jiang perceived his intention and spoke up. Yang, your father would like to visit Lord Qin. Would you care to join us? The Dali Temple. Both nodded in unison. Jiang Yueyang was on the verge of eagerly agreeing, for she was quite curious to see what the Dali Temple looked like when she suddenly remembered her father's apparent discomfort. Father, are you not unwell? Do not go. Let us return home and rest. Minister Jiang. I am fine. His body was perfectly well, he had merely invented that excuse earlier. Father, do not push yourself. I am not. Minister Jiang quickened his pace, striding forward to prove his point. I have business at Lord Qin's residence. If you do not wish to accompany me, return home on your own. Jiang Yueyang watched her father's receding figure, then glanced back at Qin who still stood beside her, and finally, unable to bear leaving him, followed after her father. Father, wait for me. Over an hour later, father and daughter followed Qin back to the Dali Temple. The vermilion-red gates were studded with golden door nails, and on either side of the entrance stood two majestic stone lions. Beyond the gates, a broad bluestone path led straight to the main hall, exuding an air of solemn gravity. Flying eaves and bracket sets adorned the architecture with carved beams and painted rafters. Qin led them to the rear courtyard, the administrative and resting quarters for the officials of the Dali Temple. Jiang Yueyang curiously surveyed her surroundings. There were many rooms here, each bearing a plaque. Minister Jiang, Miss Jiang, please come in. Qin pushed open the door to a room, his private office. Minister Jiang entered first, with Jiang Yueyang close behind. Once inside, Qin immediately set about boiling water and preparing tea. A small stove stood in the corner, the water always kept warm, so it required little time. While Qin was busy with the tea, Jiang Yueyang curiously approached the desk where drafts yet to be filed remained. His calligraphy is quite beautiful. Jiang Yueyang admired inwardly. Your own running script in the Zhanhua style is quite fine as well. Jiang Yueyang lifted her chin proudly. Of course. You should see how long I practiced. In her previous life, her grandfather had been a calligrapher, and she herself had loved the art, beginning her studies at the age of 3. Alas, she lacked natural talent, excelling only in the Zhanhua small regular script. The calligraphy carved into her soul remained vividly remembered even after rebirth. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and a moment later a man roughly the same age as Qin appeared in the doorway, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, Cui Yuan. Lord Qin, the matter you had me investigate has taken shape. His voice cut off abruptly. His gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Jiang Yueyang standing before the desk, and several words surfaced in his mind. What a beautiful young lady. Qin who had just finished boiling the water, noticed Cui Yuan staring fixedly at Jiang Yueyang. He rose and walked over, giving Cui Yuan a subtle kick. Cui Yuan snapped out of his daze, met Qin's warning glare, and quickly lowered his head. Qin introduced them. Minister Jiang, Miss Jiang, this is Cui Yuan, Vice Minister of the Dali Temple. He will be assisting me in investigating Minister Wu's case. Jiang Yueyang offered a polite, if somewhat forced smile. At the mention of Minister Wu, she suddenly found herself eager to see what the fat bastard looked like after receiving the bamboo stripes. Lord Qin, might I be permitted to see Minister Wu? Qin wore a troubled expression. Miss Jiang, the prison houses only the most vicious criminals. It is not a clean place and hardly suitable for a young lady such as yourself. But I want to go. Is that not allowed? Jiang Yueyang gave Qin a pitiful look, then glanced at Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang sighed helplessly. If she is determined to go, then you may take her. With the father himself giving the word, Qin could hardly refuse any longer. Thus Jiang Yueyang followed Qin straight to the Dali Temple prison without even finishing her tea, while Qingji was left behind to attend to Minister Jiang. Shui Yuan was also kept behind to entertain Minister Jiang. The prison of the Dali Temple was much like those depicted in period dramas, dark and damp. At the entrance stood a table where two bailiffs were having their meal. Seeing Qin Shi approach, the two hurriedly set down their chopsticks and rose to their feet. "My lord." Qin Shi waved his hand and asked, "Which cell is Lord Wu confined to?" "The fourth on the left." "Give me the key. Continue eating." Qin Shi took the key handed over by the jailer and led Jiang Yueyang further inside. The first cell on the left was used for interrogating prisoners. Various instruments of torture were arranged inside, and even traces of fresh blood could be seen on the floor. On the right side was an empty cell, spacious and reasonably clean, presumably reserved for certain important prisoners. All the cells along the way were empty until the two reached the cell where Lord Wu was imprisoned and finally spotted a prisoner. Opposite Lord Wu's cell, a gaunt woman lay in the corner with her back to them. Qin Shi pointed at Lord Wu's cell door and asked, "Shall we go in?" Jiang Yueyang nodded. Lord Wu had already changed into prisoner garb and was now lying face down on the bed. The fabric on his buttocks was soaked with blood, his face utterly colorless, and his breathing extremely faint. Perhaps hearing their footsteps, Lord Wu struggled to open his eyes. The moment he saw Jiang Yueyang, hatred flared in his eyes. "It's all because of you. You monster. Monster. Is this fat bastard out of his mind?" "Probably. Severely injured people often lose their clarity of thought." Hearing those words, Lord Wu grew both furious and resentful. "Monster, you heartless." Before he could finish, his face instantly turned bluish-purple, as though someone had seized him by the throat. Qin Shi quickly stepped forward to check on him. "How are you? Breathe quickly. Is he trying to suffocate himself?" Someone like him would even attempt suicide. Lord Wu suddenly realized something. After a moment, he began gasping for air, and the look in his eyes toward Jiang Yueyang shifted from hatred to boundless terror. Jiang Yueyang turned her head and glanced behind her, puzzled. "Xiaogua, is there something behind me? Why does the fat bastard look like he's seen a ghost?" "I don't know. I'm merely a gossip system. That's not one of my functions." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She had once heard that people on the verge of death can see many things. Could the fat bastard have actually seen a ghost? In the past, she had never believed in ghosts. But since Xiaogua had already allowed her to reincarnate into this world, the existence of ghosts didn't seem so impossible. Moreover, Xiaogua hadn't denied her words just now. Considering how many people had died here, the possibility of ghosts was quite high. Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but move closer to Qin Shi, hiding fearfully behind him. Qin Shi glanced back and asked, "What's wrong?" "And nothing. We." Jiang Yueyang paused mid-sentence, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at the fat bastard, who kept shrinking further inward because of her proximity. "Xiaogua, don't tell me he's afraid of me." Based on an analysis of his line of sight, the person Lord Wu is looking at is indeed the host. "He's actually afraid of me." Jiang Yueyang couldn't figure it out. She had only argued with him, she hadn't done anything to him. How could he be this terrified? Jiang Yueyang walked over and crouched halfway beside Lord Wu's bed, speaking softly. "I came here to tell you something. His Majesty has already issued an order to investigate the academic examination fraud case from years ago. When that comes to light, your murders will surface as well. You're as good as dead. Serves you right for slandering my brother." If Lord Wu had not slandered Jiang Sun, Jiang Yueyang would never have bothered to meddle in someone else's affairs. It was no different from Lin Susu's infidelity. "Lord Qin, let's go." Jiang Yueyang rose to her feet and smiled faintly. After the two exited the cell, they saw that the woman opposite had changed position and was now lying on the ground facing them. Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but asked curiously, "Lord Qin, what crime did she commit?" "Murdering her husband." The system sighed. "Host, there are several wrongfully imprisoned people here." Qin Shi's eyes widened slightly. "There was a grievance. Is it that woman?" The system gave a heavy affirmative. "Though there is injustice, this is currently the best outcome." Jiang Yueyang was puzzled. "Speak clearly." "The person who committed the murder was her daughter." Hearing this, the woman in the cell suddenly sat upright, her eyes wide as she stared at the two people outside the cell. Her husband was a drunkard who frequently beat her and his daughter. After developing a gambling addiction, the beatings grew even more vicious, nearly killing the mother and daughter on several occasions. They say 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. When the man had gambled away all the family's money, he began thinking about selling his daughter. So one night, while it was dark, he drugged the mother and daughter and watched with his own eyes as the buyer took the girl away. Before dawn the next day, the man's daughter returned home in disheveled clothes. Seeing her father passed out drunk and remembering what she had endured, she went mad, ran into the firewood room, grabbed a knife, and hacked at the man relentlessly. By the time she regained her senses, the man was already dead. Not long after, the woman woke up. Seeing her blood-soaked daughter and her equally bloody husband lying on the bed along with the blood-stained blade still gripped in her daughter's hand, she instantly understood what had happened. So this woman took the blame for her daughter? Jiang Yueyang asked. Hearing these words, the woman lunged forward like a madwoman. Qin Shi reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Jiang Yueyang to shield her. The woman pounded on the iron bars and reached out as if trying to grab someone, though Jiang Yueyang could not see what she was reaching for. "It's not true, it's not true, it wasn't like that." Qin Shi, calm down. Qin Shi barked. "My lord, please, I beg you." Jiang Yueyang cautiously poked her head out from behind Qin Shi. "What's wrong with her?" Qin Shi turned around to block her view. "She is quite agitated right now. Shall we leave first? I'm worried she might frighten you." Jiang Yueyang hesitantly nodded. The woman's appearance was indeed rather terrifying. Besides, the smell here was truly unpleasant, and it was dreadfully cold. Anyway, she had achieved her purpose for coming here. The two turned and walked out, while behind them a woman's voice continued babbling incoherently, utterly incomprehensible. Qin Shi returned the keys to the jailer and led Jiang Yueyang out. The two jailers watched the figures disappear around the corner and couldn't help but gossip. That young lady was truly beautiful. Do you know who she is? I don't know, but she must be a noble lady from a prestigious family. Rumors outside are running wild, yet our elder acts as though nothing happened at all. Do you think that matter is true? Most likely. Then why haven't we seen the elder go to break the engagement? How would I know? For a family like the elders, once a marriage is settled, it cannot be so easily broken off. The elder is so pitiful. He hasn't even been married yet, and already someone's put a horn on his head. Qin Shi was unaware that he and Jiang Yueyang had become the subject of the jailer's pity. On the way back, he stopped in front of a certain room. Miss Jiang, I would like to go in and retrieve some files. Jiang Yueyang instinctively glanced at the plaque hanging by the door, archive room. Oh, all right, go ahead, Qin Shi. Wasn't Miss Jiang full of curiosity? Why isn't she asking to come in this time? Seeing Qin Shi standing still, Jiang Yueyang let out a puzzled sound. Aren't you going to get the files? Why aren't you going in? The files I need are quite a lot. It's fine, I can head back on my own. Qin Shi opened his mouth, then closed it again. Noticing his conflicted expression, Jiang Yueyang suddenly realized something and asked uncertainly, do you want me to help you? Qin Shi immediately nodded. If you need help, just say so. There's no need to be shy. But, can someone like me even enter a place like this? Under normal circumstances, anyone who was not an officer of the Dali Temple was not allowed to enter freely. But he had his own purposes, and surely the superiors would not object once they knew. It's fine. I only need ordinary cases. Jiang Yueyang nodded, raising no objections. Qin Shi went in first, and Jiang Yueyang followed closely behind, crossing the threshold. The Dali Temple's archive room resembled a library with rows of shelves neatly arranged, files categorized by time and case type, making everything clear at a glance. Qin Shi led Jiang Yueyang straight inside. The deeper they went, the thicker the layer of dust on the wooden shelves, indicating that this area was rarely cleaned. Jiang Yueyang watched as Qin Shi took a stack of case files from a shelf labeled Unsolved Cases, which was covered with a thin layer of dust. Without hesitation, he wiped it with his sleeve and reached for another. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang felt she couldn't just stand idle, so she also reached toward the shelf. But Qin Shi stopped her. There's too much dust up there. Don't touch it, it's dirty. Jiang Yueyang. But didn't you say you wanted my help? Hearing this, Qin Shi was momentarily flustered. He quickly composed himself and said, I didn't expect it to be this dirty. It's all right. If it gets dirty, I'll just wash it. Jiang Yueyang reached for the shelf again, but Qin Shi stopped her once more. He wiped the case files he was holding until they were clean, then handed them to Jiang Yueyang. You take these. Jiang Yueyang instinctively caught them, thinking to herself that Qin Shi was quite considerate. Then Qin Shi grabbed another stack of files and indicated they were done. The two of them walked out one after the other, each carrying their burden. Jiang Yueyang glanced down at the 5 or 6 files in her arms, then looked up at the few in Qin Shi's and furrowed her brows slightly. Xiao, why do you think Qin Shi is in poor health? Otherwise, how could he barely manage a few files and need my help? Hearing this, Qin Shi nearly tripped over his own feet. In all his years of life, he had never experienced such a feeling of guilt. The two returned to Qin Shi's office quickly with the files, but Zhang Shangshu was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yueyang set down the files and asked, Where's my father? The elder went to change clothes, replied Qingji. Jiang Yueyang nodded and took a seat waiting for her father. Cui Yuan poured her a cup of tea. Qin Shi thought for a moment, then took a file and sat down on the chair beside her, openly flipping through it. Jiang Yueyang instinctively glanced over and saw the entry. In the 20th year of Disya, Squire Zhang was found dead in his home. The coroner's examination revealed a ligature mark on the neck and no other injuries, nor any signs of struggle. Suspected suicide by hanging. Curious, she asked, what kind of cases are these? Hearing this, Qin Shi couldn't hide his excitement. Here it comes. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. He replied calmly, These are all cold cases, unsolved matters. So you found these files to reopen the cases? Qin Shi nodded. That is my intention, but these cases happened long ago. Finding the culprit will be difficult. At that moment, the system spoke up. Host, want to hear some big gossip. What gossip? Cui Yuan, who had been secretly observing Jiang Yueyang, widened her eyes in surprise. But seeing how clearly her elder was suppressing his excitement, she pressed her doubts aside for now. The system continued, It's about the case Qin Shi is currently reading. The person who died was not actually Squire Zhang. What? Jiang Yueyang exclaimed in surprise. Then who was the person who died? Squire Zhang's twin brother. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Shi's eyes. He had read Squire Zhang's file before, and there was no mention of any siblings. The system continued, In Squire Zhang's hometown, there is a superstition that twins are ill omens, so often only one twin can survive. But Squire Zhang's parents could not bear to part with either child, so they secretly kept both. As the two brothers grew up, one lived in splendor, while the other was forced to live in darkness, never seeing the sun. Fate is unpredictable. Squire Zhang's parents passed away in succession, and on their deathbeds they entrusted Zhang with the duty of caring for his younger brother. Zhang proved to be a gifted businessman, and quickly built a fortune settling in the capital. His brother was kept hidden in a secret room, but the glamorous Squire Jiang harbored a secret that no one knew. What secret? Jiang Yueyang felt that listening to the system recount these matters was like listening to a story. She loved it, especially mysteries like this one. Before this, confined to the mansion, the gossip she had heard was trivial at best. Someone's pants bitten off by a dog on the street, or matrons gathering to gossip until their jaws ached from laughing. Amusing, yes, but not thrilling enough. The system continued. Squire Jiang was incapable in the bedroom. Qinshi immediately flipped through the files rapidly. The records clearly stated that Squire Jiang had had 2 children. How could he be incapable in that regard? Wait, Miss Jiang hasn't even come of age yet, has she? He suddenly regretted it. Why did it have to be this kind of gossip? A man of standing and reputation delayed his marriage, which inevitably sparked all sorts of speculation. Rumors began to circulate that Master Jiang was impotent, and some even whispered behind his back, calling him Eunuch Jiang. To conceal his physical defect and curb the rumors, Master Jiang took a wife. But the truth would be exposed on their wedding night. So he devised a plan. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang already knew what plan Master Jiang had devised. But she still asked in disbelief. So Master Jiang had his younger brother take his place for the wedding night. The system acknowledged with a hum. Even so, the rumors did not cease. So Master Jiang had his brother go with his friends to a brothel, where they performed those acts in front of the others and the girls. Even though the system spoke so euphemistically, Qinshi and Cui Yuan were both blushing. Qinshi truly regretted it with all his heart. Why did he happen to read Master Jiang's case file? Jiang Yueyang's expression remained unchanged. Then how did Master Jiang's brother die? It certainly wasn't suicide, right? No, Master Jiang killed him. Ever since that trip to the brothel, the rumors about Master Jiang's impotence had vanished. But once someone has seen the light, how could they willingly return to darkness? Master Jiang's younger brother no longer wished to be trapped in that hidden room, but he dared not defy his elder brother. So he took advantage of the nights when his brother was away and sneaked out to be with his sister-in-law. Ahem. At first, Master Jiang's wife had not noticed that the man she was with was not her husband. It was only after she mentioned the nighttime encounters several times and Master Jiang's responses kept being off that she began to suspect. Then one night after their passion, Master Jiang's wife held the man and asked who he really was. Reluctant to let go of her warmth and beauty, Master Jiang's brother confessed everything and warned the woman that if his elder brother found out, neither of them would survive. At this moment, Minister Jiang, who had gone to change clothes, returned. The moment he saw Qinshi and Cui Yuan's expressions, he knew something was amiss. As a man, he understood exactly what kind of situation produced such looks. Oh no, his daughter had shared another risque tale. Previously, he had overheard Little Melon telling his daughter about some lord and his concubine's affairs. Described so vividly that he felt as though he were there, and he himself had blushed. So Minister Jiang hastily said, "Young Lord Qin, it is getting late. We should take our leave." Qinshi quickly rose and asked, "Minister, might I borrow a word?" Minister Jiang hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked out. "Young Lord Qin, you are not being fair. I was kind enough to help you, yet you let my daughter get involved in such cases." Qinshi felt bitter inside, but he had nowhere to vent. "It is my fault. I did not expect that case to involve such matters. But we are just about to reach the crucial part, so I'd beg you, Minister, to stay a little longer. Next time I will certainly screen the cases properly." "There will be no next time." Minister Jiang strode back to Qinshi's office furious. Jiang Yueyang noticed the anger on her father's face, and after glancing at Qinshi behind him asked, "Father, who upset you?" "I am not upset." "You're right, Minister Jiang." Jiang Yueyang whispered to Little Melon. "It must be Qinshi who upset father. Little Melon, do you know what they were discussing outside?" "Host, I only know how to gossip." "I suddenly think you're useless. Not only do you lack protection functions, but you can't even eavesdrop. And another thing, I almost forgot you don't even have danger warnings." The system retorted, "Who says I don't have warnings? I can detect dangers within 20 meters of the host." "You call that 20 meters? What good is that distance? Could I even run fast enough?" The system had its pride too and huffed arrogantly, "Who's to blame? Isn't it because the host has been cooped up at home all along? I haven't been able to gather enough gossip to gain energy and upgrade. It's been over 10 years, and I'm still level 1. This time, Jiang Yueyang felt guilty. This isn't my fault. Blame my father. Minister Jiang, what a wonderful daughter he had. Yes, blame your father." The host and the system reached a consensus. Qinshi and Cui Yuan struggled to contain their laughter. "Then let's continue. Master Zhang's story isn't finished yet. Didn't your father say he wanted to leave? We can talk on the way." Jiang Yueyang glanced at her father, who was already sitting in a chair drinking tea and eating snacks. He should have changed his mind. "Continue." "All right then. Where was I?" "You were at the part where Master Zhang's wife discovered the man she was with wasn't her husband." The tea water Minister Jiang had just sipped shot straight out. Jiang Yueyang turned to her in confusion. "Don't look at me. Finish this quickly so we can go home." His poor heart really can't take it anymore. This wasn't the daughter he had envisioned. Wretched Little Melon telling everything. The system continued. To secure a fulfilling intimate life in the future, Master Zhang's wife chose to pretend she knew nothing. Since Master Zhang was impotent and rarely shared a bed with her, it gave them plenty of opportunities. The two enjoyed themselves night after night. But human nature is greedy, and the man gradually grew unsatisfied with the status quo and desired to replace Master Zhang entirely. So the two began plotting to kill him. However, they did not know that Master Jiang had long discovered their affair and turned the tables on them, killing the man instead. He had intended to dump the body in the wilderness, but by some twist of fate the steward discovered it. With no choice left, Master Jiang had to die. After that, the Court of Judicature and Revision conducted their investigation. Unfortunately, after all the inquiry, the case was ultimately ruled a suicide, and Master Jiang escaped punishment. Now he had reinvented himself as Master Jiang. Qinshi lowered his eyes in thought. He remembered that after Master Jiang died, Madame Jiang took her 2 children back to her natal home and perished in a cliff fall along the way. Not long after, a merchant surnamed Jiang purchased the Jiang residence, which is now the Jiang mansion. Jiang Yueyang meanwhile glanced at the case files on the table. If it was ruled suicide, shouldn't the case be closed? Why had it become an unsolved case? She spoke up. Lord Qin, wasn't this Master Jiang case suspected to be suicide? Why hasn't it been closed? Because the official investigating this case at the time believed Master Jiang did not commit suicide. Jiang Yueyang nodded and asked no further questions. Minister Jiang thought, finally it's over. He set down his teacup, rose, and adjusted his official robes. Yang, let us go home. This time Qinshi did not ask to speak privately, but instead said, I will see Minister Jiang out. As they walked out, Jiang Yueyang suddenly realized something. Father, didn't you say you had matters to attend to at the Court of Judicature and Revision? But it seems you have done nothing since arriving. Only drank tea and eaten snacks. Minister Jiang froze for a moment, then clutching his stomach said, I need to change clothes. Young Lord Qin, please see her out first. I will be along shortly. Before Jiang Yueyang could react, Minister Jiang slipped away in a flash. Jiang Yueyang knew at a glance that her father was hiding something from her, and now he was using the excuse of relieving himself to slip away. What could it be that he didn't want her to know? I really want to know. Miss Jiang, shall we wait here for the Lord Minister? Qinshi asked softly. Jiang Yueyang stopped thinking and continued walking out. No. She took the lead, looking quite proud, perhaps irritated with the Lord Minister. Qinshi sighed inwardly. The minister's acting was so poor that even he could do better. Just as he was about to follow, the young girl in front halted again. Never mind, Qinshi, you stay and wait for my father. With that, Jiang Yueyang resumed walking out. Qinshi shook his head with a smile. So she was a girl with a tough mouth, but a soft heart. He followed behind Jiang Yueyang, quietly instructing Cui Yuan to gather men and first capture that Jiang Yuan. If no evidence was found, they would resort to torture. After all, with Miss Jiang's inner thoughts as corroboration, the murderer was undoubtedly him. Cui Yuan left midway, and by the time Jiang Yueyang noticed, they had already reached the gate of the Court of Judicial Review. However, she didn't ask. However, she didn't expect to see Lin Susu again at the gate of the court. Master Qin. Lin Susu emerged from the corner unaccompanied by a maid, her face covered by a veil. Jiang Yueyang could clearly feel the intense hatred in Lin Susu's gaze. Master Qin, I have something to say to you. Could you come with me to a place? Qinshi stood still. Miss Lin, I have matters to attend to later. Please say what you need to say here. Lin Susu glanced at Jiang Yueyang, clearly not wanting her to be present. Jiang Yueyang was actually quite perceptive, but recalling that Qinshi couldn't even see through the staged drowning act, she feared he might be fooled by Lin Susu again. So she deliberately pretended not to understand and stood still. Helpless, Lin Susu had to suppress her disgust for Jiang Yueyang and forced a smile. Miss Jiang, I need to speak with Master Qin in private. Could you please excuse us? Before Jiang Yueyang could speak, Qinshi said first, Miss Jiang is my guest. There is no reason for her to leave. Qinshi, we are not yet betrothed to be broken off. Now you are publicly intimate with another girl. Is that appropriate? Lin Susu turned the tables. Miss Lin, watch your words. Qinshi's gaze and tone turned cold. Miss Jiang and I are innocent, we fear no scrutiny. Qinshi, must you speak to me like this? I know you care about those rumors, but they are not true. Let me explain. Today after court, her grandfather summoned her home and said he would send her back to the ancestral home in Qingqing and marry her off to Zhao Quan after a while. She would never marry that worthless Zhao Quan who had nothing. Lin Susu began to sob, and passers-by looked curiously, pointing and whispering. It was obvious they were saying unpleasant things. The world always sympathizes with the weak, and Jiang Yueyang felt as if she was being treated as the other woman. She frowned slightly. Lord Qin, with her crying like this, others will think we are bullying her. You'd better hear what she has to say. Oh, I don't like being stared at. Although she said that she didn't move, implying that if anyone should leave, it should be them. Seeing the growing crowd at the gate, Qinshi reluctantly stepped aside, and Lin Susu quickly followed. But he didn't go far, only a few meters away from Jiang Yueyang. He wanted to keep an eye on her to ensure no mishap befell her. After all, many people were after her life. Speak. Lin Susu, hearing his cold tone, felt immense regret. In the past, although Qinshi was not particularly attentive, he had truly treated her as his future wife, occasionally doing things that moved her. Qinshi, yesterday your mother came to my house and demanded that my parents summon a physician to verify my chastity. My parents felt it was an insult and refused. But I can understand your mother's actions. If I were her, I would have done the same. I don't see it as an insult. Jiang Yueyang strained her ears to listen. Although she couldn't hear, clearly piecing together the fragments, she grasped the gist. She curled her lip, the same old hypocritical act. On the other side, Qinshi asked patiently, what are you trying to say? I'm saying that those rumors outside are not true. Someone is deliberately slandering me, jealous of my well-being. You must believe me. Call a physician. Chastity. Slander. I can't hear clearly. Little Melon, did Lin Susu have an abortion? Yes, she took the medicine after Lady Qin and others left yesterday. The system and Jiang Yueyang's inner voice were at a moderate volume, just enough for Qin Shi and Lin Susu to hear. Lin Susu's hands trembled and her body went cold. She now truly understood the power of that Little Melon. He could even know so clearly what happened yesterday. Lin Susu kept shaking her head at Qin Shi. I did not. Please believe me. We've known each other for so long. Would you rather trust an outsider than me? Just as Qin Shi was about to speak, Jiang Yueyang's inner voice reached his ears again. Wow, she's really tough. Had an abortion yesterday, and today she's full of energy, totally unnoticeable. TSK tisk, Qin Shi is probably going to be fooled again. Host, aren't you going to intervene? No, if he gets fooled by this, he deserves it. Qin Shi wanted to say that he wasn't as stupid as she imagined and wished she would stop talking about him. He had already been called weak today, and now being called stupid, he would really cry. Sigh. He, a deputy chief of the Court of Judicial Review and a Qin Shi scholar, had never been considered stupid before. Oh no, it was the second time. The first was at the Linglong Pavilion. Seeing him silent, Lin Susu didn't know whether he chose to believe Jiang Yueyang or herself and grew panicked. She reached out to grab Qin Shi's sleeve, but he dodged. Qin Shi said expressionlessly, Miss Lin, you need not say more. I know the truth. I don't wish to make a scene, let us both part with dignity. Hearing that, Lin Susu knew Qin Shi didn't believe her. She instantly lost reason and like a madwoman charged at Jiang Yueyang. Host, danger. Because the distance was short, the system's warning came too late, and Jiang Yueyang was tackled to the ground by Lin Susu. Immediately, Lin Susu raised her hand to strike. Seeing the slap about to land, Jiang Yueyang instinctively grabbed her hand and kicked her away. Lin Susu clutched her stomach and howled in pain. Jiang Yueyang, oh no, Little Melon, she seems to have just had a miscarriage. I kicked her stomach. Will she hemorrhage? System host, rest assured she's faking. Hearing this, Qin Shi didn't even glance at Lin Susu on the ground. He extended his arm for Jiang Yueyang to hold and stand up. Miss Jiang, are you all right? Jiang Yueyang shook her head. After confirming that Jiang Yueyang was fine, Qin Shi turned to Lin Susu on the ground and said coldly, Miss Lin, please go back and inform Minister Lin that I will personally come to break off the engagement tomorrow. What? What do you mean by that? Lin Susu scrambled to her feet, while Qin Shi instinctively stepped in front of Jiang Yueyang. Qin Shi, are you trying to drive me to my death? Fine, I'll do it. Miss Lin. Qin Shi cut her off. This is the Dali Temple. Making a scene here won't do you any good. Lin Susu glanced sidelong at the onlookers. She was wearing a veil now, so no one knew who she was. Even if someone guessed her identity, she could simply deny it. But if it escalated into a real commotion, she wouldn't be able to hide it. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Susu lowered her head. I'm sorry. That was my fault just now. Please, for the sake of our past affection, postpone the annulment for 2 months. Give me a way out. Qin Shi remained unmoved. The person you should apologize to is not me. Lin Susu clenched her fists, her heart seething with hatred for Jiang Yueyang. If not for her, she wouldn't have fallen to this state. Apologizing to Jiang Yueyang. She couldn't bring herself to do it, so she shoved Qin Shi aside and fled without looking back. Just then, Minister Jiang and Qingji, who had excused themselves to relieve themselves, emerged and witnessed the scene. Their sharp instincts immediately alerted them to trouble. Minister Jiang hurried over and asked, what happened? Miss, your hand is bleeding. Both men turned to look, and Jiang Yueyang lowered her gaze to the scrape on her wrist. How did you get hurt? Minister Jiang's eyes were filled with distress. His daughter had been cherished since childhood, never once bruised or bumped. At most, her brother would tap her on the head. How painful must this injury be? Jiang Yueyang explained. Lin Susu suddenly went berserk and knocked me down. I must have gotten it then. Don't worry, father, it doesn't hurt. Hearing this, Minister Jiang's heart ached even more. He waved his sleeve indignantly. This is outrageous. Do they think the Jiang family is easy to bully? Minister Jiang, please accept my apologies. This whole affair is my fault. I failed to protect Miss Jiang. Minister Jiang was about to retort, yes, it is your fault. If not for you, my daughter wouldn't be hurt. But before he could speak, Jiang Yueyang waved her hand. It's not your fault. This isn't the first time Lin Susu has lost her mind around me. I've always wondered why she harbors such deep hatred toward me. I've only met her once, and we've never had any conflict. Hearing this, the three present felt a pang of guilt. Minister Jiang cleared his throat. Yang, your wound needs tending. I'll take you to the Jishir Hall. I have. It's a minor injury. No need to go to the Jishir Hall. I'll just apply some medicine at home. Then let's hurry home. Well, Qin Shi wanted to say he had medicine here, but he couldn't get a word in. Minister Qin, I'll take my leave now. No need to see me out. Minister Jiang took Jiang Yueyang's hand and headed toward their carriage. Qin Shi watched them board, then turned and walked back into the Dali Temple. He needed to return and sort through the backlog of cases. He would look for another opportunity to show them to Miss Jiang. He also had to investigate Imperial Censor Wu's involvement in the Imperial examination fraud. Meanwhile, on her way home, Lin Susu was struck on the knee by a pebble thrown from somewhere. She fell to the ground with a thud. Who's there? Show yourself. Around the corner, a shadowy figure in black turned and disappeared. Back in the palace, Emperor Yuan ordered the Zhongshu Sharon to draft an imperial edict appointing Jiang Yueyang as a 5th-rank compiler. The edict was then sent to the Minxia province for review. The official in charge of reviewing it was Left Chancellor Wen Ziyuan. After a cursory glance, he stamped it without a second thought. Finally, Emperor Yuan affixed the imperial jade seal, and the edict took effect. Seeing the seal of the Minxiao province on the edict, Emperor Yuan felt a flicker of surprise. He had expected that old codger of a left chancellor to make a fuss. He had even prepared a whole arsenal of arguments, but to his astonishment it passed on the first try. Li Fuqian has the official robe for that Jiang girl been made. Your Majesty, it was finished long ago. When Minister Jiang and his wife last visited the palace, the Empress had asked for Jiang Yueyang's measurements. Emperor Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Lest more delays arise, Li Fuqian, go to the Jiang residence immediately and proclaim the edict. As you command. The fact that the eunuch-in-chief was dispatched personally showed how much Emperor Yuan valued Jiang Yueyang. Back at the Jiang residence, upon hearing that their daughter's sister had been injured, Madame Jiang and Jiang Sun rushed to the Lanhua pavilion in a panic. By the time they arrived, Xiangling was applying medicine to Jiang Yueyang's wound, while her father winced in sympathy beside her. Mother, brother, why are you here? Jiang Yueyang asked, knowing full well. Madame Jiang replied crossly, what do you think? Jiang Yueyang giggled. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. If you'd come a little later, the wound would have healed already. Madame Jiang couldn't help but give her a light slap. Stop being cheeky. A girl's hands are her second face. What if it leaves a scar? Mother, don't worry. It's only a flesh wound. It won't scar. Jiang Sun wasn't as dramatic as his parents. Seeing that his sister was fine, he relaxed. But he still asked, who did this to you? He asked extitho hurt her, not extitho she got hurt. Because he knew that although his sister was lively, she was always careful and had never injured herself before. Besides, father and Xingji were with her. Jiang Yueyang didn't hide it. It was Lin Susu. Oh brother, is it true that someone at the Guozijian accused you of plagiarizing another student's poem? Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow. How do you know? So it's true. In court today, some fat official alluded to you plagiarizing. What exactly happened? Nothing much. A fellow student couldn't stand losing. He ganged up with a few others, stole my poem, and then accused me of plagiarism. I've already handled it. Hearing this, Madame Jiang's voice turned both pained and reproachful. Such a big matter, and you didn't tell us. Minister Jiang also disapproved. Whether you can solve it or not, you should always inform the family when something happens. Jiang Sun felt their love, awkward yet warm. I understand. Jiang Yueyang's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Jiang Sun. He was 2 years older, and as the elder brother, he had always taken care of her since childhood. Even though their parents doted on her, he never grew jealous. Instead, he joined them in cherishing her. Just then the steward rushed into the Lanhua pavilion. Master, Madam, a eunuch from the palace has come with an imperial edict. Minister Jiang and his wife exchanged glances. Jiang Yueyang's heart sank. She had a bad feeling about this. Little melon, something's wrong. I feel that edict is going to give me an official post. What do? Just take it easy. Jiang Yueyang. The system, sensing that its host was about to explode, quickly added, host, take things as they come. Being an official isn't so bad. If you don't want to work hard, just slack off every day. Besides, can you defy the imperial decree? Being an official isn't really that bad. If you don't want to advance, you don't have to work hard. Just go laze about every day. Besides, can you afford to defy the decree? Jiang Yueyang wanted to cry. Her 14 years of blissful carefree life had come to an end today. No matter how unwilling she was, she followed her parents to the front hall to receive the edict. The eunuch who came to proclaim the edict was Li Fuqian, the eunuch-in-chief, accompanied by 2 junior eunuchs. Li Fuqian swept his gaze across the Jiang family and said in a shrill voice, His Majesty has decreed. Minister Jiang led everyone to kneel. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees the daughter of the Jiang family is clever beyond measure, gifted in both talent and appearance. The eunuch-in-chief recited a string of praises for Jiang Yueyang, then concluded with, she is hereby appointed as 5th-rank compiler. Respect this. After finishing the edict, Li Fuqian smiled at Jiang Yueyang. Little Minister Jiang, please accept the decree. Jiang Yueyang, still unaccustomed to her new identity, remained kneeling without moving. Seeing this, Minister Jiang couldn't help but give her a nudge. Accept the decree. Jiang Yueyang snapped back to reality, raised her hands, and said, Your servant accepts the decree. I thank your majesty for your grace. May the great Xia reign for 10,000 generations. Li Fuqian placed the edict in her hands. Little Minister Jiang, his majesty asked me to convey a message to you. Please speak, eunuch. His majesty wishes that regardless of wind, rain, bitter cold, or scorching heat, as long as your life is not in danger, you must attend court. Both grand sessions and small sessions. Damn. His majesty is utterly heartless. Even a work ox in a production brigade isn't exploited this much. In the Lanhua pavilion, Jiang Yueyang stood motionless, gazing at the 2 sets of crimson official robes, the Hu tablet, the official seal, and the fish tally on the table. After a long while, she reached out and picked up a memorial. Xiangling grind the ink. The matter of Emperor Yuan bestowing an official position upon Jiang Yueyang became known to all civil and military officials the moment Li Fuqian entered the Jiang residence with the imperial decree. Since they had heard Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts, they knew that no matter what, they could not stop Emperor Yuan from granting her an official position. Such a formidable weapon. If they were the emperor, they too would keep her in the court. But this was not good news for them. If Lord Wu suffered today, they might be the next to suffer tomorrow. Yet they were unwilling to give up their current high positions and generous salaries. Moreover, resigning now would be an admission of guilt. Thus most people clung to the hope that Jiang Yueyang could not possibly know everything. A small minority, however, sought to eliminate this threat of Jiang Yueyang. At the Zhang residence, Cui Yuan led his men charging in and ordered the front and back gates sealed, preventing anyone from leaving. Jiang Yueyang, who was reviewing account books in his study, heard the soldiers' arrival and muttered to himself, "What must come has come." He put down the ledger and went out. Upon seeing that the visitors were officials from the Court of Judicial Review, his suspicion was confirmed. Cui Yuan stated his purpose first. "Jiang Yueyang, there is evidence linking you to the case of Jiang Yueyang from 16 years ago, and the case of Madame Zhang's fall off the cliff. Please come with us." Jiang Yueyang did not resist nor defend himself. He calmly followed Cui Yuan back to the Court of Judicial Review. When Qinshe heard that Cui Yuan had arrested the man, he immediately interrogated Jiang Yueyang. He stared at Jiang Yueyang, who had a burn scar on his face, and asked, "Should I call you Zhang Mingyi or Zhang Hong?" "Zhang Mingyi. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Honestly, I rather miss it." "So you admit that you are Zhang Mingyi, who was supposed to have died back then?" "Since you have arrested me, Your Honor, why ask again? I have been waiting for you all along, but I never expected to wait this many years. I admit that I killed the man and I orchestrated the fall from the cliff. Over the years, his life had been a torment. Every night in his dreams, his parents would appear, demanding to know why he had murdered his own younger brother. He longed to escape the pain, but lacked the courage to face death, so he endured day after day." Qinshe pressed his lips together. He truly hadn't expected the matter to proceed so smoothly. The next day at the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m., Jiang Yueyang still struggled to get up. Xiangling called her several times before she reluctantly rose to wash up. "Why must we attend court so early? Can't it be set at 9 in the morning? If not, 8 would be fine." Jiang Yueyang grumbled irritably. Xiangling could not understand Jiang Yueyang's frustration. Oh, in her eyes, being an official was a wonderful thing. As her mother would say, it was a blessing from the ancestors. But her own young lady was extremely resistant, as if becoming an official would cost her life. Xiangling, while helping her put on the official robes, asked in confusion, "Miss, why don't you want to be an official? So many people wish they could, but cannot. Because work is exhausting. I just want to be a loaf of rice, a parasite." Moreover, in the court there is deceit and intrigue, and the emperor's mind is unpredictable. One misstep, and I'd be dead. Xiangling nodded with vague understanding. "Then what can we do? You are already an official, miss. What do you think of me suggesting to His Majesty that we postpone the court assembly time a bit? If we start work at 9 in the morning and slack off for 2 or 3 hours, this job might be tolerable. Waking up early is truly too hard." Xiangling blinked. Even though she was uneducated, she knew her miss was fantasizing. How could the court assembly time be changed so easily? "What do you think?" Jiang Yueyang asked again. Xiangling shook her head vigorously. "Miss, this servant thinks it's not a good idea." Jiang Yueyang, not getting the answer she wanted, then asked the system, "Xiao Guo, what's your opinion?" The system replied succinctly, "Host, you can give it a try. Your emperor is not a tyrant who kills at the slightest disagreement." Jiang Yueyang was satisfied. "Then I'll have to think carefully about how to phrase it, so that His Majesty will agree." Xiangling wanted to speak, but stopped. She thought that Xiao Guo was too unreliable. How could it let her miss do such a thing? If the emperor got angry, it would be life-threatening. Though she thought so, she ultimately said nothing. She just fastened Jiang Yueyang's belt, tidied her hair, and indicated that she was ready. Jiang Yueyang picked up her official hat and tablet and walked out with Xiangling. On the way, they encountered Minister Jiang, who was coming out of her mother's courtyard carrying a food box. Minister Jiang nodded with relief, seeing that his daughter had accepted the matter of attending court. "Father, good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Minister Jiang nodded modestly. "Not bad. Just not bad. I am now a 5th-rank compiler. You should be so happy you can't sleep, shouldn't you?" Minister Jiang rolled his eyes and ignored her. Happy enough to lose sleep. It was good enough that he wasn't kept awake by anxiety. Jiang Yueyang watched her father's receding figure with some disappointment, as she had thought he would be delighted. Father and daughter rode together in a carriage with Qingji serving as their driver. They still had their breakfast in the carriage. Jiang Yueyang felt that this was very bad for the stomach. Stomachaches were terribly uncomfortable. While eating, she was thinking about how to persuade Emperor Yuan to postpone the court assembly time, completely unaware that she had repeatedly snatched several pieces of pastry from her father. Minister Jiang was so furious that his beard bristled, but seeing his daughter so absorbed in thought, he could only sigh helplessly. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the palace gates. The father and daughter alighted from the carriage. Jiang Yueyang, now in her official robes, was equally conspicuous. But the officials no longer dared to scrutinize her and whisper among themselves as they had the day before, nor did they dare meet her gaze. For they feared becoming the next target of her gossip-mongering. Jiang Yueyang and her fellow new colleagues passed through the palace gates and arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Soon they lined up to enter. Jiang Yueyang held the 5th rank, standing right before the magistrate of Qingping County. Her father stood behind the left prime minister. As for why the magistrate was allowed to attend court, it was because of his outstanding achievements and his jurisdiction within the capital. Thus, Emperor Yuan had invited him to the court sessions. In the Great Xia Court, the standing positions were arranged according to the official ranks, except for officials above the level of the 6 ministers, with all others divided by their full or deputy rank, then arranged in descending order of grade. Jiang Yueyang stood at the far edge and toward the back, finding the spot quite convenient for slacking off. After everyone had taken their positions, Emperor Yuan appeared, led by the chief eunuch. The moment he took his seat, Qinsher standing beside Jiang Yueyang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday, I retrieved Minister Wu's examination papers from the Ministry of Rites and obtained his manuscripts from his residence. Comparing the two, I found the handwriting to be completely different. I then compared the papers of all candidates and finally confirmed that the handwriting on the candidate Li Cheng's examination paper was identical to Minister Wu's. Those present showed little reaction to this result, especially the officials who had been the subject of Jiang Yueyang's gossip the day before. Knowing that what she said was true, they were not surprised at all. Seeing that Emperor Yuan and the others remained silent, Qinsher continued, "This proves that Minister Wu indeed cheated back then. Furthermore, my investigation revealed that the candidate named Li Cheng died mysteriously on the 6th day after the results were announced, and his family members also passed away one after another." Every detail he mentioned aligned perfectly with the thoughts in Jiang Yueyang's mind. Some were secretly thrilled while others trembled with fear. Jiang Yueyang glanced at Qinsher with admiration and quietly said to the system, "Qinsher is truly efficient. He uncovered all that in just half a day. No wonder he became the deputy chief of the Court of Judicial Review at such a young age." At 21, Qinsher was indeed young. Few people his age could achieve such success. Hearing Jiang Yueyang's praise, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his heart swelled with delight. But the next second his joy vanished. Jiang Yueyang added, "It's just that he's a bit foolish around young ladies and easily deceived." Qinsher, will this ever be over? The system burst into laughter. "Isn't that just like your emperor?" The civil and military officials raised their eyebrows, suddenly perking up. Were they about to hear gossip about the emperor? Emperor Yuan, fearing that Jiang Yueyang might reveal the matter of his being cuckolded, hastily signaled the crown prince with a glance. The crown prince immediately spoke up, "Father, I find the death of the candidate Li Cheng suspicious. I suspect Minister Wu silenced him out of fear that his wrongdoings would be exposed." "I share the same suspicion," Qinsher echoed knowingly. "Investigate." "Yes." Qinsher acknowledged and fell silent. Afterward, officials began impeaching one another. One's family members for riding horses and injuring people, another for accepting bribes, another's clansmen for encroaching on farmland. The court suddenly grew lively. The impeached officials defended themselves on the spot. The one accused of horse riding said the injuries were minor and compensation had been paid immediately with the victim's forgiveness obtained. The one accused of bribery flatly denied it, demanding the impeaching official produce evidence. The one accused of land encroachment immediately pledged to investigate thoroughly upon returning, and if any clan member had indeed encroached on farmland, severe punishment would be meted out. Jiang Yueyang watched the quarrel with great amusement, unaware that those people were inwardly panicked, terrified she might intervene. At that point, no amount of explanation would help. Half an hour later, they finished arguing. Jiang Yueyang waited a moment, but no one stepped forward to speak. She adjusted her hat, grasped her tablet, and prepared to step forward for a major move. But as soon as she took a step, an official from the front of the adjacent line stepped out ahead of her. Jiang Yueyang stared at his back. She complained to Xiaoguo, "Who is that? He chose this exact moment to cut in line right when I was about to speak." The Duke of Su, who had cut in line, silently stepped back and explained, "Your old minister just had a leg cramp." Emperor Yuan suppressed a smile. "Shall I have a chair brought?" "No need, I'm much better now." "So it was a leg cramp." Ugh. Jiang Yueyang looked left and right. "No one's going to fight me for this now, right?" Everyone thought, "Ancestor, we know you're about to speak. No one dares to compete with you. Go ahead, the sooner we get it over with." After confirming no one would interfere, Jiang Yueyang stepped forward, gave a slight bow with her tablet, and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Emperor Yuan tilted his chin, signaling her to speak. Jiang Yueyang said, "I wish to offer a suggestion." "Oh." Emperor Yuan, intrigued, "Let's hear it." "I believe the court session begins too early, which harms one's lifespan. It could be postponed somewhat." Emperor Yuan asked, "How does it harm one's lifespan?" Jiang Yueyang replied with utter seriousness, "Your Majesty, we arrive at court before dawn. Lack of sleep harms one's lifespan. Moreover, many colleagues skip breakfast to avoid being late. Over time, their health will break down, and poor health naturally shortens life. As the sages said, among the 3 daily meals, breakfast is the most important. Skipping it greatly harms the body, especially the stomach. And only with sound bodies can we serve your Majesty better." Emperor Yuan thought she made some sense, but still asked, puzzled, "Which sage said that?" "I've never heard of that." "Xiaoguo, which sage said that?" "Everyone." Emperor Yuan, "So you don't even know?" "The system. Host, don't you check your script before making things up? I'm a gossip system, not Baidu Baiki." Jiang Yueyang put her hands on her hips and retorted, "I'm not making things up. What I said is scientifically based. It's not from a sage, but from experts." "Then tell the emperor it was said by the sage of science. Oh, after all, he can't find a sage." Emperor Yuan. Jiang Yueyang did not adopt the system's suggestion, but said, "Your Majesty, I have forgotten which sage said it, but I assure you what I said is true. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can summon the imperial physicians and ask them. They must know. Please accept my suggestion. I don't want to get up so early, or else I'll resign." "Resigning? Difficult. Then I'll leave my seal and go. Everyone, we support you wholeheartedly." Emperor Yuan, hearing this, cleared his throat and said, "I find your words not without reason. The court at the hour of Mao is indeed a bit early. Let us change it to the middle of the hour of Chun." Jiang Yueyang blinked so easily. Middle of Chun. 8 o'clock. That works. After a while seeing she hadn't stepped back, Emperor Yuan waved his hand. All right, return to your position. Your Majesty, I still have something to say. I wish to impeach Minister Lin for failing to manage his household and for failing to discipline his daughter. Emperor Yuan was quite surprised by this, never expecting that Jiang Yueyang would impeach ministers on her very first day attending court. And she impeached two at once. Therefore Emperor Yuan felt a slight thrill of excitement. Minister Jiang felt the same. No wonder his daughter had asked him last night how to write a memorial. But where was the memorial? Jiang Yueyang had ruined it while writing, so she simply delivered the impeachment orally. It was less trouble and allowed her to express her meaning more clearly. The others were sweating for the father and son of the Lin family. My beloved minister, why do you say that? Asked Emperor Yuan. Jiang Yueyang explained unhurriedly. After court yesterday, I went with my father to the Court of Judicial Review for a short visit. Unexpectedly on our way out we encountered the eldest Miss Lin who had come to seek Minister Qin. But for some unknown reason while she was speaking with Minister Qin, she suddenly rushed over forcefully, pushed me down, and then lunged at me to strike. Although Minister Qin managed to restrain her in time, and I was not hit, the violent intent of the eldest Miss Lin was unmistakably clear. Since childhood my parents have constantly chided me for lacking any proper demeanor or etiquette befitting a young lady, yet I have never harmed anyone without cause. The sage said if a child is not taught, the father is at fault. Therefore I submit that Minister Lin has mismanaged his household, and Lord Lin has failed to instruct his daughter. Emperor Yuan thought, why do you quote the sage for everything? At this moment Minister Lin wished he could go home and strangle that troublesome girl, and also wished he could kill Jiang Yueyang. Emperor Yuan turned to Minister Lin and asked, do the two Lins wish to defend themselves on the spot? After a moment of deliberation Minister Lin stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old minister believes what young Minister Jiang has said. I have no face to defend myself. I will certainly discipline her strictly when I return. If she offends again in the future, she will be severely punished. So there is no punishment now. Jiang Yueyang immediately followed up with a question. Inner thought. I went to all this trouble to impeach you. If it's just a flimsy promise of future punishment, then I've been injured for nothing. The Crown Prince and several senior officials standing at the front turned their heads to look. Injured. The system said support the host in repaying grudges, otherwise you'll only end up feeling wronged. At this moment an official stepped forward and said, I believe one thing is one thing. Since the eldest Miss Lin has struck someone, she must receive punishment. As for what happens in the future, that can be discussed later. Another official stood up. According to our dynasty's laws, assaulting a court official warrants imprisonment or exile. How can we let it off so lightly? I second the motion. Regardless of whether the victim is a court official or an ordinary citizen, such an offense cannot be treated lightly. People tend to follow the crowd. Once one or two took the lead, the rest voiced their agreement. The father and son of the Lin family instantly became targets of public criticism. Even their former allies, to avoid being implicated, chose to stand on the opposite side. With no other choice, Minister Lin could only say, when I return I will have her shave her head and become a nun, spending her life with oil lamps and ancient Buddhas, cultivating her character so she will no longer commit such harmful acts. The entire court fell silent instantly, everyone exchanging glances. Although assaulting a court official could result in exile or imprisonment, that was only in cases of serious circumstances. Now Jiang Yueyang's injuries were clearly not severe. If Minister Lin punished the eldest Miss Lin in this way, the one who would end up being unreasonable would be Jiang Yueyang. Jiang Yueyang naturally knew this, but she hated such covert threats most of all. If they thought she would back down over this, no way. Jiang Yueyang looked at Minister Lin with a half smile. I think Your Excellency, Minister Lin's punishment is quite appropriate. With rumors spreading these days, it would be good for the eldest Miss Lin to go to the nunnery alone to calm her mind. Minister Lin was stunned. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. The other officials with some backbone secretly cheered, laughing inwardly. Surely he had shot himself in the foot. Baizé clicked his tongue and shook his head. Minister Lin had finally met his match this time. He was also stubborn, knowing full well that young Minister Jiang was no ordinary person, yet still playing those petty tricks. Wasn't that simply courting death? Before he could react, Jiang Yueyang turned to Emperor Yuan with a sweet smile and asked, Your Majesty, what do you think? Emperor Yuan was amused. I think it's good. With these words, the fate of the eldest Miss Lin was sealed. A lifetime of oil lamps and ancient Buddhas. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yueyang continued, Your Majesty, I have never left the house before, but I have heard of the great reputations of the two Mrs. Lin. The entire capital says that the eldest Miss Lin is gentle, virtuous, dignified, generous, and possesses a refined mind. The second Miss Lin is said to be beautiful and intelligent, gifted in both talent and appearance, and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But from what I have seen and heard these past few days, this seems somewhat inconsistent with the truth. Some in the crowd nodded in secret agreement. Indeed, it was not true to the name, but no one dared to say it. Their own daughters had suffered a lot of bullying. Emperor Yuan also secretly felt relieved. He and the Empress had almost chosen the second Miss Lin as the crown princess. Lord Lin was displeased and said angrily, Young Minister Jiang, I admit your words about my eldest daughter. But my second daughter has always behaved properly and treated others with courtesy. Do not slander her. The civil and military officials whispered among themselves, and many agreed with Lord Lin. They seemed never to have heard any bad words about the second Miss Lin. Inner thought, the second Miss Lin's methods are deep. Of course you wouldn't hear any bad words about her outside. Little do you know how many maidservants she has beaten to death in the mansion. Although they all signed indenture contracts, they were still human lives. That's right, that's right. The system echoed so cruel. A maidservant, while combing her hair, accidentally pulled out 2 strands. She had the maidservant's scalp torn off, and then had her hands chopped off one by one. Even that wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she had the maidservant buried alive. The crowd drew in a sharp breath. By now they no longer doubted the little melon's words. That is to say, the second Miss Lin truly was a cruel person. Although they themselves did not highly value the lives of servants, they did not go around killing and beating like the second Miss Lin, especially in such cruel ways. They usually only gave beatings or sold them off. After hearing this, Jiang Yueyang got goosebumps all over. Previously she had only heard from the system that Lin Wan'er was brutal and often beat servants to death, but she never imagined it was in such a cruel manner. It was even more cruel than dismemberment by 5 horses. Without delay she immediately knelt and said, "Your Majesty, whether I have slandered the second Miss Lin can be determined by investigation." Emperor Yuan did not immediately agree, but instead said, "My dear subject, I cannot order an investigation into the family of a key minister based solely on your word. You must provide evidence." Host, the evidence lies in the secret dungeon built within the Lin residence. In truth, the real mastermind is Minister Lin. He had a peculiar vice. He enjoyed whipping people when in a foul mood, especially handsome young men. And at that moment the dungeon within the Lin residence held quite a number of them. Among them were refugees fleeing famine from the western regions, young performers from the southern courtyard, and servants bound by indenture contracts. They say when the upper beam is crooked the lower follows suit, and Miss Lin II had entirely inherited his cruelty. All present were horrified. What had they just heard? Minister Lin had secretly constructed a dungeon, imprisoned young men, and whipped them to death. They could hardly believe Minister Lin capable of such deeds. But now reflecting carefully, he did seem to show particular favor toward those handsome new officials. A certain young official who had been specially favored suddenly felt a chilling dread. No wonder he always sensed something strange in Minister Lin's gaze toward him. "Your Majesty, Minister Lin attempted to argue. "I am weary. This matter shall be discussed another time. All ministers may withdraw." The civil and military officials quickly departed, and Jiang Yueyang had not yet processed what had occurred before her father pulled her along and hurried her out. Only the Crown Prince, the third Prince, the fifth Prince, the 2 chief ministers, and Minister Lin and his son remained in the Great Hall. Jiang Yueyang glanced back. The doors of the Grand Harmony Hall had already closed. She asked in confusion, "Xiaoguo?" "I did not pay close attention." Jiang Yueyang found it strange, but did not press further, instead asking curiously, "Is Minister Lin a homosexual?" "No, he is simply psychologically twisted." "A homosexual is someone else entirely. Would you like to know, host?" Jiang Yueyang vigorously shook her head. "That gossip is too much. Let me process it. By the way, why are all the officials in the Great Xia such morally depraved people? Some dress in women's clothing, others are psychologically twisted. Good heavens, I cannot stay in this court for another day." The official known for cross-dressing had taken the day off, and at this very moment his wife was burning the clothes he had hidden away one by one, warning him that if he did not abandon this habit, she would demand a divorce. "Don't. Ever since host appeared, my energy has been surging straight upward. I'm about to break through to level 2. Unfortunately, with hosts like Minister Lin and Lord Wu, I can only consume one major piece of gossip per day. Why? There is no reason. That is simply how the program is designed." Jiang Yueyang did not dwell on it, and instead asked, "What changes when you level up?" "Level 2 brings no significant changes. After level 3 the shop will unlock, and you can purchase items there." Jiang Yueyang raised her eyebrows slightly. "Of course a system always comes with a shop. Then what do I use to purchase items?" "Silver. Points. But I have no points. Silver, jade, jewelry, and other precious items all work. The shop will automatically convert them into credit." Jiang Yueyang chatted idly with the system as she made her way toward the palace gates, while inside the Grand Harmony Hall the Lin father and son slammed to their knees upon the floor. "Your Majesty, please hear my explanation. The matter is not as Jiang Yueyang described. Those individuals were madmen who assaulted me. I had no choice but to imprison and interrogate them." "Madmen?" Emperor Yuan snatched a teacup from his side and hurled it at him. "Do you take me for a fool, Minister Lin's forehead split open from the impact, but he paid it no mind, instead bowing his head heavily to the ground. "Every word I speak is the truth, your Majesty. If you do not believe me, bring those people here and question them yourself." Crown Prince Yuan Yi spoke up. If Minister Lin dared commit such acts, he must have long planned an escape route for when the truth came out. "Those men are unlikely to testify against you." "Does your Highness the Crown Prince intend to frame me with false charges, The Crown Prince smiled. Minister Lin, Jiang Yueyang's inner voice never lies. "Your further denials are pointless. Why should I fabricate accusations when the truth speaks for itself?" "How do you know Jiang Yueyang was not being manipulated deliberately, using her inner voice to frame me? I have served the Great Xia with unwavering dedication for years. Am I not more trustworthy than some headstrong girl? With such a silver tongue, it would be a waste if you did not serve as a censor." The third prince remarked sarcastically. "I speak only the truth." Unable to bear it any longer, the fifth prince bluntly declared, "Father, he refuses to admit his guilt. Why not, as Jiang Yueyang suggested, play the tyrant for once?" Emperor Yuan considered this seriously and found it not unreasonable. To purge the court bloodshed was inevitable. Moreover, Minister Lin had brought this upon himself. Minister Lin secretly constructed a dungeon and murdered innocents. He shall be executed in 3 days. His family members are to be exiled 3,000 li, and their descendants shall not enter the capital for 3 generations. Upon hearing the sentence, Lord Lin collapsed to the ground. Minister Lin refused to accept it. "Your Majesty, I am wrongfully accused. Do you not fear the judgment of history?" Emperor Yuan regarded him coldly. "How the historians record this is their affair. As for how future generations will judge me, I neither hear nor care. Building a secret dungeon is already a capital offense, and you have the audacity to claim injustice." The fifth prince sniffed haughtily. Emperor Yuan gave Minister Lin no further chance to argue, and 2 imperial guards stepped forward to drag the Lin father and son away. After a short while, the commander of the imperial guards led a detachment to the Lin residence with the imperial decree. At that moment, the Lin residence was peaceful and serene. Its inhabitants had no idea disaster was upon them. By the time they sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. The imperial guards surrounded the Lin residence, and Minister Lin was sentenced to execution in 3 days on charges of embezzlement. The Lin family's property was confiscated, and the remaining members were exiled 3,000 li. During the confiscation, the imperial guards accidentally discovered the Lin family's secret dungeon, 18 young men barely clinging to life within it, and a considerable stash of gold and silver hidden inside. With Minister Lin's guilt confirmed, the 18 young men, seeing the Lin family's downfall and realizing their own families would no longer be endangered, unanimously testified against him. As a result, Emperor Yuan did not become the tyrant some had feared. He was instead praised by the common people. Overjoyed, the emperor embraced the empress and kissed her repeatedly. Jiang Yueyang learned of this matter that evening, and her thought was simply, heaven's justice may lag, but it never fails. Those with guilty consciences witnessing Minister Lin's fate began weighing whether to submit memorials confessing their own crimes. Meanwhile, those who had committed capital offenses faced a choice between dying themselves or seeing Jiang Yueyang die, and they chose the latter, hiring assassins overnight to target her. If Jiang Yueyang died, they would be safe. Accordingly, multiple waves of assassins lay in ambush near the Jiang residence, waiting for the night to deepen before striking. Before long, the Cho hour arrived, and the entire Jiang household had fallen into deep slumber. Several groups of black-clad figures quietly infiltrated the estate, heading purposefully toward the Wan'er pavilion. But on the way, they coincidentally bumped into one another. After a single glance, they clashed. As the fight raged, one group of assassins realized something was amiss, and after a brief exchange of words, they discovered they shared the same target. Thus, the various groups of assassins decided to join forces to assassinate Jiang Yueyang. The assassins successfully infiltrated the Wan'er pavilion, creeping stealthily toward the chamber. But just then, the door of the adjacent side room swung open. Qing Ji, clad in black, emerged with piercing eyes. At the same time, 6 black-clad men stepped out from the corner of the courtyard. Their attire matched Qing Ji's, indicating these 6 were secret guards of Emperor Yuan. After Emperor Yuan had dealt with Minister Lin, he anticipated that someone would be unable to resist making a move against Jiang Yueyang. Thus, he had dispatched secret guards early to protect her. To avoid unnecessary sacrifice, Qing Ji ordered everyone in the residence to remain in their quarters and not come out. The assassins, undaunted by discovery, numbered over 20 in total across several groups. One group's leader said, "You deal with the 7 of them, we'll handle the target." The other leaders agreed. This was the best arrangement. Moved. With that, Qing Ji and her 6 companions clashed with the assassins. The clash of weapons rang out sharply in the silent night, startling Jiang Yueyang from her dream. The system also warned host, "There are assassins." Assassins? How could there be assassins? Jiang Yueyang turned over and got out of bed, not even bothering with shoes, walking to the door to quietly open a crack. Then she saw Qing Ji entangled in combat with a group of masked assassins, and Qing Ji even chopped off one assassin's arm. Jiang Yueyang was severely startled by the sight, instinctively shutting the door crack, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Her heart pounded wildly, unable to calm down, especially as the sounds of swords slicing through the air, piercing flesh and bodies falling, resounded from outside. And the thick smell of blood. After a long while, Jiang Yueyang trembled and asked, "Xiaohua, are those assassins here to kill me?" "Based on the current situation, yes." "What have I done to make them want to kill me? Did I unintentionally offend someone?" The system replied, "Host has had no chance to offend anyone." "You mean my father offended someone? Then is my father in danger now?" "No, I have to go check on my parents." Jiang Yueyang pushed herself up from the ground with trembling hands, then gently opened the door. "Host, don't go out, it's dangerous." "Xiaohua, I'm worried about my parents. As long as I'm quiet enough not to be noticed." Jiang Yueyang moved lightly, but her inner thoughts were inadvertently exposed. Qing Ji and the assassins all looked over, and the assassin leader immediately shouted, "Target appeared." Seeing the assassins charging toward her, Jiang Yueyang instinctively pressed against the wall, screaming inwardly, "Ah! Xiaohua, they're coming, I'm going to die." Calm down, calm down. Qing Ji is holding them off. Now quickly hide back in your room. Miss, go back inside and don't come out." The system and Qing Ji's voice sounded simultaneously. Jiang Yueyang retreated into the room while asking, my parents and brother. They're fine. Hearing that her parents and brother were safe, Jiang Yueyang sighed in relief, but then began to worry about her own safety. Peering through the door crack, she watched the battle anxiously. Qing Ji seemed to have several helpers, all skilled in martial arts. But the assassins were also skilled, and with their numbers Qing Ji and her team couldn't eliminate them all at once. However, soon the assassins began to lose ground. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang rejoiced, believing she was no longer in mortal danger. It was only a matter of time before the assassins were repelled. But before she could celebrate for long, one of the assassins hurled an object toward Qing Ji and her group. It exploded upon hitting the ground, releasing a cloud of purple smoke. Qing Ji shouted, poison, but it was too late. They had already inhaled some of the purple mist, instantly becoming weak and dizzy. Under normal circumstances, that purple mist could knock someone out instantly, not just this weakened state. Perhaps because the secret guards' physiques were stronger, the toxin's effect was less potent on them, but it still greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. It also poisoned some of the assassins. Charge! At the command of the poison-throwing leader, the assassins who had taken the antidote in advance rushed at Qing Ji and her group. Qing Ji and her comrades struggled against the assassins, sustaining wounds before long. Yet despite this, the assassins couldn't approach the room in a short time. After all, those who could become Imperial secret guards were not weak-willed. And Jiao sent a signal for reinforcement. Stop him! The assassin leader shouted. The secret guard called in. Jiao, under the cover of his comrades, took a small bamboo tube from his waist and successfully sent out a distress signal. Seeing this, the assassin leader quickly changed his strategy. You hold them off, I'll take care of the target. Otherwise, when their reinforcements arrive, we'll all die. Driven by the fear of death, people often perform beyond their limits. The assassins shouted and launched a fierce attack on Qing Ji and her team, quickly helping their leader break through the defense line. The assassin leader rushed toward the room like a breaking wave. Jiang Yueyang saw him through the door crack and hastily locked the door. Then she grabbed a vase and held it in her arms, hoping it would serve as a temporary defense when the assassin burst in. But after waiting for a long while, the expected door breaking didn't happen. Instead, it became much quieter than before. Clutching the vase, Jiang Yueyang asked uneasily, Xiaohua, what's happening outside? Why is it so quiet? Another masked man in black appeared, and he took down an assassin with a single move. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueyang mustered her courage and walked to the door, opening it a crack. In the moonlight, she saw the black-clad man move like a shadow, his sword swift as the wind. In an instant, all the assassins were killed, with one strike collapsing to the ground. Because it all happened so fast, no one could discern his technique. The only evidence of his actions was the wounds on the assassins' necks and the blood on his sword. Jiang Yueyang recognized that sword. It belonged to the black-clad man who had visited last time. Who was he? And why was he here tonight? Following her heart, Jiang Yueyang, filled with curiosity, opened the door a little wider and fixed her gaze on the black-clad man. As if sensing her gaze, he slowly turned around. Their eyes met. The man's eyes were deep as an abyss, seemingly able to captivate one's soul. Just from his eyes, Jiang Yueyang knew he was no ordinary person. She stared at him unblinkingly and asked warily, Who are you? The man in black silently watched her, then the next moment his ears twitched as he keenly sensed someone approaching. He lingered no longer, leaped onto the wall top, and vanished once more into the night. Jiang Yueyang was too late to stop him and could only watch helplessly as the man in black departed. She was certain that the man in black knew her, and that tonight he had come specifically to rescue her. Yet she was equally certain that she did not know the man in black, for she had never truly left her residence before, nor did she know any man with such formidable martial skills other than her elder brother. Her heart filled with curiosity towards the man in black. While Jiang Yueyang was still lost in thought, Qing Ji and the others, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed to the ground. With a thud, the 7 of them fell one after another. At that moment, the shadow guards who had come to support arrived. Jiang Yueyang saw them, paused in her steps, and then slowly retreated. The leading shadow guard spotted her at once. Seeing that she was startled by them, he quickly spoke. Miss, do not be afraid. We are friends of 15. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang carefully examined their attire. After confirming that it matched the clothes worn by the 6 who had been protecting her alongside Qing Ji, she let out a sigh of relief. The leading shadow guard, seeing that her expression had improved, asked again, Miss, are you injured? Jiang Yueyang shook her head and pointed towards Qing Ji and the others. You? Please check on them. They seem to be badly hurt. The leading shadow guard quickly scanned the scene, then made a gesture. The guards behind him, upon receiving the order, immediately dispersed. Some checked whether the assassins were dead or alive, while others moved Qing Ji and the rest. After a flurry of activity, one of the guards found a medicine bottle on an assassin. He opened it, sniffed it, then poured out a pill and fed it to the poisoned assassin. After a moment, the poisoned assassin regained consciousness. Instinctively, he attacked the guard, but the guard was prepared and struck him with a knife-hand blow, knocking him out again. Chief, we found the antidote. Feed it to them. After taking the antidote, Qing Ji and the others quickly woke up and then joined the shadow guards who had arrived later to clean up the battlefield. Miss, you should rest now. You still have to attend the morning court tomorrow. Jiang Yueyang, who had intended to use the opportunity to ask for leave, was speechless. Is His Majesty truly so heartless? I was just assassinated and he still makes me attend court. Xingji, who had merely made an offhand remark and had not received any directive from Emperor Yuan, felt deeply guilty towards the emperor upon hearing this. After cursing Emperor Yuan in her heart, Jiang Yueyang slumped her shoulders and said, "I'll go see my parents. The master and mistress do not know about the assassination." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang abruptly stopped in her tracks. In that case, she would not go and worry her parents. So she turned and returned to her room. But lying on the bed, she had no sleepiness at all. In the end, she did not know when she fell asleep. She only knew that when Xiangling woke her, the bloodstains outside had been cleaned and the assassins and their corpses had vanished, as if the assassination of the previous night had never happened. Xiangling looked at Jiang Yueyang, standing at the door of her room, with confusion. "Miss, what are you looking at?" Her mistress had upon waking run to the door, without even putting on her shoes, staring blankly at something. Jiang Yueyang withdrew her gaze and shook her head to indicate she was looking at nothing. Under the current circumstances, she began to suspect that what had happened last night was just a dream. "Xiaoguan, an assassin did come to kill me last night, right? I wasn't dreaming, was I?" Before the system could answer, the sound of a fall came from behind her. Jiang Yueyang turned to look, and Xiangling was sitting on the ground with a pale face. "Xiangling, what's wrong?" After a moment of shock, Xiangling reacted and said, "Miss, this servant is fine, it's just my legs suddenly went weak." Having said that, she climbed to her feet on her own. The system then said, "Host, you were not dreaming. There were indeed assassins yesterday." Xiangling's legs went weak again, but she steadied herself, forcing a pale smile as she said, "Miss, let this servant help you wash and dress." Because the court session had been postponed, Jiang Yueyang was able to have her breakfast at home before entering the palace. When she finished washing and came out, the kitchen had already delivered breakfast. A bowl of beef noodles and a few side dishes along with a small pouch of dried beef. This had been specially requested by Jiang Yueyang when she returned yesterday, so she could sneak a bite while loafing at work. Starting from today, she would not only attend court, but also work at the library pavilion. At the thought of this, Jiang Yueyang sighed, and even her beloved beef noodles lost their flavor. At the quarter of Chun hour, Jiang Yueyang walked out of the Jiang mansion gates. Her father was already waiting by the carriage. Today there were 2 carriages, one for each of them. Seeing her father, Jiang Yueyang hurried over. She had wanted to ask if he had offended anyone, but on second thought, fearing it would make her father blame himself, she asked nothing and simply exchanged a brief greeting. When Jiang Yueyang and her father arrived outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, she noticed that far fewer officials had come to the morning court today, and many were gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering among themselves. Jiang Yueyang, who loved gossip, quietly sidled up to her father's subordinate, Lord Wang, and suddenly asked, "What are you whispering about?" Lord Wang was startled, instinctively patting his chest. I'm sorry, Lord Wang. I didn't mean it. Are you all right?" After catching his breath, Lord Wang said in a reproachful tone, "Lord Jiang, I am old and easily startled. Please don't do that again." Jiang Yueyang readily agreed. All right, I definitely won't do it again." "What were you whispering about?" "I heard that this morning His Majesty received over a dozen memorials of confession, and he was furious. Those people have all been thrown into prison now, but we don't know if court will still be held later." Lord Wang had barely finished speaking when a young eunuch came out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and announced loudly, "Court is dismissed today. All lords please return." They could not return home, however. After leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the civil and military officials each went to their own posts. Jiang Yueyang needed to go to the library pavilion, but she did not know the way. She looked around, and her gaze settled on her father. Unexpectedly, her father refused before she could speak. "Daughter," the eunuch by His Majesty's side just said that His Majesty summons me. "Then how am I supposed to get to the library pavilion? I don't know the way. Figure it out yourself." Minister Jiang finished speaking and hurried away, for no one would dare to commit violence openly in the imperial palace. "Miss Jiang, this prince will take you there." Qinshi and the crown prince's voices sounded at the same time, but Qinshi stopped his words in time upon hearing the crown prince's voice. Jiang Yueyang followed the sound and saw the crown prince approaching with the 3rd prince. I would not dare to trouble your highness to lead the way. I can find a young eunuch to guide me. It's no trouble, we're heading the same way." With that, the crown prince took the lead. Jiang Yueyang thought, what? Can't you tell I'm politely declining? The crown prince paused in his steps, and the 3rd prince beside him suppressed a whisper. "Brother, she doesn't want you to lead the way." What did you say just now? I didn't catch it." The 3rd prince immediately clamped his mouth shut and shook his head to indicate he had said nothing. "Jiang Yueyang, what are you spacing out for?" urged the 3rd prince. Wait for me a moment." The 3rd prince was bewildered. Had he heard correctly? Jiang Yueyang was asking him and the crown prince to wait for her. Jiang Yueyang was completely oblivious to the impropriety of her words, for she had been raised in an environment of egalitarian education. In this life, her parents doted on her and never demanded that she live step by step like other daughters of officials. As a result, she had little awareness of social hierarchy. Without waiting for the crown prince's consent, Jiang Yueyang quickly walked over to Qinshi and asked in a low voice, "Lord Qin, I forgot to ask earlier. Has that woman in the Dalasai prison been sentenced?" Qinshi stared at her for several seconds before slowly speaking. "She has been sentenced." "How? The law is not beyond human compassion. His Excellency the Chief Magistrate, considering her circumstances and that she was not a heinous criminal, showed leniency and sentenced her to 10 years imprisonment." After that day, Qinshi pondered alone for a long time. In the end, he did not expose the woman's substitution of her daughter, and even took the initiative to plead with the chief magistrate to show leniency. The chief magistrate was not an unfeeling man, so he agreed as soon as Qianshi pleaded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueyang smiled slightly. That's good. She waved at him. I'm leaving. It wouldn't be good to keep the crown prince waiting too long. Qianshi responded with a nod and watched her walk toward the crown prince. Just as Jiang Yueyang reached a position a step behind the two, the third prince kindly reminded her, Jiang Yueyang, although the marriage between Qianshi and Lin Susu has been annulled, it's still not appropriate for you to be so intimate in public. After all, men and women should keep their distance. Yes, your highness. I will bear your teaching in mind. Jiang Yueyang complied verbally, but inwardly she curled her lips and thought the third prince is so double-standard. He seems to forget that I am also a woman and should keep my distance from them. The third prince. He inexplicably understood the meaning of double-standard and wanted to say that Qianshi could not be compared to them. Jiang Yueyang had a somewhat stubborn nature. Hearing the third prince's words about gender separation, she deliberately slowed her pace to widen the distance between them. Crown Prince Yuan Yi keenly noticed this and furrowed his sword-like brows slightly. He spoke calmly. Miss Jiang, have you been getting accustomed to things these past few days? Jiang Yueyang knew he was referring to her experience at court, so she answered truthfully. I dare not deceive your highness, I find it quite unaccustomed. Is there something you find unsatisfactory? I feel that my colleagues are not very friendly to me, and Jiang Yueyang stole a glance at the crown prince's expression, and I truly don't understand state affairs. I can't fathom why his majesty, why he bestowed an official post on me. The crown prince felt that Jiang Yueyang's pause was meant to imply that his father was out of his mind since she had muttered about his father before. The third prince thought to himself, you could expose their secrets at any moment. How could they be friendly to you? The crown prince said, father must have his reasons for doing so. Miss Jiang need not belittle yourself. What reasons? I do not know. Miss Jiang, remember this, you must not casually speculate on the imperial mind. Yes, thank you for your reminder, your highness. Then followed a stretch of silence. Jiang Yueyang, somewhat bored, studied the back of the crown prince. Their crown prince was 20 years old, proficient in both civil and martial arts, handsome as Pan and with no bad habits, and there was not a single concubine or maid in his eastern palace. This seemed abnormal to Jiang Yueyang, since ancient people matured early, and he was the crown prince. At 20 years old, and still without a woman, could it be? Thinking of this, Jiang Yueyang asked furtively, Xiaoguo, is the gay man you mentioned the crown prince? As soon as she said that, everyone nearby halted in their steps, not daring to breathe, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. Jiang Yueyang, unaware, then walked straight into the back of the crown prince. She cried out in pain, and realizing what she had done, quickly apologized. Please forgive me, your highness. I did not mean to. A breeze blew by, bringing a chill, and Jiang Yueyang shivered inexplicably. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? The third prince silently moved a step aside. This girl, Jiang Yueyang, really dared to think anything. He was curious what would Jiang Yueyang's reaction be if she later found out that others could hear her inner thoughts. The crown prince let out a heavy sigh, pursed his lips, and said, it's nothing. He said that, but Jiang Yueyang felt that the crown prince seemed displeased. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? At this moment, the dutiful system spoke up. Host, you should only say such beheading remarks to me. The crown prince is not gay, he just hasn't met the girl he likes yet. Jiang Yueyang breathed a sigh of relief, as did the third prince and the crown prince, and even the people nearby heaved a great sigh of relief. They were truly afraid of hearing that the crown prince was gay. Then who is gay? Jiang Yueyang asked curiously. It's the second son of the Right Chancellor He Jing. Jiang Yueyang nodded. She didn't know him, but that didn't stop her from asking, is he married? She didn't discriminate against gay people, but on the condition that they didn't deceive in marriage. No, his character is quite good. He has decided to never marry in his life. Jiang Yueyang then asked, what about the Right Chancellor's character? Not bad, but his feudal mindset is stronger than average, which is why he strongly opposes your entry into the court. Jiang Yueyang said, oh, and didn't ask further. After a while they arrived at a building behind the library. This was Jiang Yueyang's future workplace, Wenyuan Pavilion. The crown prince intended to escort Jiang Yueyang inside, but she declined, saying that his entry would cause a flurry among the people inside. After watching the crown prince leave, she walked in alone. The people engrossed in their work heard footsteps and instinctively looked up. One glance told them who the newcomer was. Jiang Yueyang smiled politely at those who looked up, and just as she was about to speak, she saw someone rise and walk toward her. You must be Junior Jiang. Jiang Yueyang nodded. I am Pei Yin, a minor official. The director previously instructed me to bring you to him if you arrived. This way, please, Junior Jiang. Jiang Yueyang followed the green-robed Pei Yin to a room. He knocked, and a voice from inside invited them in. Pei Yin opened the door and let Jiang Yueyang enter first, as she was a 5th-rank official, while he was 7th rank. The officials in charge of the library were generally of low rank, usually from 7th to 9th rank. Jiang Yueyang did not stand on ceremony and stepped inside. She saw a middle-aged man of about 40-something bent over a desk writing something. Jiang Yueyang knew that this man should be her immediate superior, Director Kong. So she cupped her hands in a bow and said, your subordinate Jiang Yueyang pays respects to Director Kong. Sacrificial Wine Minister Kong looked up upon hearing the sound, scrutinizing Jiang Yueyang for a long while before setting down his brush. He spoke with a stern expression, because time is somewhat tight. Your office is not yet prepared. I'm afraid you'll have to make do in the public area outside for now. No matter, the more people the livelier, Jiang Yueyang replied indifferently. Minister Kong was quite satisfied with this. Your main task is to repair the books in the library. Don't worry about other matters. If you have any questions in the future, ask Pei Yin. He is your direct subordinate. Direct subordinate. What is that? An assistant? A secretary? Jiang Yueyang glanced at Pei Yin, her mind filled with confusion. However, she did not ask, simply acknowledging with a brief response. Minister Kong waved his hand, signaling that she could proceed with her work. Jiang Yueyang and Pei Yin turned around one after the other. Minister Kong watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Yesterday, Emperor Yuan had summoned him for a conversation. Without beating around the bush, he stated directly that he did not need Jiang Yueyang to perform her assigned duties. She only needed to attend court daily and eat melon. The implication was that the work originally belonging to Jiang Yueyang could be discreetly completed by others. After all, not everyone was privy to the matter of the heart's voice. Moreover, Emperor Yuan had thoroughly understood Jiang Yueyang's lack of scholarly achievement and now genuinely believed she could not accomplish the task of book restoration. Therefore, he worried that those ministers with guilty consciences might use this as a pretext to drive her out of the court. He could arbitrarily force Jiang Yueyang to remain in the court, but that might disillusion the scholars of the realm who knew nothing of the inside story. Most importantly, he truly did not wish to become a tyrant or a foolish ruler. Pei Yin settled Jiang Yueyang in a relatively quiet corner, which had been cleared out before leaving work the previous day. The items on the desk were simple. Besides the 4 treasures of the study, there was only a pot of chrysanthemums specially prepared for Jiang Yueyang. It was not a rare variety, but it was small and pleasing to the eye. I heard that the junior Jiang minister enjoys flowers and plants. This humble official specially prepared this for you. Jiang Yueyang smiled at him in gratitude. Thank you. May I ask what I should do now? There's no rush. On your first day, you should familiarize yourself with the environment. Jiang Yueyang nodded. Not having to work was truly wonderful. Then, would you like me to show you around? I'd like to rest first. Walking all the way from the Taiha Hall had exhausted her. All right, call me if you need anything. Jiang Yueyang nodded, and Pei Yin returned to his seat to bury himself in work. He and 2 other compilers were the ones tasked with sharing Jiang Yueyang's workload. Jiang Yueyang sat down in her seat, surveyed the surroundings, then pulled out a pack of beef jerky from her sleeve and began eating stealthily. Xiaohua, what time is it now? 8:30. The working hours of Great Xia officials were from 8 in the morning at court to 5 in the afternoon, with a 2-hour break in between, and the palace provided a work meal. Jiang Yueyang took a hard bite of the beef jerky and sighed to the system, I'm really regressing. Now I can't even manage a 9-to-5 job. Actually, I think your current situation isn't that bad. At least you now have 1,000 mu of official farmland. Jiang Yueyang was shocked so much. Then haven't I become a landlord? Everyone isn't an official better than a landlord. The system didn't quite understand her either. Host, isn't your maternal grandfather the richest man in Great Xia? How come a mere 1,000 mu makes your eyes light up? My maternal grandfather's money isn't mine. What's there to be happy about? The system poured cold water on her. The official farmland isn't yours either. If you stop being an official, the court will take it back. Jiang Yueyang hadn't known about this. She let out an ah, but wasn't too disappointed, having already decided to let her brother support her for life. In her past life, she would have sneered at such a dependent mindset. But in this life, she had come to understand why not let someone be your support. Life is just a few decades. Why make it hard for yourself? The system knew its host all too well. Seeing her nonchalant expression, it understood what she was thinking. Host, what if after your brother marries, his wife isn't willing to let him support you? Huh? Jiang Yueyang thought the system was asking the obvious. My brother won't like a petty woman. That assumption doesn't exist. The system thought about it and realized that with the Jiang families doting on the host, not only would Minister Jiang and his wife pave the way for her, but her maternal grandfather would also never abandon her. After all, when the host was born, her maternal grandfather had given her dozens of shops, something even Jiang Sun didn't have. However, the host herself was unaware of this. The system said, from this perspective, your current situation is indeed a bit unfavorable. Everyone, if a 5th-rank official position counts as unfavorable, then what about them? Pei Yin and the other 2 who were helping Jiang Yueyang with her work were speechless. Jiang Yueyang finished chewing the beef jerky and swallowed. I wonder when His Majesty will let me resign. I guess it'll be the day you become the crown princess. Then I'd rather keep working, Jiang Yueyang blurted out. Everyone was shocked. Junior Jiang minister actually doesn't want to be the crown princess. A certain informant of the crown prince silently noted this down. I'm so thirsty. Jiang Yueyang looked around. Where can I get water here? I don't know. Ask someone. Don't be shy. Apart from Minister Kong, you have the highest rank here. Indeed, all around were green-robed officials. Jiang Yueyang was not shy by nature. She clapped her hands and was about to get up to ask Pei Yin. But before she could act, a colleague with a baby face came over carrying a teapot. He walked up to Jiang Yueyang's desk and said somewhat shyly, Junior Jiang minister, would you like some tea? Jiang Yueyang blinked. What a coincidence, I'm exactly thirsty. The baby-faced official's heart trembled slightly upon hearing this. He quickly added, I saw you eating just now, so I thought you might want a drink. I was being presumptuous. With that, the baby-faced official turned to leave with the teapot. But Jiang Yueyang smiled sweetly and said, thank you. I happen to be thirsty. Would you like some beef jerky? No, no, this is my duty. The baby-faced official waved his hands in flattery, but his eyes couldn't help glancing at the pouch containing the beef jerky. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang took 2 pieces of beef jerky and handed them to him. Try it. It's delicious. In Great Xia, plowing cattle could not be slaughtered casually, so even Emperor Yuan couldn't eat it often, let alone these minor officials. The beef jerky Jiang Yueyang was eating had been sent by her maternal grandfather. The baby-faced official hesitated for a moment, then accepted the jerky. Then, I'll help myself. Jiang Yueyang nodded and reached for the teapot to pour some tea. The baby-faced official, seeing this, quickly took the teapot before her and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yueyang without a word. I still don't know your name. Your humble servant is Su Zheng. You have something to discuss with me, don't you? Su Zheng scratched his head and replied with some embarrassment. Your humble servant heard that Lord Jiang the Younger has a keen eye for people, that you could tell at first glance that Lord Wu had cheated in the imperial examinations. This was merely an excuse. The real reason was that Su Zheng had heard about the matter of the heart voice. However, His Majesty had decreed that it must not be divulged. Hence he fabricated this pretext. Jiang Yueyang awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. She certainly did not know how to read faces. And so your humble servant wishes to request Lord Jiang the Younger to examine a person to determine whether he is a thief. Jiang Yueyang had not expected matters to take such a turn. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Is that not possible? Su Zheng asked cautiously. Jiang Yueyang's face showed reluctance. Actually, I don't know how to read faces. I said that day purely to slander that fat fool. Who would have thought it would hit the mark by accident? Su Zheng thought if I hadn't known about the heart voice, I might have believed that. But really, does one slander others so openly? Everyone in the Wenyuan pavilion was working, yet they also pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two. Those who were far away could not hear, and they wished they could grow a pair of far-reaching ears. Is that so? Then your humble servant shall not disturb Lord Jiang the Younger. Su Zheng put on a disappointed expression, but in his heart, he was pondering how to subtly reveal information to Jiang Yueyang, so that he could learn whether that person was indeed. However, Jiang Yueyang called him back, just as he turned to leave. Lord Su, though I cannot read faces, I can offer you some analysis. If you don't mind, you may tell me about it. Su Zheng immediately replied, I don't mind at all. It is my honor that Lord Jiang the Younger would analyze this for me. He brought a chair over beside the desk, and sat upright and proper. Over the past month or so, every time I returned home, I found things missing. Yet the next day those lost items would reappear in the house. Furthermore, I noticed that my mother often went out early and returned late, and she seemed extraordinarily happy. When I asked where she had been, she would not say. So 2 days ago I pretended to leave, but then turned back home, and I saw my mother leaving with a bundle. I followed her, and discovered that she went to the back door of a wealthy household, met a servant, and handed him the bundle. Jiang Yueyang looked at Su Zheng with a meaningful expression. That servant, is he male? Su Zheng nodded, then realizing what she implied, quickly explained, Lord Jiang, it's not what you think. Jiang Yueyang twitched her mouth and analyzed, based on what you've said, I don't think he is a thief. The missing items from your home were probably given to him by your mother. For some reason the man didn't want to accept them, so he returned them. Su Zheng thought the same. What he really wanted to know was the relationship between his mother and that servant. So he pursed his lips and asked, can Lord Jiang the Younger guess who that servant is? Lord Su, why don't you simply ask your mother? The system spoke up. Host, why are you asking when you already know? Hearing the heart voice, Su Zheng could not help but feel excited, but he still answered, I haven't yet figured out how to broach the subject. Jiang Yueyang denied it. What do you mean? I didn't do that. The system sneered, who are you fooling? The host clearly saw the worry in Lord Su's heart. I think that rather than tormenting oneself, it's better to ask clearly. After all, whether you ask or not, the truth remains. The people in the Wenyuan pavilion nodded silently. That was true. No matter how unwilling you were to face it, the truth was the truth. It's not that if you don't face it, the truth ceases to exist. That would be self-deception. The system nodded in agreement. Actually, not all truths are hard to accept. Sounds like you know the inside story. The inside story is right before Lord Su's eyes. He just hasn't noticed it because of his excessive worry. Jiang Yueyang was an impatient person. Upon hearing this, she eagerly pressed, speak quickly, don't keep me in suspense. If Lord Su looks closely, he will find that he actually bears a striking resemblance to that servant. Everyone present widened their eyes slightly. The implication was, Su Zheng was instantly enlightened. If that servant was indeed who he suspected, then his mother's behavior would all make sense. The only thing puzzling was why that person had become a servant, and why. At this moment, Jiang Yueyang suddenly realized she had kept Su Zheng waiting for a long time. She quickly said, Lord Su, if you find it difficult to ask your mother, you might try asking that servant instead. But if you have reservations, then pretend I didn't say anything. Having heard the heart voice, Su Zheng felt a sudden clarity. As long as his mother and that person were innocent, he could accept anything. I will ask when I return home. Jiang Yueyang smiled at him. Su Zheng bowed to her. Thank you, Lord Jiang the Younger, for your analysis. Your humble servant is deeply grateful. We are all colleagues, no need for such formality. Yes. Then I shall take my leave to attend to my duties. Jiang Yueyang nodded, watching him walk back to his seat with light steps. Then she saw several colleagues go over to speak with Su Zheng. Their voices were low and she could not hear what they were saying. But she did not pay much attention, as she was more curious about the identity of that servant. Xiao Guo, is that servant Lord Su's brother? The system gave an affirmative hum. Then how did he become a servant? Lord Su seems unaware that he has a brother. Over there, Su Zheng shushed his colleagues who had gathered around him, signaling them to be quiet. Everyone cooperated, for they too wanted to know. So they pretended to work while pricking up their ears. Lord Su's family fled to the capital during a famine. Before that, Lord Su's mother had once given birth to a child, but the child got lost unexpectedly. Only a month ago, that servant happened to encounter Lord Su's mother, and the mother and son were reunited. Then why didn't they tell Lord Su? Because the servant knew that his younger brother had become an official, while he himself was now of the lowest slave status. He feared that if people found out, it would affect Lord Su's official career. For an official reputation was extremely important. Having a brother of slave status would inevitably bring some influence, the most obvious being gossip and pointing fingers. Indeed, a few people's expressions changed. Jiang Yueyang thought, heroes are not judged by their origins. Go back a few hundred years, and who is more noble than whom? Besides, I heard from my father that General Jinghua was also once of slave status, yet he is still admired by the people. I wonder how Lord Su will choose. Everyone fell into deep thought. Young Master Jiang, young Master Jiang. Pei Yan called Jiang Yueyang several times, yet she showed no sign of waking. Helpless, he could only reach out and gently shake her. Jiang Yueyang slowly stirred awake, meeting Pei Yan's gaze with a dazed look for a moment, before asking guiltily, Xiaoguo, what happened to me? The system replied, host, you were leaning on the desk, and simply dozed off. You might want to wipe the drool later. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang hastily straightened up and casually wiped her mouth. Adopting the mindset that the one who isn't embarrassed holds the advantage, Jiang Yueyang asked with an unruffled expression, Minister Pei, is there something you need? Pei Yan's lips twitched slightly, then he pointed to the food container on the desk, and said, I merely wish to remind you, young Master Jiang, that it is time for your meal. Oh, thank you, Minister Pei. Then I shall not disturb your meal, young Master Jiang. Pei Yan bowed to her before returning to his own seat to dine. Jiang Yueyang opened the food container and glanced inside. A plate of greens, a bowl of steamed pork, a fish, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of chicken soup. She furrowed her brow slightly at the dishes before her. Why were all of them things she disliked? Seeing this, the system remarked, host, you should at least eat a little. It'll still be several hours before you can go home. Jiang Yueyang patted her stomach and reluctantly picked up her chopsticks, taking a few bites before setting them down. Pei Yan glanced back and noticed that the dishes on her desk had barely been touched. He considered going over to ask if she needed anything. Just as he was about to rise, a figure dashed past before his eyes. Su Zheng asked without preamble, young Master Jiang, do these dishes not suit your appetite? I'm allergic to fish, and I don't care for fatty meat. Allergic? Su Zheng was utterly bewildered. It means I break out in a rash if I eat it. Su Zheng nodded repeatedly. Then what shall you do? Won't you end up going hungry? No, I still have these. Jiang Yueyang took out the beef jerky she hadn't finished. Will that be enough? At that moment, a young eunuch entered from the doorway. Carrying a food container, he walked over to Jiang Yueyang with a bowed posture. Young Master Jiang, this was sent by Minister Jiang. Thank you. After the eunuch left, Jiang Yueyang opened the container to find all her favorite dishes inside. She looked up at Su Zheng, her eyes curving into a smile. Now it's enough. After finishing her midday meal, Jiang Yueyang declined Pei Yan's offer to accompany her and wandered alone to the Imperial Library. Her entrance immediately drew many gazes. Although it was lunch break, a fair number of officials were still there consulting documents. Jiang Yueyang ignored the stares and walked slowly toward the bookshelves. Looking at the books on the shelves, she murmured to herself, I wonder if there are any romance novels here. There are, host. Walk further inside. On the shelf in the corner, there's a book of folk tales and strange happenings. Following the system's guidance, Jiang Yueyang found the book of folk tales and sat down on the floor to read it. It contained many strange tales, but none explained the reasons behind them, and every one of them was incomplete, beginning without end. Jiang Yueyang grew irritated and gave up reading altogether. She shoved the book back and searched again, finally finding a romance novel. Half an hour later, Jiang Yueyang closed the book. It was only then that she realized the Crown Prince had at some point taken a seat beside her. Jiang Yueyang. Xiaoguo, why didn't you tell me the Crown Prince had arrived? I did warn you, but you told me not to disturb you. Jiang Yueyang thought back. It seemed that was indeed the case. How long has the Crown Prince been here? Since you were reading the part where the male lead and female lead strolled at night. So he's been here that long. Jiang Yueyang shot a glance at the Crown Prince beside her. His Majesty is strange enough, but now the Crown Prince is acting strange too. Hearing this, the Crown Prince cleared his throat, feigning composure as he rose to his feet. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang quickly stood up as well. Your Highness, I pay my respects. The Crown Prince nodded slightly. Miss Jiang, would you care for a stroll with me? As you wish. Jiang Yueyang followed the Crown Prince up flight after flight of stairs until they reached the top floor of the Imperial Library. Wow, Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. From here one could overlook most of the Imperial Palace. A truly magnificent sight. The Crown Prince smiled. At night it's even more beautiful. Look up and you can see a sky full of stars. Really? Pity I can't stay in the palace at night. The Crown Prince asked, would you like to stay in the palace? Jiang Yueyang felt the question carried a hidden meaning, so she chose her words carefully. No, I wouldn't. The Imperial Palace is too vast. I fear that once lost I would be trapped here forever. With such wit, Miss Jiang, what is there to fear? Jiang Yueyang shook her head. I have no confidence in myself, nor in others. And if one day there should be something you desire within these palace walls, I can't say what the future holds, but at least for now there is nothing in this palace I am determined to possess. The crown prince breathed a subtle sigh of relief. She hadn't closed the door completely. I hear you are to come of age soon, Miss Jiang. Might I have the honor of attending your coming-of-age ceremony? It would be my honor, Your Highness. The crown prince smiled from the heart, and then silence fell between them. Seeing that the crown prince no longer spoke, Jiang Yueyang let out a long silent breath. Xiaohua, what is the crown prince really trying to say? He wouldn't actually have taken a liking to me and want me to be his crown princess, would he? Based on the current circumstances, it's quite possible. But I don't feel like he likes me. Whoever I marry must be someone I love and who loves me in return. Then you're destined to spend your life alone. Mutual love, throughout history there haven't been many. Jiang Yueyang shrugged it off. I can live a perfectly good life on my own. The system said, as long as you're happy, host. By the way, I just noticed there's a secret letter hidden on the beam above your head. Where? Jiang Yueyang subtly looked up. How do you know it's a secret letter? Because the writing isn't of the great Xia dynasty. I can't decipher it either. That was the one flaw of this gossip system. Other than snacking on drama, it was utterly useless. Then you must at least know who wrote it, right? The system chuckled that I do. It was written by Li Zihao, a student of the Chongwen Academy. The students of the Chongwen Academy were all royal companions to the crown prince. In other words, talents and confidence he had gathered in advance to prepare for his eventual ascension to the throne. They were permitted to reside within the palace and to borrow books from the imperial library, but they were strictly barred from entering the inner court or critical government offices. Jiang Yueyang stole a glance at the crown prince, asking uncertainly, was this secret letter written on the crown prince's orders? Beneath his wide sleeve, the crown prince's hand clenched into a tight fist. He had chosen so carefully, yet in the end a traitor had still managed to slip through. Li Zihao, the Marquis of Jing'an. Whose people were they really? No, even the crown prince is kept in the dark. Who is this secret letter meant for? Yolanduo. Jiang Yueyang frowned. Who? The emperor's consort Lin, a princess of the Qishui tribe. Jiang Yueyang gasped. This, what are the Qishui people planning? Could it be? The system analyzed. It seems they have that intention, but no major moves yet. For now, they're just exchanging messages within and outside the palace. Once they make a move, it'll be too late. I must find a way to warn the crown prince. Hearing this, the system asked curiously, host, aren't you only here for the gossip and to mind your own business? Jiang Yueyang rolled her eyes slightly. I need to stay alive to enjoy the gossip. Doesn't the host trust the military strength of Great Xia? There's always a chance of mishap. Besides, I don't want war. In the end, it's the common folk who suffer. These words deeply touched the crown prince. He had studied Confucian thought, abhorred killing, and wished even more to keep the people from the flames of war. If possible, it's best to win without bloodshed. But if someone insists on plunging the world into chaos, he could take up his sword to defend the land and protect his people of Great Xia through peaceful years. The system asked, so how does the host plan to warn the crown prince? When will they come to pick up the secret letter? At the third quarter of the hour, when the library closes. Jiang Yueyang pinched her chin, thinking. She couldn't say it directly nor alert the enemy. Got it. The crown prince also wanted to know how she would warn him, so he waited without moving. Ah! Jiang Yueyang cried out in a faint start. Even the crown prince, who was prepared, was slightly startled. Your Highness, Jiang Yueyang pointed up at the beam. I just saw a rat run across up there. The crown prince cooperatively asked, a rat? That can't be. The library is cleaned daily. Could Miss Jiang be mistaken? Jiang Yueyang shook her head vigorously. I'm certain I wasn't mistaken. There really is a rat. Your Highness, send someone to catch it quickly, or it will damage the books. The crown prince nodded. Miss Jiang is right. The books are precious and must not be gnawed. I'll send someone to catch the rat later. Jiang Yueyang was puzzled. Why catch it later? Why not now? Rats like to burrow and breed quickly. There's probably a whole nest of young ones up there. Wait until they all return to the nest, then we can catch them all. Jiang Yueyang didn't catch the hidden meaning in the crown prince's words and nodded thoughtfully. This way the crown prince's men will likely bump into whoever comes for the letter, catching them red-handed. The system couldn't help but pour cold water, but what if they deny it? The one coming is a young eunuch from consort Lin, easily handled. Then the writing on the letter can't be denied, right? The system said in a drawn-out tone. The text might not even be in the Qishui language. Jiang Yueyang had nothing to say. That was indeed possible. At that moment the crown prince spoke up. Miss Jiang, shall we go down? I just remembered there's a damaged poetry collection in the library. Could you help repair it? Seeing the crown prince about to leave, Jiang Yueyang hurriedly said, Your Highness, I think we should call someone to catch the rat now. No rush. The crown prince replied as he walked down. Since consort Lin and her faction hadn't made any major moves, there was no need for haste. He would first report this to his father the emperor, then arrange for surveillance on consort Lin and the Jing'an Marquis. He would come early to catch the rat, copy down the secret letter, and then wait for the enemy to walk into the trap. As for what to do next, that would be up to his father. Jiang Yueyang was exasperated by the crown prince's words. She wanted to say, you might not be anxious, but I am. Your Highness, let's catch it now. I'm afraid of rats. The crown prince's lips curled at the corners. Miss Jiang, keep your voice down. Don't disturb the officials and scholars in this building. Jiang Yueyang immediately clamped her mouth shut. Right, I mustn't alert anyone. Consort lands people might be in this very building. So she lowered her voice and continued. Your Highness, I am truly terrified of rats. Could you possibly? Since Miss Jiang is so afraid of rats then. Jiang Yueyang looked at him with burning expectant eyes. The crown prince averted his gaze awkwardly. Then let's return to Wenyuan Pavilion. Jiang Yueyang. The system laughed loudly. Haha. Host, isn't this what you call, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is, You're the eunuch? I don't care anymore. This world isn't mine. Let the Chishui destroy Great Xia. The crown prince. In the end, Jiang Yueyang failed to get the rat caught immediately, and instead ended up with an extra assignment. She looked at the damaged poetry collection in her hands, then lay face down on the desk with a miserable groan. Her colleagues in Wenyuan Pavilion flinched, then turned back to look at her in confusion. Pei Yin stood up and walked over asking, What's wrong, Lord Jiang? Nothing. Jiang Yueyang shifted her head. I'm just emotionally drained. Pei Yin twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing that. At such a young age, what did she know about being emotionally drained? I'm the one who's drained. I have to do a mountain of work, and also make sure you don't get into trouble in Wenyuan Pavilion. Pei Yin lamented inwardly, but said with a smile, If Lord Jiang is tired, why not return to your residence to rest? Jiang Yueyang's eyes lit up. I can go back. Pei Yin acknowledged His Majesty has specially allowed Lord Jiang to work from home. Why does His Majesty treat me so specially? Jiang Yueyang asked in a low voice. Well, His Majesty told me that Lord Jiang is still young and growing, so she shouldn't be overworked. Jiang Yueyang made a dissatisfied sound. If he cares so much, why did he make me an official at all? Pei Yin silently answered in his heart, because of your inner thoughts. Despite the complaints, Jiang Yueyang had to express gratitude for Emperor Yuan's consideration. In that case, Jiang Yueyang picked up the poetry collection and stood. I'll head home then. This is the poetry collection the crown prince asked me to repair. I'll work on it as soon as possible. Lord Pei, please don't assign me any more tasks for now. Lord Jiang jokes. How would I dare assign you work? If sacrificial wine Kong has no special arrangements, you may arrange your own time. Sigh, this is probably the only benefit of being the crown princess. System tempted. Host is already enjoying privileges without being the crown princess. If you become one, you'll have everything you want. Both the person and the system still believe that Emperor Yuan's actions were all because Jiang Yueyang was the crown princess chosen by the empress. If the crown prince weren't the crown prince, I might be tempted. After all, the crown prince is truly handsome. At the hour of 1 o'clock, Jiang Yueyang emerged from the imperial palace clutching a collection of poetry in her arms. She had expected to walk all the way home only to discover that Qingji was already waiting with a horse-drawn carriage outside the palace gates. Jiang Yueyang asked in surprise, Qingji, what are you doing here? Miss, I never returned. In truth, she had gone back. It was simply that when Jiang Yueyang stepped out of Wenyuan Pavilion, the emperor's men had secretly sent word to Qingji. Don't do this next time, Jiang Yueyang said as she climbed into the carriage. Waiting outside is so tedious. I am accustomed to it, and Miss, you were attacked last night. I thought it wiser to be cautious. I am perfectly safe within the palace. But Miss, you are leaving the palace suddenly now, are you not? Jiang Yueyang pondered for a moment before saying, From now on I shall exit the palace at this same hour each day. You need not wait outside the gates. Simply come to pick me up when the time arrives. Yes, miss. The carriage began to move, and Qingji asked, Miss, shall we go straight home? No, to the Guozijian. Since she had been granted the freedom to leave at will, she had yet to have the chance to explore before the emperor bestowed an official position upon her. These past few days had been spent either attending court or remaining within her residence. She had long desired to see the legendary Guozijian. Though it was not the same institution as the Guozijian of Chinese history, it was still the Guozijian, was it not? Moreover, she wished to discover who had slandered her brother. The Guozijian was not far from the imperial palace, a mere 15 minutes ride away. It was said that the Guozijian admitted no idlers. Jiang Yueyang had anticipated needing to explain herself at length to gain entry, but to her surprise the guards did not even stop her. She simply walked right in as if by magic. And she made her way unimpeded all the way to the Guozijian's main hall. The Guozijian comprised the Guozijian Taishua Saimengsu, Swanshua Shushua, and Lvexu. Among these the Guozijian held the highest threshold. Her brother was studying there. Jiang Yueyang glanced down at her crimson official robes and murmured, Who would have thought these robes would serve such a purpose? So you have come to appreciate the benefits of holding office. Indeed. It would be even better if I did not need to attend court. Not all officials of the Great Xia were permitted to attend court. Only those of the 6th rank and above. Furthermore, even some departments that met the rank requirement lacked this privilege, such as the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Only the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau could attend court, though he rarely did, for there was seldom anything to report. Jiang Yueyang most envied him, for she too had little to say, yet the emperor insisted she attend court. Host, you should count your blessings. As these words were spoken, the sound of recitation drifted ahead. Before she realized it, they had arrived outside a classroom in the Guozijian. Jiang Yueyang approached the window and observed a student responding to a question posed by the instructor. His answer, rich with classical allusions, drew a satisfied nod from the instructor at the podium. Jiang Yueyang scanned the classroom, but did not see her brother, so she continued onward. At that moment a student noticed her. The student nudged his deskmate and whispered, Look, The female official bestowed by the emperor is outside. The matter of the emperor appointing a young woman as a fifth-rank official against the objections of his civil and military ministers had become common knowledge throughout the capital. Yet most of the capital's residents remained unaware of the reason behind this appointment. Following the whisper, his deskmate glanced over and indeed spotted a young woman in official robes walking past. At this hour, why would she be here? She must be here on behalf of Jiang Yueyang seeking justice. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Their hushed conversation drew the attention of those seated nearby, and within moments everyone in the classroom had turned their gaze toward Jiang Yueyang. Even the instructor at the podium looked over. Sensing the weight of countless stares, Jiang Yueyang slowly turned her head and was startled to find all eyes upon her. For a moment she felt at a loss. The instructor at the podium spoke up. What are you all staring at? The grand examination approaches, yet you still have the leisure to gawk at me. The students instinctively shrank their necks and redirected their attention to the podium. The instructor offered Jiang Yueyang a nod of greeting, which she returned in kind before continuing on her way. Passing another classroom, Jiang Yueyang finally found her brother. Jiang Yueyang sat upright and composed while the person beside him glared at him with obvious hostility, gesturing and pointing. Jiang Yueyang furrowed her brow. Who was that? How dare he behave so arrogantly? The heir to Prince Rong. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Yueyang could not help but turn his head. Meeting Jiang Yueyang's gaze, Jiang Yueyang instinctively raised her hand and offered a warm, gentle wave, her smile radiant. Others in the classroom also heard the voice, particularly the named heir to Prince Rong, Yuan Sheng. Jiang Yueyang asked, Xiao Gua, is the heir to Prince Rong the one who framed my brother for plagiarism? Yes. Then why does the one who framed my brother still remain at the Guozijian? Are the instructor and the chancellor of the Guozijian blind? Indeed, the Guozijian was also under the jurisdiction of Chancellor Kong, who held multiple positions. The system replied matter-of-factly, because he is a member of the imperial clan, powerful and influential. Most of the students in the classroom were stunned. How could that young woman speak without moving her lips? And where was this Xiao Gua she conversed with? A few, however, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Their fathers had not been lying after all. They truly could hear the inner thoughts of the Minister of Revenue's daughter. Yuan Sheng also understood the nature of inner thoughts, though he had previously dismissed it as trivial. Jiang Yueyang was unconvinced. Does being of imperial blood grant one the license to act with impunity? To ruin another's future is as cruel as murdering their parents. I shall write a memorial immediately to impeach them. And what precisely do you intend to impeach them for? Framing and false accusation. Allow me to remind you, host, that heir to Prince Rong is no ordinary foe. Your memorial may never reach the emperor's desk before your brother is left headless and limbless. Jiang Yueyang was taken aback. What do you mean? He has also taken lives. Hearing this, Yuan Sheng abruptly rose to his feet and pointed at Jiang Yueyang, cursing, You wretch, heir. Yuan Sheng's deskmate interrupted him, lowering his voice. Heir, the emperor has decreed that no one may reveal the matter of inner thoughts before the daughter of Minister Jiang. Violators shall be executed. Xiao Gua, he was pointing at me just now, wasn't he? You are the only one outside. What do you think? Jiang Yueyang laughed in irritation. What dreadful manners. You said he killed someone just now. Not exactly killed, but close enough. 5 days ago, he forced a humble-born scholar to accompany him to a brothel. On the way, they encountered a young lady he fancied. That young lady, weary of his persistence, casually remarked that she would sooner favor the humble-born scholar than him. In response, he beat the scholar nearly to death on the spot. Moreover, he threatened to expel the scholar from the capital unless he knelt and barked like a dog. To remain at the Guozijian, the humble-born scholar knelt and imitated a dog's bark. Jiang Yueyang was filled with righteous indignation. This is sheer bullying. System, there's no way around it. That's just how this world works. See, your brother is the son of the Minister of Revenue, yet when he was framed there was nothing to be done. What more for a powerless son of a humble family? I think Chancellor Kong appears quite impartial. It's too late, someone has already taken the blame for the plagiarism. Otherwise, why do you think he's still sitting there unscathed? Jiang Yueyang stared at Yuan Sheng, who wore a provocative smile from inside the classroom, grinding her teeth in anger. What about the assault? So many people on the street saw it as surely they can't find someone to take the blame for that. System, then someone must report it to the authorities. As the saying goes, if the people don't report, the officials won't investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang said, without hesitation, the censors love to impeach people. I'll go back and throw a note into the censor-in-chief's home. Xiaohua, tell me which censor is not afraid of the powerful. That would be Lord Wei, the censor-in-chief. Upon hearing this, Yuan Sheng, who had been emboldened, could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood up, ignoring the academic official on the lectern, and stormed out aggressively. His deskmate tried to stop him, but failed. Lord Wei was notoriously difficult to deal with, who anyone he impeached would be skinned alive. Jiang Sun rushed out right after him and blocked Yuan Sheng's way on the corridor outside the classroom. Get lost. Over my dead body. You're asking for it. Yuan Sheng swung a punch. Jiang Sun swiftly dodged sideways and, grabbing his hand, pushed him away. Yuan Sheng stumbled back several steps and collided with a fellow student who had followed them out. After steadying himself without a word, he swung his fist at Jiang Sun again. The two tussled, exchanging blows and kicks. Jiang Yueyang was completely baffled by this situation. How had a fight broken out so suddenly? Brother. Stay away, Jiang Sun managed to remind her. The academic official shouted from the side, stop, both of you stop. Your Highness, stop fighting. Yuan Sheng's cronies also yelled. What are you waiting for? Go and separate them. As the academic official's voice fell, several students stepped forward. 2 or 3 to pull Yuan Sheng, 2 or 3 to pull Jiang Sun. But Yuan Sheng had already lost his senses. He didn't care who was coming, clenching his fists and striking out. The students pulling him had to let go to protect themselves, and Yuan Sheng charged at Jiang Sun again. Jiang Sun pushed away his classmates and kicked Yuan Sheng in the stomach, and the two were once again locked in battle. You dare kick me? I'll beat you to death. Yuan Sheng became vicious, his fists whistling through the air. Jiang Sun dodged what he could and fought back when he couldn't. The academic official stomped his foot in anxiety. Jiang Sun, stop it. Look, clearly he is the son of the Prince of Rome. Do you want to die? Jiang Yueyang was displeased. Why only tell my brother to stop? He started it for no reason. Lord Jiang, please don't add to the trouble. The most important thing now is to stop them. You don't want Jiang Sun to get hurt, do you? Jiang Yueyang glanced at the fiercely fighting pair. Don't worry, official, my brother's martial skills are excellent. The academic official was choked by her words. What kind of mess is this? Helpless, he could only point at a student and send him to fetch Chancellor Kong. Normally Chancellor Kong would work in the palace in the morning and return to the Imperial Academy in the afternoon to teach or handle administrative affairs. The working hours of the big shots could be arranged at their own discretion. Both of you stop, the academic official shouted. I've already sent for Chancellor Kong. If you don't stop now, you'll be expelled. Jiang Sun hesitated upon hearing this, and Yuan Sheng landed a punch on his face, bloodying his mouth. Brother. At the same time, Yuan Sheng was grabbed by his deskmate and several classmates. Your Highness, stop fighting. The official has called for Chancellor Kong. If the prince finds out you were openly brawling in the Imperial Academy, he will surely punish you. Yuan Sheng showed no fear, flexing his sore hand. What's there to fear? My father will only praise me for fighting well. That said, he stopped attacking. Jiang Yueyang stepped forward to check Jiang Sun's injuries. Seeing his swollen, bleeding mouth, she wished she could tear Yuan Sheng apart. She glared at Yuan Sheng. Do you have any respect for the law? Yuan Sheng suddenly recalled the earlier inner voice, and the anger that had mostly dissipated surged back. If you hadn't spoken, I would have forgotten about you, you meddlesome girl. Today I'll teach you a lesson. With that, Yuan Sheng stepped forward to strike Jiang Yueyang. But Jiang Sun didn't give him a chance. He grabbed the extended hand and twisted it forcefully. A crisp sound of bones was heard, and Yuan Sheng screamed in pain. Chancellor Kong, who had rushed over, happened to witness this scene. Jiang Sun, stop. Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow at the rapidly approaching Chancellor Kong, and then released his grip on Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng instinctively wanted to attack Jiang Sun, but his deskmate held him tightly. Your Highness, Chancellor Kong is here. At that moment, Chancellor Kong appeared before the crowd. He first swept his sharp gaze around, then coldly asked, who started the fight? All the students kept their heads lowered, no one daring to answer. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang stepped out from behind her brother, pointed at Yuan Sheng, and said, he started it. My brother was only defending himself. Chancellor Kong, you must handle this fairly. Chancellor Kong then noticed Jiang Yueyang's presence and frowned slightly. Lord Jiang, why are you here? I came to see my brother. Chancellor Kong did not ask further. His gaze shifted to Yuan Sheng. Why did you start the fight? Yuan Sheng lifted his chin slightly and remained silent. Seeing this, the academic official leaned in and briefly explained the cause and course of the incident to Chancellor Kong. Chancellor Kong glanced at the two boys, then at Jiang Yueyang, and finally said with a stern face, you two come with me. The rest of you go back to class. The students hurried back to the classroom. Before leaving, Yuan Sheng's deskmate whispered to him, Your Highness, play it by ear. Endure for now, we'll settle the score later. After seeing that everyone who should return had gone back, Chancellor Kong led the two toward his office. But after only 2 steps, he stopped. Lord Jiang, you should go back now. Jiang Yueyang did not move and said matter-of-factly, I am also a party involved. At this moment, she had realized something. Earlier, Yuan Sheng had stormed out of the classroom with clear intent to harm her, which was why her brother had risked expulsion to fight him. Moreover, that last move, Yuan Sheng clearly intended to hit her. Kong Jizhou gave Jiang Sun a meaningful glance, and Jiang Sun understood. He smoothed Jiang Yueyang's disheveled hair and said softly, go home first. Your brother will be fine. Jiang Yueyang shook her head firmly. Be obedient. Kong Jizhou is a fair man, he will handle this impartially. If you stay, outsiders might think you and Kong Jizhou are shielding each other. Kong Jizhou. Jiang Yueyang muttered, nonsense. He is the Prince Rome's heir. If Kong Jizhou were partial, he would favor him. Kong Jizhou coughed heavily twice and secretly glared at her, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. No, he won't. Be obedient, go back first. Jiang Yueyang was still uneasy, hesitating. The system said host, go back first. Kong Jizhou is an upright and honest official, he will give your brother justice. Will he also address the matter of Prince Rome's heir stealing my brother's poem and falsely accusing him of plagiarism? Kong Jizhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and Yuan Sheng felt a jolt in his heart. However, he quickly assumed a fearless expression. The system that depends on whether your brother will mention this to Kong Jizhou. Doesn't Kong Jizhou know? He had returned to his hometown to visit family and only came back to the capital yesterday. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang tugged at her brother's sleeve and whispered, Brother, tell Kong Jizhou about his falsely accusing you of plagiarism. All right. Now there was no need for him to say it. Kong Jizhou already knew. With Jiang Sun's affirmative answer and the system's praise of Kong Jizhou, Jiang Yueyang returned at ease. In Kong Jizhou's private office, he stared at Yuan Sheng sternly and asked, "What is this about plagiarism?" "What do you mean?" "This student knows nothing." Yuan Sheng played dumb. "If you don't tell me, I will investigate myself." Yuan Sheng pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, "Lu Hongtai stole his poem and falsely accused him of plagiarism." Kong Jizhou half closed his eyes and looked at him. "Was it Lu Hongtai who stole it, or you? Or did you order him to steal it?" Yuan Sheng grew angry. "Since you've already decided it was me, why bother asking?" Kong Jizhou slammed the table and stood up. Yuan Sheng's body trembled with fright. Then he stopped denying and directly admitted, "So what if I made Lu Hongtai steal it? Who told him to act so superior and outshine me everywhere? He deserved it." "You." Kong Jizhou pointed at Yuan Sheng, his hands trembling with anger. "Do you know that doing so would ruin his future?" "I wanted to ruin him." "Outrageous. For such a despicable act, I will report you to His Majesty and punish you severely. Suit yourself." Yuan Sheng swaggered away. Kong Jizhou sighed heavily. "Jiang Sun, you may go back to class. I will give you justice in this matter." Jiang Sun bowed and returned to class. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueyang got into a carriage, made a detour to Sensor Wei's house to toss a paper ball, and then went home. As soon as she returned to Lanyue Pavilion, Xiangling handed her a card. "Miss Grand Tutor's granddaughter, Miss Gu Ruo, invites you to her home on your day off." Jiang Yueyang opened the card and took a look, not expecting that Gu Ruo had actually sent her an invitation. "Miss, will you go?" "Go. Since I've already left the residence, there will surely be many such invitations in the future. I can't refuse them all. That would make me seem impolite, and who knows what rumors would spread." As the sun slanted in the west, the emperor's secret guard retrieved a secret letter from the beam, wrote a copy, and ambushed nearby. Before long, a young eunuch from Consort Land's palace sneaked over. He looked around, confirmed no one was there, then lightly leaped onto the beam. The young eunuch knew martial arts, and his lightness skill was quite impressive. Downstairs, the eunuch in charge of closing the library called out, "Xiao Gizi, where are you? Come out quickly, we're leaving." Xiao Gizi took the secret letter from the beam, tucked it into his sleeve, jumped down, and answered calmly, "Coming." The secret guard did not rashly follow Xiao Gizi, but took the letter back to present to Emperor Yuan. At that moment, three people sat in Emperor Yuan's study: Crown Prince Yuan Yi, left Prime Minister Wen Ziyuan, and Minister Jiang Yueyang. The secret guard masked knelt on one knee and offered the letter with both hands. "Master, it is confirmed that the person who took the secret letter is the young eunuch from Consort Land's palace. In addition, that young eunuch knows martial arts and his skills are not low. Today, if it weren't for an E, the leader of the secret guards who went to retrieve the letter, they might have been discovered." Li Fuqian went down and handed the secret letter to Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan unfolded it, and looked. Indeed, it was not in the script of the Great Xia dynasty. But it didn't seem to be the script of the Qishui tribe either. Emperor Yuan signaled Li Fuqian to give the letter to Wen Ziyuan. "Minister, when you are erudite and talented, see if you can recognize the characters on it." Wen Ziyuan glanced at the characters on the letter, frowned, and shook his head. "This old minister can't understand it either, but someone from the Court of Diplomatic Affairs should be able to." The Court of Diplomatic Affairs is the department responsible for foreign relations, and its officials need to speak multiple languages. Emperor Yuan knew this well, but the matter of the secret letter was of great importance. If he couldn't be sure that the translator had no ulterior motives, he would not reveal the letter. For this reason, he slowly looked at Minister Jiang. "Minister Jiang, the secret letter needs to be deciphered as soon as possible. When you return, sound out your daughter, and be sure to learn from her who in the Court of Diplomatic Affairs is absolutely loyal to our great Xia." What else could Minister Jiang say? He could only rise and bow, responding, "Your minister obeys the decree. No time to lose, minister, you may return now." Your minister takes his leave. Minister Jiang withdrew from the emperor's study and walked step by step toward the palace gate. It happened to be the time when officials of Great Xia were leaving work and going home. Now Jiang Yueyang had become someone others avoided. Although he didn't want to associate with those people either, the feeling of being isolated was extremely unpleasant. Half an hour later, Minister Jiang and Jiang Sun returned home one after another. After the family had dinner together, Minister Jiang called Jiang Yueyang to the study. "Daughter, His Majesty summoned me today to discuss a matter." Jiang Yueyang didn't know what her father wanted to say and asked in confusion, "Father, why are you telling me this?" "Father wants to hear your opinion." Jiang Yueyang said, "Oh," and asked, "What matter?" "His Majesty plans to send an official from the Court of Diplomatic Affairs to Turkic tribes for a major task, so the official must be absolutely loyal to Great Xia." "What major task?" Jiang Yueyang blurted out. Minister Jiang said, "The more you know, the sooner you die." Jiang Yueyang immediately covered her mouth to indicate she had asked nothing. "My dear daughter, His Majesty asked me to choose a loyal person from the Court of Diplomatic Affairs. Who do you think I should choose?" "Father, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? I don't know any officials from the Court of Diplomatic Affairs. You should ask your colleagues. This matter is crucial and no one else can know. Daughter, help me consider it, won't you? If I choose the wrong person, my life might be at stake." "Is it that serious?" Minister Jiang nodded solemnly. All right. What about Lord Luhua? He has served as an official for 15 years, diligent and conscientious. Though he has achieved no great merits, he has committed no major errors either." Jiang Yueyang, Little Melon. No, this man appears to be a good-natured person on the surface, but in reality, he is dark-hearted and vicious. When the neighbor's dog merely barked at him, he caught the dog that very night and tortured it to death. The next day, he hypocritically asked the neighbor why his dog was nowhere to be seen. People who abuse small animals are not good people. Jiang Yueyang looked at her father and said, "Father, I think this man is unsuitable. He has been an official for 15 years without any notable achievements, which shows he lacks real ability. Sending him to the Turks would be futile." Minister Jiang nodded with a thoughtful expression. Then what about Lord Sun Xiaofeng? He was promoted 3 ranks in just 5 years. Clearly a man of remarkable capability. System, this one is even worse. He is a master of sycophancy, a classic weathercock. His rapid promotion over 5 years was entirely achieved by betraying his superiors. Jiang Yueyang recalled that Sun Xiaofeng's several former superiors had all been demoted and exiled. A person who could be swayed by high office wealth and treasure would surely defect. And those who recommended him for promotion all seemed to be at odds with his superiors. After hearing the system's words, Jiang Yueyang said to her father, "Father, I think this man is even less suitable. Being promoted 3 ranks in 5 years, regardless of whether he has ability, his ambition is certainly immense." Is ambition a bad thing? Minister Jiang asked, playing along with the act. It can be good or bad. A man of great ambition is never satisfied with the status quo. If one day we fail to satisfy his ambition, he will surely betray, sending him to the Turks. Unwise. Then what about Lord Lin Yifei? System, this one is passable, but he lacks independent opinions. He does whatever his mother says, a classic mama's boy. His loyalty to the great Xia depends entirely on his mother's attitude toward the dynasty. Then let's forget about him. Jiang Yueyang, father, let's consider other candidates. Minister Jiang named a few more people, but the system's evaluations were all mediocre, neither particularly good nor absolutely loyal. My daughter, there are only 3 candidates left. If we can't decide, I won't be able to answer to His Majesty. System host, ask your father if the envoy must be from the court of state ceremonial. Jiang Yueyang immediately asked, "Father, is it necessary that the envoy to the Turks be an official from the court of state ceremonial?" More or less. The person sent to the Turks needs to be multilingual. Only officials from the court of state ceremonial possess that ability. System host, tell your father that Baizhe, the magistrate of Qingping County, is a fine choice. He is not only an upright and incorruptible official, but also fluent in multiple languages. Most importantly, he is a smooth operator who is utterly loyal to the great Xia. How do you know he is utterly loyal? Members of the Bai clan were involved in smuggling, and he is gathering evidence of their crimes, preparing to sacrifice family for justice. Moreover, not long ago the king of Nanzhao sent people to seize his wife, using her as leverage to force him to serve Nanzhao. He first agreed wholeheartedly, then waited for an opportunity to rescue his wife. After rescuing his wife, he killed all the Nanzhao agents and sent a letter to the Nanzhao king. The letter read, "I am honored to be born in the great Xia. Now that Nanzhao refuses to submit, one day our great Xia iron cavalry will trample every inch of Nanzhao territory. King of Nanzhao, wait for me. Don't die too soon." Jiang Yueyang was slightly surprised. She had met the magistrate of Qingping County once in court, and truly had not seen him as a man of such fiery spirit. The Bai clan seems to be a hereditary noble family. His Majesty and the nobles have always been outwardly harmonious, but inwardly at odds. Will he trust him? System, that depends on whether your father is worthy of his trust. Jiang Yueyang thought it over. Since His Majesty entrusted such an important matter to her father, he must be trusted. So she said, "Father, the magistrate of Qingping County also speaks many languages." The magistrate of Qingping County is multilingual. How come I didn't know? Jiang Yueyang casually replied, "He's low-key, I suppose." Minister Jiang suddenly wanted to test her and deliberately asked, "Then how do you know, daughter?" Jiang Yueyang's mind raced. "I heard it somewhere." "From whom?" "I won't tell you." Jiang Yueyang quickly changed the subject. "I almost forgot. The Crown Prince asked me to restore a poetry anthology. Father, could you help me with it?" Minister Jiang gave a tactical silence. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang added, "Father, you know how little ink I have in my belly. Restoring a poetry anthology is absolutely beyond me." "Father believes you can do it," Minister Jiang gently declined. "I can't. Nothing in the world is difficult if you just give up." Jiang Yueyang cut him off before he could finish. "Minister Jiang." "Father," Jiang Yueyang shook his arm coquettishly. "It's too late for me to make an effort now. If you don't help me, I'll have to submit a blank page. Then when I'm—" Her voice abruptly stopped as something suddenly occurred to her. Perfect. If I fail to complete it, the Crown Prince will blame me, and then I can use that as an excuse to resign from office." "Minister Jiang, don't delude yourself. His Majesty won't let you resign anytime soon." "Why?" "Because His Majesty's appointment of you has a deeper meaning. Besides, the Crown Prince will not blame you." To Jiang Yueyang's ears, this meant the Crown Prince sees you as his future Crown Princess. No matter how hopeless you are, he will still protect your dignity. Emperor Yuan would not slap his own face either. Moreover, Jiang Yueyang suspected that the emperor's appointment of her was likely an attempt to reform the system by experimenting with employing women. At that thought, Jiang Yueyang heaved a deep sigh. It seemed her resignation was a distant dream. Forget it, whatever will be will be. Minister Jiang said earnestly, "Daughter, since you eat the sovereign's grain, you must bear the sovereign's worries. Now that you wear this official robe, you must be worthy of it. Father knows your abilities are limited, and I don't ask you to excel at everything. Only that you do your best." Jiang Yueyang was deeply moved and bowed her head. "I understand, Father. Go on." Jiang Yueyang exited the study and headed toward the Lanhua pavilion, but when she reached the fork in the path, she turned and walked toward her brothers, Xianjian instead. Seeing this, the system which shared a telepathic bond with Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Host, you just promised your father to do your best at work. Why are you backtracking already?" "I'm not backtracking. I've looked at that poetry anthology. I can't do it. Instead of wasting time, it's better to seek help. I'll copy it out myself when it's done. Besides, I'm creating an opportunity for my brother." "System host, do you really not know how to do it, or are you pretending?" Jiang Yueyang fell into tactical silence. System side, "Will you tell the crown prince that your brother restored it?" "Of course. And fulfilling official duties doesn't have to be in the poetry anthology. I can contribute in other ways." "System, what ways?" "I haven't thought of one yet." "System." At Shuyanji, and Jiang Yueyang first asked whether her brother had told Master Kong about being falsely accused of plagiarism. After receiving an affirmative answer, she gradually revealed the true purpose of her visit. She looked at Jiang Sun with a beaming smile, first praising his beautiful calligraphy and excellent essays, then complimenting his handsome appearance, declaring him the best brother in the world. In short, she showered him with a torrent of flattery. Initially, Jiang Sun listened with interest, but as her words grew increasingly exaggerated, even he felt embarrassed to hear more. "Come on, what favor do you need from me?" Jiang Sun interrupted her sycophantic praise. Jiang Yueyang grinned and said, "Brother, the crown prince has asked me to restore a collection of poems. You know my level. So could you do it for me?" After hearing her request, Jiang Sun did not reply immediately. Instead, he gazed at her intently without blinking. Jiang Yueyang felt a pang of guilt under his stare, her eyes darting about as she remained silent. After a long moment, just as she was about to break down, Jiang Sun sighed. "Where is the poetry collection?" Jiang Yueyang's face lit up with joy. "I'll have Xiangling deliver it later. I knew you were the best brother in the world." "Less flattery." Jiang Yueyang chuckled, then insisted that all the credit would go to him. Jiang Sun cared little for credit. He only wished for his sister's safety during her official tenure. "All right, it's getting late. Go back now." "Roger." Jiang Yueyang made an acknowledging gesture. Jiang Sun shook his head affectionately and watched as she skipped away from Shuyanjian. The next day, Jiang Yueyang rose early. When Xiangling came to summon her, she was surprised to find her already awake. It was the first time her mistress had gotten up without being called. Curious, she asked, "Mistress, why are you up so early today?" "Because there's a good show to watch today." Xiangling was bewildered but did not press further. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Yueyang grabbed the snacks Xiangling had packed for her and a storybook, then headed out for the morning court. By the time Minister Jiang left, he only saw the taillights of her carriage. During the queue inspection, the palace guard leafed through the storybook Jiang Yueyang had brought, casting her a meaningful glance. Jiang Yueyang explained sheepishly, "It's just an ordinary storybook, not a banned one. Can I bring it in?" The guard closed the book and returned it. "Go ahead." "Thank you, brother guard. I'll bring you all some treats tomorrow." The guard remained silent. Passing officials muttered blatant bribery. Then, as soon as the morning court began, Jiang Yueyang was immediately impeached. Moreover, her accuser was the renowned Grand Censor Wei. Grand Censor Wei impeached her for neglecting her duties, sleeping during work hours, and bringing a miscellany into the palace today. Jiang Yueyang thought to herself, "Tisk, I've heard my father say that censors are elusive, often lurking in the shadows to catch people's faults. I thought he was exaggerating, but it turns out to be true. Haha, host, you should be grateful he doesn't know you were the one who hit him on the head yesterday, or he'd have added another charge against you." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang stole a glance at the bump on Grand Censor Wei's forehead. She had been wondering who would dare to strike the Grand Censor. Little did she expect it was her own doing. Yesterday, when she tossed a note into the Wei residence, the paper ball was too light to throw over, so she wrapped a small stone inside it. She patted her chest in relief. Good. Grand Censor Wei, sorry, I already know." Emperor Yuan couldn't help but glance at the bump on Wei's head, feeling a touch of schadenfreude. Minister Wei was as troublesome as the left chancellor, even impeaching the emperor when he was in the wrong. The only difference was that the left chancellor scolded him to his face, while Minister Wei submitted memorials. Emperor Yuan composed his expression and asked Jiang Yueyang, "What do you have to say regarding Grand Censor Wei's impeachment?" Jiang Yueyang stepped forward and replied with a bow, "Your Majesty, everything Grand Censor Wei said is true. However, I believe that one may also relax appropriately during work breaks." "Relax? Little Minister Jiang, is that what you call it? You've completely let yourself go, haven't you?" Jiang Yueyang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Xiao Gua, is Grand Censor Wei a time traveler? How does he know the phrase, 'let yourself go'? No, he's a genuine native." The others wondered, does native mean local? And what does time traveler mean? Grand Censor Wei, who had learned that phrase from a martial arts novel, felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Emperor Yuan interjected appropriately. "Your words are not without reason, but one must also choose the time and place for relaxation." "Yes, Your Majesty. I will never again sleep or read miscellany in the Wenyuan Pavilion. I'll go read in the library." Emperor Yuan seemed to catch her unspoken implication and shook his head helplessly. "Very well, then you shall be fined 1 month's salary." "Yes." Jiang Yueyang returned to her position. Xiao, how much is my monthly salary? 5 taels of silver. So little. That's less than my daily allowance. This job is utterly boring. The system replied, host's daily allowance is over 100 taels and no job can compare. The civil and military officials drew a sharp breath in unison. Was the Jiang family so wealthy? The censors at the censorate meanwhile wondered if Minister Jiang had embezzled or accepted bribes. Minister Jiang desperately wanted to silence them. Didn't they know that wealth should not be flaunted? At that moment he knew with absolute certainty that the censors must have jumped to the wrong conclusion and someone would probably impeach him soon. He wanted to explain, but had no reason to do so. Jiang Yueyang said proudly, well, what can I say? I have a very wealthy mother and maternal grandfather. I can't understand why my father insists on making things hard for himself. Isn't taking the easy way out more appealing? The third prince couldn't help but burst out laughing. Minister Jiang thought, is it my turn to be the laughingstock today? Jiang Yueyang stood on her tiptoes and looked ahead in confusion. What's happening over there? Why is the third prince smiling so joyfully? Did he have a spring dream? The third prince's face instantly darkened. Now it was Minister Jiang's turn to cover his mouth and chuckle. The others also found it hard to suppress their smiles. As long as the gossip wasn't about them, it was quite entertaining. Emperor Yuan coughed awkwardly twice and tried to divert everyone's attention, saying, do my ministers have any other matters to report? Jiang Yueyang looked at Censor Wei, seeing him lost in thought, and couldn't help complaining to Xiaohua, didn't you say that Minister Wei is not afraid of power? I've already thrown him a paper ball. Why hasn't he impeached the hereditary prince of Prince Rome? And what about sacrificial wine Kong? Didn't he want to restore justice for my brother? Why hasn't he said a word so far? Indeed, these people are all in name only, and they cower at the critical moment. Just as sacrificial wine Kong was about to step forward, he thought, can't you be a little more patient? The sound of Jiang Yueyang's scolding pulled Minister Wei back to his senses. He really wanted to tell her, I am not a coward. Sacrificial wine Kong stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Recently an incident of plagiarism has occurred in the Imperial Academy. The hereditary prince of Prince Rong has admitted that he ordered someone to steal the poems of Jiang Sun, son of Minister Jiang, and then falsely accused Jiang Sun of assault. Such despicable acts are meant to ruin someone's future and are not the behavior of a gentleman. I believe that the hereditary prince is no longer fit to study at the Imperial Academy and should be expelled. I request Your Majesty to take note. Originally, the sacrificial wine could decide on expelling a misbehaving student on his own without going through the emperor. But since the person involved was a royal family member, he thought it best to inform Emperor Yuan. It was a notification, not a request for consent. Emperor Yuan understood his meaning. At this moment, Minister Wei also stepped forward and said, I second the motion. Yesterday afternoon, someone threw a note into my residence stating that the hereditary prince had beaten a fellow student and nearly killed him. After sending people to investigate, I confirmed that this indeed happened. The hereditary prince has harmed a fellow student, showing no regard for the law, and has shown no remorse whatsoever. Even the Son of Heaven who breaks the law is subject to the same punishment as commoners. Please Your Majesty grant justice to the beaten scholar and reassure the people. Prince Rong was the full brother of Emperor Yuan, and also the youngest son most beloved by the Empress Dowager. He could reside in the capital permanently, and even enter and leave the palace freely. Emperor Yuan intended to punish Yuan Shang, but that would surely cause the Empress Dowager to make a scene. Seeing Emperor Yuan silent and not speaking, Jiang Yueyang frowned, and said to the system, could it be that His Majesty plans to shield the hereditary prince? Possibly, after all they are family. But didn't you say His Majesty is a wise ruler? The system said, that is on major matters, and even a wise ruler cannot avoid making mistakes. How can this be? Minister Wei also found it unacceptable, so he knelt down and loudly implored, I beg Your Majesty to severely punish the hereditary prince. As the voice of Minister Wei, the highest official of the censorate, fell, all the censors present at court knelt down together, saying, Please Your Majesty, severely punish the hereditary prince. Emperor Yuan glanced at the kneeling censors and asked with a blank expression, what does the person involved say? Upon hearing this, both civil and military officials understood that Emperor Yuan did not intend to severely punish the hereditary prince. Jiang Yueyang also understood, thinking, this is infuriating. The emperor is such a bastard. Emperor Yuan, who was cursed, dared not utter a word. The third prince was immensely excited inside, and also envied Jiang Yueyang. He wished he could scold his father like that to his face. And it's the kind where the person involved hears it, but can do nothing about it. The system said, alas, your emperor is truly not very wise. Others are secretly recruiting troops and buying horses preparing to usurp the throne, yet he is still here, cherishing brotherly affection. Emperor Yuan, civil and military officials. The Prince Rome's followers were doomed. Jiang Yueyang snorted, serves him right. Keeping a feudal prince in the capital is just asking for rebellion. Emperor Yuan. Minister Wei seized the opportunity and said, Your Majesty, no matter what the person involved says, it is a fact that the hereditary prince injured someone. Please severely punish him. This time Emperor Yuan did not show favoritism to the hereditary prince and seized the opportunity to say, the hereditary prince has failed in virtue. I revoke his title of hereditary prince, order 20 strokes of the cane, and expel him from the Imperial Academy as a warning to others. Jiang Yueyang was pleased, but also puzzled. Wasn't the emperor just trying to bend the rules? Did I wrong him? Civil and military officials, your majesty is wise. Jiang Yueyang mistakenly thought she had wronged Emperor Yuan, feeling guilty and wanted to make amends. So she asked Xiaoguo, are there any accomplices of Prince Rong here? Yes, Minister Zhou of the Ministry of War and Minister Qi of the Ministry of Personnel. The two officials named instantly turned ashen, realizing they were done for. Jiang Yueyang didn't know them, but that didn't stop her from asking further. How many troops has Prince Rong recruited? Where are they? 100,000 in the mountain valley of Xinghua village in Yongzhou. Are you asking to remind your emperor? Jiang Yueyang nodded inwardly. Although the emperor isn't great, he is still a decent ruler. Most importantly, if Prince Rong succeeds in usurping the throne, my family will surely die. Emperor Yuan, so you're worried about your family's lives? Jiang Yueyang gazed at Emperor Yuan on the dragon throne, his heart troubled over how to reveal Prince Rong's rebellion plot to him. He also wondered if the crown prince had discovered the secret letter hidden in the rafters. Frustrated, Jiang Yueyang complained to the system, His Majesty's throne is so unstable. Everyone seems to want to usurp it. How should I warn him? Emperor Yuan then said, Beloved ministers, take a short rest. I shall return shortly. Where is His Majesty going? Jiang Yueyang asked. Probably relieving himself. Before leaving, Emperor Yuan shot a meaningful glance at the crown prince and the left prime minister, who quietly followed him out. During court sessions, there were usually breaks for officials to attend to their needs. The previously named Minister Zhou and Minister Qi attempted to sneak out to send messages, but were intercepted by the Imperial Guard commander and detained elsewhere. Soon Emperor Yuan returned. He then issued an imperial edict ordering the crown prince to personally go to Prince Rong's mansion to oversee the punishment of flogging. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yueyang, the crown prince also carried a secret decree to surround Prince Rong's mansion, allowing no one in or out. After the crown prince departed, the court session continued. Qinshi reported on the case of Minister Wu. Because too much time had passed, they had yet to find evidence linking him to the death of scholarly Cheng and his family. Minister Wu refused to confess. After hearing Qinshi's report, Jiang Yueyang muttered to himself, Can't find evidence. Why not resort to torture? I refuse to believe that fat man's bones are harder than a whip and fire tongs. Qinshi is too gentle in handling cases. The system remarked objectively, Unlike you, he doesn't have a god's eye view. He worries about falsely accusing an innocent person. Jiang Yueyang thought the system made sense and sighed. Then I just hope Qinshi can find solid evidence. Otherwise, a charge of exam fraud alone won't cost that fat man his life. Hearing Jiang Yueyang's thoughts, Qinshi knew what he needed to do. Initially, he wanted to find concrete evidence to prove Minister Wu's crimes and give the victims a public justice. But since Minister Wu refused to confess, he would have to resort to unconventional methods. Even if he was beaten to death, it would be deserved. But then scholarly Cheng and his family would not receive true justice in the public eye. If possible, Qinshi still hoped Minister Wu would admit his guilt and have his crimes made known. Emperor Yuan ordered Qinshi to thoroughly investigate the matter using any means necessary. This was Emperor Yuan approving Jiang Yueyang's suggestion. Then General Zheng Guo stepped forward with clasped fists. Your Majesty, General Lin Yuan and his party will arrive in the capital in 3 days. Should we arrange an escort? Before Emperor Yuan could speak, a civil official stepped out and said sarcastically, Does General Lin Yuan need the court to send a special escort? Many commoners are already waiting at the city gates. Jiang Yueyang looked around, his eyes darting about. Xiaoguo, who is General Lin Yuan? Why do I feel the atmosphere is strange? His Majesty's expression also seems off. The system replied. He is the young General Liu Yunting mentioned by the storyteller last time, the leader of the Liu family army. Liu Yunting commands 30000 troops. These people think he might rebel, and your emperor is also wary of him. What the heck? He wants to rebel too. Has His Majesty committed some heavenly sin? 3 forces are after his throne already. The civil and military officials thought 3. Prince Rong and General Lin Yuan. Who is the third? The system corrected too. Liu Yunting never intended to rebel. He doesn't covet that position at all. He only wants to uncover the truth behind his father's death. These words stirred huge waves in everyone's hearts. Emperor Yuan involuntarily straightened up. Liu Yunting doesn't intend to rebel. Is there a hidden story behind old General Liu's death? Emperor Yuan discreetly glanced toward Jiang Yueyang while saying, You speak too freely, minister. Even if commoners go to welcome him, the court must still send someone. He then looked at the military officials, his gaze settling on General Zheng Guo. Zhang Tiesheng, you will send someone to receive him. Your servant obeys the decree. I also want to go see the famous General Lin Yuan. I heard he is even more handsome than the crown prince. Jiang Yueyang looked enviously at General Zheng Guo. That day is not a rest day, the system reminded. I want to take leave. What reason? I have menstrual cramps. The system said speechlessly, Host, you haven't had your period yet. The civil and military officials. Emperor Yuan, to see a handsome man you'll go to any lengths. Afterward, the 6 ministries each reported their work. Among them, Minister Jiang, the Minister of Revenue, submitted the preliminary disaster relief silver amount to Emperor Yuan for a decision. Seeing the 200 tales of silver written in the memorial, Emperor Yuan approved without much thought. He also dispatched the left Vice Minister of Revenue, Minister Wang, and a military officer to the disaster area to ensure the relief funds reach the people. The military officer's main duties were to escort the silver and protect Minister Wang. After a while, seeing no one else step forward, Emperor Yuan had the eunuch director Li Fuquan read out an imperial edict. It concerned the punishments for the dozen or so officials who had proactively submitted memorials to confess their faults the previous day. Some were dismissed, some thrown into prison, some exiled. After the edict was read, Li Fuquan, at Emperor Yuan's signal, announced the court was adjourned. The civil and military officials bowed respectfully and turned to leave. At that moment, Emperor Yuan spoke again. Bai Zhe, stay. Magistrate Bai Zhe of Qingping County felt a jolt in his heart. Why did His Majesty single him out? He quickly reviewed his past life, certain he had done nothing to betray Great Xia. So why did His Majesty keep him? As Jiang Yueyang walked out, he secretly observed Magistrate Qingping, realizing his father had adopted the candidate he suggested. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince led his entourage to the Imperial Academy, only to be told by the academic official that the heir of Prince Rong's mansion had not come today. So he then went to Prince Rong's mansion. Consort Chen felt surprised and slightly uneasy at the Crown Prince's arrival. Greetings, Your Highness. Chen performed a bow. The Crown Prince raised his hand to excuse her. Chen asked, what brings Your Highness to the mansion? The Crown Prince scanned those present, but didn't see Yuan Sheng, so he asked, where is the young heir? Chen didn't answer and instead asked, Your Highness, has Sheng'er caused trouble outside? The Crown Prince's pupils constricted at her words. He looked down at Chen and said, tell the heir to come see me. Chen's heart trembled. She dared not ask further and ordered someone to summon Yuan Sheng. Soon the mansion servants brought Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng bowed lazily to the Crown Prince. Seeing this, the Crown Prince said coldly, the heir has falsely accused others of plagiarism, a grave misdeed. By imperial order, the heir's title is stripped, his status as an Imperial Academy student revoked, and he is to receive 20 strokes of the rod. Yuan Sheng knew that Minister Kong would certainly report to His Majesty about his false accusation against Jiang Sun for plagiarism, but he never expected the punishment to be so severe, stripping his title and receiving a flogging. For a moment he was dumbfounded. Madame Chun, even more confused about what had happened, froze in place. Ignoring their reactions, the Crown Prince glanced sideways to signal the guards to prepare the flogging. 2 guards stepped forward. One of them said, pardon us. They reached out to seize Yuan Sheng. Madame Chun snapped back to reality and shouted, how dare you? The 2 guards paused and turned to look at the Crown Prince. Madame Chun said, Your Highness, before the flogging, please allow me to sort out the matter first. The Crown Prince waved his hand, signaling the guards to fall back. Seeing this, Madame Chun pulled Yuan Sheng out of the front hall, while secretly sending someone to summon Prince Rong back. The Imperial guards dressed in plain clothes outside the mansion did not stop them. They deliberately allowed the princess to send for Prince Rong. Half an hour later, Prince Rong stepped into the Rong Prince mansion. Inside, Madame Chun tried every means to stall for time, while also pleading incessantly. Madame Chun said, Your Highness, Sheng'er has admitted his mistake. We are willing to go in person to apologize to young Master Jiang. Please show leniency, Your Highness. I am merely following orders. If the princess wishes to plead, she may go to the palace to see the emperor afterward. But he felt they likely wouldn't have that chance. Madame Chun forced a smile and asked, can the flogging be postponed for now? The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes at her. Are you asking me to defy the imperial decree? Your subject would not dare. The Crown Prince felt enough time had passed. If Prince Rong had been summoned, he should already be in the mansion by now. If he hadn't been summoned back, he had probably sensed something wrong and fled. Waiting longer would be futile. So he rose and said, since you dare not, let the flogging begin. As the Crown Prince's voice fell, 2 guards stepped forward and pressed Yuan Sheng onto a bench awaiting the command. Madame Chun had no choice but to kneel and beg. Your Highness, my lord will return shortly. Can we wait a little longer? 20 strokes would take half of Sheng'er's life. The Crown Prince glanced at her unmoved and raised his hand, saying, strike. The guard raised the heavy board to bring it down, but at that moment Prince Rong arrived. Your Highness, wait. The guard's board halted in midair, his eyes questioning whether to continue. The Crown Prince, acting as if he hadn't seen Prince Rong, coldly ordered, strike. The board fell with a series of heavy thuds on Yuan Sheng's buttocks, accompanied by his screams. Enraged, Prince Rong shouted, Your Highness, I command you to stop. Prince Rong's attendants rushed forward and snatched the board from the guard. Yuan Sheng was helped up by Madame Chun, and both sides were instantly at daggers drawn. The Crown Prince demanded coldly, is Prince Rong defying the imperial decree? I will go to the palace and plead guilty to His Majesty. Please return, Your Highness. The Crown Prince did not move, but a considerable commotion arose outside. Apart from punishing the heir, I have another matter this time, he said, extending his hand toward his personal eunuch Ping'an. Ping'an produced an imperial edict from his sleeve and handed it to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince took the edict, unrolled it, and read aloud, Prince Rong, for raising private troops and plotting rebellion, is hereby confined to his mansion from this day forth pending disposition. Prince Rong's face changed drastically. Falsely accused. This is a frame-up. I have been utterly loyal to His Majesty. I have no intention of rebelling. I must see the Emperor. Madame Chun and her son were shocked. Was the prince revolting? Rest assured, Prince Rong, the Emperor will see you, just not now. Guards, take him away and keep him under strict custody. Hearing the Crown Prince's command, the Imperial Guard commander rushed in with his men. Knowing he could not escape under such heavy encirclement, Prince Rong made no futile struggle, but shouted loudly, "If you wish to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Elder brother, you went to great lengths to have your younger brother killed. Does Prince Rong know of Apricot Blossom Village?" Prince Rong's shouting stopped abruptly, and only then did he truly feel the breath of death. The plot was exposed. Take him away and guard him without leaving his side. The Imperial Guard commander loudly acknowledged the order, and Prince Rong's household was escorted off. In Emperor Yuan's study, Bai Zhe stood in the center, holding a paper, nervous. Just now the emperor had asked him if he knew multiple languages, and whether the king of Nanzhao had previously sent someone to capture his wife. After he answered one by one, Emperor Yuan had the chief eunuch hand him a paper. Emperor Yuan tilted his chin and said, "Bai Zhe, see if you recognize the characters on it." After confirmation, Emperor Yuan chose to trust Bai Zhe. Hearing this, Bai Zhe unfolded the paper, and his eyes gradually widened. "Your Majesty, the script is ancient Cuban. The content is the goods have been delivered to the usual place. Retrieve them quickly. Additionally, 200,000 in silver is needed." Ancient Cuban script? Emperor Yuan asked. Bai Zhe explained, "Ancient Cuban is the language of a certain tribe from several hundred years ago, and few people can speak it now. I happened to come across it in an ancient book. After much searching, I found descendants of that tribe and learned a little ancient Cuban." "Where do the descendants of that tribe reside now, eh?" Bai Zhe blurted out, "The western regions." Meanwhile, in Wenyuan Pavilion, Jiang Yueyang was looking around her private office. Seeing a daybed behind the screen, she nodded with satisfaction. She planned to bring a blanket tomorrow and spread it on the daybed, allowing her to lie comfortably when tired. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Jiang Yueyang said, "Come in," and the person outside pushed the door open. It was Su Zheng holding a pot of sunflowers. Jiang Yueyang's eyes lit up at the sunflowers. She had never seen one in her entire life. Pointing at the flowers, she asked without any shyness, "Is this flower for me?" Su Zheng nodded and handed her the whole pot. "Lord Jiang, after returning home yesterday, I asked my mother. That servant is my elder brother who got lost as a child." Jiang Yueyang admired the sunflowers with fondness. "And then, I redeemed my brother's indenture contract. Did that family make trouble for you?" Normally, if that family had known Su Zheng served in the palace, they would not have easily let him redeem the contract. Su Zheng said with a hint of pride, "I went disguised as a farmer." Clever. Jiang Yueyang praised without reserve. Being praised by a girl 10 years younger, Su Zheng felt a bit embarrassed, his ears slightly red. Not noticing his expression, Jiang Yueyang asked on her own, "Lord Su, if I want to take leave, what procedure should I follow?" "We usually write a leave request slip stating the reason and handing it to Chancellor Kong. Once he approves, we can take leave." Jiang Yueyang nodded and asked, "Is Chancellor Kong easy to deal with?" "Working in the library is a leisurely job. Unless there are special circumstances, Chancellor Kong generally approves. However, the leisure also implies there is no room for advancement. Without exceptional talent, the highest one can reach is the 7th rank. Someone like Jiang Yueyang who starts at the 5th rank is a rare sight in a decade." Jiang Yueyang expressed her gratitude, then asked, "By the way, where did you buy this flower?" "It was my mother who happened to buy it at a general store. The shopkeeper said it was a flower he had never seen before, so my mother bought it and planted it. I don't know what kind of flower it is, but it's quite beautiful." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang quickly asked, "Did your mother mention where that shop is?" Su Zheng told her the address and added that he still had many of those flowers at home. If she wanted some, he could have them delivered to the Jiang residence tomorrow. Jiang Yueyang really wanted them, but she felt embarrassed to accept something for nothing. Otherwise, she might receive another impeachment and have another month's salary deducted. Although 5 silver taels were not much to her, being punished repeatedly was still disgraceful. So she waved her hand and declined. Su Zheng tried a few times, but seeing that she truly would not accept, he did not insist. "Then I'll take my leave and attend to my duties." Shortly after Su Zheng left, Pei Yin arrived. Jiang Yueyang, who had just stood up and was about to go to the couch to immerse herself in storybooks, silently sat back down. Pei Yin placed a book in front of her and said, "Lord Jiang, Chancellor Kong heard that your calligraphy is excellent, and he requests you to copy this book." Jiang Yueyang glanced at the book, which was as thick as a finger joint. Who did he hear that from? Pei Yin was speechless. This was just a casual excuse to keep her busy so that others wouldn't catch her slip-ups. Pei Yin said, "I do not know, my lord. Shall I go and ask?" "What do you think?" She would have to be out of her mind to ask such a question. Pei Yin forced an awkward smile. Chancellor Kong instructed Lord Jiang to copy carefully, and under no circumstances should there be any typos, otherwise you'll have to start over. Jiang Yueyang casually flipped through the book's side and said, "I understand." And so Jiang Yueyang diligently copied the book until the noon break. She ate a simple meal, continued copying for a while, then cleaned the inkstone and brush and left the palace. Qingji was waiting punctually outside the palace gate. Jiang Yueyang climbed into the carriage and while changing clothes directed, "Go to Lu's General Store on Yuehua Street." Soon the two arrived at Lu's General Store. Jiang Yueyang, who had been feeling a bit weary from copying books all morning, immediately perked up when she saw corn seeds inside. This world had no corn, potatoes, tomatoes, or chili peppers, but surprisingly had spices like pepper, star anise, and bay leaves. However, the people here did not know how to use them well. Jiang Yueyang pointed at the corn kernels and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much are these?" The shopkeeper, who was attending to other customers, reflexively looked over. Seeing that Jiang Yueyang was asking about the seeds that had been piled up for a long time, he immediately walked over happily. Those seeds were bartered from a traveling merchant. He had thought these rare items could fetch a high price, but unexpectedly, they ended up unsold in his hands. Although he hadn't spent much money, having those things piled up there annoyed him. Miss, if you want them, just give me 1 shin of silver and take them all. All of them. The shopkeeper then took out a bundle from under the shelf and opened it for Jiang Yueyang. Inside were a dozen small bags, all filled with seeds, though it was impossible to tell what they were. All these seeds were bartered from the same person. Jiang Yueyang saw that one of the bags contained a sprouted potato, and her heart leaped with excitement. I can eat French fries, spicy shredded potatoes, mashed potatoes, and potato stew. Seeing that Jiang Yueyang was silent, the shopkeeper asked anxiously, Miss, do you want them? To prevent the shopkeeper from seeing her eagerness and jacking up the price, Jiang Yueyang pretended to be reluctant and said, all right. The shopkeeper didn't notice her act, and immediately smiling broadly packed the corn kernels into the bundle and handed it to her, afraid she might change her mind. Xingji took the bundle and handed a piece of silver to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper waited and gave back 2 qian and 21 in change. After leaving the store, Jiang Yueyang couldn't wait to go home. She wanted to plant a bit of each seed and see what kind of surprise box they would yield. But before they reached the carriage parking spot, Jiang Yueyang was drawn by the noise ahead. Drawing closer, she saw a fair-skinned man with delicate features being surrounded by several dandy youths who wouldn't let him leave. In a nearby tavern, a man in luxurious clothes, looking somewhat arrogant, was mocking the surrounded man along with his companions. I told you he looks like a woman. Ha ha ha. Now that I think about it, the way he used to look at you was off. Could it be he had a crush on you, Lin Wan'er? Lin Wan'er immediately showed a disgusted expression. Don't gross me out. I'm a proper man who I only like women. The surrounded man tried to break through and leave, but the dandies wouldn't let him go. Don't be in such a hurry. Tell us what kind of men you like. Get out of my way, the man growled. Why are you getting angry? Look, you look even more like a woman when you're angry. Why not wear a skirt next time you go out? Ha ha ha. Miss he. Jiang Yueyang, only half understanding, instinctively asked the system, what are they doing? The system explained to her, the person surrounded is He Jing. It's been discovered that he is a homosexual. These people are mocking him. As soon as the words were spoken, the chaotic laughter gradually died down and the dandies slowly turned their heads. He Jing also met Jiang Yueyang's gaze through the gaps in the crowd. For some reason, Jiang Yueyang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He Jing and the dandies thought so. She is the daughter of Minister Jiang. Upstairs, Lin Wan'er curled his lips and glanced at Jiang Yueyang, then for some unknown reason continued mocking He Jing. Hey, He Jing, I've heard that the actors in the Southern Opera are all very handsome. Why don't you redeem one and take him as your wife? Ha ha ha. Ear-splitting laughter. He Jing, listen to me. You should never be too hard on yourself. Even if you can't marry one as a wife, as long as you have money, I believe someone will be willing to satisfy your needs. Lin Wan'er sneered, just perfect. I don't know how 2 men get it on. I'll have a painter draw the process, so everyone can broaden their horizons. He Jing's face had turned deathly pale, while the laughter grew louder. Jiang Yueyang, with a dark expression, looked up at Lin Wan'er and thought, did this guy eat shit? His mouth is so foul. What business is it of his whether someone likes men or women? Lin Wan'er's smile froze on his face, then gradually faded away. The previously deafening laughter completely stopped at this moment. But the next second, laughter rang out again. However, this time it was not the dandy's mockery, but the system's. Ha ha. Host, you hit the nail on the head. When he went out this morning, he stepped on a melon rind and fell, and the place he fell happened to have a pile of dog shit. He took a big mouthful. The silence that fell was deafening. The man beside Lin Wan'er subtly stepped aside. He had earlier wondered why Lin Wan'er suddenly had bad breath. It turned out he had eaten something foul. Ugh, so gross. We just had a meal together. Jiang Yueyang never expected that a casual curse from her would hit the mark. Serves him right. Who told him to speak so harshly? Xiaogua, if I ask him what that thing tastes like, would he hit me? System, host, your train of thought is remarkably unconventional. Jiang Yueyang sighed regretfully, what a pity. Upstairs, Lin Wan'er noticed the strange looks from the crowd and the gestures of covering mouths to stifle laughter, and his expression turned extremely grim. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, he pointed at the people below and roared, what are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. And you, what are you laughing at? Isn't that funny? Get out of here. He couldn't do anything to Jiang Yueyang, so he vented his anger on the onlookers. The bystanders shuffled away awkwardly, and the dandy youth surrounding He Jing also left with inscrutable expressions. Lin Wan'er shot Jiang Yueyang a vicious glare, kicked the railing, and stormed off. Shortly after he left, the man who had been standing beside him began retching violently. Jiang Yueyang. What's wrong with him? Why is he vomiting so violently? Morning sickness. Hearing this, the man forcefully swallowed back what he had half thrown up, then vomited even more violently. At this moment, He Jing walked up to Jiang Yueyang and said weakly, thank you. Jiang Yueyang found it baffling. Why would he thank her? To the onlookers, He Jing was simply being foolish. If not for Jiang Yueyang, his being a cut sleeve would never have been revealed, and he wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Jiang Yueyang didn't know why He Jing thanked her, but she wanted to say to him, young master, just be yourself. Don't mind others' opinions. No one is a sage, how can one earn everyone's kindness? He Jing was moved and couldn't help asking, Miss Jiang, don't you find me disgusting? Jiang Yueyang shook her head. Everyone has the right to choose what they like. You've done nothing wrong. It's just that your preferences differ from others. Who says you must like the same things as everyone else? But, there's no but, Jiang Yueyang gently interrupted him. There are countless people in this world, and not a few are outliers. If you feel disgusted with yourself because of this small difference, then I can only say that you've trampled yourself into the dust, allowing others to humiliate you. After hearing her words, a different kind of feeling stirred in He Jing's heart, as if a beam of light had shone into a bottomless mire, purifying all filth and dispelling all darkness. After a long pause, he smiled with sudden enlightenment. Miss Jiang, I understand. Jiang Yueyang pressed her lips into a smile at him. It's good that you understand, and my chicken soup wasn't in vain. Oddly, that previous guilt seemed to have disappeared. At the Dali Temple, Lord Wu was bound to a wooden cross. Cui Yuan stood before him, holding a whip, and behind him was Qin Shi. Lord Wu, as colleagues, I'm somewhat reluctant to see you suffer torture. Why not just confess? It'll save me effort and spare you the physical pain. Humph. Lord Wu gave a weak laugh. I didn't kill anyone. What would I confess? Qin Shi's eyes instantly turned cold, and his voice chilled as well. In that case, I'll spare the words. As his voice fell, Cui Yuan stretched the whip a few times, then cracked it across Lord Wu's body, lash after lash accompanied by Lord Wu's screams. The sound was piercing and dreadful, and even the prisoners in the Dali Temple jail felt involuntary fear. After more than a dozen lashes, Lord Wu couldn't bear it and fainted. But this was only the beginning. How could it end? So at Qin Shi's signal, Cui Yuan put down the whip and picked up a small pair of pliers from the table. He clamped the pliers around Lord Wu's fingernail and yanked it out with force. Lord Wu was jolted awake by the pain. Qin Shi asked slowly, have you changed your mind, Lord Wu? I didn't kill anyone. Lord Wu still refused to admit, so without needing Qin Shi's order, Cui Yuan gripped the pliers and pulled out another nail. After pulling out 5 in a row, Qin Shi spoke again, confess or not. Lord Wu raised his head with difficulty and said, breathing unsteadily, I am innocent. You cannot force a confession by torture. Seeing this, Qin Shi momentarily doubted whether Lord Wu was truly innocent. He was a civil official. If he were not innocent, how could he endure such torture? Cui Yuan asked, my lord, shall we continue? At that moment, Jiang Yueyang's face suddenly flashed through Qin Shi's mind, and his earlier doubts vanished instantly. No, Miss Jiang's innermost thoughts cannot be wrong. So he said indifferently, continue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the prefect of the capital and the general of the Xinhua were leading troops to Xinhua village in Yongzhou. They took control of the entire village. After learning that the people in the mountain hollow only came out once every half-month, they decided to first send scouts in to understand the situation inside the hollow before planning their deployment. Now they were ambushed at the entrance of the hollow, waiting for nightfall to sneak in. Things were going smoothly on their side, but inside the palace, it was somewhat grim. Emperor Yuan tried to keep it tightly under wraps, but the Empress Dowager still caught wind of it. At this moment, she was demanding to know why the Emperor had sent the Imperial Guards to surround the Prince Rome's mansion. Emperor Yuan remained silent. The Empress Dowager, furious, grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground. Emperor, I am speaking to you. Mother, His Majesty. Shut up. I am asking him. The Empress's words were cut off sharply by the Empress Dowager. Unable to bear seeing his beloved woman wronged, Emperor Yuan said expressionlessly, what does Mother want me to say? Say that Prince Rong has raised 1,000 private troops and intends to rebel. Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Mingyu would never do such a thing. The Empress Dowager refused to believe that Prince Rong had conspired to rebel, shaking her head incessantly. Emperor Yuan pulled the Empress to his side without even glancing at the Empress Dowager and said coldly, whether it is a misunderstanding or not, the truth will soon be revealed. Mother, you shall stay within Shokong Palace these days and not step outside. You intend to place me under house arrest. Emperor Yuan raised his eyes to look at the Empress Dowager, his deep gaze impenetrable, concealing his true thoughts. I hope Mother can understand. I merely wish to keep you from making a wrong choice. With that, Emperor Yuan placed his arm around the Empress's shoulders, turned, and strode away. What is wrong? What is right? I am the Empress Dowager, but I am also a mother. Emperor Yuan abruptly halted, pondered for a moment, then said, so, Mother, are you willing to forsake me and choose Prince Rong? These words were too severe. The Empress Dowager staggered, shocked to her core. Her heart aching, she said, Emperor, how could you think that way, eh? You and Mingyu are both my children. I would never abandon either of you. Is that so? Emperor Yuan lowered his gaze and murmured a self-deprecating smile, curling at the corner of his lips as some thought crossed his mind. The Empress Dowager, not hearing his words, continued, Emperor, Mingyu is your own younger brother. Your father has passed, and Yuer is gone too. Now I have only you and Mingyu left. His lips pressed into a thin line, and the hand resting on the Empress's shoulder unconsciously tightened. Seconds passed one after another, and finally, without a word, Emperor Yuan resumed his steps. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager hastily called out, Emperor, spare his life, I beg you. Emperor Yuan gave no response, leading the Empress away until they vanished from her sight. Then Li Fuquan entered and announced, by imperial decree, no one within Shokong Palace shall step outside without His Majesty's explicit order from this moment onward. The Empress Dowager collapsed onto the chair and fainted the next moment. Your Majesty, call the imperial physician quickly. Meanwhile, in Elon Hall, Consort Lan, having learned that the emperor had sent troops to surround Prince Rong's mansion and placed the empress dowager under house arrest, felt that this was an opportune moment. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Little did she know that Emperor Yuan's men had been closely monitoring her every move. As for Marquis Jing'an's residence, in addition to the emperor's men, Baizé had also stationed people to keep watch around the clock. Baizé truly had not expected that the loyal and righteous Marquis Jing'an would collude with foreigners. Wasn't a life of wealth and honor good enough? The Jiang family's carriage came to a stop at the entrance of the Jiang mansion. Jiang Yueyang stepped down holding a sunflower and headed straight for Lin Wan'er pavilion. As she walked, she suddenly halted, then stepped back, her gaze landing on a servant who was moving potted plants in the courtyard. Jiang Yueyang beckoned a maid and pointed at the servant in the courtyard, asking, "Who is that man?" Following her finger, the maid replied, "Young miss, he is the newly hired gardener." "Wow, since when did gardeners become this handsome?" The maid was speechless. The young miss's attention was as always fixed on appearances. The system chimed in, "Host, restrain yourself, your drool is about to drip." Jiang Yueyang ignored the system's teasing and asked the maid, "When did he arrive?" "How come I didn't know?" "He came 2 days ago, perhaps you missed him, young miss." Jiang Yueyang nodded thoughtfully. "Have him report to Lin Wan'er pavilion later. From now on he belongs to my pavilion." She regretted her words as soon as she said them. "Forget it, tell him to come right now." The maid looked troubled. "Young miss, the master and madam have said that anyone assigned to your courtyard must be approved by them first." "It's fine, I won't have him serve in my chambers." The maid had no choice but to call the servant over. Ling Feng, this is the only daughter of the household. The servant bowed slightly upon hearing this. This lowly one pays respects to the young miss. "Come with me now. I happen to have something to plant." "As you wish." Ling Feng had never expected that with a single handsome face he could finally gain access to Lin Wan'er pavilion, which had been impossible to approach before. His master had sent him to keep an eye on the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, but in the 2 days since his arrival, he had been unable to get near Lin Wan'er pavilion, let alone come into contact with its people. It had been troubling him to no end. Ling Feng followed Jiang Yueyang all the way to Lin Wan'er pavilion, secretly surveying the surroundings. He dared not make his observation too obvious, for he could instantly tell that Qingji was a martial artist. Upon returning to Lin Wan'er pavilion, Jiang Yueyang did not rush inside. Instead, she pointed at the flower beds in the courtyard and said, "Ling Feng, from now on you are in charge of tending these flowers and plants in my courtyard." Looking at the wild, overgrown weeds in the garden, Ling Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yueyang happened to catch his expression and said awkwardly, "The workload is a bit heavy, but take your time. No rush." Previously, she had let the plants grow freely and hadn't bothered to tend them, so now it was indeed a sorry sight. Ling Feng respectfully acknowledged her order. Jiang Yueyang had Qingji hand over the corn kernels, sprouted potatoes, and 2 unknown seeds from the bundle to Ling Feng. "Find a place to plant these. You can even remove the flowers if necessary." "What are these? How should they be planted?" Jiang Yueyang said, "These are corn, and these are potatoes. As for the remaining 2, I don't know what they are either. As for planting, just bury them in the soil water and fertilize them appropriately, and they'll grow easily. Oh, remember to cut the potatoes into chunks, coat the cut surfaces with plant ash, and make sure each chunk has an eye." "Got it." Ling Feng nodded, but inwardly wondered why the legitimate daughter of a minister would be so knowledgeable about farming. The stars were scattered across the sky, and the night was alluring. The eunuch Shao Gizi, taking advantage of the quiet late night, stealthily made his way to an osmanthus tree in the cold palace. Dark One, who had followed him there, hid in the shadows of the darkness, observing secretly. Shao Gizi took out a small hoe from the grass, and soon unearthed a small jar. After taking out its contents, he produced a small bundle from his sleeve and placed it inside. Finally, he buried the jar back, glanced around, and left. Once Dark One was certain he had gone far, he emerged, dug out the jar, and examined its contents. Inside were a box of rosemary, a measure of pearls, and a cat's eye stone the size of a pigeon egg. These 3 items, if sold to a knowledgeable buyer, could fetch at least 300,000 taels of silver. In the Great Xia dynasty, spices were extremely expensive, with the saying, 1 tael of gold for a wisp of incense. Even with money, they were hard to obtain. Consort Lan's box of rosemary had been a gift from Emperor Yuan himself. And after confirming there was nothing else inside, reburied the jar. Then he quickly caught up with Shao Gizi. Returning to Elon Palace, Shao Gizi secretly handed the item taken from the jar to Consort Lan. Consort Lan dismissed all the palace attendants and hid the item in a secret compartment under the bed. Seeing this, quietly left Elon Palace and went back to report to Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan ordered him to find out exactly what Consort Lan had hidden and preferably steal some of it. Meanwhile, in a mountain hollow on the other side, a scout successfully infiltrated but came out shortly after. The metropolitan governor saw the scout emerge so quickly and had a bad feeling. "What happened inside?" The scout replied, "Your Excellency, I have surveyed the area. The terrain is not complicated, but the problem is that there are absolutely no 100 troops." "Then how many are there?" General Jingwa pressed. "Visually, only about 100 troops." The metropolitan governor and General Jingwa exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Could Lady Zhang's inner thoughts be wrong? The metropolitan governor asked again, "Are you sure there are only 100 troops inside?" The scout nodded heavily. "I am certain." However, judging from the traces of habitation, it was clear that more than 100 people had been living there before, and they seemed to have just moved away. The scout's guess was correct. Just 1 hour before Prince Rong was called back by his consort, the 100 troops had been moved elsewhere. This is difficult, the metropolitan governor and General Jingwa said in unison. The autumn breeze was gentle, the morning light faint, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas. A new day began. Jiang Yueyang followed the procession into the Taiha Hall. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yuan was already seated on the dragon throne. Usually he would not arrive until after all the civil and military officials had entered and a while had passed. Jiang Yueyang curiously observed Emperor Yuan, noticing the dark circles under his eyes and guessing that he hadn't slept well last night. Xiaoguo, which consort did His Majesty favor last night to end up so listless? Emperor Yuan, exhausted by Prince Rong consort Lan and others. After a moment of silence, the system said he favored the left chancellor. Everyone present. The emotionally stable left chancellor. Is today my turn? Jiang Yueyang's eyes widened, clearly misunderstanding. What? His Majesty is bisexual. After these past few days, the civil and military officials had learned to decipher the meaning of Jiang Yueyang's words from her tone. So does bisexual mean liking both women and men? His Majesty, oh my, is this morning so explosive? Emperor Yuan protested loudly in his heart. I do not. I am not. Stop your nonsense. I like women. He took in the reactions of the officials while silently cursing that damned girl Jiang Yueyang, hoping she wouldn't focus her gossip solely on him. Upon hearing this, the system glitched for a moment. It hadn't meant that and hadn't intended to mislead its host. So it quickly explained, no host, you've misunderstood. Your emperor has a normal sexual orientation. He does not like men. What I meant was that he and the left chancellor had a candlelit discussion all night. Jiang Yueyang showed a disappointed expression and everyone present noticed. Emperor Yuan, what are you disappointed that I am a normal man? The officials also felt a bit regretful that they couldn't get the emperor's gossip. Jiang Yueyang, Xiaoguo, you need to be more precise next time. Anyone would misunderstand. By the way, why did His Majesty and the left chancellor have a candlelit discussion? Because. Ahem. Emperor Yuan's cough interrupted the system. Does any of my beloved ministers have matters to report today? If none, we shall adjourn. Jiang Yueyang instinctively looked left and right, then continued chatting with the system. Xiaoguo, what were you about to say? Emperor Yuan, not giving the system a chance to speak, hurriedly called out, Jiang Yueyang. Jiang Yueyang reflexively responded, present. The next second, realizing she was now in an ancient court, she immediately stepped forward and said, your subject is here. Emperor Yuan momentarily had no words to follow up, his mind racing. What should I say to avoid arousing her suspicion? Jiang Yueyang waited for a moment, but heard no response from Emperor Yuan, so she raised her eyes in confusion to look at him. Meeting her gaze, Emperor Yuan blurted out, what do you think of today's weather? Jiang Yueyang, what the hell? Has His Majesty gone mad again? The officials all lowered their heads and stifled their laughter. They couldn't hold it in anymore. Emperor Yuan, I will be driven mad by you one of these days. For the sake of His Majesty's dignity, Minister Jiang suppressed his laughter and chided in a low voice, what are you standing there for? His Majesty asked you a question. Answer quickly. Jiang Yueyang pouted, cupped her hands, and said, Your Majesty, I think today's weather is quite nice, neither hot nor cold, perfect for an outing. I think so too. Today's morning court ends here. If you have matters, bring them up tomorrow. Emperor Yuan wanted to end the morning court quickly. If it continued, Jiang Yueyang would surely expose the collusion between Consort Lan and Marquis Jing'an, and then how could he catch them all in one net? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueyang quickly reminded, Your Majesty, tomorrow is a rest day. She had already made plans with Gurua to go out and play. No one could take away her holiday. Emperor Yuan saw through her thoughts at a glance and was rather speechless. Then we will discuss it the day after tomorrow. Jiang Yueyang was delighted and secretly sighed in relief. Just then the commander of the Imperial Guard rushed in, his head covered in blood. Jiang Yueyang was startled at the first sight. Scared me to death. I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight. Your Majesty, Prince Rong. You look seriously injured, my minister. Nothing is urgent enough to be said now. Go and tend to your wounds first. The commander of the Imperial Guard cast a subtle glance at Jiang Yueyang, understood the hint, cupped his hands, and withdrew. Then Emperor Yuan left the officials behind and departed. Jiang Yueyang watched Emperor Yuan's departing back and muttered discontentedly to the system, I think His Majesty was deliberately messing with us today. He simply didn't want to hold court. It's only been a few minutes and he's gone. Bosses are all like that, aren't they? They come and go as they please. What host have you fallen in love with morning court? Not at all. Jiang Yueyang turned and walked out. I just wanted to ask His Majesty for the official farmland in Xinghua village. That way I could pretend to accidentally discover Prince Rong's private troops and let His Majesty know he's planning a rebellion. Her official farmland had not yet been allocated. She thought that with His Majesty's special care for her, she could choose her own farmland without any problem. But who would have thought today's morning court would end so quickly? System too late. Prince Rong's private troops in Xinghua village have already been moved elsewhere. Oh, how could that be? Where have the troops been moved? Shizhou. There are many refugees there, and your emperor has allocated disaster relief funds. They can save a lot on provisions by blending in. When the mutiny happens, he can directly occupy Shizhou. Jiang Yueyang, good plan. In the side hall, Your Majesty, Prince Rong has wounded me and escaped. The Yuan emperor was enraged. With so many of you, how could you let him flee? The Imperial Guard commander knelt on one knee. I am guilty, please punish me, your majesty. This is not the time for blame. Have you sent pursuers? Asked the left prime minister. Deputy General Yin has led men in pursuit. Which direction did he flee and who went with him? It seems towards his fiefdom. Prince Rong fled alone, leaving behind his wife and heir. The Yuan emperor sneered. He knows how to secure his legacy. At that moment, Minister Jiang entered from outside, speaking as he walked. Your Majesty, Yang Yang just said that Prince Rong's private troops stationed at Apricot Blossom Village are moving to Shizhou. The Yuan emperor felt a headache coming on and nothing had gone smoothly today. Crown Prince immediately send orders to the prefect of Shizhou to close the city gates and intercept Prince Rong. If there is any resistance, execute on the spot. I obey your decree. Meanwhile, at Apricot Blossom Village, after a long and effective heart-to-heart talk, the 10,000 troops stationed there were finally persuaded to surrender by the metropolitan governor. At the same time, they learned from the surrendered soldiers the route of the remaining 90,000 troops. According to the time estimate, those 90,000 should be halfway by now, and a clash seems inevitable. In the 1 Yuan pavilion, Jiang Yueyang presented her leave request, with both hands smiling brightly at sacrificial wine Kong. He glanced down at the note on the desk, then slowly picked it up. It briefly read, Respected sacrificial wine, I foresee that I will be indisposed the day after tomorrow, so I specially request a day off. Kong. Only for Jiang Yueyang would he tolerate such a flimsy excuse. For anyone else, he would have berated them and denied leave for 3 months. Suppressing his temper, Kong asked, Does Lord Jiang think I am easily fooled? Jiang Yueyang knew this would happen, but she remained unfazed. Speaking with earnest sincerity and sound reasoning, she said, Sacrificial wine, you should know that ladies have a few days each month, and tomorrow happens to be mine. Kong wanted to say that if he hadn't heard that she hadn't started her period, yet he might have believed her. However, with recent events, the emperor feared she would perceive his thoughts, so it was better to discuss matters away from her, temporarily distancing her from court affairs. Is 1 day enough? Off. Jiang Yueyang was startled, then quickly replied, Maybe. Not quite enough. Usually I suffer for 2. For days. Don't push your luck. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang puffed out her cheeks, looking slightly guilty. 3 days, said Kong, thinking that 3 days should be enough for those matters to conclude. Jiang Yueyang grinned. Thank you, sacrificial wine Kong. With the rest day plus 3 days of leave she could have for consecutive days off. Where should she go to have fun? Dust flew, hoofbeats thundered. Prince Rong galloped ahead, pursued by his followers and the chasing soldiers behind him. Deputy General Yin gave relentless chase, maintaining a distance of less than 100 meters. Your Highness, our horses are not as good as theirs. We will be caught eventually. You go first, we will stay behind to hold them off. Prince Rong turned to look at his followers, feigning sincerity. How could I abandon you to escape alone? Stay close, oh, not one shall be left behind. His followers were deeply moved by his words, strengthening their resolve to stay behind. Your Highness, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no shortage of firewood. A few of you stay with me to hold them off, the rest escort the prince away. The speaker turned his horse around and reined in. Your Highness, we entrust our families to you. Prince Rong looked back at his men left behind and shouted, Rest assured, when I ascend the throne one day, I will richly reward your families. Gold, silver, jewels, promotions, and titles. None of it will be lacking. Take care, Your Highness. Whoa. Deputy General Yin and his men were blocked by Prince Rong's followers and could only watch helplessly as the prince's figure gradually disappeared. Throughout history, rebellion never ends well. Lay down your arms and surrender, and perhaps your lives will be spared. A move made cannot be undone. In that case, Deputy General Yin raised his hand, kill. Without a moment's rest, Prince Rong and his remaining men fled desperately towards Shizhou. He had to join his troops before everything was fully exposed, take Shizhou, and then march back to the capital. Although the chances of success were slim, the arrow had been released and could not be recalled. From the moment he decided to flee, his fate was sealed: succeed or die. The emperor would never let him live. But he was wrong. The Yuan emperor had never intended to kill him, even if he rebelled. Yet now that he had fled, the nature of the matter had changed. As the saying goes, a general in the field may refuse orders from the sovereign. The metropolitan governor and General Jinghua would not leave such a threat to Great Xia and the Yuan emperor. Back at the palace, the Empress Dowager finally made a scene. She threatened suicide to force the Yuan emperor to come to Shokong Palace to see her. He knew her purpose, but he still came. With tearful eyes, she beat her chest and questioned him with deep anguish. I begged you so earnestly, why wouldn't you spare his life? The troops he raised posed no threat to you at all. The emperor, with half-closed eyes and a cold expression, said, Mother, whether you believe it or not, I never intended to take his life, nor did I ever think he would rebel. I treated him as a brother, gave him wealth and glory, kept him in the capital, and thought of him for every good thing. But what did he do? He used the money I gave him to raise private troops and plot to usurp the throne. Mother, if our positions were swapped and I had committed treason, would he have spared my life? The Empress Dowager was at a loss, looking at the emperor in bewilderment. She wanted to answer yes, but a voice in her heart told her that Prince Rong would not. He would kill all who stood in his way, possibly even his own mother. The emperor smiled. See, Mother, you also think he wouldn't spare me. He would step over my corpse to take that throne, then kill the crown prince, the empress, and all those loyal to me. The Empress Dowager shook her head, silently weeping. How had her sons come to this? Mother, since childhood you and father favored the fifth brother. No matter who was wrong in the end, the elder brother was always the one at fault. Sometimes I wonder, am I really your child? The emperor raised his head slightly, his eyes moist. Until this matter is settled, I will not come again. If you wish to threaten me with death, do as you please. I am tired. Your Highness, where are you heading? Prince Rong never expected to encounter the metropolitan governor on the road while fleeing to the western province. The situation unfolded as follows. After learning of the rebels' route of relocation, the metropolitan governor and General Jinghua conferred and decided to split forces. One would return to report to Emperor Yuan, while the other would intercept and annihilate the rebels. As for why the metropolitan governor was the one to return to the capital to report, it was because he lost at rock, paper, scissors. Prince Rong glanced at the metropolitan governor, seeing only 3 men at his side, while he himself had over a dozen behind him, and deemed him unworthy of fear. Thus he barked in a commanding tone, "Siesu, get out of my way. Your Highness, you should not be here." Prince Rong drew his sword. "Enough talk. If you don't move, I'll kill you." The metropolitan governor curled his lips into a smile. He was waiting for the prince to make a move, for otherwise it would be difficult to kill him. "Your Highness, lay down your arms and return to the capital with me. His Majesty might grant you an intact corpse." At that moment, the dense sound of hoofbeats echoed from behind. Prince Rong believed that Deputy General Yin had caught up, and panic seized him. If Deputy General Yin and the metropolitan governor trapped him between them, escape would be impossible. So he gave the order, "Kill them." The battle erupted instantly. Siesu remained seated on his horse, motionless, as his 3 men charged forward to engage Prince Rong's retainers in combat. Before long, Prince Rong, who had been so confident that he could slay the metropolitan governor, watched his men fall one by one, and the scent of death swept over him. Meeting Siesu's bloodshot eyes, Prince Rong felt certain that Siesu would kill him. Absolutely would. No, he could not die here. His grand ambition had not yet begun. He absolutely could not perish here, especially not in such an anticlimactic death. With that, he gripped his sword and charged into the fray with a roar. Prince Rong was skilled in martial arts, having fought on the battlefield during his days as a prince. Most of his followers had fought alongside him in those campaigns. They believed Prince Rong was brilliant, valiant, and loyal, the most worthy among the late emperor's sons to inherit the throne. Yet the late emperor, against all expectations, appointed the second prince, Yuan Mingxuan, now Emperor Yuan, as the crown prince. They could not understand why the late emperor, who had clearly favored Prince Rong, would ultimately choose the second prince as heir. Because the late emperor knew that Prince Rong was narrow-minded. If he ascended the throne, the great Xia dynasty would either flow with blood or collapse entirely. With Prince Rong joining the fight, Siesu's 2 men quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, and the tide turned. Knowing he was no match for Siesu in direct combat, Prince Rong seized an opportunity to flee. The metropolitan governor leisurely drew his sword, kicked his horse's belly, and gave chase. In a few strides, he was riding abreast with Prince Rong. They exchanged sword strikes while mounted. Unwilling to waste time, Siesu aimed a precise slash at the horse's leg. The startled horse neighed, reared up, and threw Prince Rong to the ground. Siesu dismounted and thrust his sword at Prince Rong. Prince Rong dodged in panic. "Siesu, how dare you? I am the Prince of Great Xia. You have no right to kill me." Siesu paid no heed. His sword never paused, each strike lethal. Prince Rong struggled to defend himself, his splendid robes torn to shreds within moments. Seeing their prince in danger, Prince Rong's men fought desperately to come to his aid. "Your Highness, mount your horse. Deputy General Yin is almost upon us." Prince Rong vaulted onto his horse and galloped away. The others, unwilling to linger, also mounted and fled. Siesu climbed onto his horse and pursued halfway through, grabbing the bow hanging at his side. He drew the bow and loosed 3 arrows, simultaneously striking with perfect accuracy. 3 of Prince Rong's men fell from their horses. Prince Rong glanced back, whipped his horse harder, and the beast galloped faster. Siesu knocked another 3 arrows and shot. Prince Rong swung his sword to deflect them. As his men fell one by one, Prince Rong knew he could not escape. So he reined in his horse, dropped his sword, and shouted, "Siesu, I surrender. I'll go back with you." "Your Highness, what did you say?" Siesu knocked another arrow. "The wind is too strong. Your humble servant cannot hear you." Seeing Siesu draw the bow and aim at him, Prince Rong was terrified. "Siesu, I have surrendered." "You cannot." The arrow pierced his throat. His eyes flew wide open and his unfinished words died forever. "Please, Your Highness, say that again." Siesu finished the sentence he had left incomplete. Prince Rong fell straight backward, and his followers cried out, "Prince! Prince Rong has been executed. Will you not surrender?" The remaining men exchanged glances, then slowly lowered their swords. At that moment, Deputy General Yin and his men arrived. They saw at a glance the dead Prince Rong lying on the ground with eyes wide open, and turned to stare at Siesu in shock. "Master Siesu," Siesu explained, "Prince Rong resisted to the end. I have executed him on the spot." Deputy General Yin shot Siesu a penetrating look. He could not tell whether this was done under His Majesty's private orders, or if Siesu had acted on his own authority in killing the prince. "Men," Siesu called out, "take the prince's body and follow me immediately to the western province." "And what about us?" Deputy General Yin hurriedly asked. "Deputy General Yin, you may take the prisoners back to the capital and report to His Majesty." With that, Siesu's 2 men lifted Prince Rong onto a horse and galloped away. It It was not until deep in the night that Su and his men caught up with the rebels. General Jinghua had already been confronting them for a long time, and they had even clashed once. To avoid detection, Prince Rong's 90,000 private soldiers had been traveling disguised as refugees crossing mountains and rivers. At nightfall, they temporarily set up camp in a mountain, planning to resume their journey to the western province at dawn. But just as they started cooking their meal, General Jinghua surrounded the exit with his troops and called on them to surrender. Since the rebels numbered 90,000, they faced the encirclement without fear. After being besieged for an hour, a rebel commander led a breakout attempt. But at General Jinghua's command, a volley of arrows forced them back into the mountains. Because the relocation had prioritized moving people, weapons, and supplies were still in the mountains at Apricot Village. These 90,000 men carried only a sword apiece. Su stared at the entrance and asked, "What is the situation now? It's dark and we're unfamiliar with the terrain. We dare not rush in. We can only guard the exit and wait for daylight to make our plan," General Jinghua replied, also looking at the entrance. Su raised his hand. "Men, bring up the item." Soon 4 men carried a coffin forward. At the sight of the coffin, General Jinghua instinctively understood. "Listen up, you inside. Prince Rong has been executed on the spot. If you do not come out and surrender before dawn, death awaits you all." The rebel soldiers stationed as lookouts at the entrance, upon hearing Su's words and seeing him and his men carrying a coffin up, felt a sudden alarm in their hearts. The rebel soldiers turned in panic and fled toward the mountains, tripping over vines on the ground in the process. He disregarded the pain, scrambled to his feet, and staggered toward the camp tents. Soon he arrived outside the main tent. Commander, I have urgent news to report." Inside the main tent, several of Prince Rong's trusted generals and the military strategist were discussing how to break through the siege. Hearing this, Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat. If someone had urgent matters to report at this moment, there must be developments outside. "Come in." The lookout soldier immediately lifted the tent flap and entered, saying anxiously, "My lords, the people outside say that the prince has already what? Spit it all out at once." "They say the prince has been executed on the spot." "What?" In an instant, everyone in the main tent was shocked, and the military strategist's face turned deathly pale. The prince was the backbone of this rebellion. If he had died, how could they continue fighting? "Did you see clearly?" "Are you certain it was the prince?" someone asked. "I didn't see clearly, but they carried a coffin out." "That must be their trick." The prince was wise and mighty with unmatched martial skills. How could he possibly die? Someone refused to believe that Prince Rong had died. What if the prince really? Impossible. I said what if. Are you trying to undermine morale? Say such things again, and I'll kill you first. Come on then. I'm not afraid of you. Who will kill whom remains to be seen. As the two argued, they clenched their fists and prepared to fight. "Enough," someone bellowed. "Is this the time for internal strife?" The 2 men snorted at each other coldly and turned their heads away. Director Zhao, who remained relatively calm, asked, "Strategist, what should we do now?" "Let's go out and confirm whether the person in the coffin is indeed the prince, and then we'll decide our next move." "Who will go?" The 7 people present exchanged glances, and the general, who had refused to believe the prince's death, volunteered. The military strategist Xiao Shan said, "I will accompany General Sun." The 2 then walked out of the tent one after another, and soon reached a blind spot near the entrance. Outside, Su had his men repeatedly declare that Prince Rong had been executed and urged them to come out and surrender. The rebel soldiers guarding the entrance were visibly losing morale. They had rebelled to gamble for a bright future. But if the prince was dead, did they still stand a chance? Seeing Su outside, Xiao Shan's heart turned completely cold, and he confirmed that Prince Rong had indeed died, for Su would not use such matters to deceive the enemy. Nevertheless, it was necessary to go out and confirm. So Xiao Shan called out loudly, "Do you think we are so easily fooled? The prince is not someone you can execute at will." Hearing someone finally respond from inside, Su signaled the shouters to stop. He called out himself, "If you don't believe me, you can send someone out to verify. How do you take us for fools? The moment we step out, we'll be riddled with arrows." General Sun shouted, "In warfare, envoys are not slain. I pledge my life that you will return unharmed. If you don't believe me, then wait. But I guarantee that when the morning sun rises, it will be the moment your heads fall." Xiao Shan's eyes flickered. After a moment's thought, he declared loudly, "Very well, we will trust you this once. But if you dare deceive us, we will fight to the death." With that, he stepped aside and said to General Sun, "I will go out and confirm." "Strategist, you must not." Xiao Shan gave General Sun a reassuring look. "General, rest assured. I know Su well, and he is trustworthy. Since the strategist has said so, then very well. You 2 accompany the strategist out." General Sun selected 2 soldiers to accompany Xiao Shan. Soon the 3 emerged from the mountains. To show good faith, Su ordered his soldiers to fall back a distance. Xiao Shan approached the coffin step by step, while the 2 soldiers who accompanied him kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. The coffin was an ordinary black one, about half a person's height, with the lid already opened halfway. Xiao Shan took a deep breath before stepping closer to look. Their prince lay peacefully inside, with a large hole right in the center of his neck. From the wound, it appeared he had been killed by an arrow through the throat. Su asked, "Have you seen clearly?" Xiao Shan did not respond. He was wondering how to minimize the damage. Fight or surrender? Su did not mind his silence, and continued, "His Majesty is benevolent. As long as you surrender, you will receive lenient treatment." If you have ability, promotion and advancement are certainly possible in the future. But if you stubbornly resist, I will kill you. Xiao Shan remained silent. Su, possessing great patience, said, there is still some time until dawn. You may take your time to consider. Can your mere 90,000 troops possibly stand against the elite forces of the Xia? Xiao Shan raised his gaze and met Su's eyes, his expression profound. I will convey every word of your speech to the generals. Please give us some time. Seeing Su nod slightly, Xiao Shan turned and returned. Well, was the person in the coffin the prince? General Sun asked eagerly. Xiao Shan nodded gravely. General Sun still refused to believe it. No, did you look carefully? Was that really the prince inside? If the general does not believe me, you may ask them. General Sun looked at the two soldiers who nodded in unison. How could this be? General Sun was devastated, his body swaying slightly. General, let us go back and discuss with everyone how to proceed. Soon Xiao Shan and his party entered the tent. Seeing their expressions, everyone inside already had a guess, and silence fell over the tent. After a long while, Su said the emperor would show leniency. No, we cannot surrender, someone objected. I do not believe the old emperor has such magnanimity, but we only have 90,000 troops vastly inferior to the Xia's elite forces. Moreover, we brought little food. They could simply besiege us here without losing a single soldier. Then fight. You want to fight just like that? Use your brain. With our current strength, we have no chance of victory. A direct assault would only be leading everyone to certain death. Surrendering does not guarantee survival either. This won't work, that won't work. Then what do you suggest? The tent erupted in heated discussion, some advocating surrender, others firmly opposing it. Xiao Shan listened to the arguments, his brows deeply furrowed. He knew that whichever choice was made would determine the life and death of these 90,000 soldiers. I would like to hear the strategist's thoughts. Indeed, I too wish to know how the strategist views the current situation. Should we fight or surrender? Xiao Shan, who had remained silent, was suddenly addressed and failed to respond in time. After a moment of hesitation, he said, if you are asking for my opinion, I advocate surrender. Why? Are you afraid? Xiao Shan shook his head. If I were afraid, I would not have followed your highness in rebellion from the very beginning. There are 3 reasons why I advocate surrender. First, as Lord Zhao has stated, our supplies of grain are insufficient, and the enemy could starve us out if they besiege us here. Second, even if we manage to break through the imperial court, we'll have made preparations, making our efforts futile. Third, even if we succeed among those present here, who would ascend to that position? Upon hearing these words, the 6 people present, excluding Xiao Shan, each fell into deep thought. Previously, with Prince Rong alive, none of them would have dared to harbor such ambitions. But now that Prince Rong was gone, none of them submitted to another, each desiring the throne itself. What man does not love power and beauty? Xiao Shan needed no brilliant mind to read the thoughts hidden in their hearts. He continued, this is merely my personal view. Whether to fight or surrender must be decided by you all. But let me add one more thing. You are all men of courage and wisdom, and your soldiers are comrades who have shared life and death beside you. Before making your decision, I implore you to consider them. Several of them lowered their eyes in silence. There is still 1 hour until dawn. You may take this time to reflect calmly. I shall return to my tent first. He was but a humble strategist, and this was all he could do for those soldiers. After Xiao Shan departed, the remaining 6 sat down to deliberate. Lord Zhao, who advocated surrender, spoke first. I know I lack the capability of those present and cannot sit upon that throne. Therefore, I do not wish for my soldiers to die in vain. General Sun, who favored fighting, thundered. Are you attempting to desert at the moment of battle? Do you think I will not execute you on the spot? You may try. General Sun slammed the table and rose in anger, but before he could speak another word, someone beside him restrained him. Enough, all of you. Will infighting solve anything now? General Sun forced himself to sit down, and for the moment peace was maintained. One person spoke objectively. Though none of us wish to admit it, we all know deep down that the strategist speaks the truth. In the current situation, we have already lost. The atmosphere within the tent grew even more oppressive. They all understood that even if they somehow succeeded in their mutiny, the people and officials of the Great Xia would never submit to them. For they lacked legitimate claim, and an internal power struggle was inevitable among them. Moreover, there was no guarantee they would not face further uprisings. For the sake of such a slim possibility, was it truly worth risking the lives of 90,000 soldiers? Shall we surrender? After a long silence, someone tentatively voiced these words, while simultaneously observing the reactions of those who had favored fighting. General Sun, what is your position? General Sun's face turned ashen, and he remained speechless. The others exchanged glances. One of the martial officers who had previously advocated war spoke up. Even if we surrender, we must strive for the greatest benefit. Someone must take responsibility for this. All 6 understood clearly the prince would bear the primary responsibility, and 1 or 2 among them would likely be executed. General Sun said, since you several favor surrender, why not let you shoulder all the responsibility? On what grounds? You do not wish to die, and I do not wish to die. Then who should die? Do you think fighting to the death will ensure your survival? Then I shall die without regret. Enough. Stop arguing. Since none of us wish to die, let us find a way through this crisis together. Someone spoke cautiously, why don't we ask strategist Xiao? Perhaps he has a solution that benefits all parties. The six agreed unanimously, and Xiao Shan was summoned forthwith. Xiao Shan was not at all surprised by this. Lord Zhao said, "Honored strategist, we intend to surrender. But as you and I both know, someone must take responsibility for this. Therefore I ask you, how shall we break this deadlock?" Hearing this, a great weight lifted from Xiao Shan's heart. "If you have decided to surrender, I, Xiao Shan, can negotiate with Su on your behalf, striving to preserve your lives. If negotiations fail, I am willing to bear all responsibility myself." The six were greatly astonished, and at the same time a sense of shame washed over them, for they had also intended to push Xiao Shan forward as a scapegoat. "Your honor's righteousness is commendable. I, Zhao, am deeply ashamed in comparison." Lord Zhao rose first and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, the others also rose and bowed in turn. All was understood without words. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Shan's face. To exchange his single life for 90,000 soldiers, he harbored no regrets. There was no time to lose, and Xiao Shan proposed that they proceed to negotiate immediately. Then the seven of them walked out of the tent together, heading toward the exit. Meanwhile, at Su's camp, General Zheng Guo privately asked him whether the emperor had ordered him to kill Prince Rome. Su cautioned General Zheng Guo to keep his words careful, stating that the emperor cherished his siblings and would never issue such an order. Prince Rome's fate was the result of his own choice to die rather than surrender. General Zheng Guo found it hard to believe and muttered under his breath, "If the emperor had no such intention, how could Prince Rome have escaped from the imperial guards? And why would you dare to kill him?" The Yuan emperor felt more wrong than Do Yi. The three who had witnessed the entire incident lowered their heads in silence. They did not know whether the emperor had ordered their superior to kill Prince Rome, but they had personally witnessed their lord deliberately pretending not to hear Prince Rome's plea for surrender. Su had caught every word of General Zheng was muttering, but offered no explanation. Instead he asked, "If it were you, General Zheng, with Prince Rome before you, what would you have done?" Of course he would have killed him on the spot. General Zheng Guo thought this, but he did not voice it. At that moment a soldier reported that those inside wished to speak with them. The two exchanged a glance and rose together to go over. At the Dashan exit, Xiao Shan stood alone upon the Chu River and Han Street. The night wind howled bleakly, casting an atmosphere of desolation and loneliness. His figure appeared increasingly frail beneath the moonlight, as though the wind could topple him at any moment. Yet his gaze was extraordinarily resolute. Su frowned and asked, "What do you have to say?" Xiao Shan forced a gentle smile and said calmly, "Lord Xia, we are willing to surrender. But we ask that no one among us be put to death. I cannot promise you that. Lord Xia, I understand that rebellion is a grave offense, and your majesty must give the civil and military officials and the people of the world an explanation. To that end, your majesty will inevitably execute several individuals to deter the realm." Su listened in silence. He could roughly foresee what Xiao Shan would say next. "I, Xiao Shan, am willing to bear all the blame, and I only ask that your majesty grant this request." Su asked gravely, "Do you not feel this is unfair?" "I harbor no regrets. Your honor's righteousness is profound. I shall do everything in my power to facilitate this." With Su's words, Xiao Shan knew that aside from himself, everyone else could be spared. Su, the governor of the capital, was the emperor's most trusted man. Since he had promised to facilitate it, there would be no mishap. Emperor Yuan was not a tyrant who refused to listen to remonstrance. Speaking of which, why had he joined the prince in rebellion back then? Because the imperial examination system was too fraught with corruption, and he could not realize his ambitions. As time passed, the night gradually faded, and the eastern sky began to show a pale, fish-belly white. Su had already sent a message back to the capital. The 90,000 rebel troops awaited their fate with anxiety. Soon the hour of the dragon arrived. Jiang Yueyang led Xiangling and Qingji out of the house. Today she had agreed to meet Gu Ruo for a boat trip on the lake outside the city. The carriage slowly headed toward the city gate, but just as it reached the main street it encountered the procession of exiles. Today was the day of Minister Lin's beheading and the exile of his entire family. Jiang Yueyang couldn't resist getting off the carriage to watch the commotion. In her past life, she had read many novels about exile, but had never seen it in person. There stood Lin Susu and the others clad in prisoners' garb, shackled, their faces haggard, hair disheveled like walking corpses. Voices of pointing and weeping filled the air. "Daughter, you can rest in peace now." "My son, mother is sorry for you." "Damned Lins, give me back my elder brother." Someone, unable to contain their grief and fury, grabbed whatever was at hand and hurled it at Lin Susu and the others. Then it became uncontrollable as stones of all sizes rained down like a downpour. Even the escorting soldiers suffered. The soldiers shouted, "Aim properly when you throw." The crowd turned a deaf ear, so the soldiers had to move farther away since the prisoners couldn't escape anyway. The Lin family, accustomed to a life of luxury, could not bear such humiliation and collectively broke down. The most obvious was Elder Master Lin. He rushed over in a fit of rage, grabbing Lin Susu by the throat, his face twisted with fury as he cursed, "It's all because of you, shameless slut, that you've ruined me. Why don't you just die?" Elder Master Lin used all his strength. Lin Susu's face turned blue and she was about to roll her eyes. Seeing this, the guard quickly stepped in and pulled them apart. "I warn you, don't cause trouble, or I won't be polite," the guard snarled. Perhaps already in despair, Elder Master Lin paid no heed to the warning, broke free from the guard's grip, and rushed toward Lin Wan'er. "And you malicious shrew, I'll strangle you to death." Lin Wan'er couldn't evade in time, and like Lin Susu, she was grabbed by the throat, her eyes turning into dead fish eyes. The guard in charge of escorting them was not a patient man. Seeing Elder Master Lin ignore his words, rage surged, and he lashed out with his whip. The whip struck Elder Master Lin's back, instantly splitting the skin. The pain made him instinctively release his grip on Lin Wan'er's throat. But the guard was not satisfied, and continued to wield his whip. If the Lin family was so unruly, they would not survive the journey without a harsh lesson. Mercy, sir, mercy. I won't do it again. The guard gave 2 more lashes before snarling, next time I'll whip you to death. No. There won't be a next time. The system side Elder Master Lin is actually quite innocent. He didn't do anything, yet he has to suffer along with the rest. Innocent? Not really. When one rises, all rise. When one falls, all fall. He enjoyed the wealth and glory brought by Minister Lin, so he must bear the corresponding risks. What the host said is not wrong. At that moment, Lin Susu, who had been kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, suddenly looked up upon hearing Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts. Then the more she looked, the more she lost control of her emotions, and she lunged madly at Jiang Yueyang. Qingji, alert to her movement, kicked Lin Susu away. Lin Susu flew a great distance and immediately vomited blood. The guard heard the commotion and instinctively wanted to scold, but then he heard Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts. I really don't understand. Why does Lin Susu go crazy every time she sees me? The guard thought because you exposed their crimes. The system said because of envy and jealousy. Jiang Yueyang rolled her eyes. Forget it, I'll just leave. She took one last look at Lin Susu lying on the ground, feeling no guilt for hitting her. She had brought it upon herself, though no one else was to blame. More than 2/4 of an hour later, Jiang Yueyang arrived at the place she had agreed upon with Gu Ruo, a lake surrounded by mountains and lush greenery, the Azure Wave Lake. 3 luxurious ships were on the lake, but they were far apart, and one of them flew the banner of the Bai family. Gu Ruo stood on the ship and waved at Jiang Yueyang. Miss Jiang. Jiang Yueyang followed the sound, and saw that beside Gu Ruo stood 2 young ladies. One was Wen Shuyan, the legitimate daughter of the left chancellor. The other she had never met, a gentle and beautiful woman. Boatmen, bring the boat to shore. Soon the boat Gu Ruo had hired approached the shore, and the boatman lowered the gangplank. Jiang Yueyang stared at the gangplank for a moment, then turned to Qingji with a smile. Qingji, I want to experience what it feels like to use lightness skill. Can you fly me up? Qingji was stunned for a second, then wrapped her arm around Jiang Yueyang's waist, and leaped into the air, stepping lightly on the gangplank before landing gracefully on the ship. Gu Ruo and the other 2 were stunned. Wow, Jiang Yueyang exclaimed. So exhilarating, so much fun. I want to do it again. Qingji obliged, flying her back and forth several times until Jiang Yueyang was satisfied. Turning back, she saw Gu Ruo and the others looking at her with envy. She tentatively asked, you want to try too? Gu Ruo was about to nod, but the young lady beside her subtly tugged at her sleeve. So she changed her answer. I'd better not. Miss Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Shi, daughter of the Duke of Su. Jiang Yueyang and Xiao Shi nodded slightly to each other, and thus the 2 young ladies became acquainted. Shall we go inside and sit down to talk? Wen Shuyan suggested. The 4 moved into the cabin. As soon as she sat down, Gu Ruo said eagerly, I've invited Miss Xia from the Sound of Beauty Pavilion to sing and play. You'll enjoy it later. The Sound of Beauty Pavilion. Wen Shuyan explained, the girls there sing the most beautiful songs, especially Miss Xia Rui. Not just anyone can invite her to perform. This time Gu Ruo managed to get her thanks to you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yueyang made a puzzled sound. Miss Xia Rui initially refused me, but when she heard your name she agreed. I don't know why. This made Jiang Yueyang even more curious. I can't wait to meet her. She's currently singing on that ship over there. Gu Ruo pointed to the ship flying the Bai family banner. She'll come to our side later. Whose ship is that? It's so luxurious. It belongs to the Imperial Merchant Bai family. Xiao Shi joined the conversation. Jiang Yueyang drawled an "oh" the backer behind the Linglong Pavilion. With a meaningful glance from Xiao Shi, Gu Ruo said, by the way, Sister Xiao, I heard you've been looking at potential suitors lately. Have you found anyone to your liking? Xiao Shi blushed. I've only seen their portraits, not the men in person. Well, I brought the portraits with me today. Could you help me evaluate them? She quickly glanced at Jiang Yueyang. The reason she had come today was that her father, the Duke of Su, had said that Miss Jiang's inner thoughts could discern bad men. Her father had told her to ask Miss Jiang to vet the men. Sure. Gu Ruo agreed cheerfully. Bring out the portraits. I'm a good judge of character. After a while, Xiao Shi's personal maid brought out 7 portraits. Jiang Yueyang exclaimed, so many. Xiao Shi lowered her head in embarrassment, her ears turning red. Gu Ruo explained with a smile, the Duke of Su has only one legitimate daughter, and he dotes on her immensely. So Xiao Shi's selection of a husband is like the crown prince choosing a consort. Then why? The 3 of them understood Jiang Yueyang's unfinished question. Xiao Shi said, I don't want to share my husband with other women. Ah, kindred spirit. Jiang Yueyang instinctively reached out her hand to Xiao Shi. Give me 5. Xiao Shi and the others. Without explaining, Jiang Yueyang grabbed Xiao Shi's hand and slapped it against her own. I feel the same way. The 3 of them thought, so the crown prince is out of the running. Oh, why are you all standing there? Aren't we supposed to look at the portraits? Open them quickly, and I'll help you decide. The 3 of them snapped back to attention. Good, we were waiting for you to say that. Each of Qiao Shi's 3 companions had brought 2 maidservants, so Xiangling stood in a row with 6 maidservants holding the portraits. Gu Ruo and Jiang Yueyang raised an eyebrow. Which one do you think is the best? The third one, of course. He's the best looking among the 7. System host don't. He has a venereal disease. The 3 of them were speechless. Jiang Yueyang quickly changed her words. I took a closer look. The third one is not that great after all. What about the 5th? The system interrupted her. This one has a first love and has already fathered a child. Jiang Yueyang had to forcibly divert her words again. I think the 7th. He doesn't like women. He doesn't like men either. The system added with a dramatic pause. He wants to cultivate immortality. Jiang Yueyang, cultivate immortality. Does this world have such a thing? He wishes. If he doesn't want to marry, why bother meeting with ladies? Bastard. Trash. Gu Ruo secretly pressed her forehead, amused by Jiang Yueyang's colorful remarks. Qiao Shi silently crossed out the 3 candidates Jiang Yueyang had mentioned from her marriage choices. Wen Xian meanwhile thought that when it was her turn to be evaluated, she would also ask Jiang Yueyang to help filter them. Jiang Yueyang, Xiao Gua, just tell me, is there any reliable man among these? No, they're all rotten apples. Young Lady Qiao is after all the only legitimate daughter of Duke Su. How can the men presented to her be so inferior? System, their family backgrounds are all quite good. 3 disciples from great clans, 2 heirs to dukedoms, 1 young duke, and 1 young marquis. The 3 of them truly hadn't expected that not one of the 7 carefully selected by Duke Su and his wife would pass the test. They couldn't help but wonder, are there any good men left in this world? After a moment, Qiao Shi broke the silence, first speaking softly. Actually, I think all 7 are mediocre. I'd like to see more. Yes, Jiang Yueyang immediately agreed. Marriage is a major life event, so you should consider it carefully. Look at more candidates until you're satisfied. Qiao Shi smiled and nodded. Shall we go outside and enjoy the scenery? I heard the mountain gorge ahead is like a paradise on earth. Really? We can't miss that. So the 4 of them rose together and walked out of the cabin, standing on the deck to admire the wonders of nature. At that moment, the sound of a zither and singing drifted from Lady Bai's, both the melody melodious and ethereal. Is that the singing of that Miss Xia? Gu Ruo nodded eagerly. Isn't it beautiful? Jiang Yueyang agreed. It's truly enchanting. Such a voice, if brought to the modern world, would outshine everyone. It's too far away. A listening face-to-face would be even better. Jiang Yueyang silently concurred, thinking that of course the auditory feast from the mountain foot to the mountain top was incomparable. By the way, the air here is so fresh and the water is so clear. As Jiang Yueyang spoke, she looked down only to suddenly meet a pair of eyes. Both sides were caught off guard, staring at each other in shock. Then the system let out a piercing alarm beep. Host, danger, there are assassins. The assassin reacted first, bursting out of the water, followed immediately by a scream. Amid the screams, 7 or 8 assassins leaped onto the boat, swords drawn, charging straight at Jiang Yueyang. Jiang Yueyang instinctively shoved Qiao Shi, who was beside her, to safety while shouting, assassins. Everyone run. At that moment, Qingji was already engaged in combat with the assassins. Jiang Yueyang and the others grabbed whatever was at hand to fend off the swinging blades. They dodged and panicked, the scene descending into chaos. Just then the 2 nearby boats seemed to notice something amiss. In no time the singing ceased, and both boats began to converge on Jiang Yueyang's vessel. Jiang Yueyang saw Gu Ruo's arm grazed by a sword, Qiao Shi cornered by an assassin, and when Shuyan sprawled on the floor. Qingji was holding off 3 assassins, single-handedly unable to spare any help. She felt that the assassins were after her, and that Gu Ruo and the others had been caught in this calamity because of her. At that thought, Jiang Yueyang's eyes burned with emotion. She didn't want anyone to lose their life because of her. So biting her lip, she shouted, "Aren't you here to kill me? What kind of men are you to harm them? If you have any guts, come for me." Her voice drew the assassins' attention. Catching a glimpse of the 2 approaching boats, they decided to eliminate their target first. Thus the assassins turned and advanced toward her. Jiang Yueyang bolted, taking advantage of the boat's size. As long as she ran fast enough, the assassins wouldn't catch her in a short while. She ran, grabbing whatever was nearby and hurling it at the assassins. It was worth noting that the 4 chasing her had already suffered quite a few bruises. But the balance of power was too skewed, and Jiang Yueyang was finally backed into a corner. By now the other 2 boats had drawn much closer. Jiang Yueyang shouted to them, "I am Jiang Yueyang, daughter of the Minister of Revenue and granddaughter of Song, Qian, the richest man in Xia." An assassin thrust his sword. Jiang Yueyang narrowly dodged. "Whoever helps me will be richly rewarded. Altogether kill her." The 4 assassins closed in from 4 directions. Jiang Yueyang glanced back at the deep, unfathomable lake behind her. As they charged, she tried to dodge the blades, but lost her footing and with a splash fell into the lake. Miss Jiang." The instant Jiang Yueyang plunged into the water, the 2 assassins followed her in without hesitation. The man in white aboard the Bai family's large vessel leaped across to the opposing ship to confront the assassins, while simultaneously commanding his men to dive in and rescue her. Someone from another vessel also dove into the lake. As Jiang Yueyang sank beneath the surface, her instinct screamed at her to swim upward, but when she lifted her head and saw the assassins plunging down after her, she could only kick desperately to the side. Jiang Yueyang was a formidable swimmer, yet the assassins were no less skilled. Within moments they had caught up to her. A sharp blade sliced through the water toward her, and she ducked swiftly, barely evading the strike. Realizing the drag of their long swords was a hindrance, the two assassins discarded their blades and drew the daggers from their waists. Clutching their daggers, they resumed their relentless pursuit, closing the distance to under 2 meters. Jiang Yueyang knew that to survive she had to reach the shore as quickly as possible. If not slain by the assassins, she would surely drown. Seizing every opportunity, she swam desperately upward. But the two assassins pursued her with reckless abandon, their superior stamina steadily eroding the distance between them. Seeing that she was about to be overtaken, Jiang Yueyang chose to strike, first pulling the hairpin from her head and gripping it tightly in her hand. When an assassin seized her ankle and yanked her downward, she drove the hairpin into his neck with lightning speed, then wrenched it out. Blood instantly stained the lake water, and the assassin's eyes widened in shock, clearly never expecting a young girl like Jiang Yueyang to have the nerve to kill. Jiang Yueyang's face turned deathly pale. She had killed someone. The assassin with the pierced neck sank swiftly, and the remaining one witnessing the scene, his gaze turned vicious and terrifying. He accelerated toward Jiang Yueyang, who seeing this pushed aside her terror and swam upward with all her might. In the distance, she spotted a figure swimming toward her from above. Judging by the attire, it wasn't an assassin. But at that very moment, the assassin grabbed her ankle again, yanking her down as his dagger thrust toward her. Jiang Yueyang instinctively reached out to seize the assassin's hand, but their strength was vastly mismatched, and the dagger in his grasp inched ever closer to her neck. Just as the blade was about to pierce her throat, her survival instinct unleashed a surge of latent power, and the dagger veered off course, burying itself in her shoulder instead. The assassin wrenched the dagger free and aimed once more for her neck, but Jiang Yueyang with the last of her strength kicked him away. Yet she had already inhaled water, and she knew once you swallow water in the depths, death is not far behind. She fought to swim toward the figure above. Little Melon, help me. The system had been negotiating with the main system since its host fell into the water, hoping to obtain clearance to assist her through this crisis. Host, the main system has approved the early opening of the shop. I'm purchasing a weapon for you now. The moment the words faded, a handgun materialized in Jiang Yueyang's hand. After inhaling water, her consciousness began to fade, and she no longer had the strength to swim forward. Host, hang on, I'm buying you an oxygen tank right now. But it was already too late. The assassin lunged again with his dagger. Jiang Yueyang raised her hand with immense effort, squeezed the trigger, and a gunshot rang out as the bullet struck the assassin's abdomen. The assassin froze, staring down at the wound in his belly, then slowly lifted his gaze to the gun in Jiang Yueyang's hand. What kind of weapon was that? Deeming it a treasure worth any risk, the assassin charged forward, heedless of his injury, to snatch the gun from Jiang Yueyang. She instinctively fired again, but this time the assassin dodged with lightning reflexes. The system had already purchased the oxygen tank, but Jiang Yueyang had no time to take a breath. She was locked in a struggle for the gun. If the assassin wrested it away, she was as good as dead. Just as the gun was torn from her grasp, the figure she had seen earlier swam up to them. The man seized the assassin, wrenched the dagger from his hand, and drove it straight into his heart. With a forceful shove, the dagger sank completely into the assassin's chest. The assassin was dead. Jiang Yueyang too slowly lost consciousness and began to sink alongside him. Just before her eyes closed completely, she saw the man swimming toward her. She could feel him patting her as if urging her not to sleep, but she simply couldn't open her eyes. After a while, she felt air being forced into her mouth. Her awareness clawed back slightly. She managed to crack her eyes open a fraction, then closed them again helplessly. Then she felt herself being cradled and carried upward. Noise flooded her ears. Miss, please don't scare your servant, wake up. She's alive, but she's lost too much blood and lapsed into a coma. Her wounds need immediate attention. Miss, go get the boat to shore. Yes, of course. When Jiang Yueyang regained consciousness again, 3 hours had passed, but she only managed a brief flutter of her eyes before sinking back into slumber. Meanwhile, among the rebel forces, Emperor Yuan had granted Xiaoshan's request. But all 90,000 rebels were to be conscripted into the army, and the several generals were to have their assets confiscated and be reduced to slave status, only able to regain their freedom through meritorious service. Unexpectedly, the 6 generals voiced no objections, especially those who had been the most hawkish. Their refusal to surrender had only been a desperate gamble for a glimmer of survival. And so the 90,000 rebels were temporarily incorporated into Siessu's ranks, with further arrangements to be made upon their return to the capital. Along the way, Siessu ordered someone to purchase a fine coffin and had the Prince Rome's remains tidied up. At that very moment, Emperor Yuan was leading the Imperial Medical Academy towards Shoan Palace. A quarter of an hour later, the head maid of the palace said to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is here." The Empress Dowager's body went limp upon hearing this. The Emperor had said he would not come until the rebellion was resolved. So does this mean it's over? Mingyu, no. The Emperor had said he wouldn't take his life. He'll be fine, he must be fine. Clinging to a thread of hope, the Empress Dowager said, "Let him in." But when she saw the director of the Imperial Medical Academy standing behind Emperor Yuan, a sense of dread washed over her. "Emperor Ming, where is Mingyu? I demand to see him." The Empress Dowager's voice trembled. "He's on his way back." She breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Emperor Yuan said Prince Rong refused to surrender and was executed on the spot. The Empress Dowager felt the world spin, her ears ringing, her body swaying dangerously. The imperial physician stepped forward to take her pulse, but she shook his hand away. She wailed in anguish, and you claimed you didn't want to kill him. If you truly didn't, how could he possibly have escaped? This was all your scheme. You never intended for him to live from the very start. The Empress Dowager shrieked as she lunged at Emperor Yuan, pounding her fists against him. He simply stood there and took it. Mother, I am your son too. If you believe all of this was my doing, I have nothing more to say. In the dead of night, the darkness was like ink. All was silent save for a gentle breeze as a figure cloaked in black quietly pushed open the half-closed window and slipped into the room. The system urged host, wake up quickly, there's an assassin. The shadowy figure ignored the system's warning and walked straight toward the bed, casting a brief, indifferent glance at the maid sleeping at the foot of it. He then averted his gaze and reached out to lift the bed curtain. The person lying on the bed was deathly pale, but her breathing was steady. The system cried out, stop. You are not allowed to harm the host. Why hasn't Qingji come? She's always been so vigilant. Qingji next door has been knocked unconscious. If Jiang Yueyang were awake, she would surely recognize this man in black as the same one she encountered before. The man placed his hand on Jiang Yueyang's forehead, deemed her fever not too high, and slowly relaxed his brow. Then gently he pulled aside the fabric on her shoulder, revealing a wound still seeping blood. His brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. The system exclaimed, you scoundrel, stop this at once. Why isn't anyone coming? Why is Xiangling sleeping so soundly today? After a moment's consideration, the man propped Jiang Yueyang up, leaning her against himself, and whispered, Miss, forgive my impertinence. With that, he lifted the gauze plastered over the wound, revealing the bloody gash. He then produced a small medicine bottle from his person and evenly sprinkled the medicinal powder onto the injury. The system remarked, it seems he's applying medicine to the host. Jiang Yueyang let out a soft moan of pain, her beautiful brows knitting tightly together. After applying the medicine, the man laid Jiang Yueyang back down, then rose and walked to the nearby table to fetch some gauze, carefully bandaging her wound. With one final look at Jiang Yueyang on the bed, the man leapt out through the window and thoughtfully closed it tightly behind him. Early the next morning, the first thing Xiangling did upon waking was to check on Jiang Yueyang's condition. Confirming she had no high fever, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Soon after, Minister Jiang and his wife, along with Jiang Sun, arrived with Imperial Physician Feng from the Imperial Medical Academy. Minister Jiang had taken the day off, and Jiang Sun had also asked for half a day's leave from Sacrificial Wine Kong. Imperial Physician Feng had been dispatched by Emperor Yuan and had temporarily lodged at the Jiang residence last night. Due to Jiang Yueyang's fluctuating condition, Feng had been busy until the late hours before resting and now looked weary. Yet he dared not show any negligence, for if Jiang Yueyang met with misfortune, his head would surely roll. Imperial Physician Feng, please examine my daughter. Why hasn't she awakened yet? Feng stepped forward to take her pulse, then said after a moment, Minister Jiang, do not worry. Master Jiang's pulse is much more stable now, and she is out of danger. She should awaken by this afternoon. Although the assassin's blade hadn't struck her neck, it had been perilously close to her heart, making the situation grave. Coupled with excessive blood loss and contamination from the murky lake water, her condition had worsened. Fortunately, timely treatment and life-preserving high-quality medicines had saved her. Minister Jiang remained uneasy and pressed further. She fainted in the water. Could this have affected her mind? This was a concern of Emperor Yuan and also a fear of Minister Jiang's. That's hard to say, we'll only know once Master Jiang wakes up. Imperial Physician Feng dared not offer false hope. Jiang Sun comforted them, saying, Father, Mother, don't worry. Sister will be fine. Madame Jiang Song Chiwei wiped her tears and asked, who would repeatedly seek my child's life? The system revealed it was Minister Lin. He paid a heavy price to place a relentless kill order on her with the assassin organization Bloodfiend Hall. Even though he's dead, they will continue their mission. Unless the master of Bloodfiend Hall personally cancels it, the hunt will be unending. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present grew even grimmer. This meant their daughter could be attacked at any moment. How were they to deal with this? Jiang Sun silently clenched his fists. Minister Jiang vowed, we must eradicate the Bloodfiend Hall. Xiangling sobbed, Wu. From today, I will learn martial arts from Sister Qingji to protect our mistress. Imperial Physician Feng sighed inwardly, knowing all this trouble stemmed from those damned inner thoughts. After a moment, he broke the silence. Madame Jiang, I need to change Master Jiang's dressing. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang quickly rose to step aside. Feng gently removed the cotton cloth over the wound and immediately noticed something amiss. He leaned in to smell the medicinal powder on the wound, then turned to ask, Minister Jiang, have you changed Master Jiang's medication? Minister Jiang and the others tensed up. No, is there a problem? The medicine on Master Jiang's wound is not what I brought from the palace. Madame Jiang's body swayed, and Minister Jiang steadied her quickly. Is the medicine tainted? Imperial Physician Feng shook his head, using a handkerchief to dab a bit of the powder and smell it again. This medicine has excellent hemostatic properties. Master Jiang's wound has completely stopped bleeding with no sign of swelling or infection. So Yueyang is fine? Madame Jiang asked. Feng nodded. Yes, and she may even wake up sooner. At that moment, Qingji rushed in, frantically startling everyone. Seeing Jiang Yueyang safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting the eyes of the others, Qingji explained, Sir, this servant was knocked unconscious last night. Jiang Sun frowned, asking, who could have snuck in to apply medicine to our sister? The system chimed in it was a guardian angel. Oh no, a guardian gentleman. Unfortunately, he was masked, so we couldn't see his face, or we'd know his identity. He saved the host last time too. Could he know her? The others pondered, surmising it might be someone who, like Emperor Yuan, wished for their daughter's or sister's safety. When had the residents gained such hidden observers? Unaware of their thoughts, Imperial Physician Feng remained focused on identifying the powder's ingredients. If he could decipher the formula, he could surely be promoted, furthering his medical legacy. Most importantly, it could drastically reduce deaths from trauma. So Feng attempted to scrape a bit of the powder from Jiang Yueyang's wound. As he was about to act, he accidentally spotted a medicine bottle under the pillow. Unable to contain his excitement, he picked up the bottle, uncorked it, and sniffed, letting out a surprised cry of joy. Ha ha ha, this is the powder indeed. Minister Jiang and the others were startled, but seeing the bottle in his hand, they understood. The masked man had even left behind medicine. What exactly was his intention? At noon, Jiang Yueyang woke up. After a thorough examination, Physician Feng confirmed that her mind was intact. He then gave some precautionary instructions and returned to the palace to report. Madame Jiang sat by her bed, her eyes rimmed with red, and asked, "My dear, does it hurt terribly?" "It hurts so much." Jiang Yueyang replied pitifully, making no attempt to hide her vulnerability. When one is loved, there is no need to feign strength. Hearing this, Madame Jiang's eyes welled up instantly. "My Yueyang is still a child. How could those people bear to harm her?" "Mother, those people were assassins, wicked individuals. They care not whether one is a child." Madame Jiang gently brushed the stray hairs from her daughter's forehead. "Yueyang, you must stay safe. I cannot bear to lose you." Madame Jiang wanted to tell her daughter never to venture out again, but recalling the inner voice and the emperor, she knew it was impossible. Sensing how frightened her mother must be, Jiang Yueyang embraced her and soothed. "Mother, rest assured. I will be fine and will never cause you worry or fear again. Promise me." I promise." After coaxing Madame Jiang back to rest, Jiang Yueyang began inquiring about the previous day's events in detail. Xiangling are Gu Ruo and the others badly hurt. Miss Gu has an arm injury that looks quite serious, but the imperial physician said it's merely a flesh wound. Miss Wen and Miss Chiao were frightened, but they should be fine. Jiang Yueyang nodded. "Go to my storeroom later and deliver those 300-year-old ginsengs to the 3 young ladies. Additionally, gift each of them a set of jewelry. For Gu Ruo, add 3 jars of hibiscus cream, and use your judgment for the rest. Let them know that once I recover, I will visit in person to apologize." 3 300-year-old ginsengs gifted without a second thought, and a jar of hibiscus cream worth 500 taels given away with equal ease. Those items were gifts Jiang Yueyang had received over the years, most of them from her maternal grandfather's household, filling 3 entire storerooms. Xiangling acknowledged respectfully. "Prepare them and deliver them now." "Yes, miss." Xiangling bowed and left. Afterwards, Jiang Yueyang continued to ask about the previous day's events. "Qingji, who saved me yesterday. It was the eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Yin, and a young gentleman from another boat. Did they make any requests?" "Yesterday, to save herself, she had made certain promises." Qingji replied respectfully. "Young master, Bai wished to make your acquaintance." The other gentleman said nothing. In this day and age, someone does a good deed and doesn't even leave a name. As this thought crossed Jiang Yueyang's mind, fragments of memory flooded back and her cheeks visibly flushed crimson. She recalled the moment of sharing breath underwater. My first kiss was not wasted. That man, so handsome." The system remarked matter-of-factly, "Quite a bargain indeed. However, I must remind you, host, that you currently owe the system mall 300,000. Jiang Yueyang. The system explained the pistol cost 250,000 and the oxygen tank 50,000. "Why don't they just rob me? I'm not short on money, but I refuse to be taken for a fool. Those items cannot be produced in this era, so a certain technology tax must be levied." Jiang Yueyang. "Then where is my pistol?" "It fell into the lake." The system quickly added before she could erupt, "The pistol is not in your possession, so I cannot retrieve it." Jiang Yueyang thought about it. The pistol had indeed been snatched away by the assassin. How infuriating. Her 250,000 gone just like that. Jiang Yueyang, forget it. What's lost is lost. Buy me another. No, buy me 3 more pistols. Host, you still owe 300,000. Jiang Yueyang fixed her gaze on the system. "Xiao, what do you think I can't pay back 300,000? The mall accepted gold, silver, and jewelry, and she had plenty of those. A mere 300,000. Surely one night pearl would suffice." The system realized its host was indeed fabulously wealthy and readily extended credit for 3 pistols stored in the system space. "By the way, host, given that you've been attacked multiple times, I've applied to the main system for a protection mechanism. It can be activated once you reach level 3. Jiang Yueyang considered this. Her current level was 2, and the energy bar to level 3 was still quite long. So she tentatively asked, "Xiaogua, ask if I can pay to level up." "I have money." The system replied. "I'll ask." Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Yueyang asked, "Qingji, who pulled me out of the water?" "I don't know. He didn't leave his name." "Then it wasn't the eldest son of the Bai family." Jiang Yueyang nodded. "All right, I understand. You may leave now, though I'd like some time alone." After Qingji left, the system remembered something and added, "Host, last night a person in black came in quietly to change your medicine. The same one who saved you last time." Jiang Yueyang lay back down, closing her eyes in contemplation. Who was this person in black, and why would he save her repeatedly? Meanwhile, at the Chang'an city gate, Su and General Jinghua rode at the forefront, followed by a black coffin carried by 12 bearers. Behind them stretched an endless procession of soldiers. The commoners of Chang'an, seeing such a spectacle, began murmuring among themselves. What's going on? Is there going to be a war? No way. Wasn't young General Lu supposed to return to the capital today? I came just to see him. Haven't you heard? The speaker lowered his voice. Prince Rong rebelled, and the one lying in that coffin is Prince Rong himself. Is that true? The coffin is right there. Could it be false? Why would Prince Rong choose to rebel? Doesn't he know his own limits? Who knows? Anyway, when will young General Lu arrive? I brought a painter today. I'll sell portraits of him for 100 taels each. There'll surely be plenty of buyers. The crowd. Meanwhile, at the Lanyue Pavilion, Jiang Yueyang bolted upright in bed. Oh no. Today is young General Lu's return to the capital. I requested leave specifically to see him, and now. The system said he'll surely attend court. You can see him there. That's completely different. The system was puzzled. What's different? You wouldn't understand. Jiang Yueyang threw off the covers and got out of bed. Imagine a war god seated on horseback, holding a spear with thousands of troops behind him. If I miss this today, I may never see it again. The system still couldn't grasp what she meant. Qingji, come in for a moment. 2/4 of an hour later, Jiang Yueyang arrived at the city gate by carriage. The moment the carriage came to a halt, she heard someone shout, "Look, isn't that the Lu family army?" Yes, that's the Lu family banner. Then, that gentleman riding at the very front. Isn't that young General Lu? Aunt! Excited shrieks erupted from the young ladies nearby. Jiang Yueyang lifted the carriage curtain and peered toward the city gate. Her heart raced and her cheeks burned. There at the very front rode a man in black robes, his long hair tied up, his gaze calm and distant. A striking image of a young hero in his prime, bold and dashing. Leaning on a slanted bridge on horseback, beckoning 1,000 scarlet sleeves. This was precisely the scene described. Xiaoguai, he's so handsome. And I feel like he looks exactly like the man who saved me underwater. Lu Yunting, who had been staring straight ahead, heard a familiar voice and instinctively sought its source. Given the crowd and the noise, no one but him noticed Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts. The system said, "Host, you can drop the feel like. He is the one who pulled you from the lake. Are you smitten?" Lu Yunting cast a brief glance around and spotted Jiang Yueyang in the carriage. His brows knitted slightly. How could she be out in her current condition? A little. Jiang Yueyang replied, shyly gazing at Lu Yunting with starry eyes. His looks and build match my ideal perfectly. A young general, a soldier boy. Hearing such unabashed words, Lu Yunting coughed awkwardly into his fist. Swoon, his deputy, who was a step behind, noticed his strange expression and asked with concern, "General, did you catch a chill from going into the water yesterday? Your face is quite red." Lu Yunting replied, "It's nothing. Just the sun." Swoon looked up at the sun, completely obscured by clouds, and found himself utterly confused. Sunburn from this. When did the general become so delicate? A tiny bit. Jiang Yueyang replied shyly, her starry eyes fixed on Lu Yunting. His face and build perfectly match my standards for a partner, a young general. A soldier boy. Hearing such unreserved words, Lu Yunting coughed awkwardly into his fist. Swoon, his deputy, a step behind, noticed his unusual expression and asked with concern, "General, did you catch a chill from the water yesterday? Your face is quite red." Lu Yunting, "It's nothing. Just sunburn." Swoon looked up at the sun, which was completely hidden by clouds, and his mind boggled. Sunburn from this. Since when has the general become so delicate? General Lu. General Lu. As Lu Yunting's troops marched into Chang'an City, cheers erupted around them, mingled with the infatuated sighs of young maidens. I've heard that the young General Lu is handsome, but I never imagined he would be this breathtaking. Suddenly I want to get married. Elder brother, I no longer wish to marry Master Lu's son. Can I break off the engagement? What foolish daydream are you having? Even if you break the engagement, you'll never become a general's wife. I don't care. I want to marry him. Can you look in the mirror before saying that? Boo-hoo. You're bullying me. I'll go tell mother and father, and they'll beat you. Jiang Yueyang watched curiously as the little girl ran off, rubbing her eyes, while her elder brother chased after her, yelling, "Tattletale. Can you stop running to our parents every time you lose an argument? I'll tattle if I want to." The commotion was lively, but Lu Yunting's side was no less eventful. Some young lady tossed a sachet at Lu Yunting, and soon most of the maidens present untied their own sachets and hurled them in his direction. In the Great Xia dynasty, throwing a sachet at a man signified admiration. Jiang Yueyang happened to see a sachet land squarely on Lu Yunting's head, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hiss! Then she strained her wound, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. System host, in your current condition, you shouldn't be out here. Go back quickly. Well, it hurts. Let me catch my breath first. System host, your heart rate is too fast. Lie down. Just as Lu Yunting reached the side of the carriage, he couldn't help but glance inside. Jiang Yueyang was lying there, her face pale. General. Swoon followed Lu Yunting's gaze. Isn't that the young lady we rescued yesterday? General Jinghua trotted forward a few steps, then noticing Lu Yunting hadn't followed, reined his horse and turned back. Master Jiang, what happened to you? General Jinghua was unaware of the assassination attempt on Jiang Yueyang. Jiang Yueyang struggled to sit up, breathing heavily. This humble official is fine. Please forgive my rudeness, General. You don't look fine. There's an apothecary ahead. Shall we stop by? Jiang Yueyang shook her head. No need. The imperial physician has already examined me. I'll just rest at home. Are you certain you're all right? Jiang Yueyang nodded. Then head back quickly. Subsequently, Qingji drove the carriage toward the Jiang residence. Lu Yunting tugged at the reins, and the procession continued. Gazing at the receding carriage, he frowned and said, "Swoon, go back and fetch me 5. No 5 bottles of Qingling powder." Swoon was stunned. "General, you already took 1 bottle yesterday. Why do you need more? Qingling flowers are rare, and the powder diminishes with every use. On this return to the capital, Brother Gulin gave us only 15 bottles. And now you want." "Enough," Lu Yunting interrupted flatly. "Just bring them. It's urgent." Swoon muttered under his breath. What kind of injury requires 5 bottles of Qingling powder? The general truly doesn't know the value of provisions. What did you say? Speak up." Hearing that tone, Swoon immediately put on a cheeky grin. "Hee, I said I'll fetch the medicine for you right away, General. Is 5 bottles enough? Shall I grab an extra one?" "No need." He feared that if he asked for 1 more bottle, Swoon would burst into tears. On this return to the capital, Lu Yunting had brought 10,000 Lu family soldiers temporarily stationed at the imperial training grounds. After settling the troops, he immediately went with General Jinghua to the palace to seek an audience with Emperor Yuan. However, they were not received. The Empress Dowager had fallen ill upon seeing the corpse of Prince Rong. The illness struck with savage force. The Empress Dowager nearly breathed her last. The Emperor stayed by her bedside with no time for anything else. Then on the 5th day of Jiang Yueyang's recuperation at home, the Emperor decreed that Prince Rong's entire family be stripped of their titles and exiled to the borderlands. Only after the Empress Dowager's desperate pleas did the Emperor consent to Prince Rong being buried in the imperial mausoleum. Thus half of the matter regarding Prince Rong's rebellion was settled. The remaining half involved the judgment of the rebel soldiers, but the Emperor had no time to deal with it now, because the Empress had also fallen ill. In the Lanyu Pavilion, Jiang Yueyang selected 2 scrolls from the paintings Xiang Ling had brought. She planned to visit Guru today. Just then Xiang Ling asked, "Miss, we still have 2 bottles of this medicine. Should we bring one along? I heard that second Miss Gu's wounds haven't healed yet." "Still not healed?" Jiang Yueyang frowned. "That shouldn't be. Logically, Guru's injuries were less severe than her own. Her own wounds had started to scab over, so how could Guru's still be unhealed? I'm not quite sure either, miss." Jiang Yueyang thought for a moment. "Bring a bottle along. This medicine is quite effective." Since returning from watching Lu Yunting that day, the next morning Jiang Yueyang had discovered 5 bottles of medicine on the stool beside her bed. According to the system, they had been delivered by the black-clad man who had saved her at home last time. Unfortunately, she had been asleep and the system couldn't wake her. Otherwise, she would have gotten up to ask him who he was. Half an hour later, Jiang Yueyang arrived at the Gu residence. She followed the Gu family's maidservant to Guru's courtyard and saw her from a distance. A young lady was applying medicine to Guru's wounds. "System host, I know why Guru's wounds haven't healed." "Oh, why?" "Because her half-sister, the one applying the medicine, has added something to the ointment. If she keeps using it, her hand will be ruined." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang immediately dashed over, snatched the medicine jar from the half-sister's hand, and smashed it on the ground. Both women were startled by the sudden intrusion. "Yueyang, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to save you." Guru let out a confused sound, not understanding Jiang Yueyang's meaning. Jiang Yueyang pointed at Guru's half-sister. "This wicked woman added something to your medicine. That's why your hand hasn't healed." Facing Jiang Yueyang's accusation, Guru's half-sister showed no particular reaction. Composed and unruffled, she stated, "Miss, I do not know where you heard such things, but accusations require proof. Otherwise, I shall not take this lying down." Jiang Yueyang, lacking evidence, chose not to argue with Gu Yue. Instead, she gazed at Guru with sincerity in her eyes and said, "Guru, you must believe me. She truly added something to your medicine. Otherwise, how could your hand still not be healed by now?" Guru suspected that Jiang Yueyang's assertion must have stemmed from something that Little Melon had told her. In the past, without concrete proof, she would have unhesitatingly trusted her half-sister. But now she was more inclined to believe Jiang Yueyang. After all, Jiang Yueyang was privy even to the secret of the emperor being cuckolded. Gu Yue pinched her embroidered handkerchief and let out a light mocking laugh. "Miss, have I somehow offended you? Why would you slander me so?" She then turned to Guru with a face full of grievance. "Dear sister, you can see how well I have always treated you. How could I ever harm you?" Although Guru believed Jiang Yueyang from the bottom of her heart, her half-sister had indeed been irreproachable towards her. Thus she was curious as to why her half-sister would suddenly want to harm her. So she deliberately asked in a leading manner, "Yueyang, my sister has always been good to me. Are you sure you're not mistaken? My sister has no reason to harm me. Moreover, the moment I was injured, she sent me medicine, and she has been taking care of me all these days. Although my hand hasn't fully healed, yet it has been improving." Hearing this, Gu Yue shot a triumphant glance at Jiang Yueyang. The system suddenly spoke, "Host, respect others' destinies, abandon the urge to help, and avoid self-gratification. I'll give her one final reminder since she was injured because of me." Gu Yue slowly widened her eyes. "What was that sound?" Jiang Yueyang said finally, "Guru, if you don't believe me, your hand will be ruined." Guru's heart skipped a beat. Reflecting carefully, she realized that her injured hand had indeed felt a bit strange lately. It would occasionally lose sensation. She had assumed it was due to the injury, but never imagined. "After all this talk, you still have no proof." Gu Yue glanced sideways at her maid. "Mei Xiang, see our guest out." Hearing this, Gu Ruo's eyes turned subtly colder. With a faint sardonic smile, she said, Sister Yueyang is my guest, implying she had no right to dismiss her guest. Gu Yue's expression flickered, and she forced a strained smile. I have overstepped my bounds. Seeing that Gu Ruo was still on her side, Jiang Yueyang lifted her chin defiantly. Want proof? That's simple. Just have a physician examine it. Unexpectedly, Gu Yue remained completely unruffled, even at the suggestion of calling a physician. This made Jiang Yueyang feel a sense of impending doom. As expected, Meixiang, Gu Yue called her maid calmly. Meixiang understood immediately. She picked up the medicine jar that Jiang Yueyang had thrown on the ground and handed it to Gu Yue, then drew her hairpin and slashed a cut across her own hand. Jiang Yueyang inwardly gasped, marveling at the woman's ruthlessness. Gu Yue scooped out a spoonful of ointment from the jar and applied it to Meixiang's wound. Starting today, Meixiang will use this ointment daily. Dear sister, you can observe for yourself whether there's anything wrong with it. Of course, you may also call a physician to examine it now. I have a clear conscience. Damn it, I've run into a master of domestic intrigue today. She seems very confident that the physician won't find anything. System, of course, she's confident. Because the ointment alone is completely harmless. Gu Yue's eyes filled with terror. This voice. As a mere concubine's daughter, she had never had access to the circle of legitimate daughters, so she knew nothing of the heart's voice phenomenon before today. So she's also using something that counteracts with the medicine on Gu Ruo? Correct. It's that plate of 9 sun cake, made from 9 sunflowers on the table. 9 sunflower is an extremely rare and precious medicinal herb. Very few people in the entire Great Xia recognize it. Upon hearing this, the medicine jar in Gu Yue's hand slipped and crashed to the floor. Gu Ruo subtly glanced at the plate of 9 sun cake. Every time her half-sister came to apply medicine, she would bring a plate over. She found it delicious and had finished it every time. System, and the ointment contains a herb called netherworld herb, also a very rare medicinal ingredient. Used separately, they are potent tonics. But when used together, they produce a toxin. That toxin attacks the body's nerves, leading to nerve degeneration and loss of sensation over time. In severe cases, it can cause paralysis. How vicious. What can we do? The system shook its head. I don't know. Right now, she seems to trust her sister more. Since sister puts it that way, let's have it examined. Gu Ruo spoke up suddenly. I trust my sister, and I also believe that Yueyang wouldn't say such things without reason. It's good to get to the bottom of this. Gu Yue looked at Gu Ruo, meaningfully uncertain whether she had heard those voices. So she probed cautiously. Dear sister, did you just hear any strange noises? Gu Ruo wore a puzzled expression. No. Why? Nothing. Perhaps I misheard. Gu Yue relaxed her guard. Since you wish to have it examined, then let's do it. As it happens, the imperial physician is here today to check grandfather's pulse. We can ask him to examine it. Gu Yue had no objections, having already had it verified by the physician previously. Nothing could be found. I'll head over first then. You have a word with Yueyang, and come along. Though Gu Yue was curious, she went ahead. Shall you escort my sister over? Grandfather hates being disturbed during his medical consultations. Explain the matter clearly, and make sure grandfather doesn't blame her. Gu Ruo sent her personal maid to keep an eye on Gu Yue, preventing her from catching on. Understood. Xiaoyu bent her knees in acknowledgement and left with Gu Yue and her party. After they had walked a good distance away, Jiang Yueyang said calmly, Guru, better to believe it exists than not. Gu Ruo grasped her hand upon hearing this. Yueyang, I do believe you. I had felt my arm occasionally go numb before and thought it was because the injury hadn't healed. But when you said the ointment was problematic, I couldn't help but be suspicious. Then why did you? I was trying to keep her steady. If she caught on, what if she destroyed the evidence? Jiang Yueyang gave her a thumbs up. I didn't expect someone who looked so innocent and naive to be so adept at scheming. You learn it when you see enough of it. Her father had 2 concubines taken in at her mother's behest. The reason was that her mother felt guilty for being unable to conceive for 5 years after marriage. Thinking of palace intrigue, Jiang Yueyang couldn't help asking the system, Little Melon, if I transmigrated into a palace drama, how many episodes do you think I'd survive? Does the host want the truth or a lie? Jiang Yueyang. The truth. You probably wouldn't survive 1 episode. Gu Yue wouldn't even need to lift a finger, as she could get you killed with a few words. Jiang Yueyang. Gu Ruo coughed twice to break the awkward silence. Yueyang, you should head back. I need to go engage in some scheming now. Alright, I'll be going then. Jiang Yueyang said, reaching out to Xiangling for the medicine bottle. This medicine is excellent for external wounds. Take it. Gu Ruo accepted it without standing on ceremony. After seeing off Jiang Yueyang, Gu Ruo turned and went to her grandfather's courtyard. At that time, many people were already seated there. There were her father and mother, an imperial physician from the imperial hospital, concubines Dingshi and Dushi, and 1 son and 1 daughter born of concubines. After entering, Gu Ruo first bowed to her grandfather, father, and mother, then spoke unhurriedly. Grandfather, you must already know why I have come, right? Yue cried, and said that your friend falsely accused her of tampering with your medicine and asked me to seek justice for her. It was precisely because of her crying that the whole family was alerted. Gu Ruo slightly curled her lips. Indeed, she had struck first. Before she could speak, Gu Yue's own mother Dingshi acted as if she had suffered a great injustice. Second, miss, how our Yue has treated you is evident to everyone in the mansion. After learning that you were injured, she personally decocted medicine, applied medication, and busied herself taking care of you. How can you suspect her based on an outsider's word? In response, Gu Ruo said calmly, "Aunt, there is no need to be so aggrieved. I only want to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise there will always be a knot in my heart, and I won't be able to get along freely with my sister in the future. Ruo is right. This matter must be clarified," said Gu Ruo's mother Zhengshi in a tone that brooked no refusal. "Grand Tutor, Imperial Physician Shun, I am indebted to you for your trouble." Since the Grand Tutor had spoken, naturally no one dared to object. "Imperial Physician Chen, Grand Tutor, you flatter me. It is merely a trifling effort." Gu Ruo took out the ointment and toyed with it. "Actually, there is no need to test it." Hearing this, everyone present was puzzled. First test, then no test. What is the meaning of this? Roar, what do you mean by that? Grandfather, do you know who my friend is? The Grand Tutor narrowed his eyes slightly. It is Jiang Yueyang, the daughter of Minister Jiang. Apart from the Grand Tutor and Imperial Physician Chen, no one caught the implication in her words. Imperial Physician Chen, then there is no need to test. Young Master Jiang's words cannot be false. The Grand Tutor's eyes darkened, lost in thought. At this moment, Imperial Physician Chen tactfully rose and said, "It is getting late. I should return to the palace to report." Delang, see Imperial Physician Chen out. Imperial Physician Chen hastily declined. "No need, no need. I can see myself out." Imperial Physician Chen. Gu Ruo handed him the ointment and the 9-yang cake wrapped in a handkerchief. These two items contain mutually antagonistic herbs. Consumed together, they produce toxins that can cause loss of consciousness at mildest or paralysis in severe cases. Imperial Physician Chen's eyes widened slightly. So vicious. He had originally thought it was just a small squabble between the sisters. After all, the Grand Tutor's two granddaughters had always been close. When Gu Yue saw the 9-yang cake and heard Gu Ruo's words, she was completely stunned. She could hear. She had been lying to me all along. What to do? If grandfather? No, why did Gu Ruo stop the physician from testing? Could it be? Before Gu Yue could figure it out, the Grand Tutor slammed the table heavily and shouted, "Kneel." Everyone present was startled, and Gu Yue reflexively knelt down. "Speak. Why did you poison your own sister?" "Grandfather, I did not." Gu Yue thought it over and chose to deny it, firmly believing that the physician could not test anything. "You still won't confess?" The Grand Tutor was so angry that his voice trembled. Gu Yue bit her lip. "Grandfather, I did not poison my sister. How can I admit to something I didn't do?" You. The Grand Tutor's chest heaved rapidly from anger. Seeing this, Gu Ruo hurried over to soothe him. "Grandfather, please take care of your health." Noticing the wound on Gu Ruo's hand, the Grand Tutor's emotions gradually calmed. "Roar, is your body harmed?" Gu Ruo thought for a moment. Yang hadn't said there was anything wrong with her body, only told her to stop using that medicine. So her body probably hadn't developed any major problems. Thus she shook her head and said, "Yang has given me medicine." Only then did the Grand Tutor feel relieved, and he shifted his gaze to the kneeling Gu Yue. "You want evidence? I tell you, the words of young Master Jiang are the best evidence." Gu Yue seized on the key point, young Master Jiang. Grandfather called that young lady young Master Jiang. Could she be a fellow official? Then she must be. Gu Delang asked, "Father, are you saying that Roar's friend is the daughter of Minister Jiang, who was recently granted an official position by His Majesty?" "Exactly." The Grand Tutor stared at Gu Yue. "How do you think His Majesty learned of Prince Rome's rebellion?" "It was because everything that young Master Jiang thinks in her heart turns out to be true." Gu Yue, who had been kneeling upright, instantly went limp at these words and collapsed to the floor. "Speak. Why did you poison Roar?" After listening for so long, Dingshi understood. She hurriedly stepped forward and knelt to plead. Old Master Yue must have been provoked by someone and acted in a moment of confusion to commit this wrong. Please, for the sake of her youth, spare her this time. Provoked by someone? Who are you trying to slander with these words, sister? The eldest young lady is such a shrewd person. How could she be easily provoked? Dingshi felt that Dingshi was insinuating that her own daughter had provoked Gu Yue, and she firmly refused to take the blame. Guilty conscience. I didn't mention you. Dingshi sneered sarcastically. The innocent are clear of guilt. Why would I be guilty? Rather, don't you find your own words laughable? The eldest young lady is young, but isn't the second young lady also young? Enough. The Grand Tutor roared. All of you shut up. The entire hall fell silent. After a moment, the Grand Tutor looked at Gu Ruo and asked, Roar, how do you wish to handle this matter? Gu Ruo glanced at Gu Yue, pondered for a moment, and then said coldly, since she wanted to cripple my hand, let her reap what she has sown. On the other side, Jiang Yueyang thought that since she was already out, she might as well have a meal before returning. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped down from her carriage, she ran into Bai Yin, the eldest son of the Bai family, who had also come to Qingfeng Tower for a meal. Miss Jiang, what a coincidence. Jiang Yueyang twitched her lips. Indeed, quite a coincidence. I wish to make your acquaintance, Miss Jiang. Would you care to step aside? Eldest young Master Bai. Jiang Yueyang interrupted him. I know you want to get to know my maternal grandfather through me, but as a man and a woman, it is improper for us to meet privately. Instead, let me introduce my brother to you. You can discuss with him. Don't worry, I am not ungrateful. At this moment, the system spoke. Host, there is a piece of gossip that can help you repay his favor. Do you want to hear it? Are you sure it can repay? Yes. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang immediately said to Bai Yin, how about I use one matter to offset the favor of saving my life? Bai Yin, hearing her inner voice for the first time, was stunned. He blankly replied, okay. System, his mother is not dead. Your mother is not dead. In the imperial exclusive chamber on the third floor of the Linglong Pavilion, Jiang Yueyang and Bai Yin sat facing each other, having remained silent for quite a while. Finally, it was Bai Yin who broke the silence. He lifted the teapot before him, poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yueyang, and slowly said, "Miss Jiang, were you jesting with me just now?" Jiang Yueyang replied with a serious expression, "I never jest." Though the system was somewhat useless, its gossip was reliable. "Then does Miss Jiang know that my mother passed away in an accident when I was 15? It has been 7 years now. How old were you back then? I only learned about this recently. Then may I ask how you know? Where is my mother now? If she is alive, why hasn't she returned home?" Bai Yin fired 3 consecutive questions, clearly losing his composure. "Give me a moment to think how to explain." Jiang Yueyang thought to herself, "Little melon, tell me quickly what's going on." Bai Yin thought, here she goes again. By now he was completely certain that he could hear Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts. The system said, 7 years ago, Madam Bai went to the temple to burn incense, unfortunately encountered bandits, and then fell off a cliff. Hearing this, Bai Yin clenched his fists. That little melon had described the events exactly. His mother had indeed encountered bandits on her way to the temple and fallen into the cliff along with his elder sister. After his sister married, she had been unable to conceive. His mother heard of a certain temple that was very efficacious, so she took her sister there to pray for a child. Then the two of them never returned. The system said on the surface it was a bandit robbery, but in truth it had been long premeditated. Who? Bai Yan's own uncle. He had always been in love with Bai Yan's mother and had nearly married her. But by a twist of fate, Bai Yan's father took a fancy to her first and asked for her hand before the uncle could. Then he could only watch helplessly as the woman he loved married his elder brother. After the wedding, he intended to bury those feelings deep in his heart. But living under the same roof, he could not control his heart. Eventually, a terrifying thought took root. He wanted to take Madame Bai back for himself. Jiang Yueyang was puzzled. According to you, Madame Bai shouldn't have fallen off the cliff. Didn't he love her? That was an accident. Bai Yan's uncle originally intended to imprison Madame Bai to keep her by his side forever. But the fake bandits, after being kicked in the groin by Bai Yan's sister, angrily pushed both mother and daughter off the cliff. Madame Bai miraculously survived and was rescued by Bai Yan's uncle. And in a ridiculously cliched twist, she lost her memory. Bai Yan's father searched for her, but could not find her, so he assumed she was dead. Bai Yan's clenched fists trembled incessantly. His nails dug into his flesh without his notice, and his face turned ghastly pale. What had he just heard? His uncle loved his mother and had orchestrated all this. His mother had amnesia. What was all this? So, Bai Yan's mother and uncle are now living happily together. Hearing this, Bai Yan instinctively held his breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions to listen more carefully. The system said no. Bai Yan's uncle wanted her to truly fall in love with him after she lost her memory. But a month later, Madame Bai remembered everything. She wanted to go home, but the uncle refused to let her go, so he imprisoned her. This imprisonment has lasted 7 years. Jiang Yueyang raised a question in her mind. I have a question. Did Bai Yan's mother and uncle ever? You know? The system understood, but teased her. You know what? That. Which one? Bai Yan also wondered which one. Jiang Yueyang's face darkened. Do you want to go into the dark room? The system immediately became docile. No. In that regard, Bai Yan's uncle was quite gentlemanly. Hearing the word gentlemanly, Bai Yan understood what that referred to. After all, he was a grown man. Still, learning that his mother had not been violated brought him considerable relief. His mother was a woman who valued her chastity more than life itself. If she had been defiled, she would surely have gone mad. Jiang Yueyang exhaled in relief. Good. Then where is Madame Bai now? At the Mingyue Manor in Fengqi City. Bai Yan silently repeated the words, Fengqi City, Mingyue Manor. Whether true or false, he had to make the journey. Feeling that she had learned enough, Jiang Yueyang looked at Bai Yan and said, I am certain that your mother is not dead. She is now at the Mingyue Manor in Fengqi City. As for why she hasn't returned home, it is because she is being held captive. And the one imprisoning her is your own uncle. He has long admired your mother. Half an hour later, Jiang Yueyang had recounted everything she had heard from the system to Bai Yan. Even after hearing it twice, Bai Yan still found it somewhat absurd. Yet he inexplicably felt that what Jiang Yueyang said was true. So the uncle he had always respected had been coveting his mother all along. Seeing him silent, Jiang Yueyang added, If you don't believe me, then pretend I never said anything. How do you know all this? Bai Yan asked, though he already knew the answer. No comment. Bai Yan pondered for a moment. True or false, I will verify it. Miss Jiang, earlier I did hope to get to know your maternal grandfather through you, but now I sincerely wish to know you as a person. We are not suitable. Bai Yan, although you are quite handsome, our age gap is too large. I can only accept men within 5 years of my age. Bai Yan, Miss Jiang, you misunderstand. I had no such intention. The system host, he is already married and has no plans to take a concubine. Bai Yan and the system spoke simultaneously. Jiang Yueyang. Haha, how awkward. Jiang Yueyang's face flushed crimson. Ahem, well, I've said all I need to say. Farewell. Without waiting for Bai Yan's reply, Jiang Yueyang rose and fled, as if escaping. Bai Yan watched her embarrassed retreating figure and chuckled softly. Feeling terribly awkward, Jiang Yueyang went straight home without eating. But no sooner had she arrived and sat down than a messenger arrived from the palace. It was Li Fuqiuan, the chief eunuch of Emperor Yuan. He said the empress wanted to see her. And so Jiang Yueyang hurriedly followed Li Fuqiuan into the palace. First she paid respects to Emperor Yuan, then accompanied him to the empress's Ning'an palace. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yueyang dared not say a word or ask a single question. Ning'an Palace. As Jiang Yueyang stepped into the queen's sleeping chamber, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately reached her nostrils. Coughing sounds echoed from within, and Emperor Yuan led her straight into the inner chamber, where the queen was currently leaning against her bed taking medicine. Noticing Emperor Yuan approaching, she instinctively rose to pay her respects. Emperor Yuan hurriedly walked over and said, "Your Majesty need not trouble yourself with formalities. Please continue drinking your medicine." The queen smiled faintly, just about to ask why Jiang Yueyang had come, when Emperor Yuan beat her to it. "Didn't you say you wanted to meet this girl, Jiang Yueyang?" The emperor had barely finished speaking when the queen's expression shifted. She and Emperor Yuan had been husband and wife for many years. She could read his every move like an open book. This time, secretly summoning Jiang Yueyang to the palace could only mean one thing. He wanted to use her inner voice to investigate whether his wife's illness was truly natural or caused by something else. Jiang Yueyang stepped forward and bowed deeply. "This humble official pays respects to your Majesty the Queen. May your Majesty enjoy robust health and long life. Rise. You need not observe such formalities. Have a seat." As the queen's voice fell, a palace maid from Ning'an Palace immediately brought over a small round stool and placed it beside the queen's bed. After Jiang Yueyang thanked her and took a seat, the queen asked with genuine concern, "Are your injuries still troubling you? Would you like me to summon the imperial physicians for another examination?" "Thank you for your Majesty's kindness. My injuries have already healed considerably." The queen gazed at her with tender affection. "You are truly a well-behaved and sensible young lady. You must have been terrified back then, weren't you?" "Yes. I truly believed I would not survive that encounter. Fortunately, a kind stranger came to my rescue." "By the way," Emperor Yuan suddenly interjected, "a few days ago Minister Jiang requested 2 guards to protect your safety. I was too busy at the time to arrange it, but you may take them with you when you leave the palace." "Xiao Guo is the emperor trying to assign me 2 more shadow guards again." The system replied, "What's there to fear? They won't harm you. They'll only protect your safety. I still have a feeling they're here to monitor me on the emperor's behalf." "Emperor Yuan, I would never." He frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want them?" This humble official dares not refuse. "Look at you. Rest assured, since I have given them to you, I will not command them to do anything further. An emperor's word is binding." "Then what about their monthly stipend? You pay them? Do you expect me to? You are, after all, the granddaughter of the richest man in Great Xia. Why are you so stingy?" Jiang Yueyang awkwardly turned her head away, avoiding Emperor Yuan's gaze. At that moment, the queen began coughing violently. She then opened her handkerchief and saw blood. Emperor Yuan immediately shouted, "Someone, summon the imperial physicians." Jiang Yueyang frowned, looking at the queen, who had already been helped onto the bed by Emperor Yuan. "Xiao Guo, what illness does the queen suffer from? Why is it so severe?" "She is not ill. She has been poisoned." Upon hearing the word poison, both Emperor Yuan and the queen's expressions changed, yet neither seemed particularly surprised. After all, both of them had long suspected that the queen's illness was suspicious. Although the queen had always been frail, her condition had never been this dire. Jiang Yueyang was greatly shocked to hear that the queen had been poisoned. "What? Who dares to poison the queen? Who do you think?" Jiang Yueyang thought for a moment. "Consort Lan." "Correct. Where did she get the poison? And how did she manage to poison the queen without being detected?" The system replied, "Marquis Jing'an smuggled the poison into the palace. Consort Lan carried it on her person, which is why it went undetected. All the concubines in the rear palace paid their daily respects to the queen. Consort Lan took advantage of this opportunity to administer the poison." "Do you mean the poison was something similar to incense?" "Yes, and it cannot be detected by conventional means. Based on the queen's current condition, if she does not take the antidote within 3 days, she will certainly die." "No." Jiang Yueyang grew anxious. "Hasn't Crown Prince discovered the secret message on top of the library?" "He has, but they seem to be playing the long game, waiting to catch a bigger fish." "Heh." Jiang Yueyang let out a cold laugh. "That fool of an emperor. Look at what he's done now. The big fish hasn't been caught, and instead he's cost the queen her life." Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan himself was now filled with regret. That poison must have been the same thing buried near the cold palace. After Dark One retrieved it from Consort Lan's palace, he had also had the imperial physicians test it, and the result came back as non-toxic. Later, Dark One reported that Consort Lan had stored those items in sachets and carried them on her person, so the emperor had assumed it was all his fault that the queen had been harmed. "Elandwa, you deserve to die 10,000 times. The system asked, "Host, are you planning to stand by and do nothing? The queen is such a wonderful person. I don't want her to die. So what do you intend to do?" Jiang Yueyang fell silent for a moment, then deliberately turned to Emperor Yuan and said, "Your Majesty, have you noticed that the blood the queen vomited is black? It is obvious to anyone that she has been poisoned." Emperor Yuan glanced at the crimson blood on the handkerchief and, playing along, said, "The color of the blood does seem abnormal. I also suspect poisoning. Otherwise the queen would not have suddenly fallen so gravely ill." "Brilliant. The emperor is colorblind. I was worried he might question me." "The system." Emperor Yuan. "Therefore your Majesty should immediately interrogate everyone who has recently come into contact with the queen. It would also be wise to search their palaces. You might just find the antidote." "Very well. I understand. You should leave the palace now. Such scenes are not suitable for a young girl to witness." Jiang Yueyang found this remark somewhat absurd, but she obeyed the decree and exited the palace, taking the two so-called guards with her. The system had identified them as Dark 7 and Dark 9, two of the Emperor's many shadow guards. Jiang Yueyang simply renamed them Qing Ming and Guyu. That night outside the Minghui mountain villa in Fengqi City, Bai Yin secretly infiltrated the estate with two attendants. After leaving the Linglong Pavilion earlier that day, he had immediately headed to the Minghui mountain villa. From his observation, the security at Minghui mountain villa was not particularly tight. There were only two guards who looked like trained warriors stationed outside one room, two door attendants, an elderly cooking maid, and two female servants. Therefore, they only needed to deal with those two guards. Bai Yin gave a subtle signal to one of his attendants, who then picked up a stone and tossed it into the distant bushes. The two guards heard the commotion and called out, "Who's there?" When no one responded, they drew their swords and cautiously advanced toward the bushes where the sound had come from. And that was the end of that. They were knocked unconscious by the two attendants accompanying Bai Yin. Bai Yin entered the room and, finding it empty, immediately began searching for a hidden mechanism. After feeling along the walls for a while, he finally discovered the mechanism. Pressing it triggered a section of the floor to open, revealing a staircase leading underground. Bai Yin held his fire starter and led the way down. After approximately half an hour of descent, he finally reached the bottom. What he saw below was an underground pool. In the center of the pool stood a stone platform, and on that platform was an enormous golden birdcage. Inside the cage, a woman was confined. The woman's appearance was one he knew far too well. Mother. The woman in the cage seemed not to hear, her whole being lifeless, like a marionette devoid of emotion. She stared blankly upward at a sliver of light that seemed to come from nowhere, like a bird yearning for the blue sky, yet with its wings clipped. It was heartbreaking. Bai Yin stepped on the stone pillars in the pool, walking step by step toward Madame Bai in the cage. He did not look at his feet, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on her, fearing that all before him was but a dream. When he reached the gilded cage, Bai Yin knelt on one knee and called again, "Mother." Hearing his voice, Madame Bai turned her head mechanically. At first her eyes held no emotion at all, but gradually a glimmer of light returned to them. Perhaps because she had not spoken for so long, Madame Bai murmured like a babbling child, "Yin. Hearing this call, the tall man's eyes instantly welled up. "Yes, I am Yen'er, your son, Yen'er." "Son." Madame Bai's eyes gradually cleared, and her lifeless form seemed to slowly regain its spirit. "Mother, I've come to take you home." The word home pulled Madame Bai completely out of the dark, self-imposed isolation. She was no longer a soulless marionette. "Yen'er, I've missed you so much, missed your father, and missed home." Tears streamed down Madame Bai's face. "Your uncle locked me here, wouldn't let me out. I was so scared." Bai Yin it all matched. "Mother, don't be afraid. I'll get you out right now." With that, he rose and stepped aside, and his attendant, understanding the intent, drew his sword and struck at the lock. With a clang, the sword struck the iron lock, sparking, but the lock held. The attendant examined it closely and said, "Young master, this cage is made of dark iron. Ordinary blades cannot cut it." Bai Yin frowned slightly. Dark iron? Where did that person get so much dark iron? In Great Xia, dark iron was not something one could buy freely. It was a controlled substance. Only specific merchants and institutions were allowed to trade in dark iron. The Bai family had no such qualification. Bai Yan's eyes turned cold. "If we can't cut it, then pick the lock." One of the attendants immediately pulled a few hairs from his head, twisted them together, and carefully inserted the strand into the keyhole to fiddle with it. This was delicate work requiring excellent hearing. These two attendants had traveled far and wide, with Bai Yin gaining much experience and learning many skills. After a moment, a click sounded and the lock opened. Bai Yin immediately opened the cage door and stepped in. Mother and son exchanged a glance, saying everything without words. "Mother, let's go out." Bai Yin helped Madame Bai down from the bed. Because she rarely walked, her legs were weak, and she nearly fell. "Mother, let me carry you." Bai Yin turned and crouched down. Knowing she couldn't walk, Madame Bai didn't hesitate and climbed onto his back for him to carry her out. She had to escape. Half an hour later, the four of them successfully left Minghui Villa. Before leaving, Bai Yin turned back to glance at the villa. Thinking of his mother's years of imprisonment, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Then he ordered coldly, "Burn it." Hearing this, one attendant turned back. The remaining attendant asked, "Young master, shall we take the lady home now?" "No. My mother must return home with honor and dignity." The fact that his mother had been imprisoned for 7 years must not be known, or the judgment of the world and vicious rumors would destroy her. He had to find a way to account for those 7 years so his mother could return with a clean slate. Of course, he would not let those who had harmed her go unpunished. Meanwhile, the Jingzhao Yin and Bai Zhe led their men barging into the Jing'an Marquis mansion. When Marquis Jing'an saw Xia Su, he knew he was finished. After the news of Prince Rome's rebellion spread, he had wanted to stop. But he hadn't expected Yolanduo to act so quickly, and the first victim was the Empress herself. The Crown Prince, meanwhile, kicked open the door of the student dormitory at Chongwon Academy, and his men grabbed the young heir of Marquis Jing'an from his bed. The young heir was bewildered. The Crown Prince kindly reminded him, "Does the young heir find the view from the top of the library tower pleasant?" At these words, the heir suddenly understood what was happening. Fear of death instantly filled his eyes. Meanwhile, Emperor Yuan was sitting in Elan Palace drinking tea. Consort Lan was surprised by his arrival. Logically, since the Empress was gravely ill, Emperor Yuan should be by her side. He shouldn't have come here. Had he discovered something? Beloved consort, why stand so far? Come here. Emperor Yuan set down his teacup. Consort Lin dared not disobey, smiling as usual as she walked toward him. Your Majesty, why are you free today? Her voice died in her throat as Emperor Yuan viciously seized her neck and lifted her up. The palace attendants in Elan Palace were all startled and knelt trembling. Your Majesty, you should never have harmed the Empress, otherwise I might have kept you a while longer. A strange glint flashed in Consort Lin's eyes as she argued, I don't know what your Majesty means. Emperor Yuan wasted no words, directly saying, produce the antidote. At this, Consort Lin understood. She twisted her lips. There is no antidote. I'll say it once more, bring out the antidote. Consort Lin closed her eyes and remained silent. Seeing this, Emperor Yuan threw her heavily to the ground, and she gasped for breath. Guards, bring the 15th prince here. Consort Lin was startled. What are you going to do? Emperor Yuan cast her a cold glance without answering. Soon the 9-year-old 15th prince was brought in. Emperor Yuan called into the air. Appeared from some hidden corner in a flash and walked into Consort Lin's chamber. Moments later, he brought out the box she had hidden in a secret compartment and handed it to Emperor Yuan. Water. Li Fuqian immediately brought a cup of water. Emperor Yuan opened the box, poured the powder inside into the water. What are you doing? Consort Lin seemed to guess what he intended, scrambling up to snatch the water. But held her down. Emperor Yuan took the cup from Li Fuqian, swirled it, and the powder dissolved in the water. Merely wearing these scented powders poisoned the Empress. What effect do you think drinking it directly would have? Consort Lin found Emperor Yuan terrifying at that moment, like a demon. Seeing the Emperor approach the 15th prince with the water, Consort Lin screamed, Your Majesty, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cub. He is your son. I have no shortage of sons. Emperor Yuan pinched the 15th prince's chin, ready to pour the poisoned water down his throat, with not a trace of reluctance in his eyes. A consort of foreign blood should never have borne a prince. He should not have shown mercy. No, stop. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the antidote. Emperor Yuan paused his movement, but did not release his grip on the 15th prince's chin. Consort Lin knew that if he couldn't get the antidote, he would surely kill her child, so she had to say, Bewitching bone incense has no antidote, but my blood can neutralize all poisons. As long as the Empress drinks my blood, she will be fine. Huh. Your blood can neutralize all poisons. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can make me drink the poisoned water. Emperor Yuan gave her a meaningful look, then poured the poisoned water into the 15th prince's mouth. Rather than feeding it to Elan Duo, it would be better to feed it to her child, so as to better determine whether her blood could really detoxify. No. Elan Duo cried out in anguish. After the 15th prince drank the water laced with bewitching bone incense, his face instantly turned purple, then he vomited blood. The poison spread with alarming speed. Let me go. If we don't save him now, he'll die. Emperor Yuan signaled to Dark One to release her. Once freed, Consort Lin immediately rushed to the 15th prince, pulled out her hairpin, and without hesitation slit her wrist, feeding her blood to the 15th prince. The 15th prince's complexion visibly returned to normal, but he still appeared very weak. Consort Lin sneered, Are you satisfied now? Emperor of Great Xia, you are too terrifying. He is your own son, only 9 years old. How could you have the heart to do this? You asked me how I could. Have you ever thought that his suffering is all your fault? Consort Lin paused at these words. If you had just quietly played your role as a consort, he would have enjoyed a life of wealth and honor. I just can't understand. What is it about the Chishui tribe that makes you sacrifice so much? Consort Lin lowered her eyes. That is my home, my people, my inescapable duty as a princess. Even knowing you can't change anything. Consort Lin was silent. After a long moment, Emperor Yuan said coldly, Take her blood. Dark One immediately brought a jade bowl, grabbed Consort Lin's hand, and slashed it with a knife. Bright red blood dripped into the bowl until it was full. Only then did Dark One release her hand. Emperor Yuan said, For the sake that your blood is still useful, I will not kill you. But you'd better not try to die on me, or I will have the 15th prince buried with you. With that, Emperor Yuan picked up the 15th prince and walked out of Elan Hall. Consort Lin twisted her lips. Her entire life had been manipulated by others, and now she couldn't even decide her own death. How pathetic. She had been wrong from the very beginning. From the moment she married Emperor Yuan, she should have cut all ties with the Chishui tribe. Over at Ning'an Palace, after the Empress drank Consort Lin's blood, she stopped coughing, and her complexion improved significantly. The next day, when the director of the Imperial Hospital came to take her pulse, he found her pulse much stronger than before. Previously, it had been even weaker than a normal person's. The director suspected that Consort Lin's blood had brought about the improvement. Sure enough, when he tested Consort Lin's blood, he detected the components of hundreds of medicinal herbs. He speculated that Consort Lin had been raised as a human medicine cauldron. Inside the Taiha Hall, ever since the day the body of Prince Rong was sent back to the capital, Emperor Yuan had suspended court until today. Last night, after feeding the Empress Consort Lin's blood, Emperor Yuan sent eunuchs to inform the civil and military officials to hold court as usual. At this moment, all officials gathered in Taiha Hall, and Jiang Yueyang was among them. She took advantage of standing at the back to unabashedly scrutinize Liu Yunting, who was behind the Jingwu general. TSK. Xiao Guo, what do you think Liu Yunting was raised on? How can he be so handsome? Flawless from every angle, even more handsome than the crown prince. Emperor Yuan had grown immune to Jiang Yueyang's excessive focus on appearances, but the civil and military officials were still not used to it. When the crown prince heard Jiang Yueyang say that he was not as good-looking as Lu Yunting, he felt a little displeased. In what way was he inferior to Lu Yunting? Well, they were just different types, and couldn't be compared. A faint smile curved the corners of Lu Yunting's mouth. System host, I think his appearance is genetic. Old General Lu and Lady Lu are both extremely good-looking people. How good-looking? More than you can imagine. Emperor Yuan felt that they couldn't continue chatting like this, so he secretly gave Li Fuquan a wink. Li Fuquan understood immediately and stepped forward to read the imperial edict. The Marquis of Jing'an conspired with foreign enemies and colluded with Elan Duo to poison the empress. His crime is punishable by death, and he shall be executed immediately. All males in the Marquis of Jing'an's household shall be executed, and the females shall be exiled to the desert. Siesu had led troops to arrest the Marquis last night, causing quite a stir. Some of those present had even gone to watch the excitement. Emperor Yuan looked toward the military officials. I intend to send troops to Qishui. Is there any minister willing to lead the expedition? Hearing this, the military officials present did not speak rashly but first held back to observe. According to Jiang Yueyang's observation, the eyes of the civil and military officials were unconsciously fixed on Lu Yunting. Xiao Guo, am I seeing things? Are they trying to get Lu Yunting to lead the troops to attack Qishui? He just came back from the battlefield. It's not right to order him around like this. Those who had originally intended to recommend Lu Yunting to lead the expedition upon hearing Jiang Yueyang's displeasure silently abandoned the idea. The system chimed in exactly. Even an ox should be given a rest. Lu Yunting, thank you very much. Emperor Yuan glanced at Lu Yunting, who last time Jiang Yueyang, and that Xiao Guo had revealed that he had no intention of rebelling. To be honest, he felt relieved. If the court really fought against the Lu family army, it was hard to say who would win. So he said, what? None of you are willing to lead the expedition. Do you want me to personally lead the army? The military officials were all alarmed. Zhang, the eldest son of the Jingguo general, stepped forward and saluted. I am willing to lead the expedition. I am willing to lead the expedition. I am willing to lead the expedition. In an instant, several military officials stepped forward to express their willingness. Emperor Yuan sneered inwardly. Although these men appeared to be rough military officers, they were actually quite scheming. Just now, they had probably intended to recommend Lu Yunting or wanted to gauge his attitude toward Lu Yunting. Otherwise, why would they pass up such easily obtainable military merit? Emperor Yuan swept his gaze over the several officers who had stepped forward, then fixed his eyes on one general. General Chao, I await your triumphant return in the palace. System, no, you can't send him. Why? Is he also going to rebel? Because he was a member of the Qishui clan, or more precisely half Qishui. His mother was a Daxiao native. This was something Jiang Yueyang had not anticipated, nor had the civil and military officials. Xiao Lingyue sighed, silently thinking to himself that this day had finally come. On the very first day Jiang Yueyang attended court, having witnessed the power of her mind reading, he had sent word back to Qishui, intending to withdraw. But the Qishui clan elders did not believe in such absurdity as mind reading and refused to allow him to withdraw at this critical moment. Moreover, they warned him that if he dared to flee without permission, his family in Qishui would lose their lives. Therefore, to protect his family and his own life, he went so far as to stage a fall from his horse, injuring his leg to feign injury and request leave to stay home and avoid danger. However, last night Emperor Yuan had explicitly decreed that all military officers must attend today's morning court. He had no way to avoid it, and truly did not expect the emperor to single him out from among the many officers who had volunteered for the campaign. This is probably what it means when misfortune is destined. No matter how you hide, you can't escape. Jiang Yueyang asked, how is this? How could he be a member of the Qishui clan? In the second year after the founding of Daxiao, a great drought plagued the land, leaving the people in dire straits. Refugees filled the territory of Daxiao. Chao Lingyue, then only 10 years old, disguised himself as a refugee and mingled with the Daxiao populace. From then on, he acquired the identity of a Daxiao citizen. Heavens! They had been planning to attack Daxiao over 30 years ago. Jiang Yueyang stole a glance at Chao Lingyue and asked, tell me, are he and Consort Lan in league? System, yes and no. Consort Lan is a clear piece placed on the open board, while he is a hidden piece concealed in the shadows. He knows of Consort Lan's existence, but Consort Lan does not know of his. Then is he requesting to lead the army to cause trouble? The system hummed in acknowledgement. Chao Lingyue is very clever. Over the years, using his identity as a Daxiao general, he has openly helped the Qishui clan eliminate several tribes that were competing with Qishui for territory. Looking back, the Qishui clan was once only a tribe of 1,000 people. Now it has grown into a tribe that dares to challenge Daxiao. It is evident that Chao Lingyue played a significant role in this. If your emperor sends him to lead the campaign, he will likely suffer defeat after defeat after defeat, and then the entire army will be annihilated. Emperor Yuan. Upon hearing this, the crown prince stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Father, the journey to the Qishui tribe is long, and General Chao's leg has not yet fully recovered. Perhaps we should choose another candidate. I second the motion. I second the motion. Emperor Yuan took the opportunity offered by the crown prince and asked, then which minister do you all think should be sent? Before anyone could answer, Emperor Yuan called out Jiang Yueyang's name. Jiang Yueyang had no choice but to step forward and say your subject believes that the prefect of the capital, Lord Xie, would be quite suitable. Everyone in Daxia knew that Xie, the prefect of the capital, was loyal only to Emperor Yuan. For the sake of the emperor and the future of Daxia, he would kill the Prince of Rome and anyone who dared to rebel. Therefore, recommending him was surely the right choice. However, Emperor Yuan disagreed. He said sending Xie against a mere Qishui tribe would be overestimating them. Jiang Yueyang rolled her eyes. TCH, His Majesty is too arrogant. As long as we can win with the least cost, why care about overestimating or underestimating? Even though Jiang Yueyang criticized him silently in her mind, Emperor Yuan still did not agree to send Xie to lead the campaign. System men all care about face. Can face be eaten as food or spent as money? If we send someone else and lose, it would be an utter disgrace. Jiang Yueyang said indignantly. The civil and military officials and Emperor Yuan. Ignoring Jiang Yueyang's muttering, Emperor Yuan turned his gaze to Zhang Ziyuan, the young general and son of the Jingui general. Zhang Ziyuan, you will lead the expedition against Qishui. I shall obey. At that moment the system let out a heavy sigh, causing everyone to tense up. No way. No way. Could the Jingui general and his son also have issues? The Jingui general turned back and glared at his eldest son, thinking, you little brat, what have you done wrong? Zhang Ziyuan shook his head secretly. I haven't done anything wrong. Jiang Yueyang asked why the sigh. Does young General Zhang have a problem too? He has no problem. He is a very fine young man. Unfortunately, this expedition will likely see him die on the battlefield. He just got married and doesn't even have a child yet. The Jingui general and his wife had 7 daughters before finally having a son. The Zhang family is likely to become extinct. The Jingui general was alarmed. What do you mean his son would die on the battlefield? Your Majesty, my son's temperament is not steady enough. This time let this old minister lead the campaign instead. Emperor Yuan raised his hand to signal him not to worry. Jiang Yueyang, why? The battle hasn't even started, yet how do you know he will die? I think young General Zhang looks quite imposing and strong, clearly very capable. Even with strength, it's useless if the weapons are flawed. At first, the officials of the armory secretly sold the mystic iron mint for weapon-making, bought back batches of inferior iron, and mixed it into the mystic iron. The weapons forged were not too bad then. But now they have grown more brazen, simply not mixing any mystic iron at all. Moreover, they even mixed the weapons made of mystic iron among the inferior ones. Whoever gets the bad weapons, that's their fate. Emperor Yuan immediately clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands. How dare they? If we go to war without superior weapons, how can we win? We might as well go to die. This act of theirs is to ruin Daxia. The Jingui general and his son were even more furious. The soldiers under their command were all true heroes. Even if they must die in battle, it should never be by weapons forged by their own side. Jiang Yueyang, doesn't the court inspect the weapons when checking the goods? Random sampling. I'll go have a chat with the Jingui general later. After learning where the problem lay, Emperor Yuan and the Jingui general and his son were much relieved. As long as they inspected the weapons thoroughly before the expedition and prepared sufficient provisions, there was no worry about not conquering the Qishui tribe. Emperor Yuan said, Zhang Tieshing, this time let your son lead the expedition. How can a father replace his son? As you command. Zhang Tieshing's feelings were mixed, but he still echoed the emperor's words. His son was a general. Once on the battlefield, one must not fear death. After the matter of sending troops to Qishui was settled, Emperor Yuan moved on to the next agenda. Emperor Yuan scanned the hall. The Taya Palace was visibly more spacious. Recently, many positions in the 6 ministries have become vacant. I intend to move this year's imperial examination forward. What do you ministers think? During this period, Emperor Yuan had executed many people and also dismissed or exiled a number of officials. Many posts in the 6 ministries were empty and needed to be filled quickly, otherwise those still in their positions would be worked to death. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers said in unison. Emperor Yuan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, to prevent any recurrence of examination fraud this time, the imperial examination will be supervised by Jiang Yueyang. Jiang Yueyang, huh? Do not be so surprised. I believe you are certainly capable. You see with just a single glance. Wait. Jiang Yueyang interrupted Emperor Yuan's words. Your Majesty, did you just assign me to oversee the imperial examination? Indeed. Your Majesty, please reconsider. I am young, my knowledge is limited, and I am not fit for such a great responsibility. Please choose another. Emperor Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. You are too modest, my dear minister. Though you are young, you possess a pair of piercing eyes. I believe that under your supervision, no one can engage in fraud right under your nose. Haha. Jiang Yueyang's mouth twitched. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Even I don't believe in myself, but where do you get the courage to trust me? Emperor Yuan remained silent. The system laughed gloatingly. Host, the emperor's courage probably came from Lord Wu. Under Qin Shi's severe torture, Lord Wu finally confessed to murdering the entire family of scholarly Cheng and was sentenced to be beheaded in 3 days. Emperor Yuan, no, my courage came from you all. Is it really that frivolous? Your Majesty doesn't know about me. Logically, he should think I got lucky, not that I have a pair of piercing eyes. The system expressed that it too couldn't understand Emperor Yuan's way of thinking. Jiang Yueyang had no choice but to continue persuading Emperor Yuan to abandon this idea. Your Majesty, I have been frail since childhood, and I fear I cannot bear such heavy workload. Emperor Yuan waved his hand. Do not worry. Sacrificial Wine Kong and the Minister of Personnel will assist you. At that time you only need to patrol the examination hall once during the exam. Originally the Ministry of Rites was in charge of the imperial examination, but due to Minister Lin's incident Emperor Yuan was uneasy and temporarily assigned it to the Ministry of Personnel. With words spoken to such an extent, what more could Jiang Yueyang say? She could only bow and accept the decree. After discussing the imperial examination matters, 2/4 of an hour had passed, and today's morning court came to an end. Lin Wan'er was also taken away to a place where Jiang Yueyang could not see. Jiang Yueyang thought she could go chat with General Jinghua, but before she could call out to him, she was stopped by a young eunuch who said the emperor requested her presence. When she arrived at the emperor's study, she found that his majesty had not only summoned her. The crown prince, the left prime minister, the right prime minister, the prefect of the capital Lu Yunting, and General Jinghua were all present. Jiang Yueyang first paid her respects to Emperor Yuan, then following her heart walked over and stood beside Lu Yunting. Lu Yunting had come to report to Emperor Yuan. They had not met last time. Seeing everyone had gathered, Emperor Yuan spoke. Rome Prince's military advisor Xiao Shan has requested to exchange his own life for the lives of all the rebels. I have granted it. But Xiesu begged me to spare Xiao Shan's life. What do you all think? Should this man be killed or not? Sigh, another fish caught in the net of examination fraud. The system suddenly spoke up. What? Jiang Yueyang subconsciously asked. The system explained Xiao Shan also had his exam paper swapped during the imperial examination. But he was smarter than Li Cheng. He knew he couldn't fight those people and might even lose his life, so he didn't seek justice for himself. Later, through someone's introduction, he became a staff member of Prince Rong. Prince Rong promised Xiao Shan that once he ascended to that position, he would let Xiao Shan be in charge of the imperial examination and guaranteed he would never interfere with it. Xiao Shan did not want others to have their papers swapped, like him losing the honor that rightfully belonged to them. He wanted to change the corrupt state of the imperial examination to ensure all candidates receive fair and just treatment and enter the court based on their own abilities. So to realize this grand aspiration, he agreed to assist Prince Rong in rebellion. After hearing the system's words, Jiang Yueyang felt a mix of emotions. Xiao Shan was willing to sacrifice his own life to save thousands of soldiers, showing that he had great righteousness and was not a bad person. But his assistance in Prince Rong's rebellion was also a fact. At this moment, the right prime minister stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I believe this Xiao Shan harbors great righteousness and can be kept for use. I second that. General Jinghua said, I have learned about Xiao Shan from the rebels. He is erudite and has often advised Prince Rong, solving many difficult problems. In some matters, even the right prime minister might not handle them as well as he does. You have high praise for him, my dear minister. Emperor Yuan looked at the others present. What do you all think? Don't look at me, don't look at me. I don't want to answer. Jiang Yueyang muttered inwardly. Emperor Yuan's lips curled slightly. Jiang Yueyang, share your opinion. Jiang Yueyang, I knew it. In reply to your majesty, I believe the right prime minister is correct. Xiao Shan has a good heart and is both brave and resourceful. If he can be brought into the court, he will surely serve your majesty well. Emperor Yuan nodded. Since you all say so, we shall spare his life for now. By the way, Jiang Yueyang, I have been thinking that having you patrol the examination hall alone is indeed a heavy workload. Yes, you finally realize. So I have decided. Emperor Yuan deliberately paused for breath. Jiang Yueyang looked at him with sparkling eyes. So you're going to assign someone else? I have decided to have the crown prince assist you in patrolling the examination hall. The smile on Jiang Yueyang's face froze, then disappeared. His Majesty must be trying to cultivate feelings between me and the crown prince. How cunning. Emperor Yuan assigning the crown prince to share Jiang Yueyang's workload was indeed to pair her up with the crown prince. Previously, he was reluctant to have Jiang Yueyang as his daughter-in-law. But now he had changed his mind. Given Jiang Yueyang's situation, she was not suitable to marry just anyone. She could only marry into the royal family. Moreover, honestly, Jiang Yueyang was quite likable, and it would be even better if she could be a bit more ladylike. System host, it seems you are destined to be the future crown princess. Jiang Yueyang instinctively glanced at the crown prince, and seeing him smile at her tenderly, her feelings became complicated. She wondered what punishment she would face if she refused the marriage decree. While she was still troubled, Lu Yunting had already stepped forward and said with a bow, Your Majesty, I have some free time and would like to pass the time. I beg your Majesty to allow me to assist Lord Jiang in overseeing the imperial examination alongside the crown prince. General Lin Yuan wants to oversee the imperial examination. Emperor Yuan was not keen on Lu Yunting having contact with Jiang Yueyang. Yes, I have been on the battlefield since childhood and have never seen the grand spectacle of the imperial examination. I wish to experience its atmosphere. With words spoken to such an extent, if Emperor Yuan refused, he would appear unreasonable. Since General Lin Yuan is interested in the imperial examination, then go and take a look. Jiang Yueyang, great, this way, I won't have to be alone with the crown prince. The crown prince felt a mix of emotions. Emperor Yuan glanced at the crown prince, then said, All right, you may all withdraw. After everyone paid their respects and exited the emperor's study, the crown prince, who had wanted to speak privately with Jiang Yueyang, was beaten to it by Lu Yunting. Has your injury fully healed, Lord Jiang? Jiang Yueyang was taken aback. Yes, much better. Thank you. Her "Thank you," carried a double meaning which Lu Yunting caught, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a slight curve. Lu Yunting had returned to the capital ahead of schedule, but had not immediately gone to the palace to see the emperor. Jiang Yueyang felt that this matter should not be known to others. "Ding dong. You are pointing out the nation golden finger has been delivered. Please check it." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Yueyang immediately sank into her consciousness to check. She saw that in the system space, besides 3 pistols and an oxygen tank, there was an additional gift box. She instinctively wanted to open the gift box, but remembering where she was, she restrained herself. She smiled politely and said, "Well, General Jifeng, I shall take my leave first." Lu Yunting responded softly. Jiang Yueyang waved at him, turned around, and quickly walked toward the palace gate. But before she had taken many steps, she was stopped by the Right Chancellor, who was waiting ahead for someone. "Junior Minister Jiang." Jiang Yueyang was surprised. "Right Chancellor?" A word in private. Jiang Yueyang was quite taken aback. She felt that her relationship with the Right Chancellor was strained, and such an initiative from him was unexpected. However, as his subordinate, she obediently followed him. They walked until they reached a secluded corner where the Right Chancellor finally stopped. The Right Chancellor remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. "That day, I owe you my thanks, Junior Minister Jiang." In truth, he had long wanted to speak with Jiang Yueyang, but she had been recuperating at home these past days, and he had not found the opportunity. "Jiang Yueyang, which day? What for?" The system reminded her host. "He is referring to the day on the street when you spoke up for second young master he." Jiang Yueyang suddenly understood. "You are too kind, Right Chancellor. It was merely a small favor." "Do you truly think so, Junior Minister Jiang?" Jiang Yueyang nodded, her gaze firm. "You may not believe me, Right Chancellor, but I once dreamt of another world where there were also people like second young master he, slightly different from the norm. They live their lives vibrantly, unafraid of others' opinions. I believe that if second young master he wishes, he can do the same." The Right Chancellor stared at her intently, as if searching for any trace of flattery on her face. But there was none. She truly believed it. The Right Chancellor smiled in relief. "Your words have cleared the clouds from my mind. I was the one trapping myself." That day, after He Jing returned home, he confessed to his father that he was a sodomite and declared that he would never marry in his lifetime. If the Right Chancellor thought he had brought shame to the family, he could leave the mansion and establish his own household. At that moment, the Right Chancellor felt as if the sky had fallen. How could the son he had painstakingly raised be a sodomite? He brooded over it for a long time, unable to find peace, until he learned from the servant who accompanied He Jing about Jiang Yueyang's words. It was only after today's conversation that he finally let go. Jiang Yueyang grinned. It's hard for anyone to accept such a thing at first, but in truth the hardest part is endured by the one directly involved. The Right Chancellor was stunned, then said, "I understand." Then, Jiang Yueyang pointed toward the palace gate. "I shall take my leave now." "Go ahead." Jiang Yueyang walked quickly, muttering in her heart, "If anyone calls me again, I'll have their head." The Minister of Personnel, who was about to approach Jiang Yueyang to discuss the imperial examinations, silently closed his mouth. "Where is Junior Minister Jiang rushing off to in such a hurry?" someone asked in confusion. Jiang Yueyang exited the palace gates as fast as she could. As soon as she boarded the carriage, she eagerly asked Xiao Guo what kind of golden finger is command the realm. The system replied, "Host, didn't you ask earlier if you could upgrade by spending money? After a joint discussion between the main system and the researchers, they approved your request. Command the realm is a protection mechanism granted to you, but its exact form will be revealed only after activation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueyang immediately opened the gift box. Then she saw a prompt: opening the gift box requires payment of 100 stellar yuan coins. Stellar yuan coins. It's the currency of our planet. Jiang Yueyang hummed, her eyes darting as she reached up to unfasten the jade pendant she wore. "See how much this is worth." The system host: "This jade pendant was given to you by your parents. You and your brother each have 1/2. Together they form a whole. I know. I'm not going to exchange it for stellar yuan coins. I just want to know its value. Handle it carefully, or you'll be dead meat." The system sniffed indignantly. Unless it malfunctions, this system never makes mistakes. In the end, Jiang Yueyang's jade pendant was valued at 30 million stellar yuan coins. The shop assistant also pointed out that the pair together would be worth 100 million, exactly enough to open the gift box. Jiang Yueyang pretended not to see it, fastened the pendant, and loudly ordered, "Qingming, full speed ahead." "Yes, miss." "Hold tight." Now she took Qingming and Guyu out with her every day, with Qingming and Guyu taking turns driving the carriage. The carriage picked up speed, but not by much. Great Xia had regulations forbidding galloping horses on the streets, and carriages were also speed limited. Thus the carriage ambled along at a moderate pace. Before long, Jiang Yueyang found herself in the same place where she had encountered He Jing the last time. This was the road she had to take to get home. "He Jing, where are you off to in such a hurry?" It was the same tavern, the same Lin Wan'er and his cronies. Only this time, Lin Wan'er was not standing on the tavern's balcony, but facing He Jing directly on the street. Hearing the voices, Jiang Yueyang lifted the carriage curtain and glanced out. Qingming stopped for a moment. She wanted to see what trouble this group would stir up today. Since Lin Wan'er had his back to the carriage, he did not know Jiang Yueyang was behind him. But He Jing spotted the Jiang family emblem on the carriage. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Lin Wan'er reached out and shoved He Jing. Jing raised an eyebrow, glanced at the carriage, and pursed his lips. I don't talk to trash. Lin Wan'er's face darkened. Say that again if you dare. Then listen closely. Jing puffed out his chest. I said I don't talk to trash. You. Lin Wan'er raised his fist to strike, but his cronies held him back. Calm down. Don't forget he's still the son of the Right Chancellor. We can mock him, but we can't hit him. Jing had a mild temper and never complained to his family when bullied, so these people gradually forgot their place. But these were mere sons of officials of the 4th or 5th rank daring to lay hands on the son of the Right Chancellor. Lin Wan'er came to his senses, slowly unclenched his fist, and sneered instead. No matter how tough you act, you're still a sodomite. What rushing off to find a man? None of your business. I'm just thinking since we were classmates I could introduce you to someone, guaranteed to satisfy you. Introduce yourself? Jing sneered back. Then I wouldn't be satisfied. I have high standards. I don't fancy ugly people. Well said. Applause came from the carriage. Lin Wan'er and the others turned around instinctively upon hearing the voice. Jiang Yueyang poked her head out of the carriage. Some people should go home and look in the mirror. Even if second young master he wanted to find a man, he would look for someone as stunning as Lu Yunting. Don't you agree, second young master? Jing dared not reply to this. If it reached General Lu's ears, he might misunderstand that Jing coveted him, which would be bad. Jiang Yueyang didn't mind the lack of response, and continued, as it happens counting this time, I have caught you bullying second young master on the street twice in a row. What do you say? Should I go to Minister Kong and publicize your glorious deeds? Or should I ask His Majesty to have a chat with your parents? Upon hearing this, several of them instantly changed color. After exchanging glances, they bowed in unison and said, Please Lord Jiang, show mercy. Jiang Yueyang only wanted to scare them. After looking at them with a half smile, she waved her hand and said, Go now. You're blocking my way home. The few men immediately dragged Lin Wan'er away. Jing quickly walked to the side of the carriage. He performed a scholar's salute to Jiang Yueyang. Miss Jiang. It's been a few days, and second young master he seems to have changed quite a bit. Thanks to Miss Jiang's words that day, there would be no Jing as I am today. Jiang Yueyang smiled gently. I hope second young master he can remain as confident as today. Yes, Jing will keep it in heart. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yueyang returned to Lanhua Pavilion. She told Xiangling to fetch many treasures from the storeroom, then shooed everyone out. Then she picked up a fist-sized night pearl and asked the system to appraise it. Soon the price came out. The night pearl could be exchanged for 50 million star yuan coins, still not enough. So she picked up a celadon vase. The celadon vase could be exchanged for 80 million star yuan coins, totaling 130 million star yuan coins. Seeing that she had enough, Jiang Yueyang immediately paid the 100 million to open the gift box without hesitation. To her surprise, the box contained only an ordinary-looking red fruit. However, there was a product introduction next to it. Jiang Yueyang read aloud. Word Spirit Fruit. After consumption, you obtain the power of Word Spirit. No side effects, unlimited usage, unlimited number of users. N. Little Melon, what is Word Spirit Power? The system Word Spirit Power in layman's terms is a control technique. After the host acquires Word Spirit Power, you can manipulate a person through speech. For example, if you want someone to strip naked and run, just say to that person, strip naked and run. That person, regardless of willingness, will do as told. Note, Word Spirit Power can only be used for physical control. What does that mean? It means you cannot control the mind. Jiang Yueyang said, Oh, I see. So this is the protection mechanism you applied for me. I only applied what is given is decided by the main system. Alright. Jiang Yueyang took one last look at the Word Spirit Fruit, then ate it. How is it? What does it taste like? Any special feeling? The system asked with a little excitement. Sweet, similar to red dates. I don't feel anything special. Do I have the Word Spirit Power now? The system said uncertainly, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. How about you try the Word Spirit Power, host? Jiang Yueyang thought for a moment, then pushed open the door and walked out. Outside, Ling Feng was tending the flowers and plants in the courtyard, while Qing Ming and Guyu were staring at Ling Feng with meaningful looks. Qingji was standing at the door. Xiangling was nowhere to be seen. Finally, Jiang Yueyang walked to the small pond in the yard. It contained many koi fish as well as 2 turtles, one large and one small. Jiang Yueyang fished out the soccer-sized big turtle from the pond, thinking to use Word Spirit Power on it. Lazy, turn over for me. Jiang Yueyang named this big turtle Lazy because it was extremely lazy. How lazy? So lazy that 365 days a year except for eating, it wouldn't move at all. Sometimes Jiang Yueyang felt that if this turtle didn't have to breathe, it would probably be too lazy to breathe. As Jiang Yueyang's voice fell, the turtle Lazy miraculously moved. Then she saw the turtle Lazy struggling to turn over its 4 feet, flailing helplessly. Jiang Yueyang found it too incredible, so she couldn't help but continue spin around. The turtle's shell rubbed against the ground and spun smoothly. Jiang Yueyang was ecstatic. Spin faster. Don't stop until I say stop. Turtle Lazy. Jiang Yueyang laughed heartily. Qingji and the others looked over in confusion, but did not approach rashly. After all, it was her own turtle, so Jiang Yueyang couldn't bear to torment it too much. Alright, stop. The turtle Lazy stopped immediately, like an emergency brake. Thus, Jiang Yueyang had acquired the Word Spirit Power and applied it well. She just didn't know what effect it would have on humans. When not necessary, she didn't want to use the Word Spirit Power on her own people. It would be inappropriate, and also expose her. At this moment the system said, host, you still owe the system mall 1.05 million. Credit and repay, then credit again is easy. Go ahead and deduct, Jiang Yueyang said as she opened the system mall. She had been recovering from injuries these days and hadn't officially browsed the system mall, not knowing what was on it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yueyang had a general understanding. The system mall was similar to a certain online marketplace from her previous life, but the merchants there were from this world and sold things from this world. But the system mall was different. The merchants there were hosts from various dimensions, and the items sold were cross-dimensional goods. For example, small dinosaurs from the ancient dimension, mechas from the interstellar dimension, zombies from the apocalyptic dimension. In short, as long as you have money, you can buy anything without any restrictions. But no after-sales service. Meanwhile, on the other side, General Jinghua and Zhang Ziyuan led people to storm into the weapon department of the foundry department, and without a word took control of all the officials and blacksmiths present. Then they burst into the storehouse where weapons were stored. General Jinghua and Zhang Ziyuan each took a sword and struck them against each other. Both swords broke. They tested dozens of swords and finally walked out with grim faces. General Jinghua, what are you doing? The foundry department is a vital weapons facility. How dare you trespass? I will report to His Majesty tomorrow and have you punished. No need to wait until tomorrow. I will take you to see His Majesty now. General Zhenghua presented the weapons forged by the Imperial Armory and its accompanying officials before Emperor Yuan. The Emperor looked upon the swords and blades that snapped like wooden sticks. His Majesty flew into a rage. In the end, without even granting the armory officials an audience, he cast them all into the dungeon. Once the investigation was complete, the innocent would be released and the guilty would be executed. By dusk, Jiang Sun returned from the Imperial Academy. Jiang Yueyang had already instructed the servants to inform her the moment her brother arrived. Thus, she pattered over to his courtyard. When Jiang Yueyang reached the Shuyanjian, Jiang Sun had just set down his bookbox. Brother. Jiang Sun glanced back at her instinctively. What brings you here? I've come to fetch that poetry collection of the Crown Prince. There have been quite a few matters lately. Jiang Sun walked over to the desk and picked up the poetry collection lying atop it. It's still a little over half done. I'll handle the rest myself. Jiang Yueyang took the poetry collection from his hand. Jiang Sun asked casually, can you manage? Jiang Yueyang made an okay gesture and said proudly, a piece of cake. Though she was a good-for-nothing in this life, in her previous life, she had graduated from a prestigious university. As long as she was willing, she could pick up the knowledge again. Jiang Sun knew that his sister was not unintelligent, as she simply had no need to study, being free from worries about food and clothing. He and their parents had always indulged her. Jiang Yueyang, brother, there's another thing I want to tell you today. The Emperor has moved up the date of this year's imperial examinations. You should review your lessons diligently and strive to pass with flying colors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun responded with a flat, Oh, brother, aren't you surprised? Not surprised. His Majesty has recently executed quite a few people, leaving many vacancies in the 6 ministries that need to be filled promptly. In the past few days, examinees have already begun arriving in the capital one after another. Jiang Yueyang sighed inwardly. There were still plenty of clever people. Then, brother, are you surprised that I'm overseeing the imperial examinations? Jiang Sun hesitated, then nodded. This matter did surprise him a little. It seemed the Emperor now trusted and valued his sister greatly. Jiang Sun asked, is His Majesty entrusting the supervision solely to you? No, there's also the Crown Prince and General Liu. Jiang Sun frowned. Why were those two involved? The Crown Prince was one thing, but General Liu. Speaking of Liu Yunting, Jiang Yueyang lowered her voice and said to her brother, Brother, General Liu was the one who pulled me out of the lake that day. Do you think I should prepare a gift and go thank him in person? She wanted to express her gratitude, but as a young lady, she had no reason to go to a man's home, nor could she reveal that Liu Yunting had returned to the capital early without immediately reporting to the Emperor. Jiang Sun hadn't expected that it was Liu Yunting who had saved his sister. After a moment of silence, he said, prepare the gifts and I'll find a reason to send them over. That works too. The next day, Emperor Yuan issued an imperial edict announcing the advanced date of the imperial examinations to the whole realm. A stir ran through the scholarly community. Some lamented, while others secretly rejoiced. Not everyone could have foreseen the examinations being moved up. Jiang Yueyang stood in the Taiha Hall, stifling a yawn as she listened to the Minister of Rites present his plans for the examinations. Although this examination will be primarily supervised by Minister Jiang, the Crown Prince, and General Liu, it is still necessary to arrange for officers to patrol the grounds. Your servant will draft a list for Minister Jiang to decide upon. Additionally, I suggest that if any examinee has doubts about their ranking, they may apply to review their papers. So boring. Jiang Yueyang, send out a signal for gossip. The system, take your pick, choose freely. Tell me, host, whose gossip do you want to hear? Everyone's scalps instantly tightened, and the Minister of Rites' report faltered for a moment before continuing. Jiang Yueyang's gaze swept over the faces of the assembled officials, locking onto the most handsome one present. Does Liu Yunting have any gossip? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Yunting's gossip was fine, they were all eager to hear it. Emperor Yuan instinctively glanced at Liu Yunting's reaction, and seeing him standing there calmly, he couldn't help but feel that he increasingly resembled the late General Liu. Great Xia was founded by General Liu and the late emperor together, so the late emperor allowed the Liu family to keep the Liu family army, declaring that military power would never be reclaimed as long as the Liu family remained loyal to Great Xia. But after the late emperor's death, everything changed. As the Liu family army swelled from the original 100,000 to 300,000, even Emperor Yuan, who had once firmly believed the Liu family would never rebel, began to waver. It was only after learning from Xiao Guo and Jiang Yueyang's thoughts that Liu Yunting would not rebel that he felt somewhat reassured. But complete reassurance was impossible. No one could guarantee that Liu Yunting would never rise in rebellion. The system does being captured by bandits as a forced bride count. Everyone was puzzled. Could Liu Yunting really be captured by bandits? And why forced bride instead of forced groom? Liu Yunting's mouth twitched. He was no longer calm. Jiang Yueyang also caught the key point: forced bride. Is it what I think it is? No way. Over the years of guarding the border, the Liu family army had gotten along well with the local villagers. But at some point a band of bandits appeared in the mountains, capturing many young women from the village. The villagers had no choice but to beg Liu Yunting to send troops to eliminate the bandits. However, the mountain where the bandits laired was easy to defend and hard to attack. The Liu family army had attacked several times without fully wiping them out. So Liu Yunting decided to infiltrate the enemy camp and break them from within. He collaborated with the villagers, disguising themselves as passing merchants, and pretended to be captured by the bandits. But Liu Yunting never expected that the bandit leader wouldn't take a fancy to the captured women, but instead set his eyes on Liu Yunting, the fake coachman. Jiang Yueyang, well, it's all because Liu Yunting is too handsome. A rough bandit was bent that way. The bandits had previously kidnapped women, proving their sexual orientation had been normal. Everyone present struggled to suppress their laughter. Even the ever-serious sacrificial Wine Kong nearly cracked a smile. The Right Chancellor lowered his gaze in deep thought. If a normal man could be bent, could a homosexual be cured? The system since ancient times beauty has been a disaster. Oh no, I mean masculine beauty. Liu Yunting. And then, the system said cheerfully, then of course straight to the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber. Everyone held their breath waiting. So thrilling, so very thrilling. The system deliberately teased, well of course. Everyone, Jiang Yueyang, of course. Of course it's impossible to actually have a bridal chamber. Jiang Yueyang unconsciously sighed in relief. Then how did he get out of it? He drugged the wine and made it through the wedding night safely. But he underestimated the bandits' depravity. They forced him to dress in women's clothing and sing lewd songs for them. The entire hall fell into utter silence, yet the unspoken words were deafening. The civil and military officials could not help but imagine Liu Yunting clad in a bright red wedding gown standing before a band of mountain bandits. Enough said. Jiang Yueyang felt inexplicably irritated. I don't want to hear more. Tell me the next piece of gossip. The system had no objection, as Liu Yunting's story had nearly been told in full anyway. When the bandits demanded he sing lewd songs he could no longer endure, and slew the one who harassed him. On the night of the wedding, Liu Yunting seized the opportunity to thoroughly survey the surroundings and assess the bandits' strength. These men were hardly skilled in martial arts, relying only on the advantage of terrain to put up a fight. Liu Yunting had planned to strike after nightfall, but his patience had worn thin. Thus he engaged the bandits, single-handedly taking on 10 at once. The Liu family soldiers who had been captured alongside him immediately sent a signal, and reinforcements stormed in to strike at the heart of the lair. In the end, the bandits were successfully eradicated, and the abducted girls were returned to their families. The system asked, then whose gossip does the host wish to hear? How about Duke Su's? Duke Su, who had been relishing the gossip, felt a sudden jolt. How did the fire turn on him so quickly? Young Master Jiang, I am but a man with one foot in the grave, and not pleasant to look at. Please spare me your gossip. It would not be sweet or tasty. Duke Su said these words silently in his heart. Jiang Yueyang hesitated. Well, Duke Su is the father of Sister Qiaoxi. If I were to hear some unfavorable gossip, should I tell Sister Qiaoxi or not? Forget it, I cannot keep a secret. I'd rather not listen. Duke Su thought, yes, don't listen. The officials thought, no, we want to hear it. The system advised, I suggest the host listen to it. The system would not offer such a subjective suggestion without reason, so Jiang Yueyang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, let's hear it. Duke Su's heart raced. Young Master Jiang, can't you be more resolute? The system then began. Last time Gu Ruo mentioned that Duke Su only had one daughter, Qiaoxi. Actually, that is not true. Duke Su has another daughter. An illegitimate daughter. Duke Su doubted his ears and turned to whisper to the Minister of Justice behind him. Did young Master Jiang just say, I have another daughter? The Minister of Justice nodded. Duke Su was bewildered. How could he, the father, not know he had another daughter? No. The system denied the claim of an illegitimate daughter. That is Qiaoxi's twin sister. Wait, I am confused. You say Duke Su's other daughter is Qiaoxi's twin sister, but why doesn't Qiaoxi know about it? Jiang Yueyang was puzzled, but Duke Su was beginning to understand. His wife had given birth in her later years, delivering twins, a boy and a girl, which had elated him. But according to that little gossip, his other child had likely been swapped. His youngest son was not his biological child. The system explained, because the baby was switched. The wet nurse, Su, who attended the Duchess's delivery, had a daughter who was sent back to her family after being divorced by her husband while pregnant. Seeing the splendor of the Duke's mansion, wet nurse Su thought of the hard life her grandchild would face, and conceived a scheme to substitute a cat for a prince. So when the Duchess went into labor, she gave her own daughter a drug to induce labor. The midwife who assisted the Duchess was wet nurse Sue's close friend, and together they swapped the babies. From then on, wet nurse Sue's grandson became the young master of the Duke's mansion, while the Duke's daughter was reduced to a wild child. Hearing the words, "wild child Duke," Sue nearly fainted, but the Minister of Justice behind him steadied him in time. The phrase, "wild child," suggested a life of hardship likely filled with bullying and humiliation. His daughter should have been cherished and pampered, a pearl held in his palm. Jiang Yueyang dared not imagine how bitter that child's life had been, nor how much pain Sister Qiaoxi would feel upon learning this. Moreover, given Duke Sue's doting nature, if he learned that his precious daughter had suffered outside, he would likely go mad. Though reluctant to ask, Jiang Yueyang still inquired how is Duke Sue's other daughter faring now. Alas, the system sighed sorrowfully in its childish voice. She is currently being forced by her nominal mother to marry a man old enough to be her grandfather as a concubine. A thunderous roar echoed in Duke Sue's mind. He felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Emperor Yuan, fearing that Duke Sue could not bear it, spoke up. "Duke Sue, I see your face has turned pale. Are you unwell?" Jiang Yueyang, now oblivious to the outside world, eagerly pressed on where is she now. The system gave an address. With a trembling breath, Duke Sue said, "Your Majesty, my heart aches. Please allow me to take my leave. If your heart troubles you, mind your emotions. It is not yet too late for anything." Emperor Yuan hinted, "Sue, escort Duke Sue home." "Thank you for your Majesty's concern." Duke Sue bowed and withdrew. Jiang Yueyang instinctively glanced at him, but thought little of his sudden departure, supposing the emperor had just given him some assignment. The system asked, "Host, will you tell Qiaoxi about this?" Jiang Yueyang's mind was in a whirl. How can I tell her? Should I just go up to her and say your brother is not your brother and your real sister is being forced to marry an old man as a concubine? Who would believe that? Then let it be. Jiang Yueyang did not answer immediately. She wanted to wash her hands of it, but her conscience would not allow it. A proper young lady robbed of her identity at birth, now forced to marry an old man as a concubine. What a tragic fate. Emperor Yuan also wondered whether she would meddle in this affair. After a moment, Jiang Yueyang made up her mind. I'll find a way to bring her back first. The wet nurse's daughter is probably forcing her to marry for money. Money is something I have. I'm not afraid she won't hand the girl over. Emperor Yuan smiled, thinking she was truly a kind-hearted young woman. A quarter of an hour later, the morning court concluded. Jiang Yueyang turned to leave the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but Emperor Yuan asked her to stay. He thought to himself that Duke Sue was surely on his way to rescue his daughter now. He could not let Jiang Yueyang go, or the secret might be exposed. Your Majesty, do you have any tasks for me? Emperor Yuan deliberately put on a stern face and said, "Can't I just keep you here for a chat?" "I wouldn't dare. What would your Majesty like to discuss?" At that moment, a eunuch crept in, seemingly having something to report to Emperor Yuan. But seeing Jiang Yueyang present, he hesitated. Noticing this, Jiang Yueyang tactfully said, "Your Majesty, shall I step out for a moment?" Emperor Yuan suspected that Jiang Yueyang would certainly try to slip away, so he did not give her the chance. "What is it?" The eunuch replied, "Prince Huan has returned." Jiang Yueyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Prince Huan, the one who had captivated her maids and servants, the only prince among the emperor's many sons to be granted a princely title. Why had he returned from his fief? Before Jiang Yueyang left the residence, the topic she heard most about was none other than Prince Huan. According to the maids and servants, Prince Huan was the emperor's eldest son. Not only was he handsome and dashing, but he was also skilled in both civil and martial arts, and he was approachable to the people. At the age of 7, he was granted the title of Prince Huan and awarded the 2 provinces of Qingzhou and Yuzhou as his fief, a mark of supreme favor. It must be noted that Prince Huan was not born of the empress. For a son of a concubine to receive such an honor was unprecedented. It was said that when the emperor designated the 2 provinces as Prince Huan's fief, it drew strong opposition from the court officials. But no one knew what the emperor said to them, for the next day they all withdrew their objections. Emperor Yuan frowned, slightly irritated. Who permitted his return? Wasn't it said that His Majesty favored Prince Huan the most? Why does he seem displeased by his return? The system replied with uncertainty, because of Consort Huan. All right, Consort Huan is Prince Huan's birth mother. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan quickly spoke. Tell him to go see the empress first. I have no time to meet him now. As you command. The eunuch withdrew, and Li Fuqian with great tact gestured for the others to leave. The system said, didn't I mention last time that Prince Huan was not born of Consort Huan? Jiang Yueyang, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Say it again. I said Prince Huan is not the emperor's biological son. Does His Majesty know? Yes. Jiang Yueyang cast a meaningful glance at Emperor Yuan. Does His Majesty have a habit of raising other people's children? Raising one after another? Emperor Yuan remained silent. If I ever marry and have children, I wonder if His Majesty would be willing to help raise them. The system, Jiang Yueyang used, I don't ask him to personally educate my child, just to grant a title of prince or princess like he did for Prince Huan. 2 titles, no, just one will do. The system was at a loss for words for the first time. Host, it's not even dark yet. Besides, although Prince Huan is not the emperor's son, he is still a member of the imperial family. Emperor Yuan coughed heavily. Jiang Yueyang, what are you daydreaming about? Having fantasies in broad daylight. The system silently echoed the emperor's words. Indeed, a fantasy, a wishful dream. Jiang Yueyang glared at the system in her mind, but on the surface she smiled brightly and asked the emperor, "Your Majesty, what exactly did you summon me here for?" "I have urgent matters to attend to. If I'm late, people will die." "What matter? I'll send someone to handle it for you." "That matter can only be handled by me personally." Emperor Yuan said indifferently. "Oh, then it seems no one will die." Jiang Yueyang Xiaohua, do I still have time? The girl is to be married off tomorrow. Emperor Yuan continued, "I summoned you to ask you to set a question for this year's imperial examination. Your Majesty, have you discussed this with Minister Kong and the Right Chancellor?" "Xiaohua, can you scan His Majesty's brain? Is there something wrong with him?" "The system host, I am not a medical system. If you want to check the Emperor's brain, you can purchase medical equipment from the mall. But I think you might not end up well." Did she not know that? Checking His Majesty's brain would be tantamount to saying he had a problem with his mind. She wasn't stupid. "Emperor Yuan, I'd rather open your brain and examine its structure." "What nonsense are you always thinking about?" Emperor Yuan deliberately put on a stern face. "I asked you to set a question, so just set it. I never said it would definitely be used." Jiang Yueyang. "As you command." Soon Li Fuqian had someone bring Jiang Yueyang a set of 4 treasures of the study, implying that she should compose the question right then and there. Recalling the emperor's remark that the question might not be used, Jiang Yueyang didn't think too much and simply picked up the brush to write a random question. Emperor Yuan read the question Jiang Yueyang had set, quite speechless. "Why do you want to become an official?" Jiang Yueyang replied with a serious face, "Your Majesty, don't you think it's profound?" "I don't think so. Change it." The emperor crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it to the ground. Jiang Yueyang had to pick up the brush again, but she had no idea where to start. What did ancient people even examine in the imperial exams? As she pondered, she asked Xiaohua, "You said Prince Huan is not His Majesty's son. Whose son is he then?" Emperor Yuan's hand paused mid-motion. Hadn't this matter passed? But then he thought since there was no one else around, she might as well know. The system Prince Huan is the child of the emperor's sister Yuan Mingjia. Jiang Yueyang knew of Yuan Mingjia, the sole female general of the great Xia Princess Qinghuan. The previous dynasty was corrupt, the realm fell into chaos, and war raged endlessly. Anyone with a modicum of ability sought to carve out their own territory. The 2 most capable contenders for dominion were the late emperor and the ruler of the Qishao kingdom. The 2 sides waged a decade-long war for supremacy over the realm. During this period, Princess Qinghuan also donned armor and went into battle. Legend has it that during the conflict, the relationship between Princess Qinghuan and Li Yunjian, the grand general of the Qishao kingdom, was quite delicate. Jiang Yueyang couldn't help but ask, "Is Prince Huan the child of Princess Qinghuan and Li Yunjian?" Yes. Princess Qinghuan and Li Yunjian stood on opposite sides of the battlefield, destined never to be together. In private, they were lovers, but on the battlefield, they were enemies. Both understood this clearly. In the end, the Qishao kingdom was defeated and Li Yunjian died in battle. Though Princess Qinghuan was grief-stricken by Li Yunjian's death, she felt it was perhaps the best outcome for them. Yet she never expected to be carrying his child. Then how did Prince Huan become the emperor's son? Princess Qinghuan died in childbirth. Moreover, during the 10 years of war, the Qishao kingdom repeatedly used despicable tactics against the late emperor and his forces. Among them, they sent clothes worn by smallpox patients to the Great Xia hinterland, causing countless innocent civilians to die. As a result, the people of Great Xia harbored a deep hatred for the Qishao kingdom. If the people of Great Xia learned that Prince Huan was the son of the Qishao Grand General, he would likely be forced to death. To protect him, Emperor Yuan made him the child of Consort Huan. At that time, Consort Huan's own child had died shortly after birth. This gave the emperor a perfect opportunity to conceal the truth. Jiang Yueyang nodded. "So that's how it is. Does Prince Huan know his true identity?" "Yes, Emperor Yuan told him when he was granted the title of Prince Huan at the age of 7. Jiang Yueyang looked at Emperor Yuan and thought, "They say the imperial family knows no true affection, but it seems that's not entirely the case." After about half an hour, Jiang Yueyang finally wrote out a few questions that satisfied Emperor Yuan. One of the questions was about flood control. Taking advantage of the moment when Emperor Yuan lowered his head, Jiang Yueyang quickly stretched. Little did she know Emperor Yuan saw every move she made. "Your Majesty, may I return now?" After estimating the time, Emperor Yuan thought he should delay her a bit more, so he said, "Not yet. The Minister of Personnel is looking for you." "The Minister of Personnel is looking for me?" "When Emperor Yuan said, "Are you questioning me?" "Your subject dare not." Jiang Yueyang walked out with great grievance, then obediently followed a eunuch to the Ministry of Personnel. Upon seeing the Minister of Personnel, she asked, "Minister, His Majesty said you were looking for me." The minister was taken aback. Had he been looking for Lord Jiang? The young eunuch behind Jiang Yueyang gave him a wink. The shrewd minister immediately understood. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. I didn't want to see you. What business does the minister have with me?" Jiang Yueyang looked at him suspiciously. "It's about the imperial examinations, of course. Coincidentally, I'm about to go to the examination hall to inspect the venue. Come with me." The minister walked out as he spoke. Jiang Yueyang followed, saying, "The examinations are still a month away. Isn't it too early to inspect the venue now?" "Not too early. If we inspect now, we can address any issues in time." "Must I go with you?" "Of course." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang had no choice but to follow the minister out of the palace to the examination hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duke Su was grabbing a woman by the neck and lifting her up. "Speak. Where did you take my daughter?" The woman, choked by the neck, could not make a sound. But Duke Su seemed not to notice this. Su reminded him, Duke, she cannot speak now. Because Duke Su had come straight here after leaving the palace, Su had followed along. Seeing that Duke Su had not sent anyone back to inform his wife, Su kindly sent his own subordinate to the Duke's mansion to notify them. Now they should be on their way, though it was uncertain who would come. Hearing Su's reminder, Duke Su threw the woman heavily to the ground. The woman gasped for air, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Duke Su. Where is my daughter? In the woodshed. The woman dared not lie, knowing that Duke Su had found this place surely because he knew everything. She kowtowed and begged for mercy. It's not my fault. It was my mother's doing. Please spare my life. Duke Su had no time to deal with her. He turned to go find the woodshed and happened to run into Qiao Shi, who had just arrived. Father, where are you going? Before Qiao Shi could finish, Duke Su hurried away and she quickly followed. Then she saw her father kick open the door of the woodshed, inside which a young woman was tied hand and foot. Qiao Shi was startled by the girl's appearance. You? Don't come near me. I'd rather die than marry you. The girl mistook Duke Su for the official her mother had mentioned, and she tensed up like a startled bird. Don't be afraid, I am. Duke Su said as he moved closer. Don't come. If you take another step, I'll bite my tongue and die. Fearing that she might actually bite her tongue, Duke Su quickly said, All right, I won't come closer. Don't be agitated. Qiao Shi was a clever girl. Seeing her father's manner and the girl's appearance, she probably guessed something. So she stepped forward past Duke Su and said, Miss, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. The girl instinctively looked at Qiao Shi, and when she saw Qiao Shi's face, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Qiao Shi keenly caught this and continued, Don't you see that we look alike? I guess you must be my younger sister or older sister. The girl was stunned as if she couldn't understand Qiao Shi's words. Qiao Shi knew this was hard to believe. Even she herself found it unbelievable. She had suddenly gained a sister out of thin air. Duke Su said, My child, I am your father. I don't know you. I have no father nor any sisters. You must be deceiving me. Duke Su grew anxious. My child, I truly am your father. Look at your sister. She looks exactly like you. This cannot be false. Father, please step outside and let me talk with her. Sheer. Qiao Shi gave him a reassuring look, and only then did Duke Su slowly back out of the woodshed. Miss, may I untie you first? Qiao Shi asked cautiously. Seeing that she did not refuse, she tentatively approached. I know you must also wonder why we look exactly alike. If so, why not figure it out together? The girl said nothing, just stared at Qiao Shi's face. While untying the ropes, Qiao Shi asked, My name is Qiao Shi. What's yours? Su Yuan, the girl answered softly. I heard you mention marriage earlier. Is someone forcing you to marry someone you don't want to marry? Su Yuan nodded. My mother wants to marry me off as a concubine. So do you want to escape the marriage? Su Yuan stared at her with wide eyes. If you are willing to trust me, you can come home with me. No one will dare stop you. As for whether we are sisters, we can find out gradually. Su Yuan looked at Qiao Shi. In her heart, she actually trusted Qiao Shi a little, because they truly looked as if they had been stamped from the same mold. Even if people could resemble each other, they couldn't be that similar. Can you really help me escape the marriage? Qiao Shi smiled sweetly. Of course, as long as you are willing. I don't want to be someone's concubine. Qiao Shi understood and took her hand, saying, Then let's go. Afterwards, the two came out of the woodshed together. Duke Su hurried over. Su Yuan instinctively hid behind Qiao Shi. Father, don't rush. We must take things step by step. Let's take her home first. All right, let's go home. Duke Su ordered his men to bind Su Yuan's nominal mother and take her along as well. Before leaving, Su called out to Qiao Shi. Miss Qiao, Lord Jiang should be arriving here around this time. You are a clever person. You should know how to smooth things over, right? So that was it. Rest assured, Lord Xia. I know what to do. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yueyang's carriage appeared at the entrance of the alley. Qiao Shi immediately reddened her eyes, wiped the corners of her eyes, and walked forward with her head lowered. She passed by Jiang Yueyang's carriage without stopping, pretending not to see it. Sister Qiao, why are you here? Hearing the voice Qiao, she looked up and tears flowed at once. Miss Jiang. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyang quickly got off the carriage and asked, What's wrong with you? Miss Jiang. Qiao, she sobbed, My father has an illegitimate daughter outside. And the thing is that illegitimate daughter is the same age as me. My father. He betrayed my mother when she was pregnant. Qiao Shi, father, I'm sorry. Jiang Yueyang raised an eyebrow slightly, seeing that people were constantly coming in and out. She invited Qiao Shi onto the carriage to talk in detail. Sister Qiao, are you mistaken? I'm not speaking for Duke Su, but I just think Duke Su doesn't seem like that kind of person. It can't be wrong. Qiao Shi declared confidently. Today I came here on behalf of my mother to visit an elderly sick person in the mansion, but just as I arrived, I heard someone shouting for help. I followed the sound and found a girl locked in the woodshed. Saying this, Qiao Shi shed tears again, looking very pitiful. Jiang Yueyang handed her a handkerchief, not knowing what to say to comfort her. Qiao Shi, sobbing intermittently, said, Miss Jiang, you can't imagine it. That girl locked in the woodshed looks exactly like me. If she had nothing to do with me, how could she look so similar? She must be the child my father had with another woman. System host, she seems to have mistaken her twin sister for her father's illegitimate daughter. Not just seems, it's exactly that. Jiang Yueyang asked, and then, what about that girl? My father is not a human. Qiao Shi suddenly cursed loudly, giving Jiang Yueyang a start. Qiao Shi, father, I'm sorry again. Su Guogong daughter, go easy on the cursing. I never thought my father could be so irresponsible. Not only did he have a child and not raise her, but he also let that woman marry her daughter off to an old man as a concubine. Xiao Shi looked very angry. An illegitimate daughter is also a human. How can she be treated so cheaply? From Jiang Yueyang's perspective, Xiao, she was angry that her father had strayed outside but also pitted that innocent, illegitimate daughter. So what are you going to do now, eh? Xiao Shi gradually stopped crying, looking down, and said, after all, I am a child. This is not something I should handle. I have already taken that girl away and plan to tell my mother at an appropriate time, letting her make the decision. Jiang Yueyang nodded in agreement. As long as they investigated carefully, the truth of the switched babies would be uncovered. By then the illegitimate daughter will become the legitimate daughter, but I wonder if that girl has been corrupted. And the young Master Qiao of the Duke's mansion, does he? Jiang Yueyang asked Xiao, why do you think young Master Qiao knows his own background? He knows. Su Mamo and her daughter are greedy people. How could they not exploit a money tree? Over the years they have used this matter to threaten young Master Qiao into giving them a lot of money. Don't think he is pitiful or innocent. When he learned of his background, he once thought of killing Xiao Shi's sister to eliminate the trouble forever. But whether it was a change of heart or something else, he drew his sword, but didn't strike. Xiao Shi paused slightly in her motion of wiping tears. Her brother was actually such a ruthless person. If these words had not come from Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts, she would never have believed them. Because her brother had always been obedient and filial, and usually very protective of her as his elder sister. Honestly, she found it hard to accept. Originally, she had planned to bring her sister back and keep her brother at home, but she never expected her brother to be this kind of person. Jiang Yueyang sighed. There is a saying, some people are born bad seeds. Even if they grow up in a warm family like the Qiao family, it cannot change the evil in their bones. The fear is that Xiao's sister might also have been corrupted. Xiao Shi pondered this. If the sister had been corrupted, what should they do? After a while she sniffled and said, Miss Jiang, I'm sorry for troubling you. Jiang Yueyang shook her head slightly. Are you feeling better? Yes, I feel much better after speaking out. Miss Jiang, are we friends now? Jiang Yueyang nodded. She couldn't say no. Then can I call you Yueyang from now on? Of course. Xiao Shi immediately changed her address. Yueyang, I hope you can keep what I told you today a secret. Rest assured, I know I won't tell a soul. Xiao Shi, Yueyang doesn't seem suspicious. This matter should be smoothed over. I wonder how father is doing. At that time, Su Guogong had already tied up Su Mamo and also sent people to arrest the midwife from back then. After the Duchess of the Duke's mansion understood the whole story, she wished she could beat Su Mamo and the others to death immediately. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi and Jiang Yueyang parted ways and went home respectively. On the way home, Jiang Yueyang happened to see Lu Yunting walking on the street. After thinking it over, she asked Guyu to take a message to him. Guyu accepted the order and left. But what Jiang Yueyang didn't know was that this was not an accidental encounter. Lu Yunting was deliberately waiting for her. General Lu, my lady asked me to deliver a message to you. Lu Yunting looked up at the carriage not far away. The young lady was lifting the curtains, staring at him without any concealment. What does she want to tell me? My lady wants to ask General Lu what gift he would like to receive. Swoon, when did the young master get to know a lady behind my back? Lu Yunting did not answer. Instead, he walked to the side of the carriage window and took out a strangely shaped whistle from his waist, handing it to Jiang Yueyang. Jiang Yueyang hesitated for a moment before taking it. For me, Lu Yunting replied in a low voice. Miss Jiang seems to be in some danger. If you encounter danger, you can blow it. What will happen if I blow it? Someone will come to rescue you. Lu Yunting didn't expect her to ask so directly. He paused for a moment and said, not necessarily me. I see. She smiled and asked, why are you giving this to me? Lu Yunting said seriously, Miss Jiang and I share a destiny. What kind of destiny? Jiang Yueyang pressed. Lu Yunting was silent for a moment. I'll tell you later. General Lu is different from the rumors. Jiang Yueyang looked at him with clear eyes. Where are you going? In the past few days since returning to the capital, I have frequently heard people discussing my father's death back then. Now that I think about it carefully, there are indeed suspicious circumstances, so I plan to investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang suddenly remembered the murderer with a special fate that Xiaohua had mentioned. Xiaohua, do you really not know who the murderer is, eh? Hearing Jiang Yueyang ask Xiaohua this, Lu Yunting's heart sank. Even she didn't know. System host, you already asked this question last time. The other person's fate is special. I cannot see his face clearly. Think carefully again, maybe there is some detail you missed. The system thought seriously and after a moment exclaimed in surprise, that person's walking posture is somewhat wrong. It seems he is a bit lame and he is left-handed. Lame. Left-handed. The Lu family army has been on the battlefield for years. There are many soldiers and generals who are lame and even more who are left-handed. This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Yueyang glanced sideways at Lu Yunting. How should I hint this information to him? Lu Yunting, thank you, I already know. Miss Jiang, I'll take my leave now. Oh, okay. With that, Jiang Yueyang watched him turn around and leave with Su in the opposite direction. Young master, wasn't that young lady the one we saw on our way back to the capital? Lu Yunting ignored his question. Suin seemed already accustomed to this, continuing to ask, young master, did you just give her the whisper of wind? The whisper of wind was a whistle specially crafted by Lu Yunting's orders. Its sound could travel 100 li and only 3 existed. One was used on the battlefield, one was just given away, and the last one remained in Lu Yunting's hands. Moreover, each whistle had a distinct sound. The whistle given away could summon all members of the Shadow Pavilion. Order all shadows that whoever hears the whistle must go immediately. As Lu Yunting walked further away, Jiang Yueyang squeezed the whistle in her hand, then looked away and said, "Let's go." The carriage started moving again, rumbling forward. After a short while the surroundings became lively. Jiang Yueyang curiously lifted the curtain to look outside and saw a crowd rushing in one direction. "Hurry, hurry. If we're late, we'll miss everything." "I'm already running." "Did you bring enough silver?" "Enough, enough." Jiang Yueyang said. "Gu Yu, go ask what's happening." "Yes." Gu Yu jumped off the carriage, casually grabbed a man, and asked, "Brother, where are you all rushing to?" "What happened ahead?" "We're going to Linglong Pavilion. I heard that Madame Bai, who had been dead for several years, is not dead and returned home yesterday. The Bai family is overjoyed, so all jewelry at Linglong Pavilion is half price. We're going to grab a bargain. Young man, you should also buy one for your wife or sister. It's cheap." Gu Yu smiled and said yes. After the man left, he turned back to the carriage. The man's voice was not low, and Jiang Yueyang heard everything. "Gu Yu, go find out how Madame Bai returned home and where she has been living these years." She knew it was Bai Yan who had rescued Madame Bai from Mingyue Manor, and she was curious how he explained it to the public. Gu Yu acknowledged, then hurried toward the crowd. After about a quarter of an hour, he returned with the information. He told Jiang Yueyang everything he had learned. It turned out that Bai Yan had publicly said that after falling off a cliff, Madame Bai had been saved by a woman living in seclusion. Note the key point: she was saved by a woman. Thus Madame Bai's reputation would not be harmed. As for why she hadn't returned home for 7 years, Bai Yan used the amnesia excuse, so it was only after 7 years that Madame Bai found her way home. To make everyone believe this story, Bai Yan even begged the reclusive woman to stay at the Bai residence for a few days. But Jiang Yueyang knew clearly that the woman was merely a pawn Bai Yan had found to prove Madame Bai's innocence. Additionally, Gu Yu also learned that the second master of the Bai family had been expelled from the family registry for some unknown reason. The second master of the Bai family was not only expelled from the family registry, but also imprisoned by Bai Yan, just as Madame Bai had been imprisoned by him. But the place where he was imprisoned was not as nice as Madame Bai's. It was full of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. That is his own doing. Jiang Yueyang lowered the carriage curtain and said, "Let's go home." A quarter of an hour later, she returned home. However, as soon as she walked into the front hall, she saw gift boxes scattered all over the floor. Steward Li, who sent all these things. Steward Li, who was recording the gifts, looked up upon hearing the voice. Seeing Jiang Yueyang, he quickly said, "Young lady, these were sent by the eldest son of the Bai family for our young master." "The eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Yan?" "Yes." Jiang Yueyang walked over and saw that the boxes were filled with women's items and jewelry. She realized that although these were ostensibly for her brother, they were actually thank you gifts for her. Steward Li naturally knew this as well, but he didn't say it out loud. He simply took out 2 letters from his bosom and handed them to Jiang Yueyang. "Young lady, these are letters from Master Song to you and your mother." "My grandfather." Jiang Yueyang quickly took the letters. "By the time my grandfather and the others should be arriving in the capital soon. In a few days would be her coming-of-age ceremony, and her grandfather had been looking forward to this day for a long time." Jiang Yueyang said, "Steward Li, send all these gifts to my storeroom." With that, she turned and headed to her mother's courtyard. Although Madame Jiang came from a merchant family, she had been raised as a refined lady since childhood. She usually rarely went out, spending her time at home doing embroidery and tending flowers. Even when she did go out, it was only to shop nearby. At the moment, Madame Jiang was pruning the branches of her flowers in the courtyard. "Mother!" Jiang Yueyang's voice arrived before she did. Madame Jiang looked up and said, "Don't run so fast, be careful not to fall." Jiang Yueyang ran up to her and stopped. "Mother, grandfather has written a letter. Look at you drenched in sweat. Come inside with me to cool off." Madame Jiang was not in a hurry to read the letter. She pulled her daughter into the house. Once inside, Jiang Yueyang handed her mother the letter addressed to her, while she eagerly opened the one in her hand. The letter was filled with Song Qian's longing for his granddaughter, and he also said they had decided to settle in the capital so they could see her every day from now on. After reading the letter, Jiang Yueyang turned and asked, "Mother, what did grandfather say to you?" Madame Jiang handed her the letter. "Your grandfather said they will arrive in the capital within 2 days, and asked me to take people to clean up the house. He also said that your aunt has taken a fancy to a scholar and is planning to settle the marriage. She is currently bringing that scholar to the capital for the imperial examination and wants us to help her evaluate him, and is going to be engaged." Jiang Yueyang scanned the letter quickly. "Mother is the scholar and is going to engage the one named Shi Qingshan in this letter." Madame Jiang nodded. "Your aunt wrote to me about him before. She said he is a good scholar, sincere and handsome, and she likes him very much. It's just that his family is ordinary and he has a shrewish mother. Her sister was a late child of her father, only 4 years older than her own daughter, and she often shared intimate thoughts with her. Even though the 2 families were 1,000 li apart, she never spared the effort to write every month." When Jiang Yueyang heard that the man her aunt fancied had a shrewish mother, she couldn't help but frown. "System host, are you close with your aunt? What do you think? It seems you are close. Then I suggest you ruin this marriage. This Shi Qingshan is not a good match." "Why?" "Because he has a shrewish mother. Will my aunt be tormented in the future?" "No." This Shi Qingshan whom your aunt has set her sights on is a modern-day Chen Shimi, a scumbag, a kept man, a womanizer, and a great liar. In his hometown, he has a devoted wife who lived on coarse food to support his studies, and in the prefectural city, he has a string of mistresses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not only that, but 3 years ago during the imperial examinations in the capital, he seduced a wealthy widow, and has been living off her for these 3 years. It was only half a year ago that he returned to the prefectural city and encountered your aunt, Madame Jiangso. My sister, after all her careful selection, ended up with the worst man, Jiang Yueyang. My aunt's taste. Aunt Song Shiha, being one of the only 2 daughters of the Song family, had been pampered since childhood. Because the family was wealthy, she believed a husband must be chosen with great care. But from the year she came of age to now, after all her picking, she had still ended up with a rotten cucumber. Jiang Yueyang sighed inwardly, and after careful consideration said to her mother, "Mother, I think my aunt's marriage doesn't need to be settled so hastily. The imperial examinations are coming soon, we can find a husband from among the successful candidates." But your aunt seems quite taken with that Shi Qingshan. Being taken with him today doesn't mean she will be tomorrow. Perhaps after seeing other talented scholars, she won't fancy Shi Qingshan anymore. Madame Jiang felt her daughter's reasoning was sound. At any rate, her own sister absolutely must not be betrothed to Shi Qingshan. This marriage must be thwarted. At the Duke's mansion, Su Mammy Su Shi and the midwife who had delivered the Duchess knelt trembling on the ground. The Duchess of Su State questioned, "Su Mammy, I believe I have treated you well. How could you be so ungrateful and heartless?" Su Mammy kowtowed heavily. "My lady, it was a moment of madness. I know I was wrong. Please, my lady, for the sake of my having served you since you were a child, spare my life. It's not my fault. She made me do it." The midwife pointed at Su Mammy, shifting the blame. "It's not my fault either. My mother said that if we swapped the 2 children, we would have endless money. I didn't want to, I really didn't. Who would willingly give away their own child?" Su Mammy, hearing the 2 shift all blame onto her, immediately lunged at them, tearing at their hair. "If you hadn't agreed, could I have swapped the child? Don't think you can dodge responsibility. If we die, we die together. I didn't agree. You forced me. You're my mother, how dare I defy you? Duke, my lady, I was coerced." Duke Su, seeing them pulling each other's hair and brawling in his presence, felt his rage surge. He grabbed the teacup at hand and hurled it at them. "All of you shut up." "Oh, my eye." The shards of the teacup flew up and pierced Su Shi's eye, blood gushing out. Su Shi screamed in agony. Duke Su, finding the headache unbearable, had her taken away. At that moment, Xiao Shi returned. She whispered a few words in Duke Su's ear. Duke Su widened his eyes in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he sent someone to Songha Academy to summon the young master Qiao Qingbai. Qiao Qingbai had never been good at studies and couldn't get into the Imperial Academy. Duke Su didn't want to waste the favor appointment on him either, so he had spent money to place him in the decent Songha Academy. Qiao Shi said, "Father, I'll go see Yuan first." After bringing Su Yuan back, Qiao Shi settled her in her own courtyard, where her personal maid was now keeping her company. Duke Su nodded, then looked at the Duchess. "My lady, you go too." He did not wish for his wife to witness the ensuing scene. The Duchess, delighted at the words, quickly rose. Since learning that the 2 children had been swapped, she had not yet seen her own daughter. Because Su Yuan was very guarded and trusted no one except Qiao Shi, even though she was now in the mansion, the Duchess could not see her. After the mother and daughter left Duke Su, the more he thought, the more he wished he could kill them immediately. So he ordered them to be severely beaten as long as they were left breathing. When Xiao Qingbai was summoned back, he saw them being beaten and wailing. His heart grew uneasy, realizing that the truth of his not being a son of the Duke's mansion had been discovered. Damn it, he shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. Xiao Qingbai forced himself to remain calm and bowed to Duke Su. "Qingbai greets father." Duke Su responded with a deep voice. "Qingbai, do you know why I called you back?" "Your son does not know." "Then do you recognize the woman on the far left?" Duke Su referred to the midwife. Qingbai pretended to look carefully. "Your son does not recognize her." "And the other?" "Nor do I know her." Duke Su felt a chill in his heart. He asked again, "Are you certain you don't know her?" At this, Qiao Qingbai immediately glanced again at Su Shi, then changed his answer. "Your son took another look. That woman seems to be a relative of Su Mammy. I have seen her come to visit Su Mammy before." Duke Su stared at him with deep eyes, his voice laced with an imperceptible coldness. "I heard something today." The unease in his heart grew stronger. Qiao Qingbai forced a stiff smile. "Father has heard." "What?" "Someone says you are not a child of the Qiao family." Qiao Qingbai's face instantly turned deathly pale, and his hands hidden in his wide sleeves trembled uncontrollably. "Preposterous. I was born of my mother after 10 months of pregnancy. How could I not be a child of the Qiao family? Father, who is spreading such rumors? I must give them a good lesson." "Jiang Yueyang, who wants to teach me a lesson?" "Someone neither you nor I can teach." "Qiao Qingbai. Could it be His Majesty the Emperor?" In the palace, Emperor Yuan sneezed violently. "It must be Jiang Yueyang cursing me. No one else dares." If Jiang Yueyang knew, she would surely say, "Blame falls from heaven while I sit at home." What a wrong. Back at the Duke's mansion, upon learning that the person who had revealed his identity was of high rank, Xiao Qingbai's fear intensified. He asked tremblingly, "Father, do you really believe those words that I am not your son?" "I do." Duke Su answered bluntly. "I have already found my daughter who was swapped with you." "Father, what are you saying?" "Your son doesn't understand." Duke Su gradually lost patience. Are you still not confessing? You knew long ago that you are not my son, and you even attempted to murder my daughter. Hearing this, Qiao Qingbai knew that Duke Su was aware of everything. Persisting in denial would only further enrage Duke Su. So he fell to his knees with a thud. Father, I was too afraid. Afraid that you and mother would abandon me once you learned that I am not your child. After a long silence, Duke Su closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, for the sake of our father-son bond, I will not kill you. Get out. From today on you are no longer part of the Duke's mansion. 2 hours later, Duke Su sent Su Mammy Su Sure and the midwife, who were barely breathing, to the authorities. Because the case involved matters of the heart, it was not tried publicly. In the end, Su Mammy Su Sure and the midwife were sentenced to death by hanging, and Qiao Qingbai vanished without a trace. The next day, shortly after Jiang Yueyang returned from court, Song Qian arrived at the Jiang residence with his entire family. Grandfather. The moment Jiang Yueyang saw Song Qian, she lifted her skirts and ran to him. Song Qian quickly sidestepped to avoid her. You are a grown girl now. No more hugging like this. Jiang Yueyang pouted. Fine. Father, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Minister Jiang and his wife each greeted him. Yueyang, do you only have eyes for your grandfather? Jiang Yueyang grinned. Yueyang greets first uncle, second uncle, third uncle, first aunt, second aunt, third aunt, and all my cousins. Song Shiha, not hearing her name called, coughed loudly twice. And is your throat uncomfortable? Song Shiha. Song Shiha shook her fist. Jiang Yueyang, are you looking for a beating? Jiang Yueyang was not afraid at all. Grandfather, aunt says she wants to hit me. Song Qian smiled and shook his head. All right, stop teasing her. Your youngest aunt is about to be betrothed. If you anger her and delay the matter, she'll drive you crazy afterward, said the eldest uncle. I do not consent to this marriage. Why should my marriage require your consent? Jiang Yueyang rolled her eyes. My parents don't agree either. Jiang Shangshu and his wife were speechless. Sis, why don't you agree? Mrs. Jiang, finding herself in a bind, said, I think you could take another look. Perhaps you'll find someone better. What do you think is wrong with Shi Qingshan? Song Shiha felt that her sister must have a reason for disagreeing, surely thinking Shi Qingshan had some flaw. He's flawed in every way. Jiang Yueyang suddenly interjected. Song Shiha was displeased. Do you even know him? How can you say he's flawed in every way? System host, could your aunt's eyes be faulty? What exactly does she see in Shi Qingshan? His face. His talent. The system let out a disgusted yuck. His looks aren't even a thousandth of Lu Yunting's, and his scholarship is just a mediocre Jiren. With the Song family being the wealthiest in Daxiao, she could even marry a prince. What's she thinking? Alas, my aunt has had a weak mind since childhood, and now her eyes are blind too. Please forgive her. Song Shiha was speechless. Song Qian thought, my granddaughter still speaks in such an amusing way. Others suppressed their laughter. Song Shiha raised her foot to go after Jiang Yueyang, but her third brother, holding back a smile, firmly grabbed her hand. Regarding Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts, no one present reacted particularly, as they had known about her quirk since her birth. But they didn't know that Jiang Yueyang's inner thoughts could also discern scumbags. Hearing the familiar inner voice, Song Qian couldn't help but ask, Yang, what's the problem with Shi Qingshan? He has no. Jiang Yueyang interrupted Song Shiha. He has plenty of problems. Aunt, come with me somewhere tomorrow, and you'll see. Song Shiha had originally trusted Shi Qingshan's character, but seeing Yang so confident, she became uncertain. Could Shi Qingshan really have issues? If he dares to deceive me, he's dead. Song Qian saw that his granddaughter and daughter had silently reached a consensus, so he didn't press further about Shi Qingshan. After all, they'd know tomorrow. However, Yang never speaks ill of someone without reason, so Shi Qingshan probably really does have problems. At that moment, Jiang Yueyang cheerfully took Song Qian's arm and said, Grandfather, didn't you say you brought me a gift? Where is it? Yang, your father traveled across the seas for months to prepare your coming-of-age gift. We didn't get such treatment when we came of age. The third uncle said sourly. Me neither. Song Shiha also added jealously. Jiang Yueyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Across the seas. That must be something foreign. Grandfather. She cupped her hands, pleading for the gift. Song Qian gently tapped her palm, then called out, bring it in. Moments later, Song family servants carried in 20 chests. Jiang Yueyang remained unfazed. If her grandfather weren't so extravagant, he wouldn't be the richest man in Daxia. Song Qian walked over and opened one chest, revealing 3 boxes of varying sizes inside. He picked up the smallest box, opened it, and handed it to Jiang Yueyang. The system let out a pleasant wow. So pocket watches already exist in this era. Jiang Yueyang was also surprised. Since arriving in this world, she had many things to get used to, and one of them was the difficulty of telling time. Grandfather really understands me. Song Qian proudly lifted his chin as if to say, that's me. Do you like it, eh? Jiang Yueyang nodded eagerly. I love it. Then you'll love this even more. Song Qian reached in and opened another box. Xiaogua, tell me I'm not dreaming, right? System, you're not dreaming. A Western telescope and 2 of them. Grandfather is too good to me. The last box contained a large pendulum clock, which Jiang Yueyang also adored. This would be worth a fortune in modern times. After examining that chest, Song Qian opened another, revealing 2 blunderbusses. Jiang Yueyang frowned slightly at the sight, thinking that they also had such things over there now. They seemed to have been improved. If war broke out between the 2 sides. Song Qian picked up a blunderbuss and said, our Yang is so beautiful, she needs something for self-defense. Your 3 uncles and cousins all know how to use them. They'll teach you later, and you can carry one for protection. The other 18 chests were filled with jewelry, clothes, and fabrics, antiques, paintings, and other valuables. Jiang Yueyang shook her head. Well, those matters weren't hers to worry about. Grandfather, she called out coquettishly to Song Qian. Mrs. Jiang knew her daughter could get endlessly clingy, so she spoke up at the right moment. All right. Your grandfather and the others have traveled a long way, I'll let them rest first. The Jiang family always kept a courtyard reserved for the Song family. Mother's right. Grandfather, you all go rest. The courtyard is all cleaned up. Once you're well rested, we can talk properly. All right. By the way, Jiang Yueyang turned to Song Shiha. Aunt, where is Qi now? Song Shiha didn't answer, so Jiang Yueyang looked at her eldest uncle. Uncle Song then gave an address. As night fell, Qingji knocked on Jiang Yueyang's door and entered. Miss Qingming reported that there's movement over there. Jiang Yueyang had deliberately stayed awake waiting for this moment. She put on her cloak, waved her hand, and said, let's go. Before long, Jiang Yueyang arrived at Song Shiha's room and shook her awake. In the darkness, Song Shiha suddenly met a pair of bright eyes scaring her almost to death. Jiang Yueyang, are you trying to kill me? Why are you in my room in the middle of the night? Didn't you want to know what's wrong with Shi Qingshan? Come on, I'll show you what kind of garbage he really is. Note the female lead and her aunt have a love-hate relationship. Didn't you say we were going tomorrow? I have to attend the morning court tomorrow. When would I have time? Jiang Yueyang casually explained. Attend court. A flicker of doubt passed through Song Shiha's eyes, followed by astonishment. What's going on? You became an official. Though she hadn't wanted to become an official, she still felt proud saying it. Song Shiha, the emperor must be blind, right? After about a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yueyang and Song Shiha were lying on the rooftop of a certain residence with Qingji and the other 2 standing nearby. Song Shiha glanced at the 3 of them. They were the ones who had just flown her up here. When had Yueyang acquired such formidable experts by her side? Why did you bring me here? Because the moonlight was hazy and Song Shiha wasn't familiar with the capital streets, she didn't realize this residence was Shi Qingshan's dwelling. Jiang Yueyang replied, didn't I tell you earlier? I'm taking you to see what kind of trash Shi Qingshan really is. Song Shiha opened her mouth to speak, but Jiang Yueyang shushed her and gestured for her to look ahead. Song Shiha raised her eyes and saw a woman in red, who looked about 40 years old, push the door open and enter, then walk into the room directly below them. Jiang Yueyang gently lifted a roof tile, and the 2 of them saw Shi Qingshan dressed in a blue robe. He was drinking wine, looking thoroughly pleased. Song Shiha thought of something and said unwillingly. Shi Qingshan said he was staying at a distant aunt's place. This might be his aunt. Jiang Yueyang rolled her eyes without hiding it. Have you ever seen an aunt visiting her nephew's room in the middle of the night? Song Shiha opened her mouth but couldn't answer. Shi Qingshan, you'd better not have done anything, or else I'll break your 3rd leg. Just as Song Shiha was planning to break Shi Qingshan's 3rd leg, a commotion came from below. Wen Lang. The woman cooed, affectionately addressing Shi Qingshan by his courtesy name Huaiwen. Shi Qingshan, slightly tipsy, instantly sobered up at the sight of the woman. Why are you here? The woman's face darkened slightly at his words. What can I come? This is my house. Seeing the woman's displeasure, Shi Qingshan quickly set down his wine flask, got up, and walked over to wrap his arm around her shoulders. That's not what I meant. This is your house, so of course you can come whenever you like. But the imperial examinations are near, and I want to focus on my studies. When you come, I get distracted. Shi Qingshan said ambiguously. Hiss. Jiang Yueyang felt goosebumps rising. How could he bring himself to kiss that? The woman was plump with one eye larger than the other, her face covered in brown spots, and tonight, she had painted her lips a bright red. To make matters worse, her mouth was crooked. The word, ugly, wasn't even enough, adding horrifying came close. Song Shiha had already clenched her fists. She was wondering, should she cut off his manhood first? Or beat him until even his mother couldn't recognize him? The woman was easily appeased by Shi Qingshan's words and a suggestive look. She pressed herself against him, trying to act coy and clingy. Long I missed you. As she spoke, her fair plump hand began to restlessly roam across Shi Qingshan's chest, stroking it repeatedly. After satisfying her hand, she slowly tugged at Shi Qingshan's belt. Sensing her intention, he immediately grabbed her hand. I'm a bit tired today. The woman stared at him and demanded, have you hooked up with another woman? No, I haven't, Shi Qingshan denied flatly. I'm genuinely tired. Humph. The woman snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know you came to the capital with a merchant caravan. Tired. More like you've taken a fancy to some girl in the caravan and want to kick me out. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Shi Qingshan knew the woman well. If he didn't satisfy her tonight, she would definitely investigate and cause a scene. His engagement with the Song family was not yet settled, and he absolutely couldn't let this ugly woman ruin his plans. So he took the initiative to undo his own belt and reached out to remove her clothes. The outer robe slipped from her shoulders, revealing fair skin. Lust crept into the woman's eyes, and she completely forgot about interrogating Shi Qingshan. She reached out and pulled open his robe along with his white inner garment. In an instant, Shi Qingshan's upper body was bare, and the woman's exposed bosom was also revealed. The woman pounced on him, eagerly pressing her bright red lips against his mouth, biting, kissing, and entwining. Song Shiha instinctively reached out to block Jiang Yueyang's view. Bastard, dirty things are polluting my Yang Yang's eyes. The next moment, sounds that made one's cheeks flush came from below. Jiang Yueyang tilted her head to look, but Song Shiha directly covered her eyes. You're just a kid, this isn't something you should watch. Cover your ears. Jiang Yueyang obediently raised her hands to cover her ears, but complained, Auntie, you're only 4 years older than me and not married yet. The implication being, why can you watch, but I can't? Song Shiha understood. I'm not watching either. It's too dirty for me. In that case, shall we go back? At least you know what kind of person Shi Qingshan is. She also found it disgusting. No, I need to make him pay for deceiving me. An hour later, Jiang Yueyang was numb. The commotion below still hadn't stopped. She finally understood why Shi Qingshan could charm so many women. This man's stamina was simply astonishing. System Shi Qingshan's only redeeming quality is probably his robust kidneys. How could they not be? He's been going at it for 2 hours without a break. Song Shiha my yang yang. Shi Qingshan, I hope you can take a beating just as well. Half an hour later, Shi Qingshan couldn't take it anymore and called a stop. The woman left in disappointment. Shi Qingshan lay on the bed looking thoroughly drained, and Song Shiha ordered Qing Ming and Guyu to clean him up and drag him out. The two looked at Jiang Yueyang, seeking her approval with their eyes. Jiang Yueyang nodded, and Qing Ming and Guyu flew down, kicked open the door, and entered. Qingji then brought Jiang Yueyang and Song Shiha down from the roof. Inside the room, Shi Qingshan heard the noise and mistakenly thought the woman had returned. He said weakly, I really can't go on. A shadow fell over him. Shi Qingshan lifted his eyelids, and the next moment, he scrambled up. Who are you? Qing Ming and Guyu said nothing, grabbing the robe on the floor and tying it around him. After his strenuous activity, Shi Qingshan had no strength to resist. Who are you? Why are you tying me up? I'm warning you, I have people backing me. If you dare hurt me, you'll die too. Qing Ming found him noisy, so he picked up a piece of cloth from the floor and stuffed it into his mouth. MMPH. And so Shi Qingshan was tied up and dragged out by Qing Ming and Guyu. Shi Qingshan, who had been grunting, instantly knew he was doomed the moment he saw Song Shiha. Song Shiha held a wooden club as thick as an arm, her eyes blazing with fury. Shi Qingshan, you've got nerve daring to fool me of all people. Today I'll teach you how to spell the word death. With that, Song Shiha raised the club and struck him hard across the face without any mercy. How dare you trick me? Bastard, scumbag, piece of trash. She not only beat him with the club, but also kicked him, specifically aiming for his manhood. Shi Qingshan's eyes widened in pain, and he let out muffled cries as if begging for mercy. Making a fool of me, making a fool of me. Song Shiha grew more and more enraged as she beat him. Thinking about the imperial examinations a month away, she gripped the club tightly and struck Shi Qingshan's arm with all her might. A crisp crack of bone rang out. It was broken. Even then, Song Shiha wasn't satisfied. She broke his other arm and leg as well. Certain that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month, Song Shiha finally threw down the club. This is what happens when you deceive me. And remember, if you see me, take a detour, or I'll beat you every time I see you. On the way back, Jiang Yueyang told Song Shiha about Shi Qingshan having a devoted wife back in their hometown and several concubines in the capital. Song Shiha suddenly felt she had been too lenient earlier, wondering whether Shi Qingshan had been properly dealt with. But this also made her realize her niece Yang Yang possessed extraordinary inner thoughts. Song Shiha said somewhat awkwardly, Yang Yang, don't mention Shi Qingshan to the family. I'll tell them I no longer have feelings for him, and the engagement will be called off. Jiang Yueyang knew her aunt was a proud and face-conscious woman, so she nodded and agreed. Good girl. Song Shiha pinched her cheek. I have a jar of pink South Sea pearls that I'll give to you. Then thank you, auntie. By the way, Song Shiha linked arms with her. What's the story about you becoming an official, eh? Minister Jiang and his wife felt no reason to celebrate their daughter's appointment, so they hadn't informed the Song family. Jiang Yueyang shrugged helplessly. I don't know what madness took His Majesty insisting I serve as some compiler. Song Shiha was startled by those words and quickly glanced at Qingji and the others, whispering, Be careful with your words. How dare you speak so freely about the emperor? Do you want to lose your head? Oh, Jiang Yueyang replied nonchalantly. Seeing she hadn't taken it to heart, Song Shiha grew angry and pinched her ear. You will remember this. I know I'm not as foolish as you. Jiang Yueyang pushed her hand away. Let's go, I have to attend morning court tomorrow. Thus the two women quickened their pace under the moonlight, unaware that in another corner of the dark night Lu Yunting and Swoon were being surrounded and ambushed by a group of black-clad assassins. Since learning the killer's description from Jiang Yueyang, Lu Yunting had been secretly investigating among the Lu family army. Before long, he discovered someone was tailing him. This meant the killer, or at least an informant, was among the 10,000 Lu army soldiers who had accompanied him back to the capital. So he deliberately spread rumors that he had found clues about the massacre of Qingyan City. And now he was ambushed. The lead assassin spoke coldly. Isn't living preferable? Lu Yunting noticed he wielded his sword with his left hand. It's you. The one who killed my father back then, wasn't it? The assassin showed no reaction, merely issuing a cold command, kill. As his voice fell, the black-clad figures swarmed forward, and Lu Yunting drew his sword to fight back. In the silent darkness, the clash of steel rang out with exceptional clarity. Lu Yunting's moves were sharp and his movements agile. Ordinary assassins stood no chance against him. In no time, more than half the assassins lay dead or wounded. Lu Yunting's target was the left-handed leader, so he avoided prolonged fights with the others and seized every opportunity to strike at the head assassin. They engaged immediately, but soon Lu Yunting sensed something was wrong. The assassin's martial arts were mediocre. At only half his strength, the man was already struggling to defend himself. This level of skill could not have single-handedly killed his father. This man was not the murderer. Realizing this, Liu Yunting sought a swift resolution, leaping into the air with his blade aimed straight for the assassin's throat. Just as the sword was about to pierce the assassin's throat, Liu Yunting stopped it in time. "Speak. Who is behind you?" The assassin lowered his eyes, gazing at the blade merely a finger's breadth from his neck, then, without hesitation, thrust his own throat onto the sharpened edge. Liu Yunting was unable to retract his sword in time, and blood splattered across the ground. Seeing this, the remaining assassins all drew their blades and took their own lives. Liu Yunting crouched down, tore the veil from the assassin's face, and inspected their belongings, discovering an identical tattoo on each person's arm. Swoon said, "My lord, these are trained death soldiers. Once they realize escape is impossible or capture is imminent, they kill themselves." Liu Yunting rose to his feet. Whoever possessed the ability to raise such death soldiers must hold considerable status, which made the search much easier. With his crisis resolved, Jiang Yueyang's side was about to face danger. The five of them walked down an empty street when Qingming sensed something amiss. "Miss, danger ahead." "System host, there is a group of black-clad figures 50 meters ahead." Qingming and the system spoke simultaneously. Jiang Yueyang's first thought was again Qingming and the other three shielded Jiang Yueyang and Song Shiha at the center. Upon hearing the system mention assassins, Song Shiha was utterly stunned. "What assassins? Why were there assassins? Yang, what's hap?" Before she could finish her question, more than a dozen black-clad figures emerged ahead. Jiang Yueyang instinctively reached for the whistle around her neck, then suddenly remembered she had acquired the power of words perfect for testing on these assassins. So while Song Shiha was distracted, she silently instructed Qingji knock her out. Though puzzled, Qingji delivered a swift palm strike, and Song Shiha collapsed unconscious. At the same moment, the leading assassins charged toward them. Qingming said, "Qingji, protect the miss. No matter what happens, do not leave her side by even a step." "Yes." Qingming and Guyu drew their swords to engage, but Jiang Yueyang held them back. She pushed them aside and stepped forward, whistle in hand, took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Stop right where you are. Do not move." Jiang Yueyang clutched the whistle, thinking that if the word spirit power didn't work, she would blow it immediately. Fortunately, the protective measure provided by the main system did not fail. As her voice fell, the black-clad men all froze in their last positions. Qingming and the other two exchanged glances at the scene, then looked at Jiang Yueyang in shock. The black-clad men were even more astonished, with fear intermingled, as they could directly sense the strangeness. Their bodies were being controlled. "Let's go take a look." Jiang Yueyang stepped forward. Qingming and the others dared not let her risk herself, so they quickened their steps to walk ahead of her and stopped her from approaching further when they were about 2 or 3 meters away from the black-clad men. Jiang Yueyang also valued her life and obediently stood still, commanding, "Qingming, go over and see if they really can't move." Qingming nodded, slightly walked over, and pushed the black-clad man who was standing on one leg. Then that man fell straight backward. Even lying on the ground, the black-clad man maintained his original posture. "You? What did you do to us?" He rolled his eyes and asked. "Oh, you can still talk. System host, you didn't forbid them from speaking, so of course they can talk." "Of course." Hearing this, Qingming and the other two confirmed that this situation was Jiang Yueyang's doing. But what kind of ability was this? Mind reading, mind control. Could the young lady actually be a goddess? After confirming that the black-clad men were immobilized, Jiang Yueyang stepped closer. Qingming hesitated for a moment, but did not stop her. Jiang Yueyang scanned the black-clad men on the scene, pointed at one, and said, "You go and slap each of them once." The black-clad man who received the order immediately moved, but his movements were somewhat stiff, like a puppet being pulled by strings. Slap. The black-clad man delivered the first slap according to Jiang Yueyang's command. The slapped man strained his face, seemingly trying to regain control of his body, but failed. Then the second slap fell. "What have you done to us? Which you are a witch." Jiang Yueyang heard this and thought seriously, "Xiaoguo, do you think there's something wrong with me?" The system froze for a moment. How was it supposed to answer? If it said there was something wrong with her, she would definitely be unhappy. If it said there was nothing wrong, it would be against its conscience. What normal person insults themselves? Jiang Yueyang didn't mind not hearing the system's reply and continued on her own. "Honestly, I kind of like the title witch." All the black-clad men. As for Jiang Yueyang being able to produce sound without opening her mouth, the black-clad men found nothing strange about it anymore. System diagnosis confirmed. The host is seriously ill. Qingming and the other two were also speechless. Their new master's train of thought was quite peculiar. Over there, the black-clad man was still slapping diligently. Jiang Yueyang felt the sound wasn't loud enough, so she said again, "Did you not eat? Put more strength into it." Then she saw a black-clad man's tooth get knocked out. After the slapping, Jiang Yueyang commanded, "You touch your ears with your hands behind your back. You sing while standing on your head. You do 100 push-ups. You spin 100 times while pinching your nose." She assigned a task to each black-clad man, and the scene became chaotic. Jiang Yueyang found it amusing and also satisfying. After all, they had come to assassinate her repeatedly. After more than 15 minutes, she yawned, feeling it was getting late. Sacrificing her sleep time to teach these black-clad men a lesson was not worth it. She didn't want to play anymore. So she wiped her mouth, looked coldly, and said, "You go and kill them all." The black-clad man holding his sword walked step by step toward his companions. The trembling sword showed that he wanted to break free from the control. Unfortunately, things turned out contrary to his wishes. The black-clad men who were ordered not to move watched in terror as their comrade thrust the sword into their bodies. The others could only watch, helplessly waiting for their own deaths. Jiang Yueyang found the black-clad man too slow at killing some were not yet dead, so she asked Qingming and Guyu to help. Finish the killing early, go back to sleep early. Qingming and Guyu were much more efficient. One stab each, and they died instantly. When they reached the last one, Jiang Yueyang called out to stop. She walked up to the black-clad man who had killed many of his comrades, glanced down at the blood-stained sword in his hand, and said with a smile, "You've killed so many people. You definitely won't survive if you go back. As long as you tell me where the Blood Fiend Pavilion is, I'll let you go. How about it?" Before the black-clad man could make a choice, the system spoke up, "Host, if you want to know where the Blood Fiend Pavilion is, you can ask me." "You know, not at the moment." Jiang Yueyang, "Are you joking with me?" The system, sensing danger, quickly explained, "No, I just need to see their faces, and then I'll know." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang reached out and tore off the black cloth from the black-clad man's face, revealing a fierce-looking face. Just looking at it was frightening. At that moment, Lu Yunting and Swoon, drawn by the smell of blood, appeared on this street. In Lu Yunting's view, a fierce-looking black-clad man, holding a blood-stained sword, stood before Jiang Yueyang, seemingly about to kill her. Even from just a silhouette, Lu Yunting was certain that the person was Jiang Yueyang. He instantly panicked and immediately ran over using lightness skill. By then, Jiang Yueyang had already learned the location of the Blood Fiend Pavilion from the system and thought it was enough to keep just one alive. So she manipulated the black-clad man in front of her to kill the remaining one. Then Lu Yunting saw the black-clad man raise his sword and mistakenly thought he was about to kill Jiang Yueyang. "Dodge quickly," Lu Yunting shouted. Jiang Yueyang instinctively turned around, but before she could see who it was, someone grabbed her arm and pulled her away forcefully while the black-clad man was kicked away. Jiang Yueyang looked up at Lu Yunting's profile, both bewildered and puzzled. Twice now, when she encountered danger, Lu Yunting happened to be there. How could it be such a coincidence? Was this the legendary fate? Lu Yunting asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Jiang Yueyang shook her head blankly. Didn't he see the pile of black-clad men lying on the ground? Swoon, who had just arrived, couldn't help but remind him, "Young master, it seems the ones in danger are these black-clad men." Only then did Lu Yunting notice that 5 or 6 meters ahead there were a dozen or so black-clad men scattered on the ground, and Qingming and Guyu were crouching among the corpses, examining their features. Despite some embarrassment, Lu Yunting turned his gaze back to Jiang Yueyang. "Didn't I give you the wind's whisper?" At first, Jiang Yueyang didn't know what he meant by wind's whisper, but when she saw his gaze fall on the whistle around her neck, she understood. "So this whistle is called wind's whisper. It's a nice name." Lu Yunting frowned slightly. "Don't change the subject. I was going to blow it." Jiang Yueyang paused, looked at him meaningfully, and asked with a smile, "Are you worried about me?" The next day, outside the Taiya Hall, as Lu Yunting passed by her, Jiang Yueyang turned her head away. Lu Yunting paused his steps for a moment, then after a few seconds he resumed walking forward without saying a word. The system couldn't help but ask, "Host, why are you angry at Lu Yunting?" The civil and military officials waiting in line to enter the hall immediately straightened their backs and pricked up their ears to listen. The crown prince, who was at the front of the line, couldn't help but turn around. When did she become so close with Lu Yunting? The third prince glanced at the crown prince, then at Lu Yunting, and felt that his elder brother's chances weren't great. Minister Jiang was also puzzled. What had happened between Yang Yang and General Lu? How could he not know? Jiang Yueyang denied it. "I'm not angry at him at all." The system made a contemptuous sound. "Are you kidding me? You were so angry last night that you even got your period, and you say you're not angry." "I'm not." "Well, fine if you say so." Jiang Yueyang bit her lip. She was indeed a little angry at Lu Yunting because she felt a bit embarrassed. "Miss Jiang, you are someone His Majesty favors. As his subject, I naturally have to worry about your safety." That was Lu Yunting's answer last night. Jiang Yueyang sighed inwardly. "Forget it, I was overthinking. It's not his fault. By the way, why am I so narcissistic? Last time it was Bai Yin, this time it's Lu Yunting. No, I can't let my mind wander like this. Otherwise others will think I'm a narcissist." Just as Jiang Yueyang was shaking her head, a eunuch came out to announce the beginning of the court session. After the officials performed their bows, Li Fuchuan announced loudly, "Those who have matters state them. If none, the court is dismissed." Minister Jiang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the disaster in Western Prefecture is still not under control. Left Attendant Wang requests an additional 1 million taels of silver for disaster relief and 2,000 dan of grain." Emperor Yuan frowned, but still said approved. The grain yield of the Great Xia dynasty was as low as in ancient Chinese history, with rice, at most 400 jin per mu. 240,000 jin of grain was no small amount. Emperor Yuan looked at the director of the Court of Agriculture and asked, "Minister Yu, has your court achieved any increase in grain yield this year?" The director of the Court of Agriculture stepped forward with a grave expression and said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant is incompetent. The grain yield remains the same as previous years." The system host, "Didn't you find potatoes? Aren't you going to hand them over to the court?" Emperor Yuan and the civil and military officials, "What is a potato? It sounds like something edible." "Huh. I want to give the potatoes to my maternal grandfather to grow so he can make more money. Then I'll have my grandfather sell them to your majesty first. By the way, Xiao Guo, what's the yield of potatoes per moo? According to modern yields, it's about 2000 to 5000 Jing. All the civil and military officials gasped in shock. So much. Emperor Yuan almost couldn't help asking her for the potatoes, but fortunately, he covered his mouth in time. Jiang Yueyang nodded. Let's not talk about that. I just noticed there's an extra person in the hall whom I've never seen before. Who is that? His Highness Prince Huan. Upon hearing his name, Prince Huan couldn't help but turn around, but the third prince behind him pressed him back. The third prince said in a low voice, "Brother, don't ask anything. I'll explain to you after the court session." Prince Huan had doubts, but held back. Jiang Yueyang. So he's Prince Huan. He is indeed good-looking, but slightly inferior to the crown prince and Lu Yunting. However, he looks quite mature and steady. Then you're mistaken. He's actually a complete love-struck fool. Prince Huan didn't understand what love-struck fool meant, but he felt it wasn't a compliment and inexplicably became uneasy. Others also felt that love-struck fool wasn't a compliment. Jiang Yueyang became interested. Oh, tell me in detail how he is love-struck. Well, Prince Huan fell in love with a girl from Yuzhou. To get close to her, he didn't hesitate to lower his status and become a servant in her household. Do you know what work he was responsible for? Jiang Yueyang pressed. What work? It sounds a bit thrilling. Hearing this, Prince Huan sensed trouble and turned to stop Jiang Yueyang and that Xiao Guo from continuing. But before he could fully turn around, the crown prince and the third prince firmly held him back. Emperor Yuan also coughed twice to signal him not to act rashly. The system laughed heartily. You'll never guess. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Jiang Yueyang urged. Emptying night soil. Jiang Yueyang suddenly froze, and so did Emperor Yuan and all the officials. Only Prince Huan lowered his head in embarrassment. After about a dozen seconds, Jiang Yueyang burst into deafening laughter. Prince Huan's head was almost buried in the ground. Minister Jiang kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Why didn't he take the day off today and stay home to accompany his father-in-law? Why did he have to come to court and court death? Jiang Yueyang. Haha, Prince Huan's way of pursuing someone is too unique. Doesn't he have any love experts around him to give him advice? Well, no, most of them are lifelong singles. Otherwise, it's by parental arrangement and matchmakers' words. They've never properly courted a girl. From this, it can be seen that Prince Huan truly likes that girl. But why doesn't he reveal his prince identity or ask his majesty to grant a marriage? Is emptying night soil enjoyable? The system, you'll have to ask him about that. People who are love-struck all have different brain circuits. In that regard, you're not much different, host. What did you say? The system, full of survival instinct, said, I said you're really beautiful, host. Emperor Yuan, no backbone. System, if you have backbone, you do it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the only surviving black-clad man from last night finally crawled back to the Blood Fiend Pavilion, stronghold in the capital. Last night, Jiang Yueyang had demanded that he crawl back and also asked him to deliver a message to the master of the Blood Fiend Pavilion. As soon as the black-clad man crawled back to the stronghold, he immediately regained control of his body. So he knelt at the feet of a man crying tears of joy. Young master, that girl is too eerie. The man in black informed the young master of the Blood Evil Pavilion that Jiang Yueyang could control their bodies. However, upon hearing such an extraordinary tale, the young master showed no particular reaction. The man in black glanced at the man before him and stammered, Young master, she already knows the address here, and she asked me to relay a message to you. She said the assassination attempts on her should cease, or else she would surely bring the Blood Evil Pavilion to ruin. When Jiang Yueyang had uttered those words, even she had been taken aback. She sounded so formidable now. The man chuckled coldly, ceased to exist. Hearing such an ominous tone, the man in black involuntarily shuddered. Yo, young master SH. Should we continue sending assassins? The man's gaze darkened as he looked at him. From now on, I will handle this person personally. Go and receive 50 lashes. Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. Shortly after the man in black left, someone delivered a scroll and a small booklet to the man. The man first opened the booklet and glanced at it silently, reciting Jiang Yueyang, daughter of the Minister of Revenue, 15 years old, of the Great Xia. A 5th-rank editor with 3 personal guards. So she was even a female official. Setting down the booklet, the man picked up the scroll and unrolled it, revealing Jiang Yueyang's portrait. A flicker of light passed through his eyes, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Withdraw from court. Emperor Yuan departed from the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and the civil and military officials filed out in an orderly manner. Those who stood at the back, like Jiang Yueyang, very consciously let the more senior officials leave first. As Prince Huan passed by her, he shot her a covert glare, then was summoned away by a eunuch. Jiang Yueyang, with her head lowered, took no notice of this. Jiang Yueyang. She looked up at the sound of her name. It was the third prince and the crown prince. Jiang Yueyang, my royal brother and I are about to leave the palace for a while. You'll come with us. Your subject still has work to return to at the Wenyuan Pavilion. Perhaps your highness could find someone else. Jiang Yueyang declined politely. She had already promised to help her aunt find a man, and if she broke that promise, her aunt would surely not let it go. That morning, Song Shiha had rushed to Lanyue Pavilion as soon as she got up, demanding to know why Jiang Yueyang had knocked her out the previous night. After several unconvincing excuses, Jiang Yueyang had no choice but to agree to that absurd request. The third Prince Yuan Hao exposed her bluntly. Jiang Yueyang, you don't even think before lying, do you? Grand Sacrifice Kong, considering your injuries, hasn't assigned you any work. Jiang Yueyang. It's settled then. We'll meet at the palace gate in half an hour. The third prince made the final decision. Seeing them about to leave, Jiang Yueyang quickly tugged at the crown prince's sleeve, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Your Highness, your subject already has an appointment. It's really not convenient. The crown prince looked down at the delicate fingers on his sleeve, then at her pitiful expression, and said softly, if that's the case then she'll come along too. The third prince interrupted. Arg, the third prince is so annoying. Little Melon, do you have any dirt on him? I want to use it to threaten him. Hearing these words, the officials who had not yet left the hall slowed their steps in unison. The third prince's face changed, and he hurriedly changed his tune. Forget it, since you're so reluctant you don't have to come. With that, before Jiang Yueyang could react, he grabbed the crown prince and swiftly strode out of the hall. Jiang Yueyang. The system asked host, do you still want to hear the third prince's gossip? Next time. No time now. Lu Yunting quietly watched her trot out of the hall, as if afraid someone might call her back. Meanwhile, Prince Yuan stood rather awkwardly in the emperor's study. Emperor Yuan asked coldly, where have you placed the dignity of the royal family? Your son knows his mistake. If you like a girl, pursue her openly. Is the status of a prince so shameful? Prince Yuan explained, she despises the nobility. Despising the nobility doesn't mean she despises you. Emperor Yuan said with a hint of disappointment. Shall I issue an imperial decree for a marriage? Prince Yuan shook his head. Your son will reintroduce himself as a prince of the Great Xia. Emperor Yuan waved his hand, signaling he could go about his business. Your son takes his leave. In the Wenyuan Pavilion, Jiang Yueyang placed her leave request in front of Grand Sacrifice Kong, and this time her reason was perfectly legitimate. Because in 2 days her coming-of-age ceremony was to be held. Tomorrow was the Great Xia's 10-day rest day, so she needed to ask for 2 more days off. This time Grand Sacrifice Kong said nothing and simply approved it. Jiang Yueyang, holding the slip, could hardly contain her joy. If you are free that day, Grand Sacrifice, you are welcome to attend the ceremony. Grand Sacrifice Kong gave a simple acknowledgement. Then Jiang Yueyang bowed and withdrew and courteously invited her colleagues from the Wenyuan Pavilion to attend as well. Everyone accepted politely, but whether they would actually come was uncertain. After all, there was the risk of being caught up in gossip. Jiang Yueyang didn't care what they thought, and with her hands behind her back, she left the palace. Half an hour later, Jiang Yueyang, dressed in male attire, and Song Shihua stood at the entrance of the Jushin Tower. And didn't you say you wanted to find a man? Jushin Tower was a restaurant where most patrons were talented scholars, beautiful women, and officials of the Great Xia. There were 2 leaderboards here, one for poetry and one for political essays. Whoever could hold the top spot on one of the boards for a full month would be rewarded with a piece of calligraphy by His Majesty Grand Sacrifice Kong or the Grand Tutor. Jushin Tower was funded by the royal family not for profit, but to discover more talent. Moreover, women could also be listed. Song Shihua said matter-of-factly. Right, where else would you look for a man if not here? Jiang Yueyang covered her face. It was she who had the impure thoughts. She had thought her aunt meant looking for a man in that kind of place. Song Shihua, seeing her expression, immediately understood. Also, that's why you were so excited all the way here. You wanted to go to that kind of place. I didn't. Jiang Yueyang denied loudly. I thought you wanted to go. Do I look like the kind of person who'd go to such a place? Jiang Yueyang glanced sideways at her and muttered. Who told you to say you were going to find a man? What did you say? I said, Aunt, let's hurry inside, or all the good men will be taken. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Yueyang dragged Song Shihua into Jushin Tower, where quite a few people were already gathered in the main hall. And did you book a private room? Qing Ming and Gu Yu cleared the way ahead, ensuring no men bumped into them. Booked. Following the waiter of Jushin Tower, the 2 arrived outside room No. 9 on the 2nd floor. Many people were standing in the corridor outside, including a few young ladies, but they were all accompanied by their elder brothers or fathers. Jiang Yueyang spotted 2 familiar faces, Wen Shuyan and Gu Ruo, and between them stood a veiled young lady. That young lady bore a striking resemblance to Her Highness the eldest princess. Yang, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Jiang Yueyang was shaken back to her senses by her, and withdrew her gaze to ask, What did you just ask me? I asked you, among those 5 people, which one do you think is good? Jiang Yueyang followed her gaze, and saw that the 5 men all looked quite elegant and refined. They seemed to be discussing an essay on the list, heatedly debating. I can't tell. What do you think? I think the one with the fairest complexion looks quite good. The system couldn't help but laugh. Host, I think you really should take your aunt to get her eyes checked. Song Shiha's mouth twitched. Did this mean she had picked another worthless man again? Jiang Yueyang said habitually, go ahead, what's wrong with him? Among those 5, except for the one your aunt has her eye on, the other 4 are all promising young talents. They are filial to their elders, respect their teachers, are naturally intelligent, and study diligently. But the pretty boy your aunt has taken a fancy to is Chu Moshuan, the son of the magistrate of Kangwu County. Don't be fooled by his gentle and refined appearance, his heart is actually black. Hearing the familiar voice, the eldest princess and the other 2 instinctively looked around, but couldn't find the familiar figure. Qian, did you hear Yueyang's voice? Gu Ruo asked. I heard it, but I couldn't find her. She's over there. The eldest princess raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Guru and when Shuyan both looked over and couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Yueyang, who was dressed in men's clothing. The system continued. Chu Moshwan originally had a younger brother who could speak at 5 months old, could recite the 1,000-character classic at 1 year old, and at 3 could compose poetry that even the scholars would feel ashamed of. He was called a prodigy rarely seen in a century. At that time it caused a sensation throughout Kangwoo County. Famous teachers rushed to teach him. His parents doted on him, placed high hopes on him, and put him first in everything. But one day the prodigy suddenly disappeared. The magistrate of Kangwoo County turned the whole county upside down searching, but after 3 searches he was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. So is the disappearance of Chu Moshwan's younger brother related to Chu Moshwan. How old was he then? He could hide a child. Jiang Yueyang paused at this point, her face turning pale. Did he kill his own brother? That's right. At the age of 7, Chu Moshwan, jealous that his brother was smarter than him, got up one night and strangled his brother, who was sleeping beside him, to death. Jiang Yueyang gasped. 7 years old. The eldest princess and the other 2 were also shocked pale. They truly hadn't expected that the man below, who smiled so harmlessly, could have such a vicious heart. Jiang Yueyang swallowed. How did he dispose of the body? The system didn't answer immediately, but asked, "Host, are you sure you want to know?" This question made Jiang Yueyang feel a bit scared, but she couldn't help being curious. Why you? Go ahead. He ate it. Jiang Yueyang immediately felt her stomach churn, and the eldest princess and the other 2 nearby started retching on the spot. Only Song Shiha managed to hold it together. Jiang Yueyang suppressed her nausea and said he was only 7. I don't believe he could have done all this alone. Did he have an accomplice? Yes. He and his cousin disposed of the body together, and it was his cousin who suggested eating the flesh and drinking the blood. It was said that eating his flesh and drinking his blood would make one as smart as him. Jiang Yueyang felt that Chu Moshwan was even more terrifying and ruthless than Minister Lin and Lin Wan'er. He couldn't even be described as human. He's worse than a beast. The system not done yet. Since that day, Chu Moshwan has developed a craving for human blood, and over the years he has consumed quite a lot, and he especially prefers those with intelligent minds. No, stop it, I can't take it anymore. Jiang Yueyang stopped him. One last sentence, let me say one last sentence. The system said those 4 people with him are probably his next targets. Song Shiha couldn't hold it in anymore. Covering her head, she said, "Yang, I suddenly have a terrible headache. Please take me to see a doctor." Jiang Yueyang saw her pale face and hurriedly asked, "Why the sudden headache? Does it hurt a lot?" Song Shiha nodded repeatedly. "It hurts terribly, I'm dying of pain." Seeing that she was truly uncomfortable, Jiang Yueyang supported her and quickly went downstairs, deliberately avoiding Chu Moshwan. Her inner thoughts hadn't reached downstairs, so Chu Moshwan didn't know his crimes had been exposed. Shortly after the 2 left, the eldest princess revealed her princess identity and, using an excuse, took away Chu Moshwan and the other 4. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueyang took Song Shiha to Jishir Hall. Just as the 2 sat down before the doctor could begin the consultation, someone carried in a man covered in blood from outside. The smell of blood overwhelmed Song Shiha, and she couldn't help but retch. Jiang Yueyang was frightened. Doctor, please check on her quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Shiha turned and ran outside. "Hey, why are you running?" Jiang Yueyang hurriedly chased after her, but as soon as she ran out, she collided head-on with someone coming in from outside. Caught off guard, the person was knocked to the ground by her, and she also fell on top of him. Jiang Yueyang quickly stood up and reached out to pull the man up from the ground. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "Sir, are you alright?" "It's fine." The man glanced at Jiang Yueyang. "Are you hurt, miss?" "No, I'm not." "Sir, am I?" Jiang Yueyang pointed at Song Shiha outside. "Go ahead." Jiang Yueyang bowed to him in gratitude, then ran to Song Shiha, who was standing in the middle of the road taking deep breaths. The man looked at Jiang Yueyang meaningfully. That girl had the scent of Qingling powder on her. Jiang Yueyang put her hands on her hips in displeasure. "Annie, why are you running?" I can't stand the smell of blood. I remember you didn't have this problem before. People change." Hearing this, Jiang Yueyang didn't dwell on it. "Then let me take you to the Baichao Hall behind to see a doctor, okay?" Song Shiha nodded. She felt she needed the doctor to prescribe a sedative, otherwise she would definitely have nightmares tonight. So Jiang Yueyang supported her and turned to walk toward Baichao Hall. But as they walked, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. "Host, danger is approaching ahead." Qing Ming and Guyu immediately placed their hands on their sword hilts on full alert. Jiang Yueyang stopped and looked ahead warily. Before long, a man walked out from the corner. Her sixth sense told her that the danger the system warned about referred to this man. "Host, he is Yi Wuchen, the young master of the Blood Fiend Pavilion." "Stop right there." As Yi Wuhuan drew closer, Jiang Yueyang instinctively used her word spirit power on him. Yi Wuhuan halted as commanded. He glanced around, attempting to move his limbs, but found himself utterly immobile. Then, curving his lips into a faint smile, he looked at Jiang Yueyang, thinking to himself that it was exactly as he had suspected. "Jiang Yueyang, young pavilion master, we have no enmity between us, and the employer has already perished. Why pursue me to this extent? From which timeline did you come?" "Huh?" Jiang Yueyang did not comprehend his meaning. "Do you love walking alone in the dark alley?" Jiang Yueyang's eyes widened slightly. Yi Wuhuan caught the change in her expression. "Love you kneeling without kneeling, love you confronting despair, refusing to shed a single tear. Use the nunchucks quickly, Hung Ha 11. I have no K, I have no K, I have no K, Gulu Bai, Gulu by a dinosaur Kong Lang Kong Lang Kong. Shut up. Yi Wuhuan's demonic singing abruptly ceased, his lips pressed tightly together. Jiang Yueyang raised her hand to her forehead. Good heavens, a goofball had transmigrated from the modern world. Yi Wuhuan made muffled sounds, seemingly wanting to speak, but Jiang Yueyang was not in the mood to acknowledge him for the moment. Guyu, go find a rope to tie him up. Soon Guyu fetched a rope from a nearby shop, and in full view of the onlookers bound Yi Wuhuan, also sealing his acupoints. Jiang Yueyang smiled at the crowd and explained, this man seems to have some issues with his mind. I'll take him away to prevent him from causing harm. The onlookers chuckled and did not interfere, for in their eyes Yi Wuhuan's recent actions were indeed somewhat abnormal. He babbled incoherently in words no one could understand. Oh no, the first few lines were understandable. He was professing his love to that girl. Love, 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 so blatant. And so Jiang Yueyang brought Yi Wuhuan to one of her private courtyards. Along the way she had Guyu take Song Shiha back to rest. Qingming, you go out first. Miss, you cannot. It's fine. Didn't Guyu seal his acupoints? Qingming hesitated, but under the intimidating gaze of Jiang Yueyang, he reluctantly withdrew. After Qingming left, Jiang Yueyang sat down, looked at the tightly bound Yi Wuhuan, and said calmly, you may speak now. You're from the modern world, aren't you? And you definitely have a system. That's unfair. Why do you have a system when I don't, even though we're both transmigrators? Jiang Yueyang feigned ignorance with an unchanged expression. Young pavilion master, what are you saying? This young lady doesn't quite understand. Don't play dumb. You clearly reacted when I sang those divine songs earlier. So what if I did? Then why haven't you untied me? Is this how you treat a fellow villager? Jiang Yueyang rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with a knowing smile. Fellow villager. You are the young pavilion master of the blood fiend pavilion, a man who has tried to kill me several times. How do I know you haven't been assimilated? To be honest, if she hadn't been confined to the mansion by her parents for 15 years and accompanied by her system, she would have been 100% assimilated. If I had been assimilated, you'd be dead by now. Suddenly Yi Wuhuan's voice turned icy cold, his pitch-black eyes filled with a murderous aura that sent chills down the spine. Now that was the true demeanor of an assassin. Jiang Yueyang bit her lip, sensing the killing intent radiating from Yi Wuhuan. The next moment the killing intent dissipated, and Yi Wuhuan reverted to his previous demeanor. Jiang Yueyang, I know you control me through sound. If I wanted to harm you, I could easily block my hearing in advance. Besides, I only transmigrated 7 days ago. Assimilation wouldn't happen that fast. Damn. Xiao Gua, the main system's protection mechanism, has a bug. System, I'll ask immediately if we can upgrade. Jiang Yueyang, I can. Suddenly Yi Wuhuan felt something constricting his throat, making it impossible to breathe. But he quickly realized what was happening and stopped the thought in his mind, allowing him to breathe again. Jiang Yueyang, believe me. A Chinese person does not deceive another Chinese person. Jiang Yueyang said with half belief. Your behavior just now didn't seem like someone who had just transmigrated without being assimilated. Wasn't that to prove I have the ability to kill you? To be honest, although I don't have a system, I inherited the original's supreme martial arts. At this point he suddenly sounded aggrieved. You have no idea how I've been these 7 days. To maintain the original's madman persona, I've almost turned into a lunatic myself. Jiang Yueyang stared at Yi Wuhuan with an inscrutable expression, making it impossible to tell whether she believed him or not. The system, seeing how pitiful Yi Wuhuan was, voluntarily said, host, he's not lying. He did transmigrate 7 days ago, and the original Yi Wuhuan of this world was indeed a madman. Yi Wuhuan nodded in agreement inwardly. The madman among madmen. The original Yi Wuhuan had a hobby of collecting eyes, especially beautiful ones. To be fair, the host's eyes are quite beautiful. They are his type. Yi Wuhuan nodded silently in his mind. Jiang Yueyang's eyes were much more beautiful than the eye specimens in that room. Thinking of the eyes in the room, Yi Wuhuan shuddered involuntarily. Imagine the feeling of dozens of eyes staring at you in the dead of night. It's hard not to go mad. System, this person has been trying his best to maintain the madman persona these past days to avoid being discovered that he is not the original Yi Wuhuan. Every day he sleeps in a room filled with eye specimens hanging from the walls, imitates the original's speech, mimics the original's methods of torturing subordinates, living in misery. Yi Wuhuan looked at Jiang Yueyang's eyes. The first time he saw her on the street, this body had a stress reaction. A thought popped into his mind. Your eyes are beautiful. Oh, I want to dig them out and collect them. He felt that soon he would be assimilated. The system continued. Moreover, the original Yi Wuhuan, besides liking to gouge out eyes, also enjoyed watching women cry. He would dress up the captured girls as brides and make them cry for him, demanding they not cry too ugly. Jiang Yueyang, are you sure he's a madman, not a pervert? A madman and pervert are pretty much the same. Yi Wuhuan seized the opportunity to say, I came to find you this time, mainly to confirm if you are my fellow villager. Now that I've confirmed it, I'll cancel the kill order on you when I return. With the system's corroboration, Jiang Yueyang decided to trust him for the time being. You came to me for more than just confirmation, didn't you? Yi Wuhuan did not conceal his intentions and answered honestly. I want to ask if you know how to return. That damn place. I can't stand another day there. This kind of thing is my first time too. Say you transmigrated after dying accidentally, right? Why don't you try dying again? Maybe you'll go back after death. What if I don't go back after dying? Then you'll be completely dead.